The world was once so peaceful you could hear a single raindrop hit the ground, but then things called gates suddenly appeared, shattering all order. In an instant, hordes of monsters and demons poured out, pushing the entire world to the brink of annihilation. However, a small minority of people with the ability to fight back against these monsters emerged. They were called the Awakened. In the middle of the air, a young man with blonde hair and an arrogant air appeared, wielding a long sword. The sword in his hand moved like a flash of lightning, unleashing slashes so fast the naked eye couldn't keep up. The massive monster was sliced into 1,000 pieces, its flesh scattering through the air. Yet the blonde young man just stood there coldly, his expression indifferent, as if he'd just done the most trivial thing in the world. But this sight completely shook Song Jihan to his core. With just a single move, that man had annihilated a monster that he couldn't even touch. This incredibly cool, blonde young man was none other than Yon Sejin, Song Jihan's best friend, and the heir to his family's renowned martial arts legacy. Song Jihan clutched his bloody arm, a bitter thought crossing his mind. If only I had inherited the family's talent, I wouldn't have been defeated so easily. The more Song Jihan thought about it, the more his blood boiled with envy, and he clenched his wound tighter, ignoring the blood that flowed endlessly. If he were as strong as Yon Sejin, he'd be on the Ngoloi battlefield saving people, not sitting here clutching a wounded arm, powerlessly watching his best friend shine. Song Jihan was a painful exception, an F-rank awakened who hadn't inherited any of the special bloodline. No matter how desperately he tried, how much he pushed himself, Song Jihan was still stuck at the lowly D-rank. If I had inherited the family's talent and reached a rank higher than D, would my life have been different? The thought only plunged Song Jihan deeper into despair. But in that very moment, a system window suddenly appeared. Martial arts trait has been unlocked. Song Jihan stared at the words in shock, wondering, what the hell is this? Then, he started to laugh. Are you kidding me? Even my luck is this pathetic. What's the point of unlocking this now when I'm about to die? Song Jihan's eyes slowly began to close, heavy from the blood loss that was draining his life away. He knew he was about to die. His hand, clenched on the ground, trembled with bitterness as one final thought crossed his mind. What a useless awakening system. Just as darkness began to swallow Song Jihan's final breath, a brilliant light suddenly flashed, or more accurately, an invisible magic circle appeared before him. Song Jihan's eyes shot open, feeling as if he'd just been pulled back from death's door. When he fully came to, he found himself lying on a soft bed, his body completely free of pain. Song Jihan shot up in a panic, his eyes quickly darting around the room. Everything around him was so familiar. The desk, the bookshelf, the neatly arranged furniture. He was stunned for a few seconds before muttering to himself, "What the hell is this? Is this my old dorm room?" The more Song Jihan thought, the more confused he became. This was definitely his dorm room, but he'd clearly moved out after graduating from high school. So why was he here now? The memories of the monster tearing into his arm, of fighting to the point of exhaustion to protect civilians, were still vivid in his mind. Why am I here? Didn't I die from that wound while protecting those people? Just then, something strange appeared before Song Jihan's eyes, causing his pupils to dilate. A strange screen materialized, displaying a clear date, May 2025. The moment he saw the date, Song Jihan couldn't help but scream, 2025! No way! His shout was so loud that people in the hallway turned to look, wondering what he was freaking out about. Inside the room, Song Jihan was still in a panic, his mind reeling, completely unable to process what was happening. Was this a dream? This is completely surreal. He decided he had to see for himself. Song Jihan placed his feet on the floor, tried to calm himself, and opened the door to his dorm room. Morning light streamed in, illuminating everything. The scene outside was completely peaceful and serene, with no trace of the destruction and bloodshed he remembered. His classmates were out for their morning jog, while others practiced their swordsmanship with a professor. These were scenes Song Jihan had once grown tired of, but now they were unfolding right before his very eyes once more, as if everything was just beginning. Song Jihan's eyes widened, realizing he couldn't deny it any longer. Have I gone back in time? 7 years? The more he thought about it, the more absurd it all seemed. Song Jihan dazedly sat back down on the bed, resting his chin on his hands, and started analyzing everything from the beginning. Could I have really been reborn? I clearly died from a fatal wound to my side and arm just a moment ago. I could still feel that excruciating pain, yet now it's vanished without a trace, and I've returned to the past with my death as the starting point. Something I thought only happened in novels is now actually happening to me. He lifted his shirt to reveal his body. The old wound that had caused him unbearable pain was now completely gone. It didn't even leave a scar. Song Jihan muttered gloomily, "What am I supposed to do now?" He knew very well that in just 7 years, a horrifying great war would break out, and the future Song Jihan, despite all his efforts, was ultimately powerless. Song Jihan temporarily pushed aside his worries, took a deep breath, and reached out to lightly press the system screen in front of him. First, I should check my own status. Instantly, a series of stats appeared clearly on the screen. It was a detailed status window for Song Jihan. The nickname Loser stood out, accompanied by his basic stats. Stamina was 10 out of 100, endurance was 10 out of 100, and his strength and agility were just as pitifully low. Not only was Song Jihan's mind unremarkable, but his physical abilities were also completely undeveloped. Yet, looking at this information, Song Jihan felt excited. He wondered, isn't this the path selection window? Just like the one I saw before I died? If so, I wonder what that unlocked martial arts trait is all about. He reached out and touched the newly appeared martial arts trait line. A notification popped up immediately. Martial arts trait has been unlocked. Please choose your path. Once chosen, it cannot be changed. Song Jihan hesitated for a moment. A series of renowned ultimate techniques were displayed on the screen. The 9 Suns Divine Art, Damo's Muscle Tendon Changing Scripture, the 9 Yang Divine Art. All of them were unparalleled martial arts that anyone would covet. Song Jihan thought to himself. So I get to choose one of these? In my past life, I couldn't do anything but die in vain. Alright, then I'll choose this one. This life, I definitely won't make the same mistakes again. Nowadays, the entire Asian region, and South Korea in particular, had a setting exactly like a martial arts movie. To understand the reason for this, one had to go back to the era of the first-generation Awakeners. These individuals originally had 2 choices. One was the magic and arts of the Grantis continent, and the other was the martial arts of Murim. Europe and America chose Grantis, while Asia chose Murim. That was the root cause of why the world today is split into 2 such distinct halves. Song Jihan mused for a moment. Nowadays, outstanding martial artists were everywhere. I wonder if there are any martial artists who exist independently, unaffiliated with any faction. He swiped his hand across the screen, trying to filter out all the martial arts belonging to the 3 major powers to find an answer. As a result, the screen immediately displayed another series of martial arts names, and among them, one name caught his eye: the Chaos Divine Art. According to Song Jihan's knowledge, the Chaos Divine Art didn't belong to any sect or school, but was a completely independent martial art. As if he'd found exactly what he was looking for, Song Jihan selected it without a moment's hesitation. But as his hand touched the screen, he instantly froze, his heart pounding as if it would leap out of his chest. The screen displayed a notification. "You have acquired the SSS-Rank Chaos Divine Art," Song Jihan exclaimed in shock. "I actually just chose an SSS-Rank martial arts trait." Well, what's chosen cannot be changed. Time passed just like that. The sun began to set. On the mountain behind the school, Song Jihan was sitting cross-legged, cultivating alone. Memories of his past life crept into his mind. In the past, this was the very place where he used to train in secret, partly because he liked the quiet, and partly because he didn't want the scrutinizing gazes of others. Song Jihan shook his head hard to dispel the memories. "I can't dwell on the past anymore. From now on, things will be different." He took a deep breath, trying to focus completely on his cultivation. Abundant spiritual energy began to envelop Song Jihan's body. He could clearly feel the difference. The blood in his veins felt like it was boiling, brimming with vitality. Song Jihan smiled as he looked down at his hands. "So this is an SSS rank martial art?" Just then, the system screen appeared before his eyes once more, clearly displaying the details of the Chaos Divine Art SSS, Level 1. It was a technique that helped the cultivator gather and absorb the essence of the sun, moon, and heavens, and it was compatible with all types of martial arts. Song Jihan felt the spiritual energy surging within him. This power was completely different from the 3 elements control art he had practiced in his past life. Even though he was just beginning to test the Chaos Divine Art, Song Jihan had to admit its rate of progress defied all logic. He clenched his fists, his heart blazing with determination. With this miraculous martial art, he believed he could also become strong. Just then, the system immediately opened the first main quest for the SSS rank Chaos Divine Art. Entrance training for the Origin Sect, with the difficulty rated as easy. Song Jihan stared intently at the series of information on the screen, a drop of sweat silently rolling down his cheek. The young man thought to himself, "This is pretty tough, huh? But as I am now, I should be able to handle it." Time passed quietly, and the moon hung high overhead. Song Jihan was still immersed in his training. He focused his entire mind, maintaining extreme concentration, to the point where he was completely swept up in the tremendous spiritual energy around him. He was unable to break free. Just then, a strange voice echoed, seeping into his consciousness. "Foolish child, you're still stumbling around like a newborn. That's enough. Open your eyes." The words seemed to have a strange power, pulling Song Jihan from the grip of his training state. He snapped awake with a start. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Song Jihan coughed violently in pain, his body trembling as if he had just survived something terrible. Once he managed to calm down, he panted, wondering, "I'm alive. What just happened?" He looked down at his trembling hands, feeling the energy of the Chaos Divine Art still raging within him. If he had tried to continue training just now, he'd probably be dead and gone by now. While Song Jihan was still dazed, the mysterious voice spoke again. You've returned from death's door? A faint light enveloped him. Song Jihan turned to look around, but he couldn't pinpoint where the sound was coming from. He stood up and asked, "May I ask who you are?" Suddenly, the person appeared right behind him, letting out a low chuckle. "Who do you think I am?" Song Jihan spun around in alarm. Under the full moon, he saw an immortal elder in pure white robes, his eyes kind yet majestic. Song Jihan trembled. He stammered, "A ghost?" That question infuriated the immortal elder. He roared, "You foolish brat, what do you take me for? How dare you compare me to some wandering spirit?" Song Jihan was stunned by the scolding and hesitantly asked again, "So, not a ghost? Then who in the world are you?" The elder gradually calmed down. He cleared his throat and said slowly, "Listen carefully. I'll only say this once. This old man is the strongest in the history of the martial arts world." That statement left Song Jihan stunned for a few seconds. He frowned and muttered, "The martial arts world? I feel like I've heard that somewhere before." He tried to rack his brain. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as the memory returned. It was the system screen when he chose the Chaos Divine Art. The system had explained that it was a technique left behind by a martial artist who had achieved enlightenment at the end of his life. Song Jihan looked at the elder before him in astonishment, thinking to himself, "No way. Are you the senior who created the Chaos Divine Art?" The elder chuckled. "Seems you're not as dumb as you look, kid," he continued in a deep but warm voice. "It's hard to recognize me since my current form is just a soul, isn't it?" Song Jihan was silent for a few seconds, then grabbed his head and screamed frantically, "Unbelievable! Do people who create martial arts actually exist? In my entire life, I've never heard of such a concept. How can you talk to me? Does that mean you're not alive anymore?" The elder rubbed his temples, his voice full of annoyance. "It's because the Chaos Divine Art fell into the hands of a foolish child like you that I can't rest in peace. The Chaos Divine Art is the most powerful technique in history. Letting it be lost would be a huge problem. That's why I appeared, to prevent that from happening." Hearing this, Song Jihan broke out in a cold sweat, feeling immense pressure. "I think I get the gist of it." The elder jumped, looking furious. "The gist of it? Just the gist? You insolent brat, how dare you speak to a senior of my heavenly stature like that? Do you have any idea that there are thousands upon thousands of people lined up, willing to do anything just to hear a single word from me? Brat, are you even listening?" Song Jihan's ears were ringing from the shouting, feeling like his eardrums were about to burst. Staying here any longer would just be a headache. The young man looked for an escape, smiling mischievously. "Yes, sir, I have to go train now. See you later." The moment he was about to leave, the old man continued, "Try practicing the control technique for a full 100 days. And if you don't suffer from key deviation, you can thank your lucky stars." Hearing this, Song Jihan turned back with a completely surprised expression. The elder remained calm. "Why so surprised? I'm just telling it like it is. If you keep training in that state, you won't even reach level 2 in your next life." Those words kept echoing in Song Jihan's ears. He grimaced and complained, "You never encourage me. Why do you always have to say such harsh things? So, what should I do if I want to get stronger?" Baron replied bluntly. "There's no training regimen you can handle." Song Jihan tried to cling to some hope. "Somehow, I'll make it work." Baron mused for a moment, silently observing Song Jihan from head to toe with a hint of amusement in his eyes, before finally folding his fan and chuckling. "I like your spirit. All right, since I'm already dead, being a little generous won't hurt me." After that strange, illusory night, Song Jihan returned to the life of an ordinary high school student. He was having his usual morning coffee, but in reality, he felt no peace at all. Song Jihan let out a quiet sigh, but before he could even finish exhaling, Baron suddenly appeared right beside him, yelling, "How can you sigh when you're so fortunate?" The young man was nearly scared out of his wits. Song Jihan quickly patted his chest to calm himself, muttering, "Please stop appearing so suddenly. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Trying to regain his composure, Song Jihan glanced at the notification that had just popped up on his phone. It was a successful payment confirmation, 4 million for a smithy in the city. Baron noticed Song Jihan's pained expression over the cost and reminded him nonchalantly, "This is the only way to improve your skills." Song Jihan was speechless. The skill this enlightened martial artist was talking about was wearing a 50-kilogram shackle on his leg. When he went to the smithy to place the order, the blacksmith's strange gaze practically bored a hole through him. The man even blurted out a question that made Song Jihan give a bitter smile. "Are you for real, kid?" Now, Song Jihan could only slump over the table, groaning in frustration. "Isn't this method a bit too extreme?" Hearing this, Baron became furious and shouted, "If it were anyone else, you'd already be dead for complaining so much." His pride wounded, Song Jihan immediately slammed the table and shot to his feet, yelling, "You said you wouldn't nag me about that anymore?" But Baron was currently invisible, so in the middle of the quiet cafe, Song Jihan was just yelling by himself, making everyone else look at him like he was a complete psycho. The young man, red-faced with embarrassment, sank back into his chair as whispers started to ripple around him. "That dude's probably nuts." Song Jihan sighed, reminding himself not to say another word. He quietly opened his system window. His stats had changed, but overall, the increase was negligible, just a drop in the bucket. Song Jihan thought to himself in frustration, leveling up my stats is harder than I thought. However, after learning the Chaos Divine Art, his internal energy limit had skyrocketed to 620, a number that made even Song Jihan whistle in amazement. The Chaos Divine Art was definitely a powerful martial art. Baron, looking pleased, cleared his throat and emphasized, "As your master, I must stress this once more. It is my one and only principle. The Chaos Divine Art is the fruit of my life's work, a profound internal energy technique that embodies the very essence of martial arts." Even though he was sick of hearing this speech, Song Jihan couldn't deny one thing. It was thanks to Baron's guidance that training the Chaos Divine Art had become much easier, and that was why he had quickly reached level 2. Song Jihan reached out and selected an item on the system window. Just then, the phone next to him started buzzing non-stop. He picked it up for a look, and Baron immediately asked in a curious tone, "Where are you going?" Song Jihan didn't hide it and calmly said, "The smithy finished making the iron shackle." He pushed the door open and stepped out of the cafe, but before he could leave, he ran into some uninvited guests. In front of him were 3 delinquents blocking his path, their eyes filled with malice. The leader sneered. "Well, if it isn't the guy who fell out of the tree?" He continued his taunts. "I'm surprised a recluse like you, who holes himself up in a corner all day, actually came outside." Song Jihan silently looked at them. The people in front of him were all his level E classmates. Not high level by any means, but still better than the level F he had been stuck at in his past life. Unlike Song Jihan, they were all bloodline inheritors. Song Jihan just sighed and said quietly, "Don't start trouble with me, just go about your business." But the guy wouldn't let it go. He stepped forward, shoved Song Jihan's shoulder, and sneered, "Listen to this piece of trash talk. It's been a while since you got your ass kicked. You feeling tough now?" The whole group burst out laughing and said to each other, "Oh wait, didn't someone tell us not to touch him until the school year starts? My bad." Those words sent a chill down Song Jihan's spine, but the guy wasn't done yet, continuing to provoke him. "Wanna come with us? We're on our way to the Saint Sect. Who knows? Maybe if you come with us, they'll treat you better." Song Jihan sneered and coldly uttered 2 words, "Shut up." The leader lowered his voice to mock him. "You're pretty arrogant, aren't you? But then again, you're from a lowly bloodline. If Baron met you and wanted a duel, you know how it would end." The moment the taunting stopped, Song Jihan snapped. He shot forward with an icy expression, unleashing a powerful punch. The blow sent the guy flying, a bright red streak of blood spraying from his nose. Song Jihan calmly gazed at the masterpiece he had just created, his eyes chillingly cold. The remaining 2 were frozen in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. Song Jihan turned to the guy still sprawled on the ground and said coldly, "I told you to shut your mouth." Immediately, his cronies charged forward in unison, screaming, "You bastard! You're way too arrogant." But Song Jihan didn't bother to dodge. He began to channel his internal energy, his breathing steadying as the power inside his body began to boil. His eyes flashed with intense focus. When Song Jihan opened his eyes again, their movements suddenly seemed to crawl. Every step they took, every punch they threw, was like watching a slow-motion replay. So predictable it was a piece of cake. Song Jihan lifted a hand, blocked the first punch, and countered forcefully. He grabbed the first attacker's arm, and with a slight turn of his body, snapped it. The motion was subtle, but a horrific scream immediately followed. The man clutched his arm, writhing in agony. Finally, the guy with the gelled hair refused to back down and charged forward, throwing a punch. Song Jihan calmly reached out and caught the fist effortlessly, which made the guy freeze in confusion. Right after, Song Jihan increased the pressure of his grip, tightening around the man's fist. Just a slight squeeze was enough to make the gelled hair guy shriek in pain, his body going limp as he crumpled to the ground in a pathetic heap. It only took a few short minutes, but the outcome was devastating. Song Jihan stood in the middle of the small battlefield, his eyes sweeping over the scene, his deep voice laced with a hint of weariness. "I know I'm a failure, unworthy of inheriting my ancestors' bloodline." Old memories suddenly rushed back, twisting Song Jihan's heart. Those were dark days from his childhood, when he had to endure senseless beatings from his own mother. At only 7 or 8 years old, Song Jihan was constantly screamed at by her. The phrases he heard most were, "You ruined my life. You're the reason I'm stuck like this. I'm going to kill you." The merciless beatings, the furious chases, all leaving behind a small child, crying as he fled. In his desperation, Song Jihan had once seen his father as his last hope. That day, he had clung to the hope of pleading for his father's help, begging him to save him from his mother, to just be on his side. But his father's expression from that moment is forever seared into Song Jihan's memory, cold and filled with utter contempt. And then he turned his back and walked away decisively, as if he wasn't looking at his own son but at a stranger, or something even more repulsive. At just 8 years old, Song Jihan was stunned, hunted by his own mother, abandoned by his father, and completely forsaken by the world. That scene, That memory was etched so deeply, it left Song Jihan speechless. He had tried to reach out, to cling to one last fragile sliver of hope, but his father had resolutely shut the door to that house of horrors with his own hands, leaving Song Jihan behind to face the horrific beatings that no child should ever have to bear. That horrifying memory haunted Song Jihan until adulthood in his past life. He had never managed to do anything to earn his family's recognition, but this life would be different. A fierce glint of determination now shone in Song Jihan's eyes. He clenched his fists, telling himself, I won't let the chance I've been given go to waste. I will obtain power on my own and hold my head high. I will not live like I did in my previous life. I will never let anyone hurt me again. Song Jihan's incredible transformation today was all thanks to the previous night. That night, he had returned to the clearing on the mountain behind his school to cultivate the divine art of chaos. This martial art, born from chaos, is a technique for immortal cultivation, which only activates when the body is pushed to its absolute limit. And Baron, of course, was there to instruct him personally. The first lesson Baron gave Song Jihan was to become a Sun Wukong 2.0, carrying a massive boulder on his back with the added bonus of Baron himself sitting on top to train his stamina. Song Jihan cried out in alarm, "Is this really the correct method?" Baron scowled and yelled, "This kid is exhausted and you still have the energy to talk? You've still got a long way to go, so stop spouting nonsense and keep moving." In the dead of night, without even a rooster's crow to be heard, a pair of legs silently wandered through the empty forest, carrying a boulder. Song Jihan was completely spent, collapsing to the ground and gasping for air, his limbs so numb he couldn't get up. Baron looked down and flinched in surprise. "You have to stand even when you're resting. Who gave you permission to sit down? Get up." Song Jihan, though resentful, was too exhausted to argue anymore. He opened the system window to check his current stats. Song Jihan almost fainted when he saw that his divine art of chaos had reached 2 stars, and his first main quest was complete. He even received a reward for leveling up so quickly. Song Jihan was astonished, unable to believe his eyes, and was even more surprised when the system granted the reward instantly. A golden ring suddenly appeared on his hand, the Ring of Origin reward. Song Jihan squinted to examine the ring. It's beautiful. The design is quite intricate too. Baron cleared his throat and said smugly, "That's because this old man has a keen eye. It's an artifact of our Origin sect." Without hesitation, Song Jihan quickly slipped the Ring of Origin onto his finger. As soon as the ring was on, the system window immediately displayed a new notification. It showed a series of stats related to the Ring of Origin. This item would continuously gather internal energy in the Origin sect's Dantian, helping Song Jihan avoid the risk of chi deviation. As he read, Song Jihan anxiously wondered, "Am I seeing things? Master, is this really an S-rank item?" Baron fanned himself with a paper fan, smiling proudly. "Can't you see it for yourself? It's a treasure of the Origin sect." Song Jihan was stunned and bewildered, thinking to himself, "What kind of sect is this to give me an item of this caliber? Is this really a good thing?" But he pushed his worries aside and decided to command the system to open the next journey. The screen immediately switched to a new interface, displaying a notification about the next journey to cultivate the divine art of chaos. This quest was titled The Endless World's Regret, with a high difficulty level. Song Jihan looked up and asked Baron, "Master, is the second choice related to you?" But Baron, who had just been standing there talking and laughing, had vanished without a trace. Song Jihan looked around worriedly, muttering to himself, "Why did he suddenly disappear? I'm sure he was just standing here." Honestly, confused and without guidance, Song Jihan was forced to consider his options carefully. Later that afternoon, after dealing with those thugs, the young man trudged back to his dorm, opened the system, and finally chose The Endless World's Regret as his next stage. A voice suddenly spoke up beside him. "Why did you choose that one? Who else could it be but Baron, appearing and disappearing at will?" He tilted his head and asked, "The other two looked fine. Why didn't you pick them?" Song Jihan smiled and said calmly, "I think this one is perfect." Then he suddenly feigned regret. "I was also considering the third one." This remark made Baron, who had just started to beam, grit his teeth in frustration. Song Jihan glanced at his tsundere-like master beside him, thinking that he couldn't abandon his master's path anyway. Baron suddenly grew pensive, as if recalling something. He had just witnessed those 3 guys bullying Song Jihan, especially when the leader mentioned the Divine Power Sect. He asked directly, "What is this Divine Power Sect those guys were talking about?" Song Jihan answered calmly, "The Divine Power Sect is a place where I can learn the martial arts of the Huangbo family." Hearing this, Baron stroked his beard in admiration. A sect where you can learn the Huangbo family's martial arts is indeed enticing. Haven't you mastered the Huangbo family's martial arts yet? That question was like a knife twisting in Song Jihan's old wound. From his past life to this one, he stared into the distance and said softly, "I didn't receive the bloodline inheritance." Bloodline inheritance, where 95% of the parents' cultivation techniques are passed down to their children. If the parents are awakeners, their child will naturally be an awakener too. born with cultivation techniques in their blood. The remaining 5% are special children chosen for higher cultivation, like the Dragon Sword of the Blood Sword sect, a family with the martial arts foundation of the Namgung family. In the public's eye, they are a family of geniuses. Baron sighed. How troublesome. In my time, I learned martial arts when I met a master. So, the reason your father abandoned you was because you didn't receive the bloodline inheritance? Song Jihan gave a faint, non-committal smile. Baron flew into a rage, slapping his fan against his hand and yelling, "What a ridiculous reason, unbelievable. To abandon his own flesh and blood, a man like that doesn't deserve to be a father. You don't have to worry anymore. I am your master. I will teach you every martial art I know." Those words brought a flood of memories back to Song Jihan. One late autumn night, that father had coldly told his young child, "I guarantee you, no one will ever trust you, and you won't be able to trust anyone. That's a given, because you are a failure." That sharp, cold gaze, those words, and that indifferent turn, all of it still haunted Song Jihan to this day. But this time, he wanted to try something different. Song Jihan gave a slight smile and looked at Baron, saying, "I'll be counting on you, master. But why do we only ever talk about me? Why don't you tell me about your past, master?" Hearing this, Baron flinched, breaking out in a cold sweat. He stammered, I've made too many mistakes, so I'm living in seclusion now," Song Jihan asked with concern. "So, are you a bad guy? Are you like the leader of a demonic cult or something?" The question sent Baron into a rage. He started smacking Song Jihan repeatedly, screaming, "Get lost! How dare you call me something like that?" The two of them, master and disciple, ended up chasing and hitting each other. But only Song Jihan knew that from this moment on, he could finally trust someone, gradually breaking free from the psychological shadow cast by his father's cruel words. Afterward, under his master's strict yet devoted guidance, Song Jihan threw himself into training the divine art of chaos. Awakeners here are much weaker than those from our sect. It's because they've improved their martial arts level through techniques but don't understand the true essence of martial arts or what it means to fully comprehend them. Song Jihan trained diligently, following every piece of advice, determined to become a genius awakener. With every step, Song Jihan seemed to glide, his movements tracing lines of energy on the ground. His speed improved beyond belief, his techniques became far more refined, and his body was constantly overflowing with powerful energy. Baron smiled and stressed, "I'm going to make you the second strongest person in the martial arts world." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Jihan unleashed a palm strike at the wooden dummy in front of him. The incredible power caused numerous cracks to appear on the wooden dummy, and with a loud crack, it split right in two. Song Jihan paused and asked, a little curious, "Why only the second strongest, master?" Baron fanned himself leisurely and said with a smug grin, "Isn't the answer obvious? I am the strongest one here." Song Jihan could only be speechless after hearing that. But Baron wasn't about to let him rest. He snapped his fan shut and said in a serious tone, "A life or death situation is the perfect moment for an awakening." Song Jihan didn't understand at all, so he asked, "And where am I supposed to find a situation like that?" Just then, Song Jihan suddenly had a bad feeling. He started to break out in a cold sweat, which began to soak the back of his shirt. He glanced at Baron and asked cautiously, "Don't tell me you're talking about going somewhere with powerful monsters." Seeing the strangely excited look on Baron's face, Song Jihan knew he had guessed it right on the money. The next morning, Song Jihan quietly headed down to the dormitory's basement. Baron tagged along behind him, asking, "Where are you off to?" Song Jihan calmly replied, "This place is called the Six Gates. It's in the building's basement. It's extremely dangerous for awakeners below C rank, so the Martial Arts Academy is in charge of it. They say the principal himself is the one who sealed the barrier." Just as he finished speaking, the two of them arrived at the so-called Six Gates. Before them stood a massive door, covered in a complex web of seals, talismans, and magical formations. A single glance was enough to tell how many terrifying things were contained within. Song Jihan stood still, his eyes fixed on the formation before letting out a sigh. As expected, it's sealed. But Baron, standing beside him, just shrugged nonchalantly. "A 5 elements formation? I can get through this easily." Song Jihan was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Baron chuckled softly and said, "The 5 elements formation is easy to break. Just do what I taught you." Only a few minutes later, the barrier door slowly creaked open, allowing a faint light to pierce the darkness inside. Song Jihan couldn't believe he had actually broken the 5 elements formation. As he stepped deep inside the Six Gates, he looked back at the door, his face filled with bewilderment. "It's really open. That was way too easy, wasn't it?" But when he turned back around, a giant vortex of energy immediately appeared before him, relentlessly pulling everything toward its center. Song Jihan shuddered, hesitating. This was the barrier from the rumors. He started to take off the iron bracers on his arms, but Baron shot him a look and asked, "My student, what do you think you're doing?" Song Jihan answered shamelessly, "Just taking them off to get through the barrier." Baron saw right through his trick and immediately snapped, "Don't you dare make excuses." Helpless, Song Jihan reluctantly put the iron bracers back on, all while screaming internally. It was hard enough to pass through normally, but now he had to lug these heavy chunks of iron with him. Standing before the raging vortex, Song Jihan couldn't hide his nervousness. Baron encouraged him gently. "There's no need to be afraid, even if it's just the two of us here." Then, his tone suddenly became stern. "The time has come. I will now officially pass down the martial arts technique to you." Song Jihan was utterly astonished. He could feel a strange energy seeping into his body, changing it. The system screen immediately displayed a notification. Song Jihan had learned the B-rank Heavenly King steps. From now on, he could officially use this footwork. Song Jihan was ecstatic. Did I really just learn a B-rank martial art? But his joy was fleeting, not even lasting a moment. His master beside him snorted coldly. Perfect timing. Right in front of them, several giant beasts suddenly appeared, their eyes bloodshot and ferocious, looking ready to chew the heads off the master and disciple. The master said simply, "Get ready to fight." Song Jihan clenched his fists and quickly got into a defensive stance. He absolutely did not want to end up kicking the bucket like in his past life, all because a low-level monster bit his arm. The master calmly explained, "The Heavenly King steps I just bestowed upon you is the footwork of the Huangbo clan. It was created based on the foundation of pure strength. This technique has a few minor changes and is very simple, making it perfectly suited for your current level. Show me your skills, just like how we've practiced." Song Jihan used all his strength to dodge each beast one by one. Remembering the days of relentless, arduous training, his current speed was no longer an issue. But these monsters attacked relentlessly, not giving him a single second to catch his breath. Just dodging a single blow consumed too much of his stamina. Song Jihan gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger. The attacks kept coming one after another. They surrounded him, leaving no time to plan his next move. In that moment of desperation, his master's voice rang out like a bell of enlightenment. "Use the Heavenly King steps to take 2 steps to the right. Lean back as far as you can, then fall backward." Without a moment's hesitation, Song Jihan immediately followed the instructions. He took exactly 2 steps, and just as the beasts lunged, Song Jihan threw all his strength into leaning back. Sure enough, he had gained the upper hand. The beasts' posture now revealed all their openings. The upper body, the lower body, their weak points were laid bare right before Song Jihan's eyes. Not wanting to miss the opportunity, he swung a powerful fist straight into the belly of the beast right above his head. The monster couldn't withstand the fatal blow. It immediately coughed up fresh blood and died on the spot. That scene seemed to give Song Jihan a surge of courage, and his heart sang, "I finally did it. I defeated a monster in the 6th gate with my own hands." But he forgot one crucial thing. Besides this monster, there were countless others eager to tear him to shreds. His master coldly reminded him, "You arrogant fool." Before the master could finish his sentence, reality slapped Song Jihan wide awake. A terrifying killing intent rushed at him from behind, putting Song Jihan on high alert. Turning his head, in that very instant, he saw a gigantic mouth filled with hundreds of sharp fangs gaping open, ready to swallow him whole. The master spoke briefly, like a wake-up call. "Foolish child, it's not over yet." Song Jihan had been too immersed in his first victory and forgot that this was the 6th gate, a place teeming with danger. A single mistake could cost him in blood, or even his life. The monster's bite did not miss. This time, it wasn't his arm like in his past life, but his neck. Fresh blood oozed endlessly from the wound, making Song Jihan feel the cold chill of death drawing near. He gritted his teeth, his heart filled with self-blame. If he had been just 1 second slower, the Grim Reaper's scythe would have claimed his life. The horde of beasts continued their frenzied charge. Song Jihan tried to dodge, but as soon as he evaded one, another pounced from behind. He wondered in disbelief, since when could these monsters move behind me like that? Stanching the blood with one hand, Song Jihan tried to calm himself and think of a battle strategy. If he kept just dodging, another monster would always be waiting behind him to attack. His master had taught him how to dodge, but fighting wasn't just about evasion. He had to counterattack. How could he take them down? Song Jihan realized a critical mistake he had made in both of his lives. It was that he had been far too complacent. Before he died in his past life, he was confident because he had awakened as a D-rank martial artist. He had trained very hard, but the harsh reality was a slap in the face. That alone wasn't enough. Just as Song Jihan was lost in self-reproach, his master could no longer hold back and shouted, "You need to be clear-headed and act now." That shout was like a jolt, pulling Song Jihan back to reality. The master placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice encouraging, "Nothing is impossible. Don't lose heart and keep using the Heavenly King steps. Calmly wait for the right moment." These words reignited his fighting spirit. Song Jihan took a deep breath, reined in his panic, and regained his composure. Gritting his teeth, Song Jihan tore a piece of fabric from his sleeve and wrapped it tightly around the wound on his neck to stop the bleeding. He focused intensely on dodging the fierce attacks from the charging monsters, thinking to himself, "That's right, I've been overthinking this. Time to get serious. Once Song Jihan focused, these monsters were completely outmatched, and as if filled with new vigor, Song Jihan threw a perfect punch straight into a monster's snout. The more he fought, the more ferocious he became, his punches and kicks landing one after another without stopping. At this moment, Song Jihan had figured out a battle strategy. He focused the Chaos Divine Art and the Heavenly King's footwork to their maximum potential. Time passed quietly. 6 hours had gone by, and Song Jihan fought until he was exhausted, sweat pouring down like a river. His strength was completely drained. Despite this, the monsters in front of him were unfazed, continuing to charge forward without giving him a second to rest. Song Jihan gritted his teeth. His heart was heavy. Their attacks had lessened, and now they were focusing only on defense. If I don't have any internal energy left, I'll have to buy time with my footwork. And so, Song Jihan used the Heavenly King's footwork to evade, trying to hold on. He dodged while secretly waiting for the Chaos Divine Art to restore his internal energy. His body was about to give out, and Song Jihan felt like he was on the verge of collapsing. But thanks to his unyielding will, he remained standing. He couldn't die here. Just then, the Baron slowly spoke up. "It's time. When the enemy is exhausted, make their heads fly." That sounded great, but Song Jihan thought dazedly. "It's not just the enemy who's exhausted. I am too." Wearily, he asked the Baron, "Can I rest for a bit?" The Baron shot him a sharp glance and said nonchalantly, "Do you think your recovery speed is faster than your enemies? Trust in the restorative power of the Chaos Divine Art. This is the perfect opportunity to increase your internal energy and stamina." Song Jihan had no other choice. He clenched his fists, narrowed his eyes, and said decisively, "I will do as you say." Immediately after, he circulated his internal energy, power surging through his body. Song Jihan's gaze changed completely, his pupils brimming with spiritual power, full of determination. The Baron standing beside him nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. To reward that spirit, after you subdue them, I will grant you a fist technique that suits you." Just as the Baron finished speaking, a monster suddenly opened its mouth wide, its eyes bulging as it charged straight at Song Jihan, but he just slowly raised his arm. He effortlessly grabbed its snout. Then, in a single breath, Song Jihan delivered a fatal blow, causing the monster to bite its own tongue and die on the spot. Clearly, the Baron's promise had given Song Jihan a significant boost in strength. He grinned excitedly. "Baron, you promised." But in that very moment, Song Jihan felt a massive wave of killing intent rush toward him from behind. The aura blazed with intense heat. Soon, a giant monster appeared behind Song Jihan, its mouth wide open. It roared in fury. It spewed a powerful stream of fire breath toward Song Jihan. The flames raged, incinerating everything, turning even boulders to ash. But where Song Jihan had been standing just moments ago, there was no one. The monster was stunned, staring at the empty spot, not realizing Song Jihan had already leaped into the air before the fire breath hit. And from that perfect angle, Song Jihan didn't miss the opportunity, channeling all his internal energy into his arm, gritting his teeth and yelling, "Try and block this!" Then he unleashed an earth-shattering blow. The attack rained down, leaving the monsters below either crippled or dead. Immediately, the system displayed an urgent notification. Song Jihan's Chaos Divine Art had reached 3 stars. The system continued to announce that the Chaos Divine Art was fully replenished, the dungeon was instantly cleared, and his stamina, which was below 10%, had been fully restored. Song Jihan could clearly feel waves of life force returning, his body overflowing with energy. The system then displayed another line of text. Due to his astonishingly impressive growth, Song Jihan received 25,000 reserve points. He removed the iron collar from his neck. The area was now completely healed, without a single injury. At the same time, the system announced again, the Chaos Divine Art's innate ability, Fear, has been unlocked. Once this ability is activated, the surrounding monsters will fear the user. Sure enough, the monsters that were aggressive just moments ago were now timid, as shy as an 18-year-old girl in love for the first time. The Baron beside him chuckled smugly. He fanned himself and muttered, "You truly are a prodigy. Who would have thought this kid would reach 3 stars in the Chaos Divine Art in just 2 months? This child is very similar to the first one," Song Jihan asked blankly. "The first one?" The Baron replied faintly, his voice evasive. "That was my first disciple. He is your senior brother." Song Jihan nodded slightly, saying in understanding, "I see." But as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt something was off. He immediately yelled, "You've had a disciple before!" "So how many were there before me?" Baron quickly covered his ears to keep them from bursting, and replied gruffly, "You're one of my disciples too." "What else? There were 4 before you." Song Jihan was furious. "Why are you only telling me this now?" But Baron cleverly changed the subject, pointing at the pack of monsters. "Look, they're running away. You should continue the fight and finish them off." Song Jihan frowned, looked around, and said with a smirk, "Don't try to change the subject. They've been running since we started talking." Sure enough, there wasn't even a single beast track left. Baron annoyedly bonked Song Jihan on the head. That's why I told you to take them down quickly. Don't you listen to your master? What are you doing? Hurry up and chase after them. Song Jihan subtly reminded him. You haven't forgotten your promise, have you? Baron took a deep breath, fanned himself, and said, Do you think an old man like me would break his promise? This technique is called striking fist. It's the most basic fist art. What do you think? Do you want to learn it? Song Jihan asked, slightly surprised. Is striking fist similar to the Heavenly King's steps? Is that a martial art of the Huangbo family? When Baron nodded in confirmation, Song Jihan was silent for a few seconds before decisively saying, I'll learn it. Immediately, Baron passed the B-rank striking fist to Song Jihan. The system also chimed with a confirmation message. Song Jihan was lost in thought. A failure who couldn't even inherit his innate bloodline was now learning the martial arts of a prestigious family. If one day I become stronger than all of them, I wonder what they'll think. But Song Jihan didn't let himself dwell on it for too long. After receiving the striking fist, he immediately set off again to find the monsters. He walked until his legs were exhausted but still couldn't find any trace of them. Song Jihan sighed and wondered, just how far did those monsters go? Baron started nagging again. I told you to take care of them. This is what happens when you don't listen to your master. Song Jihan tried to hold back his frustration. I already said I was sorry. I'm seriously sorry. Suddenly, his expression froze. Baron, aren't we looking for a mid-tier, four-tailed monster? After Baron confirmed it, Song Jihan pointed. Look over there. In front of him was the blue fox. That's the monster that rules this barrier. The blue fox is the boss here. Its speed is comparable to red-grade monsters, and it's so powerful that even a team of D-rank Awakened would have a hard time fighting it. This creature was on a completely different level from any monster he had encountered before. Song Jihan was more tense than ever, knowing that the slightest mistake would mean death. Baron seemed to read his mind and said slowly, Don't be afraid. There's nothing more valuable than walking the line between life and death. Song Jihan didn't quite understand and asked hesitantly, Do I still have to fight? Baron immediately shouted, Go! In my time, no one dared to question or talk back to their master. Kids these days are really something else. Despite Baron's harsh words, Song Jihan was still worried. Could he really defeat the blue fox? This was a real battle, and no one could help him now. But then Song Jihan resolved himself. If he gave up and ran away now, he'd be just like his past self. Just like that weak and pathetic boy who was always beaten and despised. Ugh, dark memories of the brutal beatings from those who inherited the bloodline resurfaced. He had been beaten to exhaustion, his body staggering before collapsing to the ground. As he tried to get back up, a dirty foot stomped right on his face. That person was Li Jae-hong, the punk who led the thugs that had cornered Song Jihan. Li Jae-hong pushed his head to the ground. The dungeon has been cleared. You'll never be able to fight again. Back then, a worried Song Jihan managed to ask, Li Jae-hong, what are you doing? The principal would never allow this. But Li Jae-hong simply replied coldly, the principal gave his permission. Those words were like a fatal stab, leaving Song Jihan almost stunned. Jae-hong, in contrast, burst into arrogant laughter. I told you he gave his permission. Beating a useless piece of trash like you is no big deal. In that moment, Song Jihan hit rock bottom. Tears streamed down his face, not from the pain, but from a humiliation so deep it choked him. He knew he would never forget that shameful moment as long as he lived. But no, this life had to be different. He had to get stronger, much stronger, so he could take revenge on them all, including the family that despised him. What's there to fear for someone who has already died once? Song Jihan pushed himself to his feet, his eyes blazing with determination. Since I've come this far, making a bet here isn't a bad idea, and he looked up at Baron and said, I'll fight it. The blue fox was still sleeping soundly across the stream, but a sudden surge of energy woke it up, an aura flaring up from Song Jihan. The innate ability of the Chaos Divine Art has activated. Song Jihan clearly remembered this ability's effect, which was to make surrounding monsters fearful, but that effect only worked on small fry monsters. Against the blue fox, this line of defense shattered instantly. The system immediately displayed a notification. The blue fox's innate skill, Pack Leader's Howl, has activated. Thanks to the blue fox, the pack of smaller monsters not only no longer feared Song Jihan, but their speed even doubled. Song Jihan was stunned. He had anticipated that his innate ability might not work on the blue fox, but he never expected that even a young blue fox would be enough to completely nullify it. This was the true power of the blue fox, a legendary beast. The blue fox was now fully prepared to chew off his head and drink his blood at any moment. Song Jihan couldn't just wait to die. He channeled his internal energy and shouted, Baron, I'm starting now, but Song Jihan was startled to realize his old master had vanished at some point. There was no one in sight. In that moment, a memory suddenly surfaced. The school's principal, who was his father, had once coldly declared that he would eliminate all useless individuals, including his own son, Song Jihan. Song Jihan broke free from the flashback and returned to reality. He was standing in the middle of the 6 gates, a scorching desert, but the real heat came from the roaring flames created by the pack of blue foxes. He was completely surrounded by a sea of fire, where a single wrong move was enough to turn him to ash. But the blue fox and its pack were completely immune to this sea of flames. Song Jihan forced himself to calm down. He knew he couldn't panic at a time like this. I need to rely on my accumulated knowledge of monsters to compensate for my lacking martial arts. I have accumulated knowledge about monsters. It seems theory and reality are worlds apart. I might just end up as barbecued meat. But finally, Song Jihan came to a conclusion. They would scatter if the pack leader was gone. I have to finish it in one blow. In the blink of an eye, Song Jihan lunged forward, unleashing a vicious, full-power kick, betting everything on a single, all-in attack. But just as the blow was about to land, the blue fox vanished. Song Jihan stood frozen in place for nearly half a minute. He couldn't believe the blue fox had dodged so easily, and more importantly, he couldn't see it anywhere. Just as he was still bewildered, a disgusting maw with razor-sharp fangs suddenly lunged from behind, aiming to swallow Song Jihan whole. Song Jihan immediately took a defensive stance, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly. Damn it. But fortunately, Baron's voice rang out. Right at that life-or-death moment, use the Heavenly King steps and move forward. As if grasping a lifeline, Song Jihan didn't hesitate for a second and followed his master's command, instantly using the Heavenly King steps to flash around to the blue fox's front. He had truly escaped death, and what's more, Song Jihan's current position was perfect for a counterattack. The blue fox let out an enraged roar, but Song Jihan didn't flinch. He clenched his fists, his energy surging, and channeled all his internal power as he yelled, "You think I'm gonna die in a place like this?" With that, Song Jihan put his all into it, unleashing an earth-shattering punch. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted in the middle of the Six Gates Desert, sending yellow sand flying everywhere, blasting away an entire area, and staining the ground red with fresh blood. The terrifying battle was finally over. Song Jihan was exhausted, his whole body drained. He collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, trying to pull himself together. Leaning against the massive blue corpse of the blue fox, Song Jihan whispered softly, "I bet I'll die next time." The cultivation system immediately displayed a notification that he had defeated the monster boss. For this incredible record, he received an additional 500,000 accumulated points, and he was also awarded another 250 accumulated points as a sign of respect from the system itself for his extraordinary performance. Not only that, Song Jihan also obtained a B-rank magic stone and the A-rank vampire magic skill. The blue fox's corpse gradually faded away under the sun, leaving a strange skill book on the ground. Baron finally reappeared at this moment, chuckling. "You got a lot of useful items. The A-rank vampire magic skill, with its ability to drain an opponent's life force, is the best way for you to improve." Not hearing a single word, Song Jihan immediately reproached him. "Baron, where have you been all this time? I was calling your name in desperation. I even thought you abandoned me because I was no longer of any value." To soothe Song Jihan's weary spirit, Baron coughed and replied, "Ahem, ahem, as if I would ever abandon my own disciple. It's not because I hate you or anything." Song Jihan was still staring intently at his hands. "I defeated that monster with these very hands, in a single blow." Baron offered more advice. "First, just learn the vampire magic skill. Listen to me, your skills will definitely become stronger." Song Jihan looked back at him with eyes full of doubt and asked, "Really?" Baron frowned. "You think I'm lying?" Song Jihan smiled and tore the book in half. "The system announced that you have learned the A-rank vampire magic skill. From now on, you can use the A-rank vampire magic skill." Baron tapped his fan, impressed. "Good, now you just have one more thing to do. Use your vampire magic skill to drain all the blood from the monsters here." After a terrifying morning, Song Jihan finally returned to his beloved dorm room. He put on his robe and opened the system's status window to check. It displayed all his updated basic information. His stats had skyrocketed compared to before. Song Jihan was so moved he shed tears of joy. He was now ranked higher than a C rank, awakened in all 4 skills. Baron appeared and asked directly, "What are you doing?" Song Jihan smiled gently. "I'm leaving now." He closed the system window and left the room. While other classmates were running for their lives because they were late for class, Song Jihan was strolling leisurely, taking his time as if sightseeing. Seeing this, Baron asked suspiciously, "My disciple, aren't you late too?" Song Jihan replied nonchalantly, "If I'm already late, I might as well take my time and be really late." Baron almost fainted from anger and shouted, "How dare you think like that? You should be looking forward to your teacher's class." Song Jihan just glanced at him calmly and chuckled, "The only teacher I need is you, Baron." That one sentence was enough to soothe and flatter Baron's grumpy temper. He chuckled smugly to himself, thinking that was right. Having one good teacher is enough. Song Jihan thought to himself that his master was so easy to please. But then, an unexpected voice called out, "Song Jihan, heading to school?" Song Jihan turned around. It was the same clowns from before, the ones he had taught a lesson to. But this time, they brought Li Jihong with them. How could Song Jihan forget that detestable face? Li Jihong stood there, his gelled hair blowing in the wind, smirking arrogantly and taunting. "Look at you, acting all high and mighty." Song Jihan just gave him a cold look and replied flatly, Don't start trouble with me. Just go on your way. But these words only enraged Li Jihong further. He cleared his throat. We haven't seen each other in a few months, and you're still the same? The official match is tomorrow. What makes you so confident? Hearing about an official match, Baron, who was beside him, was surprised. Song Jihan quickly explained in a low voice. It's an official duel on school grounds. It's where student rankings are decided. But to others, it looked like he was muttering to himself, which annoyed Li Jihong even more. He growled, What are you mumbling about? My patience has its limits, you know. Song Jihan looked at Li Jihong with disdain and asked mockingly, Patience for what? What patience could a guy whose fists are faster than his brain possibly have? These words made Li Jihong's blood boil, and his face turned beet red. The student standing nearby couldn't help but snicker. Li Jihong was completely enraged. He roared, How dare a failure like you talk to me like that? Without another word, he charged like a mad beast, yelling, I'll kill you. But in Song Jihan's eyes, this move was nothing but a joke. With just a slight step, he easily dodged it. After that, it was completely Song Jihan's show. Li Jihong kept attacking wildly, punching and kicking non-stop. Meanwhile, Song Jihan gracefully weaved through the attacks, dodging with ease, without even breaking a sweat. Not only that, but Song Jihan also smirked mockingly. At this point, Li Jihong began to panic. He couldn't understand why he couldn't land a single hit on this failure. Suddenly, Song Jihan's system displayed a notification for his first side quest. Defeat Li Jihong with an overwhelming victory. Reward 100,000 accumulation points. Song Jihan smirked, thinking, Baron? Really? Giving me a quest like this? He channeled his inner energy into his leg, changing his mind. He had planned to deal with Li Jihong in the official match, but he might as well finish it now. Song Jihan just stuck out his foot and lightly tripped Li Jihong. Li Jihong immediately felt the world spin and fell hard to the ground. The pain made him grit his teeth, glaring at Song Jihan with daggers in his eyes. Song Jihan bent down, smirked, and said, You're really slow. That comment made Li Jihong tremble with rage. Fueled by recklessness and anger, he sprang back up, intending to land a fatal blow. The atmosphere became extremely tense. The surrounding students fell silent, not daring to breathe too loudly. But what froze them in place wasn't Li Jihong's ruthless attack, but the fact that Song Jihan had easily blocked the terrifying blow Li Jihong just unleashed with just one hand. Li Jihong couldn't move an inch. He was starting to feel afraid. Yelled at Song Jihan, What the hell are you doing? Let go of my hand! The scene was comical. The attacker was begging the one being attacked to let him go. Song Jihan smirked faintly, I'll let go. And he actually let go. But at that very moment, Dewey Hong suddenly felt something was wrong. The energy in his arm was in complete chaos, and a sharp pain shot through his entire limb. He clutched his arm, screaming in agony, feeling as if it was about to be completely ruined. Song Jihan looked down at him with cold eyes. I know what you were trying to do. Did your clan order you to do this? I don't plan on taking another beating this time. Then Song Jihan reached out, his energy surging as a barrage of wind thorns shot out, a sharp, cold glint flashing in his eyes. I'm going to give back everything I've endured, in the exact same way. Dewey Hong was genuinely terrified, trembling as he asked, What are you doing? But it was obvious he could no longer stop him. Song Jihan dealt with him in an instant. Dewey Hong's horrifying and agonizing screams echoed, the only thing left after the swift takedown. Finally, Song Jihan casually walked into the classroom. The system displayed a notification. The first side quest was complete. The reward of accumulated points was granted, just as promised. Song Jihan smirked with satisfaction, but his attitude infuriated the teacher. Are you laughing at me? Song Jihan quickly erased his smile. Baron reminded him with a sly tone. You're smiling like a total creep. The teacher roared. You destroyed the student dungeon and injured a disciple from a prestigious clan. Do you have any idea what you've done? It turned out Song Jihan had been summoned to the school's faculty office and was being berated by a group of teachers. But Song Jihan remained calm and replied, I haven't broken any school rules. The teacher fumed. And where exactly in the rules does it say you can do that? Song Jihan simply stated nonchalantly, According to Article 1, Section 4 of the school regulations, one has the right to self-defense upon sensing killing intent from an opponent. And there it was, in black and white. Article 1, Section 4 stated exactly that, leaving the teacher fuming and at a loss for words. Just as the atmosphere in the office grew incredibly tense, the head chairman spoke up, stopping the enraged teacher. The chairman smirked, asking Song Jihan with a condescending tone, Let's assume you were acting in self-defense, just as you said. So, what are you going to do now? Dewey Hong is a well-known disciple of a ranked clan. I doubt they'll let you off the hook, will they? This man was Han Minung, the head chairman of the Muram Military Academy, and a member of the main Jia family line, and the inheritor of the Jia family's martial arts. Song Jihan carefully observed Han Minung, thinking to himself that with an aura like that, he had to be at least A rank. If it weren't for the primal divine art, I would have passed out already. But he kept his composure and replied clearly, The school need not worry about this matter. It seems everyone has forgotten, But I too belong to a ranked clan, and my father is its patriarch. I will let my family handle this matter with care. Though his words were gentle, they sent a hush over the entire room. Chairman Han Minung, however, looked intrigued. A hint of appreciation appeared in his eyes as he looked at Song Jihan, thinking to himself, to think there's another student besides Kiem Long who can withstand my presence. According to what I know, he's a failure who was cast out by his own clan. In the end, the meeting concluded exactly as Song Jihan had intended. The atmosphere after the meeting remained tense. The entire school was abuzz with gossip about Song Jihan. No one had ever expected him to be so powerful. Most were merely surprised, but one person was seething with resentment, the teacher, Kim Tae-hyung, who had berated Song Jihan earlier. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it! That brat Song Jihan should have been punished!" By looking out for the disciples of the ranked clans, I get expensive gifts, money, and even martial arts techniques. But that cast-off brat ruined everything. If I let this slide, I'll not only lose their support, but the other clans won't let me off the hook either. I have to take care of that bastard, no matter what it takes. From that moment on, whispers and gossip followed Song Jihan wherever he went, but he casually ignored it all. Is that him, the guy who beat that tyrant to a pulp? How could a failure like him pull something like that off? Song Jihan smiled, whispering quietly to Baron. If that meeting hadn't gone well, things would have gotten very complicated. But thankfully, I have the primal divine art. Baron waved his fan, saying smugly, the outcome was obvious. Back in my day, I faced similar situations. The people of the 9 great sects and the 5 great families all came against me, and in the end, I was victorious. Song Jihan listened, but clearly wasn't interested. The only thing on his mind was the meeting that had just taken place. Song Jihan had figured out that the person behind that meeting was Kim Tae-hyung, his homeroom teacher, due to his close ties with the ranked clans. But things were different now, especially with the issue concerning Song Jihan's dantian. Standing by a window, Song Jihan accidentally overheard an interesting conversation involving Kim Tae-hyung himself. He was nervously on the phone. The incident with Lee Ji-hong was truly unfortunate. Even though the meeting happened because of his insistence, it didn't yield any results. It seemed the person on the other end of the line also threatened to cut off the subsidy. Kim Tae-hyung was startled and hurriedly said, "What do you mean, cut off the subsidy? You can't do that." Beads of sweat broke out as he continued to plead. "If you give me one more chance, I'll pay more attention to Lee Ji-hong during the rankings." Hearing this, Song Jihan had a pretty good idea of what was happening. He thought to himself, it seems like they're not planning to hold the official match anymore. Baron asked curiously, why does your family hate you so much? It seems there's another reason besides you not having the bloodline inheritance, right? Song Jihan crossed his arms and replied coolly, it's because I'm an illegitimate child. My aunt can't stand me. And my father loved my mother more. Baron frowned. That's strange. If your father loved your mother, he should have protected you. Song Jihan gave a faint smile. My father loves the family more than my mother. He's the type of person who would sell his soul to the devil for the family. Baron looked at Song Jihan with a sympathetic yet sarcastic gaze and said, you're really lucky, aren't you? So lucky to be this unlucky. Song Jihan just smiled lightly. I'm used to it. He was smiling on the outside, but how could he ever get used to something like that? In the past and the present, the family has always tried to drag him down into the abyss. Song Jihan angrily clenched the Coke can in his hand, crushing it effortlessly. But he was different now. He wouldn't let anyone, not even his family, bully him anymore. Time flew by, and soon it was the first day of school. The whole school was still buzzing with talk about Song Jihan. Hey, look, it's Song Jihan. He totally crushed Lee Ji-hong. I wonder how strong he is. Can a D-ranker really change that much? After hearing this, Baron's cocky attitude resurfaced, and he asked teasingly, whose student are you anyway? You get attention wherever you go, huh? Song Jihan, knowing exactly what to say, smiled and replied, it's all thanks to you, Baron. Just then, Kim Tae-hyung looked at Song Jihan and snapped, stop your yapping and follow me to class. Then he began to give instructions. I will create a random simulated monster for you all. You will fight an opponent based on your level, as usual. From now on, enter according to your number. Besides the barriers, there was no better place for an accident to happen than here, since the difficulty could be adjusted from the control room. He was already scheming in his head to drastically increase the difficulty when it was Song Jihan's turn and then pretend it was a control system error. Today is the perfect opportunity to get rid of this punk. Seeing Tae-hyung constantly glancing at Song Jihan, Baron watched intently and whispered, he's going to try and take you out. It's written all over his face. How can a guy like him even be a teacher? Song Jihan just smirked, thinking to himself, there's no way I'm just going to take this. And then it was Song Jihan's turn to enter the virtual reality room. Kim Tae-hyung's voice rang out, full of sarcasm. Is there any specific monster you'd like to meet? Song Jihan replied nonchalantly, anything is fine. Kim Tae-hyung gave a sinister laugh. In that case, would you like to fight a demon? You should know that demon is what people call awakened individuals who were once criminals. The most prime example being the criminal organization, the Black Lotus Death Cult. Song Jihan smiled and thought to himself, I can't believe he'd tell a student to face people like that. Is he finally showing his true colors? He smirked confidently and said, "Then let's do it," even though his malicious intentions were obvious. Taehyung still tried to play the part of a dedicated homeroom teacher until the very end. He spoke softly into the microphone. "If a dangerous situation arises, let me know immediately." Immediately after, Taehyung coldly pressed the start button. A magic circle instantly appeared in the virtual reality room, and a trembling light spread throughout the space. Song Jihan closed his eyes, focusing his senses. The simulated location this time was a snowfield, D-rank difficulty. In the blink of an eye after opening them, he was standing in the middle of a vast, foggy, and frozen snow-covered mountain range. Kim Taehyung's voice came over the speaker, dripping with insincerity. "Good luck," Song Jihan just smirked. "This guy really is trying to kill me, huh?" In the blinding snow and fog, Song Jihan's vision was limited. Movement became more difficult than ever. But the most terrifying thing was his opponent, the white-browed frost demon, one of the leaders of the Black Lotus death cult, and one of the infamous 7 demons. He wasn't an ordinary monster, but a crazed old man with a penchant for killing, a true assassin. A chill ran down Song Jihan's spine. He couldn't believe a teacher would dare to make a student face someone like this. "You're insane." The demon before him stood silently, unmoving, but the killing intent surrounding him was so thick it felt suffocating. The system suddenly displayed the first emergency quest notification for Jihan, the will of the youngest. He had to use the chaotic divine art to defeat his opponent. The condition for passing was to only use the chaotic divine art below level 2. The condition for failure was using the chaotic divine art above level 3. Song Jihan smirked faintly. Now he had another reason to win at all costs. Finally, the 7th ghost made his move. Without a word, he channeled his internal energy, focusing it into his hands and unleashing a deadly palm strike at Song Jihan. Song Jihan immediately moved to dodge, but what he didn't expect was that the aura released by the 7th ghost could change direction, circling back to pursue him relentlessly. This time, Song Jihan couldn't dodge it, a fatal mistake. His arm began to freeze over. This skill was the martial art of the Grand Master of the North Sea Ice Palace, but the 7th ghost didn't stop there. He shot toward Song Jihan at an unbelievable speed, raising his hand to deliver a fatal blow. If this attack landed, it would either cripple him or kill him. Song Jihan immediately raised both hands to defend himself. But the power of this mad old man was immense. He struggled but did not retreat an inch. Even though the white-browed cold ghost was just a simulated opponent, his skills were incredible. He was a truly formidable opponent. However, Song Jihan was no longer the failure he was in his past life. He perfectly countered the attack. He felt a thrill of excitement, thinking to himself, "Now this is interesting." Song Jihan counterattacked instantly, unleashing a strike in return, his aura exploding with such force that the entire snowy mountain seemed to shake. With unbelievable speed, Song Jihan slipped behind the 7th ghost, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. But the 7th ghost was no slouch. The old man predicted his every move, quickly dodging the fatal punch. Song Jihan gave a cold smirk. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Wherever the 7th ghost dodged, Song Jihan gave chase. It was a true cat-and-mouse game between evenly matched opponents. Song Jihan felt no fear. In fact, he was thrilled to be facing someone so powerful. But the 7th ghost wasn't just good at dodging. He began to channel all his energy into his hands, both of them now ready for a head-on clash of palm strikes. His killing intent flared intensely. And then, just as it seemed the two were about to clash in a one-on-one battle, Song Jihan suddenly realized something was off. The demon before him suddenly vanished. What Song Jihan had just struck was only an illusion. The 7th ghost had disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Song Jihan frowned, realizing what had happened. Could Kim Taehyung have shut down the system? Annoyed, he kicked the floor hard. It had to cut off right when it was getting good. Outside, Kim Taehyung was in a complete panic. He stared at the flickering virtual reality monitor and wondered, "What is happening? His aura is making the system crash." Taehyung's face was a mask of pure horror, because even as a simulation, this battle's difficulty was on par with a C rank, a level that even the most experienced students, or even he himself, would struggle to fight against Song Jihan. The more Kim Taehyung thought about it, the more furious he became, roaring as he slammed his fist into the virtual reality monitor. Inside the VR room, Song Jihan was completely at ease. He wasn't worried about a thing. He closed his eyes to recuperate, savoring the sense of relief after the seemingly suffocating battle he just had. The training system promptly notified him that the first urgent mission was complete. The reward points were instantly added to Song Jihan's account. He smiled, completely satisfied. Thanks to the origins, Song Jihan was finally recognized as a D rank. From a pathetic and useless F rank, he had leaped to D rank, and even knocked out that jerk Lee Ji-hong. Thinking this, Song Jihan told himself that at this rate, he would be strong enough to challenge the major guilds. While Song Jihan was lost in his daydream about a glorious future, a sudden voice called his name, pulling Song Jihan back to reality. He turned to see who dared to interrupt this rare moment of peace. And there, before Song Jihan, were the faces of his classmates. But they weren't looking at him with the contempt he was used to, but with bright, admiring eyes. They shouted enthusiastically, "Song Jihan, that was amazing. You're so strong." The sight made Song Jihan freeze for a few seconds. The young man was stunned, looking bewildered at the 180-degree turn in his classmates' attitude. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, Song Jihan had received such warm acknowledgement. He chuckled. It was his warmest smile yet. This wasn't a bad thing at all. His classmates couldn't hear what he mumbled and asked curiously, "What did you say?" Song Jihan just shook his head slightly, smiling cheerfully. "It's nothing." From that day forward, Song Jihan's life began to change drastically. The moment he stepped into the school hall, a crowd of underclassmen bowed respectfully in unison. "Greetings, Senior Song Jihan." It was an overwhelming sight. Song Jihan stood frozen in the middle of the main hall. He couldn't help but question his existence, wondering what the heck was going on. Then, the student leading the group stepped forward and said politely, "I'm Hei, a new student." After that, the whole group bowed deeply in unison. "Please take care of us, senior." Song Jihan was stunned, thinking to himself, "Why are these guys greeting me like gangsters meeting their boss? And are they really only 17 years old? Is there some kind of mistake here?" The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. So he spoke up, "From now on, you don't need to greet me like that." But that just made the kids even more anxious, asking if they did something wrong. Song Jihan had no choice but to sigh and say frankly, "Who am I to receive such a formal greeting from you guys? I'm not a gangster." The new students immediately bowed deeply to apologize, making Song Jihan awkwardly shout, "I told you to stop doing that." After escaping the gangster-style greeting in the lobby, Song Jihan finally dragged himself to the classroom. He let out a weary sigh. The new students even escorted him right to the classroom door before finally saying goodbye and leaving. Baron, who was beside him, stroked his beard and said with a laugh, "This is also a trial for the strong." Song Jihan was too annoyed to speak, but that wasn't all. Besides these nice changes, his life now came with a few disasters. As soon as he sat down, a classmate confidently walked up to him and said, "Fight me." Song Jihan replied wearily, "I'm tired. Just go away." However, the guy was reckless and wouldn't take no for an answer. He suddenly drew his sword and charged, demanding a duel right in the middle of the classroom, regardless of whether Song Jihan agreed or not. In just a moment, as the blade came down, Song Jihan reached out and effortlessly snapped the sword into pieces as if it were a mere weed. The aggressive young man was instantly silenced, his face turning pale. Song Jihan silently clenched his fist, releasing a massive surge of energy, and just a split second later, the classmate fainted on the spot. Song Jihan snorted coldly. "You should listen when people talk." Baron laughed gleefully beside him. "You're quite famous, aren't you?" Song Jihan replied wearily. "You call this being famous?" And so, his days of unrest began. One after another, people showed up every single day to challenge him to a duel. Every few minutes, someone else would jump in, driving Song Jihan crazy. His head was spinning to the point that he had to complain, that he'd rather deal with 10 monsters than have these childish fights with a bunch of kids. Baron stroked his beard and said with a laugh, "Perhaps they just doubt your abilities since they've never seen them firsthand." Song Jihan sighed tiredly. "Even so, this has already spread way too far." Just then, the classroom door burst open, accompanied by a deafening shout. "Quiet down! Who was fooling around during morning assembly today?" The homeroom teacher, Kim Tae-hyung, stormed in, his eyes scanning the room before landing resentfully on Song Jihan, as if he was ready to charge over and eat him alive right then and there. Song Jihan just sighed, not bothering to pay the glare any mind. Kim Tae-hyung quickly regained the serious demeanor of a homeroom teacher, went to the podium, and handed out schedules for the students to fill out. Baron curiously glanced at the paper in Song Jihan's hand and asked, "Do you normally attend classes like this?" Song Jihan answered calmly, "Usually, I only focus on 3 subjects: footwork, weapon arts, and light body techniques. Focusing on just one martial art is already difficult, and learning a new one is much harder." Baron asked again, "What do you plan to do?" Song Jihan remained silent, not answering immediately. As the other students turned in their forms one by one, Song Jihan approached the class president, Press, handed her his schedule, and asked, "I can just give this to you, right?" Press replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, just hand it over." After turning it in, Song Jihan left the classroom, leaving a curious Press to sneak a peek at the schedule she had just received. And with just one glance, her eyes nearly popped out of her head. There wasn't a single empty slot on Song Jihan's form. He had signed up for practically every class. The first class was held outdoors on the soccer field. The female instructor in charge scanned the field, thinking to herself, "It seems there are a lot of students this year." Her gaze swept over to the male students, where Song Jihan stood at the front of the line. Out of courtesy, she bowed her head in greeting, and Song Jihan nodded lightly in return. He, of course, recognized her. It was Cha Gong-jin, an instructor from a ranked family who was known for her neutral stance. Song Jihan smiled slightly. He knew she respected everyone, even those abandoned by their families like him, treating them like her own. Cha Gong-jin began to speak. The martial art you are about to learn is the 10 Steps Divine Palm, which is the successor to the 100 Steps Divine Palm. The great Long Tu himself contributed this martial art to our school. She signaled to a nearby student. We'll start with the basics first. The student brought out a box and placed it on the table. Inside were round spheres of unknown purpose. Miss Kong Jin explained, all of you, put these 44-pound iron bracers on both of your wrists. The students quickly followed her instructions, laughing and joking as they put them on. They said this class would be tough, but this is nothing. Only Song Jihan secretly felt lucky. He never expected that carrying those 110-pound bracers on Baron's orders would pay off like this. You really never know what life has in store. Miss Kong Jin continued her instructions. Now, we will officially begin. She had a student demonstrate. Everyone, get into a horse stance, just like this student, and raise both of your arms. You are not allowed to use your internal energy. Another student raised his hand and asked, how long do we have to hold this pose? Kong Jin gave a faint smile. Until the end of class, of course. And so, in the middle of the training ground, the entire class began the horse stance in unison. Time passed quietly, 40 minutes, then an hour, and half of the students had already given up. After 2 hours, only Song Jihan remained standing firm in the middle of the field, not wavering in the slightest. The students on the sidelines couldn't stop chattering. How much longer is Song Jihan going to last? Is he even human? He's not even shaking. Naturally, this made Kong Jin see Song Jihan in a completely different light. She quietly watched him hold the stance, thinking to herself, this kid didn't defeat young Master Li Jiahong with some cheap trick. Finally, Kong Jin signaled the end of the class and walked over to Song Jihan. You can stop now. Song Jihan casually straightened up and replied, but there's still time left before class ends. Kong Jin smiled softly and said gently, I don't think you need to go that far. Miss Kong Jin gently extended her hand, and a nearby student immediately presented a carefully wrapped book. She turned to Song Jihan, her eyes thoughtful but filled with trust, and said, from this moment on, I will teach you the 10-step divine palm. Those words left Song Jihan stunned, unable to hide his astonishment. Immediately after, Miss Kong Jin handed him the precious secret manual, her voice gentle yet carrying great weight. This is the martial arts manual for the 10-step divine palm. It's an improved version, but it's still a very difficult martial art to master. Song Jihan's heart leaped with immense joy. He never expected to get his hands on this book so quickly. Kong Jin patiently explained further. This isn't a martial arts manual from a dungeon, so it's not an official system-recognized book. You must learn exactly what's written inside. Song Jihan quickly flipped through the pages, merely glancing at them. Kong Jin reminded him, her gaze stern yet warm, you must be truly determined. Before she could even finish her words, Song Jihan suddenly clenched his fist, took a stance, and channeled the energy he had just accumulated in his body, clearly unable to wait another second to test it out. Instantly, he swung his arm and unleashed a 10-step divine palm strike. The moment left Kong Jin frozen in place. The energy that Song Jihan had just released brushed right past her, so precisely that she had to admit it was the exact technique from the manual. How could Song Jihan perform it after just skimming through it once? Song Jihan scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. My apologies. But then, a notification immediately popped up on the training system screen. You have failed to learn the 10-step divine palm. Baron sneered from the side. This isn't something you can learn in just one try. Song Jihan pouted and retorted, a few more tries and I'll get it. While Song Jihan diligently reviewed the martial forms, Baron simply watched in silence. This was the first time he realized just how stubborn his disciple was. He never imagined that from someone who was once despised, Song Jihan would now reveal an ability beyond his expectations. Baron fanned himself with a paper fan, his eyes glinting with anticipation. I thought he was just a fool, but it turns out this kid's talent is becoming more and more prominent. I'm very eager to see how this brat will develop in the future. Even Kong Jin couldn't hide her astonishment. Song Jihan didn't have a demonic physique that allowed him to easily absorb martial arts. Nor was he a genius blessed with a heavenly physique, so how could he transform from a failure into such a genius? Song Jihan suddenly spoke up, interrupting her thoughts. I accidentally used my internal energy, so my attempt failed, which means the key to the 10-step divine palm is controlling one's internal energy, right? Miss Kong Jin hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. That's exactly right, which is why you must have perfect control over your internal energy. That question alone was enough to astonish Kong Jin even further. Having just read the manual, Song Jihan already saw the essence of the martial art within it. Without further hesitation, Song Jihan tried again. He slowly got into his stance, each movement as standard as a textbook, carefully circulating his inner energy, controlling his power bit by bit according to the principles. Then he unleashed an extremely powerful palm strike, which was precisely the technique written in the 10 Steps Divine Palm Manual. This time, Cha Qin could no longer maintain her composure. Her jaw dropped as she exclaimed, "That's impossible." As for Song Jihan, he just smiled brightly, cheering in happiness. I did it. The training system immediately displayed a confirmation message. Song Jihan had successfully learned the 10 Steps Divine Palm. This martial art now became a general skill in his skill inventory, and thanks to that outstanding performance, Song Jihan was honored, even invited by the school's teachers to a special internal meeting, which quickly turned into a literal tug-of-war over a talented student. Feeling a headache coming on, Song Jihan tried to explain, "Professors, could you please ask one at a time?" But immediately, one professor excitedly spoke up first. "I'll go first. In my opinion, you were born to wield a spear. Your striking power, the angle of your grip, your precise execution, and your body's fluid movements like flowing water. It's all instinct for you. This spearmanship belongs to the Spear Saint clan." Before he could even finish, the sword arts professor pushed him aside and declared loudly, "You're better suited for swordsmanship." This professor described in detail how his swordsmanship could rival the dragon sword, or how about you join my blood sword clan. But before he could finish his sentence, the magic potion professor immediately jumped in, cutting him off. No, no. Song Jihan learning magic potion skills is the best fit. His performance proved it all. The 10,000 Poisons clan always welcomes you. Immediately after, the three professors erupted into a loud argument, fighting over the right to recruit Song Jihan into their respective factions. Amidst the chaotic scene, Song Jihan was overwhelmed by the sudden attention and quietly slipped away, leaving the three of them to continue their heated debate. He followed a path to the mountain behind the school, flopped down on the lush green grass, and let out a frustrated sigh. "I'm not thinking about joining another clan. Why do they keep bothering me?" His master was about to offer some wisdom when Song Jihan quickly cut him off. "You're going to say this is a challenge the strong must face, right?" Being interrupted, the master was annoyed and frustrated, while Song Jihan just chuckled mischievously. Suddenly, someone else approached. It was his teacher, Cha-Keen. Song Jihan quickly sat up, smiling sheepishly. "I was just taking a little break to hide from the other teachers." Cha-Keen smiled, gently handing him a can of Coke and asked, "Are you enjoying your classes?" Song Jihan happily took the can from the professor, nodded and said, "The classes are great. I learn something new every time." Cha-Keen sat down beside him, her gentle gaze asking, "Aren't you tired? It seems you were able to learn the 10 Steps Divine Palm on your own." Song Jihan took a sip of the cold Coke, smiled, and replied, "Not at all. For someone like me without a bloodline inheritance, just being able to learn martial arts at school is a precious opportunity. It's 100 times better than learning nothing." His words made Cha-Keen fall silent for a few seconds, her eyes fixed on the young student before her. Just then, a loud clamor was heard. The three professors who were fighting over the talented student earlier had found him. Song Jihan could only sigh in exasperation. "They followed me all the way here?" He immediately stood up, bowed politely, and said, "Professor, I'll be going now." Cha-Keen was helpless and could only wave him goodbye. Having lived another life, Song Jihan had gone through dark and gloomy times. Yet now, he could enjoy a peaceful blue sky, something that seemed so distant in the past. Ever since upgrading his martial arts, Song Jihan frequently visited the Green Gate to train. He came here not only to challenge himself, but also to eliminate monsters to increase his power stats. Every monster that fell at Song Jihan's hands had its life force drained and converted into his internal energy. And so, the dried-up corpses of foxes were scattered all over the Green Gate. The training system continuously displayed notifications. Song Jihan received a small amount of magic power along with bonus stats. Song Jihan pondered thoughtfully. Even the boss monster, the blue fox, had been defeated. But fortunately, other monsters continued to spawn. Thanks to that, he could regularly return to train and grind for points. Even so, Song Jihan understood that the rewards from these fox monsters had become too small. Since the first time he defeated the blue fox, he hadn't received any more mana stones. He turned to ask his master, "I should have received the mana stones by now, right?" Baron snapped his paper fan shut, mused for a moment, then suggested, "I've changed my mind. Since you're developing faster than I expected, let's make a big wager." Song Jihan was a bit stunned, vaguely unsure of what his master meant. Baron continued at a leisurely pace. "The chaotic energy of the barrier is still floating in the air. Aren't you curious what would happen if you used the blood formula magic skill to absorb it?" Hearing this, a startled Song Jihan asked, "Can that even be absorbed?" "You have to understand, the magical energy emanating from the barrier is incredibly abundant. If it could be absorbed, it would be a panacea in itself." Baron stroked his beard and chuckled. "Using only the blood formula magic skill probably wouldn't work, but don't you also have the chaos divine art? It's worth a try." But then Baron added a cryptic reminder. "The problem is that your body is already saturated with energy, and you've already consumed a great deal. If you absorb such a large amount of energy now, there's a 90% chance you'll fall ill. But do you still want to try?" Song Jihan hesitated slightly, but only for a moment, because right after that, the young man broke into an excited smile, which served as his answer. Making a firm decision, Song Jihan headed straight for a focal point of power to begin the process of absorbing the magical energy. He knew full well that if he were the type to give up easily, Song Jihan wouldn't have made it this far. The system continuously chimed with the latest notifications. Song Jihan gained a small amount of mana through the blood formula magic skill, followed by a notification that the blood formula magic skill had reached 4 stars. The Chaos Divine Art also reached 4 stars, and along with it, his stats for stamina, vitality, strength, agility, and willpower had reached their maximum levels. In that space thick with mana, Song Jihan remained immersed in absorbing every ray of magical energy from the barrier, persistent, enduring, and full of ambition. His entire body tensed, resiliently withstanding the violent waves of chaotic energy. Baron stood nearby, his sharp gaze following Song Jihan's every move, thinking to himself, this is his first time using the Chaos Divine Art. I'm not sure if this kid will fall into a mindless state or not, but he has clearly overcome the first hurdle. Suddenly, Song Jihan's eyes flew open, his pupils shining brightly, a fierce aura swirling within them. Immediately after, his body felt depleted, all his energy drained. Song Jihan collapsed to the ground, lying there panting heavily. Baron cautiously approached, leaning down to ask Song Jihan in a half-joking, half-sincere tone. How was it? Song Jihan, breathless, managed to reply, I feel like I just came back from the dead. The old master gave a faint smile, crossed his arms, and said, hearing you say that, I guess it's manageable. Just as he said, a satisfied smile spread across Song Jihan's face. The system screen was still brightly lit before his eyes, densely packed with endless notifications. Even though he tried to clear them, the notifications were still piled up like a mountain, scrolling continuously. Suddenly, a strange notification caught Song Jihan's eye. The system stated that he had absorbed all the mana emanating from the barrier and had also received the reward for being the first person to purify the barrier, 250,000 stored points. But it didn't stop there. Song Jihan had also officially become the new master of the Fox's Den, replacing the position that originally belonged to the Blue Fox monster. Song Jihan was bewildered, unable to believe it. A human becoming the master of this barrier? This was beyond all common sense, to the point that he couldn't help but be confused. Can a human really become the master of a barrier? Just then, a strange sound from behind startled him. Song Jihan warily spun around and quickly asked, Baron, was that sound you? Baron angrily shouted, what do you take your master for? Song Jihan's gaze immediately shifted behind him, where a small creature had appeared, its brilliant blue fur dazzling in the light. The moment he saw it, Song Jihan recognized that the blue color was undoubtedly the absolute legacy of the Blue Fox monster. This little beast was the little blue fox, looking incredibly cute but having inherited its DNA from the very creature that was once the boss monster here. He gently picked the small creature up in his hands, a delighted smile on his face. It seemed this was the special perk of having the little blue fox. Even Baron couldn't help but be softened by its cuteness. He crossed his arms, squinted, and remarked, once it grows up, it will surely be a reliable asset. They have up to 10 tails, after all. Song Jihan, who was busy cuddling the little blue fox, froze upon hearing his master's reminder. A shiver ran through him. This adorable creature will become something like that? Baron tilted his head and asked in a gentle voice, aren't you going to name it? Song Jihan pondered for a moment, genuinely stumped as he couldn't think of a suitable name. But after just a moment, his mind quickly went to work. The young man beamed at Baron, suggesting mischievously, how about we call it Lam Lam? The name Song Jihan had just come up with left both Baron and the little blue fox utterly speechless. The master and disciple could only stare at each other, jaws dropped, while he was absolutely thrilled. He felt the name Lam Lam was the cutest thing ever, a sentiment that clearly no one else shared. One look at the little blue fox's helpless expression was enough to tell how strongly it objected. The only problem was, it couldn't protest. Baron didn't bother arguing anymore, waving his hand in defeat. Fine, call it whatever you want. And so, the little blue fox's fate was officially sealed with the name Lam Lam. He cheerfully held Lam Lam in his arms and gently asked it, you like this name too, don't you? Judging by the little blue fox's expression, if it could speak, its first word would undoubtedly be a resounding, hell no. The next morning, just as Song Jihan woke up, there was an uninvited guest at his dorm room. A female classmate stood at his door, and he immediately tried to turn her down. I can't go. I have something urgent to do, she insisted. It'll only take a few minutes. But seeing her pleading expression and begging eyes, Song Jihan's resolve wavered. Feeling sorry for her, he couldn't bring himself to refuse and finally agreed to go. Before leaving the room, he didn't forget to turn and ask, could you buy some milk for me? Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Han Minung was calmly wiping the leaves of a potted plant. Suddenly, the door burst open, and his secretary rushed in. Panting, she said urgently, Chairman, we have a problem. Han Minung frowned. What is it? Still catching her breath, she hurriedly reported, there's an issue with the barrier in the basement. The Blue Fox's lair has been breached. Chairman Han Minung immediately went down to the basement himself. Before him, the ceiling talismans that had once protected the 6 gates were torn to shreds. They were scattered across the floor. He bent down to pick up a fragment, his face filled with disbelief. Who could have possibly broken the Five Elements formation? The Five Elements formation, once the pride of the school, was an impenetrable forbidden array. Han Minung said grimly, I need to go check on the barrier. He pushed open the door of the 6 gates, and after taking just a few steps inside, a virtual system screen suddenly appeared before him, coldly announcing, Han Minung is not the master of the Blue Fox's lair. Entry is prohibited without the master's permission. He froze, frowning as he wondered, what the hell is going on? Did someone become the master of the barrier? After a moment of silence, he turned to his male secretary and ordered sternly, find out who broke this barrier right now. Flashing back to the previous night, Song Jihan was still deep in thought after leaving the Blue Fox's lair. He asked Baron, don't you think this is enough? Baron replied calmly, that's not a good choice. Song Jihan retorted, unwilling to give up. But that's the only place I can see Lam Lam regularly. Baron gently shook his head. My dear disciple, I can tell you've never raised a pet. Monsters prefer to be free and roam outside. His eyes scanned Song Jihan's small room, and then he chuckled. How about right beside your bed? The moment he finished speaking, Lam Lam's sleek blue tail swiftly curled up at the corner of the bed. It stretched out with an expression of pure enjoyment, obviously loving this spot. Song Jihan beamed, saying excitedly, let's just leave it there. Baron quietly glanced at his disciple, feeling a stir in his heart. It was rare to see Song Jihan so genuinely happy. It was a moment free of sorrow and defensiveness. After failing to inherit the bloodline, Song Jihan had been abandoned by his clan and ridiculed by everyone. It was understandable for his heart to be filled with darkness, but unlike others who were suddenly granted power only to self-destruct, Song Jihan had always continued to strive. He always maintained a positive attitude. Baron couldn't help but admire the kid. At least he was completely different from his first disciple, who was consumed by hatred, who lived only for revenge. Song Jihan remained absorbed, petting Lam Lam, unwilling to stop. He soothed the small creature until it fell asleep, then smiled to himself. Just one more thing to do. His cultivation system indicated that his meridians had expanded, and his qi and blood were flowing freely. His strength had skyrocketed. Song Jihan opened his system information window and immediately froze solid. Baron noticed and tilted his head, asking, Kid, what's wrong? Panicked, Song Jihan pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. What the hell is this? The information panel before him was completely different from what it used to be. A completely new Song Jihan, stronger than ever before. The stats for stamina, strength, and agility on Song Jihan's status window were now skyrocketing, leaving even him stunned. Normally, an AA rank awakened being was already rare, and their maximum stat value would only reach the 300 mark, a number belonging to the 5 emperors, the heads of the great clans. Yet now, he had reached that threshold. Song Jihan stood silent for a long moment, his heart pounding. A true spring only comes to those who are worthy, and that had now become a reality. Song Jihan was now fully capable of standing on equal footing with the most powerful beings in this world. Baron approached, raising an eyebrow and asking suggestively, what are you looking at? Hurry up and spend your accumulated points. Song Jihan calmed down after the initial shock. He asked, I have points available, right? The system screen displayed an astonishing number, over 2 million accumulated points, a figure that would make anyone's eyes widen in disbelief. Song Jihan mumbled, a cautious glint in his eyes. Spending more points will just cause more trouble. Should I just max out my martial arts stats? Baron stroked his beard, replying slowly in a calm tone. Considering your current state, learning the sovereign step now would only mess things up. That statement only fueled the intense curiosity burning inside Song Jihan. Just how overpowered was this sovereign step that Baron was so adamant about him not learning it? Song Jihan smirked, thinking to himself, curiosity really does kill the cat. And so, he decided to pull his usual trick. Pointing out the window, he shouted out naturally, Baron, look over there. The Baron was startled and turned to look outside, but there wasn't a damn thing there. He turned back, frowning as he asked, what am I supposed to be looking at? But Song Jihan had already seized the golden opportunity, quickly selecting to unlock the sovereign's step in the system. A series of notifications popped up. Song Jihan had comprehended the sovereign's step, a new skill was unlocked, and infinite spearmanship was established. Song Jihan held his breath, his ears turning red, mentally preparing to get an earful from Baron, but after waiting for a while, no scolding came. I can't take it, Song Jihan proactively asked. Aren't you going to scold me? Baron suddenly burst out laughing, his voice full of satisfaction. I knew you'd do that. A good master must understand the personality of his foolish disciple. Song Jihan asked in confusion, what do you mean by that? Immediately, a cold notification popped up from the system. Song Jihan could not use the sovereign's step because he did not meet the stat requirements. Baron laughed even harder, delighting in his disciple's ironic predicament. You've just thrown your points out the window. Song Jihan's face paled, and he wanted to scream internally. No way. But points once spent couldn't be recovered. He was in too deep and had to see it through. Song Jihan could only tell himself that he would keep trying to be able to use this skill. The next morning, Song Jihan woke up groggily, yawning widely. He felt that he had slept better than usual last night, and it didn't take long to figure out why. Lam Lam, his little pet, had been sleeping beside him all night, becoming the coziest body pillow in the world. As soon as he opened his eyes, Song Jihan opened the system to check his stats again, but everything was still the same, without any change. Because he had chosen to unlock the Sovereign Step, Song Jihan now had to keep grinding hard to meet the usage requirements, as Baron demanded. He frowned slightly, muttering, thinking back, it seems like I forgot something. As soon as he realized this, Song Jihan quickly petted Lam Lam, smiling and coaxing, sorry, Lam Lam, I'll get you some food right now. You're still little, so you can probably drink milk, right? He stood up and groggily shuffled outside, but Lam Lam wouldn't let him go alone. It clung to him, trailing after his every step. Song Jihan smiled, picked Lam Lam up, and cuddled it. You don't want to leave my side? Huh? Want to come with me? He tucked Lam Lam inside his shirt. Just as Song Jihan was about to step out, there was an urgent knock on the door. He pressed his eye to the peephole to look outside, wondering to himself, who could be visiting this early in the morning? Outside was a woman with a serious demeanor. She introduced herself in a flat tone. I am the secretary to the union chairman. You're Song Jihan, correct? Song Jihan opened the door, maintaining a calm tone. That's me. What's this about? The secretary announced directly, without beating around the bush. The chairman wishes to see you, Song Jihan asked, slightly surprised. Me? But then he more or less guessed the reason and whispered to Baron, Min Sung probably wants to talk to me about the barrier incident. Then why do I have to meet him? Despite that, faced with the secretary's somewhat pitiful, pleading gaze, Song Jihan ultimately agreed to make a trip to the chairman's office. In the room, Chairman Han Min Seung secretly observed Song Jihan from head to toe, his mind filled with doubt. He actually looked quite ordinary. Could he really have broken the Blue Fox's lair barrier? Beside him, the Baron, understanding his opponent's thoughts, softly whispered a reminder to Song Jihan. It seems he can't guess your true abilities. Song Jihan smirked slightly, replying to his master with a confident tone. I won't fall for that again. Before coming here, he had carefully put on the Ring of Origin, ensuring that Han Min Seung couldn't probe his true abilities at all. After a tense silence, Song Jihan took the initiative to break the ice. I heard you called me here to talk. Is that right? Han Min Seung took a sip of tea, his gaze still probing. I called you because I was worried you might have trouble with Li Jihong. Then he placed the teacup on the table and continued probing. Is the Guiyang king doing well? Song Jihan wasn't fazed at all, replying nonchalantly, as an abandoned son, I know nothing about my father. This statement made Han Min Seung nearly choke on his tea, and he coughed a few times before quickly correcting himself. My apologies, that was thoughtless of me. In the end, Han Min Seung let him leave the room without mentioning a single word about the barrier at the Blue Fox's lair. As soon as Song Jihan left, Secretary Nam couldn't hold back his curiosity and spoke up. What do you think, sir? Han Min Seung replied slowly, his voice tense. I don't know. I can't figure out what kind of person he is. Even Secretary Nam was stunned by that answer. Han Min Seung was known for his sharp insight, so how could he say something like that now? He shook his head, muttering with a tired and surprised look. This is the first time I've encountered something like this. I'm still in shock. Anyway, I need to call Zhu quickly. After the cryptic conversation with Chairman Han Min Seung, Song Jihan returned to his dorm in silence. The first thing he did, of course, was to find Lam Lam. As soon as it saw Song Jihan, little Lam Lam immediately wagged its tail excitedly and ran over. The carton of milk he had left in the morning had been completely finished. Not a single drop was left. Song Jihan poured more milk into the bowl, smiling affectionately as he did so. Immediately, a system notification appeared. Lam Lam's affection has increased by 5 points. Lam Lam is full. Song Jihan chuckled softly and petted Lam Lam's head. The screen now automatically displayed all of Lam Lam's information. However, when he looked at the stat sheet, something made Song Jihan almost burst out laughing. All the stats were extremely low, and some lines were even completely blank. Song Jihan thought to himself, it's probably because Lam Lam is still too young, so its stats aren't stable yet. No matter, once you're grown, I'll turn you into a red-grade monster, Lam Lam. Thinking about this, Song Jihan started to worry about Lam Lam's size when it grew up. After all, he had faced an adult blue fox before. Just then, the Baron appeared silently beside Song Jihan, his calm voice ringing out, That's not the only problem. Song Jihan nodded. He knew a bigger problem was waiting for him. Han Min Seung has already become suspicious. I must be very careful. And it's not just Min Seung. I also have to be wary of Bi Shuyen. Bi Shuyen, the best information gatherer of the Qian Gong clan. It's thanks to him that the organization has monopolized countless barriers and treasures. If they find out, I'll likely be monitored 24/7, Song Jihan thought quietly. Right now, he could use his rights as the owner of the Blue Fox's lair to avoid being tracked. The Baron looked at him and asked casually, Are you thinking about that? Song Jihan sighed. I'm always thinking about that. That afternoon, Song Jihan quietly left the school again, heading towards the familiar empty lot behind the mountain. This place would be the new connection point to the Blue Fox's lair. The system immediately displayed a notification, establishing connection path. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared in midair, then a swirling vortex of energy formed, creating a huge portal with thousands of energy streams pouring out. Song Jihan slowly stepped inside, his expression calm. Now I don't have to go down to the basement anymore. When Lam Lam grows up, I'll bring it here. The system displayed a notification. Connection successfully established. Not only that, but Song Jihan also set up another designated point, connecting directly to his dorm room. Now, he could instantly teleport back to his dorm with just a touch. Standing in front of the glass window, the young man looked at his reflection, his eyes gleaming. Now I just need to get stronger. A few days later, Song Jihan went about his daily life as usual, not revealing anything out of the ordinary. In reality, he was secretly hiding in the barrier to train, but the system still hadn't issued a new mission. Song Jihan realized it was time to go to a higher-level barrier. He had already chosen his target, the Chlorit Cave, a place where a blue-level barrier and a special treasure called the Firestone are hidden. Before his regression, a monster tamer discovered the Firestone and let a monster eat it. Afterward, the originally weak white-grade monster suddenly transformed into a blue-grade monster. Song Jihan couldn't help but daydream. What if I let Lam Lam eat the Firestone? While he was imagining a glorious future, a sudden noise from afar pulled him out of his daydream. A new student was entering the classroom, and all eyes turned to her. It was Hanju, nicknamed the Ice Flower. She stopped at the door of Song Jihan's classroom, and he was stunned for a few seconds. Hanju walked forward, stopping in front of Song Jihan and asking, "Are you Song Jihan?" Song Jihan had no idea what was happening. Hanju smirked. "You probably already know who I am. I was just assigned to class 6. Song Jihan was stunned. Hanju was the first daughter of the Cheongongji family, who inherited the martial arts of the Zhuge clan. She was a B-rank Awakener, known as the Ice Flower. He thought she should have been placed in the noble class 1, so he couldn't understand why she was now in class 6 with the F-rank students. Hanju held out her hand with a smile. "Let's help each other out." But Song Jihan coldly slapped her hand away. "Just leave me alone. I have no interest in making friends." He immediately felt a killing intent from her. It seemed his rejection made Hanju want to deal with him right on the spot. Song Jihan clutched his head and sighed. Dealing with her correctly is such a pain. Seeing this, Baron asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" Song Jihan replied wearily, "Guan Ryong, my half-brother. That bastard has a secret crush on Hanju. Why is she sitting next to me? If he sees this, his eyes will probably pop out, and he'll want to kill me. You already know that," he continued to groan. "Why is she even talking to me?" Baron pondered for a moment, then asked, "What's the power structure like here?" Song Jihan explained, "This place has 15 noble families, along with the Wudang Alliance, the Lotus Reaper Guild, and the 9 Saints sect. But among them, 5 major families control everything." Baron asked again, "The Cheongongji family inherited the martial arts of the Zhuge family, right?" Song Jihan nodded in confirmation. Baron thought for a moment before saying, "Those bastards, aren't they always scouting for talented people?" Song Jihan flinched, and Baron continued, "Unlike other families, their martial arts are quite inferior, so the Zhuge family focuses solely on recruiting talent. That's what I know. They even brought the Ice Flower into this. They probably want to recruit you. That's why they want to observe you and gather information." Song Jihan was stunned. "So that scary girl is going to stick to me?" Baron shrugged. "You're weaker than her, so it's best to find a way to use this situation. Not that it's any of my business." Song Jihan clutched his head and muttered, "I don't want to get involved with her at all." The next class proceeded as usual, but Song Jihan's mind was a complete mess. Today, Song Jihan's class had swordsmanship. At the front of the class, the professor looked over the students and said in a serious tone, "I'm sure you're all ready for the test. We will now begin one-on-one combat practice. Are there any volunteers?" A hand slowly went up. The person who stood was none other than the Ice Flower, Hanju. The professor smiled with satisfaction. "Hanju, who do you want to fight?" Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately pointed at Song Jihan. "I want to have a match with him." In the training hall, Song Jihan and Hanju stood facing each other. She sized up her opponent. "Are you well prepared?" Song Jihan looked helpless, thinking, why the hell is she being so sarcastic? He then replied dismissively, "I haven't prepared at all." Sejin stood with his hands behind his back. "Are you both ready?" Then, the command rang out. "Begin!" Hanju moved in a flash, her hand gripping the sword tightly, her long hair flowing in the wind. He was too surprised to react. She disappeared. Hanju appeared right at his feet, aiming a strike at his thigh. Song Jihan was startled. So fast! Her eyes were as sharp as if they could pierce through anything. Hanju quickly swung her sword, but he dodged it by leaning his head back. Song Jihan reached out to grab her sword, but she quickly sidestepped. Hanju leaped up and swung her sword at him, but missed. Song Jihan channeled his spiritual energy into his sword, his eyes never leaving her for a second. He swung hard at Hanju, a dense aura of spiritual energy radiating out and filling the entire room. She was unharmed and even launched a counterattack, forcing him to be cautious. She's stronger than I thought. At this rate, I won't be able to hold on. Song Jihan clenched his jaw and used his sword to block the fatal blow. A spark flashed in his eyes. But it's not like I can't block her attacks. A fierce, evenly matched battle was unfolding. Song Jihan focused thousands of rays of spiritual energy into his sword. He snapped his eyes open, the blue aura in his pupils not having diminished in the slightest. Song Jihan swung his sword, and she was about to witness and experience it firsthand. A strike like that should have been aimed at Han Jigu, but this was a focused sphere of spiritual energy directed right at her. She was stunned. What the hell? Her mind was in a mess. Did he really just identify a few weaknesses in her iron-blooded sword technique and attack them directly? This time, Han Jigu could only defend. How was he so familiar with her attack patterns? If she kept wasting time like this, she would lose. Their eyes met, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. In that case, I have to use my trump card to fight back. Song Jihan seemed to read her mind. You're planning to use the supreme slashing sword, aren't you? Han Jigu froze for 5 seconds. Huh? The sword in her hand flashed. How did you? Her eyes widened in shock. Knowing this, he took advantage of her shock, dashing past her with a single strike to end the match. The surrounding aura gradually receded, and Song Jihan sheathed his sword, considering the test complete. A long moment passed, but Han Jigu still stood there, completely dumbfounded. A lock of her hair fell, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Han Jigu's signature long hair had now been cut short on one side by him. Song Jihan turned back to look, noticing she hadn't moved an inch. Han Jigu sheathed her sword, and the mood became somber. Her hands were clenched tightly as if she had suffered a massive shock. Han Jigu's lips trembled. I lost. A few days later, in the classroom, the golden sunlight streamed through the windows as she rested her chin on her hand, gazing outside. Her gaze was somewhat pensive. The boy sitting at the front desk turned to look at the brooding Han Jigu, feeling perplexed. Song Jihan cautiously asked about her. Is she still in shock after that sparring match? The Baron appeared and scolded him. Why did you cut her hair? What if she carries a seal within her? I already told you it was an accident, the Baron explained. The Divine Power Clan and the Iron-Blooded Sword family are the only clans that despise them. One day, they will unite to fight against them. Song Jihan scratched his head, reminding himself to maintain a good relationship with them. The sun began to set, replaced by the orange-red glow of twilight. He was strolling through the school campus like any other student. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Song Jihan. Han Jigu approached with a serious expression that he couldn't help but notice. She spoke first. Are you busy? Song Jihan replied. No. Han Jigu started walking. Then let's go have dinner, he stammered. Okay. Meanwhile, ridiculous thoughts filled his head. What is happening? Why is she suddenly acting so strange? He worriedly asked. Do you think she's decided to bury my body? The Baron teased. Well then. May you rest in peace, my disciple. After school, the two met as planned and went to a small pizza place. Han Jigu picked up a slice with stringy cheese and pinkish slices of sausage. She cupped her face in enjoyment. This is so delicious. Song Jihan gave a forced smile as he watched her. She sure has a healthy appetite. His gaze fell on the pizza on the table. Is it that good? I don't see anything special about it, Han Jigu wondered. Why aren't you eating anything? Caught off guard, Song Jihan stammered. It's just that I'm a little... She brought a slice to her mouth. I don't even know what we're eating, Han Jigu asked. Are you angry? He was startled. Huh? Her face darkened. I bought you delicious food and you're still scowling. Hearing that, he completely froze up. Han Jigu wiped her mouth. Anyway, I'll get straight to the point. Her eyes fixed on his face. How did you manage to defeat me? Song Jihan was taken aback. I just saw your weaknesses. Han Jigu asked again. Weaknesses? He explained to her about the openings during the fight. Your sword is very sharp, but I felt there was something disconnected about it. Hearing Song Jihan's explanation, it sounded simple. I just aimed for those openings and attacked. Han Jigu was astonished. You mean you figured that out after just a few exchanges? He replied modestly. It was just a coincidence. Song Jihan tried to comfort her. I've answered your question, so don't be sad about your hair anymore. But she seemed surprised. My hair? Han Jigu tossed her hair. Why would I be sad? She smiled gracefully. It's a fresh look. I actually like it, Han Jigu explained with relief. I've wanted to cut my hair shorter for a while now, anyway. Meanwhile, the crescent moon shone brightly that night, illuminating every path. The lights were still on in the pavilions. Looking at them, one couldn't help but shudder at their eerie appearance. Inside a pavilion, shattered glass was scattered everywhere, and blood slowly pooled from one direction. Li Duehong roared in fury. Song Jihan, I'll tear you to pieces, you bastard. An old servant worriedly said, Young Master Duehong, please calm down. Your hand is bleeding. He turned to the servant with tears streaming down his face. So what? Li Ji-hong went berserk, slashing the fake servant's face with a piece of glass. Do you look down on me now that I'm weak? He growled, slowly approaching the unlucky servant. My body was injured because of that stupid piece of broken glass, and you're telling me to calm down? Dark red blood streamed from both of his eyes. My dantian! My dantian is shattered into 100 pieces! As his arm was about to slash down, a hand gripped it tightly. Li Ji-hong froze, still clutching the glass shard, refusing to let go. He stammered as he looked at the person in front of him. Father. Min-guk pried the glass shard from his hand. Calm down. Li Ji-hong burst into tears and threw himself into his father's arms. Father, Min-guk comforted him. Don't worry. He clenched his fist. Your father will heal your dantian. Min-guk then dropped a bombshell. I've found a cure-all that can help you recover. He asked joyfully. Really? The old man introduced a mysterious golden orb. This is called a firestone, a treasure with unimaginable fire-type energy. If you consume it, they say your dantian will be restored immediately. I will get it for you. Li Ji-hong buried his face in his father's chest. Father, thank you. Min-guk hugged him, but inside, he was silently seething on his son's behalf. Song Jihan, you useless brat. His paternal rage flared. How dare you? I will make you regret ever touching my son. Song Jihan casually walked down the school hallway. He got to the restroom and went inside, but the atmosphere felt very strange. The restroom door slowly swung shut as warm sunbeams streamed through, lighting up the floor. The man tailing him whispered into his Bluetooth earpiece. He's gone into the restroom. The voice on the other end replied instantly. Make sure you keep an eye on him. He quickly answered, Roger. The tail waited impatiently, constantly glancing at his watch. He waited for what felt like an eternity, but he never saw him come out. More than 10 minutes had passed. The tail grew anxious. He's been in there for 40 minutes now. The voice on the other end asked, Stomach problems? He stared intently at the closed door, deep in thought. The tail anxiously rushed forward. I've got a bad feeling about this. I'm going in to check. The person on the other end tried to stop him, but it was too late. What are you doing? His hand reached the doorknob but froze at the voice coming from his earpiece. A shadow guard should never make direct contact with. Suddenly, from inside, Song Jihan shoved the door open, smacking the tail right in the face. He feigned surprise. Oh, are you okay? I didn't realize you were standing there. The shadow guard held his nose. I'm fine. Song Jihan asked with feigned concern. Are you sure? I have to get to my next class. Be more careful next time, okay? The voice on the other end teased. Looks like we were worried over nothing. The guard said, embarrassed. My apologies. The line went dead. At that exact moment, Song Jihan glanced back, his eyes holding a profound, all-knowing gaze. I'll be seeing you again. As he walked away, he muttered, that was too close. It took more time than I expected. The old master reminded him, but you accomplished what you set out to do. A glint appeared in Song Jihan's eyes. You're right. I bet they never saw this coming, huh? He held up a piece of paper in his hand, which listed prices. The fact that I escaped the barrier to sell a C-rank stone, sold an E-rank stone for 500,000 won, sold another E-rank stone, and sold an F-rank stone. Jihan looked mysteriously at the incredibly expensive mana stone, sold a B-rank stone for 100 million. He discussed the shadow guards with the old master. Setting up several different designated points in advance was definitely a good idea. You have to go to at least these lengths to fool those shadow guards, the old master replied logically. But are you sure this is all right? Song Jihan tucked the paper into his shirt. What do you mean? The old master explained. Those documents you signed to sell the mana stones. You've granted the clan alliance permission to review them. A contract appeared in black and white, an unchangeable agreement. At the bottom was Song Jihan's signature from the Shinji family bank. It appeared to be a bank owned by the Shinji clan. He just laughed it off. It's okay. I'd rather keep them guessing. A green mana stone sparkled. The B-rank mana stone I sold usually only appears in forest-type barriers. How could a nobody like him possibly obtain one? They'll be asking themselves that very question. Jihan waved his hand dismissively. Let them wonder. The school cafeteria was packed, buzzing with the sound of chatter and laughter. He was sitting by himself at an empty table, eating in silence with no one sitting next to him. Seo Eun-ho approached. Hey Jihan, is the seat next to you taken? Song Jihan replied, no. All of a sudden, Hanju slammed her food tray down on the table. This seat is taken. Her dark glare terrified Seo Eun-ho and his friends. Oh, I didn't realize. My bad. Hanju nonchalantly sat down, catching him completely off guard. Song Jihan asked cautiously. Why did you have to scare them off? We could have all just eaten together. She answered coolly. I don't feel comfortable around large groups. He questioned her angrily. Hey, you. The atmosphere is only uncomfortable because you're here. Don't you realize that? Hanu replied indifferently. So what? Song Jihan froze. She's unbelievably stubborn. He rolled his eyes. Just forget it. She was in the middle of eating when she suddenly stopped, as if remembering her purpose for coming here. With a piece of food halfway to her mouth, he froze on the spot under her probing gaze. She asked again, have you learned any other techniques besides the Three Origins control technique? He turned to her. Why are you asking that? Hanu explained. With just the Three Origins control technique alone, a person can't possibly reach that level. Song Jihan closed his eyes. You think so? She was about to say more, but he ignored her. I'm done eating. I'm leaving first. Song Jihan walked away, leaving Hanu sitting there like an idiot. She turned to watch his retreating back, her eyes deep and unreadable. At the lecture hall building, the glass panes reflected the gentle autumn sunlight. Sejin stood on the podium. We'll have our training schedule next week. A student in the class asked, where will it be? He introduced the first location. The location is the mysterious treasure trove. The second is the Sea of Despair with its long tentacled octopus. And the final boss is the dangerous sandworms in Hell's Cave. Sejin asked, where do you all want to go? The students below discussed. Anywhere is fine. Song Jihan rested his chin on his hand, thinking, that's perfect. I was planning to go to Hell's Cave for training anyway, but how can it be such a coincidence? He stared straight ahead. Is it really just a coincidence? A cold chill ran down the back of Song Jihan's neck, as if a pair of eyes were staring intently at him. He tried to close his eyes and act unconcerned, but the intense aura around him kept surging forward. Song Jihan furiously turned to look at Hanu. What? What is it? Do you want to say something? She threw a neatly folded piece of paper at him. Song Jihan unfolded it. I'm just observing. Ignore it. After reading it, he felt like his lungs would explode because of her bizarre personality, this kind of 4D personality. The schoolyard was now deserted, without a single person in sight. As soon as he got home, he flopped onto his bed. Phew. Song Jihan hugged a pillow and whined. So tiring. His expression turned cold. Why are these weirdos so persistent? Hello is all enthusiastic. Hello, senior. You look so handsome today. And then there's the eccentric Hanu. I'm just observing. Leave me alone. Are you annoyed? Get over it. Baron fanned himself. This is just part of a strong person's life. Song Jihan buried his face in the pillow. Why do you always talk about how the strong have to endure this and that? The old man grumbled. Your master is speaking. Don't talk back. He was covering his ears when he suddenly froze with a puzzled expression. Song Jihan quickly looked around the room. Is it just me, or is Lam Lam missing? Baron also realized it. You're right. He came up with the most plausible reason. What if it crawled into a corner to sleep? Baron floated behind him. That's right. Lam Lam should have come out to greet me by now. He called out its name loudly. Lam Lam. Song Jihan paced back and forth in the room. Lam Lam, where are you? He bent down to look under the bed. His eyes suddenly widened, his pupils constricted, and worry was clearly written on his face. Song Jihan softly called out to the green fox cowering in a corner. Lam Lam! It grimaced. Cold sweat beaded on its forehead, as if it were enduring something terrible. A bus was parked in the schoolyard, ready for a challenging expedition. The students were laughing and talking happily, not noticing Song Jihan sitting quietly on a long bench. He was carefully unzipping his backpack to find something. Song Jihan smiled gently. Sorry, is it a little cramped? Just bear with it for a bit. Lam Lam's head popped up, its small pink tongue constantly sticking out, looking incredibly cute. The crescent moon illuminated every inch of the ground. The night before, Lam Lam lay curled up on the bed, its brow furrowed tightly. The system displayed its status. Basic information. Name Lam Lam. Growth. Stage 1. Species Blue Fox. Rarity Rare. Attribute Fire. Territory. Blue Fox's Lair. Purified area. Its magic power is weakened. Song Jihan looked at the flashing system window, his heart restless. He worried. So it's in pain because it's lacking magic power. Song Jihan touched it. Just a moment. Lam Lam. Suddenly, Baron roared. What do you think you're doing? He explained, I'm just transferring my magic power to Lam Lam. He quickly stopped him. Don't do that. It'll be a disaster if your death chi art goes rampant. Song Jihan deflated. But what should I do? Baron reassured him. It's not a weak fox, so it can endure until the day of your training. Just take it to the training site. He stroked Lam Lam's head. Yes. The warm afternoon sun shone down on the schoolyard, where a line of buses was parked in a neat row. Now, Song Jihan looked at the playful creature with indescribable joy in his heart. Thankfully, Master transferred his energy to Lam Lam, so it's not tired like before. He smiled brightly. When we get back to the barrier, it would be great if your situation improved. Suddenly, Hanu appeared out of nowhere, causing Song Jihan to slam his bag shut. What do you mean? Song Jihan clutched his chest, panting. You scared me to death. What are you doing? Aren't you getting on the bus? Hanu explained. I'll get on after you do. He sneered. Suit yourself. Finally, it was time to depart. Song Jihan picked up his bag and boarded the bus. Seeing him, Hilo shouted with joy. Senior, you're here. He paused, wondering if he was the type to be chatted up so cheerfully. I haven't introduced myself yet. Have I? Hilo introduced himself. I'm Hilo. Please look after me during this training session, Senior. Hearing this, Song Jihan grew pensive. Hilo. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. He wondered if he was mistaken. Then he warned him. Oh, Hilo. Don't greet me like that again. The moment he said it, the kid bowed deeply again. I'll be more careful next time. This made Song Jihan jump. Just don't. He walked ahead and chose a window seat, coincidentally ending up next to Hanu. Sejin checked each row of seats. Is everyone here? Make sure to buckle up. He stared intently at Song Jihan. Well done, Song Jihan. You've chosen the perfect den of hell. That makes things much easier for me. Sejin's eyes were filled with hatred. This time, I'll take care of you for good. Below the bridge, the crystal-clear blue water perfectly reflected the sky. In a corner, a rich flow of spiritual energy gathered into a small vortex. Kang Mine emerged with a solemn expression. Welcome, everyone. I am Kang Mine, captain of Squad 3. I'm a member of the Divine Clan's combat team. Today, I will be your guide. As long as you follow our instructions, there won't be any problems inside this gate. Song Jihan shoved his hands in his pockets. A combat team. His gaze grew distant. The combat team is a top-tier corps with members who are C-rank or higher awakeners. Isn't it a bit of an overkill for a simple tour? The aura emanating from his thoughts began to thicken. Are they here to kill me? Or because they know the location of the Firestone? Or maybe it's both. Song Jihan looked up, as if sensing a dark aura. Kang Mine, wearing sunglasses, gravely led the student group on the expedition. Someone suggested, Captain, let's take it slow. He replied, all right, let's move out. Standing in the back, he smirked. They don't even bother with pleasantries. A truly professional clan. But then Song Jihan's expression turned grim. They're only behaving this way for now. Even if we were to kill someone here, no one would hear you scream. In the distance, Hanu buckled, as if being crushed by an immense force. She spun around, her hand already gripping her sword, ready for battle. Hanu stared at the blue light radiating from him. She froze for 5 seconds. What is that? Hanu seemed frozen in place, staring intently at Song Jihan's face. What is that bloodthirsty expression? Stepping into the cave revealed a vast darkness, lit only by blue, glowing insects. The group advanced slowly, no one daring to make a sudden move. Kang Mine raised his hand, signaling them to stop. Halt! He explained with an air of expertise. From this point on is an unexplored zone. It's a shame, but you're only permitted to tour the areas that have already been cleared. As he finished speaking, someone whispered. He said it's an unexplored area. Another, more adventurous student added, I wonder what's in there. I'm so curious. We should come back here another time. Sejin broke the somewhat strange atmosphere. It's not easy for these kids to come back here, so how about we let them look around for a bit? Kang Mine stroked his chin. In that case, let's all meet back here. Suddenly, Hanu cut in. Wait a moment. We should stick to exploring the safe zones. This is supposed to be a training session. Hearing this, Sejin gritted his teeth, fuming internally. Why does it matter? Let's just give it a try. Sejin was stunned into silence by Hanu's objection. Song Jihan raised an eyebrow in amusement. I think it sounds fun, she stammered. You. He gave a slight smile. It's what everyone wants, isn't it? A little exploring won't hurt. Besides, the combat team is here with us. Kang Mine pointed toward the cave. All right then, majority rules. Let's get going. The goblin Lin sitting inside the cave didn't sense the approaching danger. He emerged from a swirl of dark energy behind one of them. The creature sensed a human presence, but it was too late to turn. Kang Mine sliced the goblin Lin across its carotid artery. It collapsed, its face covered in blood, which put the nearby goblin on high alert. Seeing its comrade fall, it charged out in a rage. Thousands of sharp daggers materialized in the air and flew directly into the goblin's neck, making it let out a horrific shriek. Kang Mine calmly wiped his blade. All done. Shall we head back? The students were shocked. Huh? It's already over? We didn't get to see anything. He immediately cut them off. There's nothing further in. This place has no boss monster. That's why we could get this far. Minde looked down at the two unfortunate goblins, unfazed. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, making everyone stumble. The student screamed, "Earthquake!" He anxiously signaled for everyone to retreat. This isn't an earthquake. It's a stampede of people rushing out of the cave. It's a wave. Hanu scrambled out of the cave with the other students, but she didn't forget to look back. She gasped and cried out, Song Jihan! Hanu worriedly rushed towards him. Why are you just standing there? Suddenly, an arm wrapped around her waist, stopping her from moving forward. Tae Hui put on a righteous act. You can't. It's too dangerous. Hanu struggled. What are you doing, sir? Let me go. He so also charged forward. Senior. Just as his hand was about to reach him, a strange light appeared in front of Song Jihan. A massive boulder fell from out of nowhere. Danger! He remained standing perfectly still, unmoving like a puppet waiting for its strings to be pulled. She stood frozen, while that guy smirked in satisfaction as he looked forward. Hiso frowned, clenching his jaw as if he had just missed something important. He slowly raised his hand to touch the boulder, helplessness evident in every action. Then Hiso fell to his knees. A cold aura surrounded him, making the stone wall seem even more solid. He pounded repeatedly on the boulder. Senior, are you okay? Song Jihan casually replied from inside. I'm not dead yet. Stop yelling. Hiso sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Captain Song Jihan is trapped. Minde patted his shoulder reassuringly. I'm not sure if other boulders will fall, so we should head back to the entrance for now. He'll be safe for a while. There are no signs of monsters nearby. We'll come back after we figure out a way to help him. He so reluctantly accepted the situation. All right. Hanu, who was next to him, also snapped out of it and broke free from the teacher's grasp. She said in a stern voice, Song Jihan, don't go anywhere. Just wait there patiently, okay? He seemed unconcerned. I know. Now hurry up and go. Song Jihan listened for any movement outside the boulder to make sure it was safe. He crossed his arms. Lam Lam, you can come out now. Lam Lam stretched its body, making even Song Jihan marvel. This little guy has been full of life ever since we were in the barrier. He placed it on his shoulder. Shall we get going? A group of goblins were hiding in the cave, as if discussing something. Suddenly, one of them spotted a human figure and growled warily. They snickered as they discussed the most brutal ways to prepare a human. Then, a goblin charged out, its mouth wide open as if it had been waiting for this prey for a long time, but it suddenly froze, sweat pouring down its forehead, its face filled with terror. At the same time, the system announced that the innate skill, fear, had been activated. The goblin collapsed to the ground, its red eyes turning completely white like a chameleon's. They fled in terror, but Song Jihan paid them no mind. The deeper he went, the more the system announced that Lam Lam's affinity for you had increased by 20 points. Lam Lam has absorbed low-grade demonic energy. Lam Lam has learned an innate skill, demonic energy, compatibility conditions met. Lam Lam has learned the skill, Rend. He smiled as it nuzzled its head against his neck. You finally learned your first skill. Lam Lam not only recovered but also gained a great deal of strength. Demonic energy, rank D, growth type, description. Absorbs demonic energy scattered in the air to regenerate purer demonic energy. High-grade demonic energy allows for the release of highly concentrated energy. Effect generates demonic energy. Rend, rank, SS. Description. The quality of the demonic energy does not affect Lam Lam's appetite. Effect. Absorbs demonic energy. Song Jihan looked at the system window, slightly surprised. This, he wondered, seems a lot like a blood-sucking technique, doesn't it? The Baron appeared. Probably like master, like pet. It's a divine beast, isn't it? He seemed melancholic. I don't think it should ever turn into a human. He was completely exasperated. Hey, am I your disciple or not? Suddenly, Song Jihan's gaze fell upon something on the ground. A golden spiritual aura surrounded a meteorite, illuminating the long path ahead. The firestone didn't seem to be in one piece, but it still emitted a dense spiritual energy. Song Jihan slowly approached and gently picked up the firestone. He marveled at its mysterious appearance. So this is the firestone. The system displayed a notification. You have obtained a firestone. Do you wish to use it? Yes or no? Of course, Song Jihan couldn't pass up this God-given opportunity. Use it? The Baron floated beside him. I can sense an incarnation is about to appear. He had just praised him. As expected of my master. You know everything. Song Jihan carefully searched for the entrance to the cave. Lam Lam's blue light acted as a protective layer for the two of them. He gently pushed a boulder that looked no different from the others. It didn't budge an inch, so he took out the firestone and pressed it against the rock. The system then announced that you have found the secret chamber in the Hell Cave. You have received 250,000 P for discovering the top secret dungeon. With that, the rocks crumbled away, revealing a new path. The system chimed in. You have entered the secret chamber of the Hell Cave. At the same time, at the cave's entrance, a blue light enveloped the group of students. Hanju questioned. Why can't I go with you? I have to go save Song Jihan, Minai tried to explain. Hanju, you are the noble lady of a divine clan. If something happens to you, your family will also be in trouble. She remained stubborn, but the teacher figure quickly snapped. Hanju, stop it! Sai Jin reassured her. If anything happens to you, the chairman won't let us off the hook. Just leave this to the combat team, okay? Hanju gritted her teeth anxiously. Something's very strange. I have a bad feeling about this. She stared intently at his face and the shadow guards. Those people aren't here to help Song Jihan. Song Jihan has walked right into a trap by himself. This situation, could this be some kind of conspiracy? Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of Sai Jin, leaving him somewhat stunned. The system also appeared to notify Hanju. Minei also saw the system window, but her expression was very calm, and it wasn't just the three of them. Everyone saw the system notification. She was confused. What is going on? On the system screen was a notification. The green zone barrier has been upgraded to a blue zone barrier. Sun became enraged, thinking someone had broken into its master's home. Sum's attack plus 20, speed plus 30. The group of students was shocked. A teleportation barrier? Inside the pitch-black cave, there wasn't a single soul. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Thousands of goblins stood in rows, drawing their bows, ready to fire at Song Jihan. They launched fiery red arrows forward, but he remained calm and stood still. Song Jihan swiftly used his divine arts to block the incoming arrows. He dodged skillfully, glancing to the side and spotting one that was about to launch a sneak attack. A goblin on horseback, holding a brightly burning spear, charged straight at him. It swung its spear, but it was enveloped by Song Jihan's spiritual energy. A sharp ray of spiritual energy sliced across the goblin's head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. He swiped horizontally, and every single one of them was decapitated. A perfect landing. The aura around him grew even more dangerous. System notifications flooded in. You have defeated the goblin spearman. You have defeated the swift goblin. You have defeated the swift goblin. Song Jihan looked at the system window with frustration. It's still not over? I was trying to complete the mission I failed last time. He looked up at the millions of goblins lying in wait. Well, if there's a silver lining, this is perfect for training, because there's no limit to how many times you can clear this, right? It gave a grand-sounding order. There is a human. Advance, tear him to shreds, and offer him as a sacrifice to the Lord. Song Jihan raised an eyebrow. Are you the commander? Millions of goblins with ravenous eyes stared intently at him. A single palm strike from him to the center of its head caused the goblin's head to explode. Song Jihan waved his hand, unleashing an impressive amount of spiritual power that decapitated nearly half of them. As for the rest, he dashed forward like a blur, tearing through them one by one. The closer Song Jihan got, the more goblins he killed, making their leader anxious. He's getting closer, isn't he? They screamed in despair. We must kill him at all costs! The goblin's eyes radiated killing intent, its brow furrowed from meeting a formidable opponent. It swung its blade down at his feet, but luckily, he leaped up to dodge it. The goblin growled, but the cold sweat on its forehead betrayed its fear. Song Jihan suddenly appeared right behind it. Killing intent poured out like a waterfall. He delivered a kick to the back of its neck, sending the goblin's head flying like a stuffed animal launched into outer space. The head rolled across the stone floor. It made a gruesome sound, its once fiery eyes now just a pitch-black void of death. The massive foot of the goblin lord stepped forward and crushed the head. It looked at Song Jihan, its eyes filled with curious amusement. The goblin lord's shadow loomed over him. What a surprise. It slung a large blade over its shoulder. You said the one who trespassed on my territory was a lowly human? At the same time, outside the cave, the group of students had exited the barrier. The other students are all out now. Minnie stood with her hands in her pockets. Thanks to the barrier's fluctuations, I didn't need to teleport myself. The barrier has already upgraded to the blue zone. The search party must be close to the Firestone. The system in front of him also announced that the barrier had been upgraded to the blue zone. Minda smirked. I just need to find Song Jihan's body and head back. Inside the cave, the Rat Lord was still interrogating. Are you telling me the one who trespassed on my territory is just a lowly human? Song Jihan looked up at it. You're the blue-grade monster boss of this hell, right? You look pretty ridiculous. With a rat's head on a human body, the Rat Lord and he stood face to face, neither backing down. It roared, I'll rip out your tongue and chew it to pieces, you human. Song Jihan unleashed a dense aura. He raised his fists into a fighting stance, but suddenly his eyes widened in fear. Lam Lam shot forward to protect its master. Lam Lam! Song Jihan screamed as he saw the Lord swing its blade down. Danger! A blue flame erupted in Lam Lam's eyes, making it look even more mystical. A system notification sounded. Lam Lam has used the skill Rend. It opened its small mouth, seemingly wanting to swallow the Rat Lord whole. The Lord faltered. This pathetic little monster dares! The Rat Lord roared in anger. Who do you think you are? Then, with a look of utter despair, it cried, I can't die like this! The Rat Lord's entire body collapsed onto the stone floor. Warm blood gushed from its neck artery. Song Jihan watched helplessly, thinking, I was so determined, and yet it ended like this. He turned and exclaimed, That aside, I'm really surprised. I never expected you to suddenly have an outburst like that. He remembered what he'd said. I'll just take care of this and be right back. Just rest here, okay? Then he chided. I told you to stay somewhere safe and rest. Song Jihan hugged it. Don't do that again, okay? He placed Lam Lam on his shoulder. Anyway, I didn't know monsters could use the Rend skill. A flood of system notifications appeared. You have single-handedly defeated a high-grade monster boss. Reward, you have received 1 million accumulated points. The barrier has been broken. You have received 500,000 accumulated points. Main quest 2. Hermit's training has been completed. You have received 650,000 accumulated points. Song Jihan was surprised. These rewards were no joke. Suddenly, his eyes darted around as if he had spotted something. Song Jihan looked down at the Rat Lord sprawled in a pool of its own blood. He bent down and picked up a book from its body. This was a book that looked brand new. The Karmic King's Technique. What profound secrets did this book hold? The Karmic King's Technique is the foundation of the royal technique derived from the control art that his father, the King of Command of the God Clan, could master. He seemed to know a little something about this mysterious book. The two words Karmic King, at the beginning, meant that its level was even higher than the highest realm of the control art. Song Jihan's hand trembled as he held the book. But how could a martial art derived from the control art appear here? He tucked the book into his robe, deep in thought. If I had the chance, I would definitely burn this technique book to ashes. That way, the King of Command would never be able to obtain it. But the Elder Immortal asked, Aren't you going to use it right away? Song Jihan closed his eyes slightly. I don't know if it's because I suffered so much under the Marshall family's roof, but I truly have no interest in it whatsoever. He gave a cunning smile. It's better not to use it than to bring more shame upon the family. The system interrupted his train of thought. The master of Hell's secret chamber no longer exists. Do you wish to mark this place as your territory? Song Jihan pressed the system panel. Why even ask such an obvious question? Another notification appeared. Hell's secret chamber has become Lam Lam's territory. He paused. Are we almost done? I nearly forgot something important. Song Jihan commanded. Lam Lam, bring me the mana stone. Lam Lam came over with the fire stone in its mouth. Good boy, bring it here. But it refused to get any closer, just standing in place. Song Jihan forced a smile. Lam Lam? Lam Lam looked up, staring intently at him. A system notification rang out. Lam Lam has used Rend. Song Jihan's eyes widened in horror. No, a fresh streak of blood stained the rock. Minday's voice was heard. Fine. So the firestone that was supposed to be here is gone. He clenched his fist and demanded. And Song Jihan entered the secret dungeon? His teammate replied, yes, the exact location is still marked on the map, but it looks like Song Jihan has already taken the firestone. Minda scowled. Damn it, how did that brat even get there? Impossible. How did he find this place in the first place? Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the notification panel. A beam of light illuminated the area. The upgraded barrier had reverted to a green zone. The shadow guards stammered. It was Song Jihan, slowly stepping out from the light. What the hell? Why is everyone gathered here? He was completely frozen. Song Jihan raised an eyebrow challengingly. What brings you all here? The members of Minday's team tried to probe for information. You're still alive, which means you killed the boss monster. Did you consume the firestone? Song Jihan remained calm. So what if I did? He gritted his teeth at Song Jihan's nonchalant attitude. How dare a failure like you? Since when did you know about it? Cold sweat started pouring down Minday's forehead. This was getting complicated. Lee Myung-guk had repeatedly ordered him to bring back the firestone. He stared intently at the seemingly harmless student before him. Even if he did consume the firestone, it must take a while to fully absorb something that incredible. I have to kill Song Jihan, or at least bring back his blood. A powerful force like a boulder suddenly pressed down on Minday. The entire squad of assassins panicked at the sudden tremor. Song Jihan stood in the middle of a vortex of spiritual energy, his expression unchanged. Minday was terrified. There's no way he could get this strong just from consuming the firestone. He signaled his teammates to retreat. Suddenly, Song Jihan burst out laughing, causing the entire group to freeze. He wiped a non-existent tear from the corner of his eye. Why would you think I'd reveal my true power? The system announced. The master of the hellish secret chamber has sealed the barrier. Minday was horrified. Isn't the boss monster dead? Song Jihan stood above them, exuding an invisible pressure. From now on, none of you are allowed to take a single step out of this gate. The water rippled, shimmering with a strange peacefulness under the bridge. A group of students gathered in a line before the glowing barrier. Hiso fidgeted, swaying back and forth, while Hanju's face remained cold and expressionless. She snapped, Can't you stand still? You're getting on my nerves. He flinched. I'm sorry. Hanju stared at the chains wrapped around the barrier. This wasn't a bad opportunity to gauge Song Jihan's abilities. She mused, 1,000 thoughts rushing through her mind as she tried to understand his power. I followed him all day but found nothing. He's too strong, having defeated the tyrant Lee Jae-hong and even stood up to Master Bin Aka during the evaluation. And he's the one who once defeated me. Hanju reasoned that it was highly likely he was still holding back. She guessed with absolute certainty that he would definitely survive and get out, proving her right. Just as she finished that thought, the chains around the barrier slammed against each other and then burst apart, shattering into pieces as if by a powerful force from within. The eager students murmured, The barrier is finally opening. Streams of spiritual energy poured out, and with them, a figure from inside the barrier stumbled out. A single drop of warm blood dripped onto the ground. A bad omen. Song Jihan collapsed to the ground as if completely exhausted, startling the students. Hanju caught his shoulder. Look at me. Are you okay? Her eyes widened. This guy. Hanju screamed when she saw the spreading bloodstain on Song Jihan's side. Song Jihan. Elsewhere, people were discussing animatedly. How long has it been? They estimated about 3 hours. The MC seemed restless. That's quite a while. I wonder if it's because the Rung Ren team from the Divine Clan just went in. The cameraman glanced over. Is that so? The MC explained. Usually, the fluctuations only last for about 15 minutes, even though many people finish well before that. The cameraman exclaimed, That team is incredible. The MC waved his hand. Forget it. Suddenly, his eyes widened. All right, get the camera ready. The barrier emitted a blinding light. The barrier has been broken, but then he frowned in confusion. What? A second ago the barrier was wide open, but now it's surrounded by thousands of chains. Did it close again? Inside the pitch-black cave, the air was thick with killing intent. A few hours earlier, Song Jihan and the assassin squad faced off. The assassins had taken a combat stance, while he remained perfectly calm. One of them shouted, It doesn't matter how strong he is. I'll take care of him. Before he could even finish his sentence, Song Jihan sent his head flying with a single strike. Minda trembled in fear. It was so fast, he couldn't even see it, but he still put on a brave face. What are you doing? Are you scared of some high school kid? The entire squad of assassins charged forward like wild beasts. Attack him now! Song Jihan bent his knees, glanced over their faces, and then stomped his foot hard on the ground. A current of electricity flowed out, merging with his spiritual energy to form a signature attack. The charging men screamed in agony as the current coursed through them. He was still just a coward who was all talk. I've never met a monster like bastard like this, Minda stammered. Do you think you can get away with this? The divine clan won't let this slide. Song Jihan scoffed. You must have forgotten, but I also carry the blood of the Shinji clan. Hearing this, his eyes widened. With that lowly bloodline, how dare you? He grabbed the talkative mouth, squeezing it shut so the man could no longer scream. Song Jihan leaned down, savoring the terrified look on his prey's face. After all, there's no evidence. Who's going to know I killed you? He drew a knife, intending to finish off this nosy assassin. Song Jihan's eyes were vicious. You all started this first, so don't blame me. Song Jihan stood among the bloody corpses. He sighed, glancing behind him as if he had anticipated something. Song Jihan commanded, You there. Come out. The last remaining tentacle creature crawled out meekly. You called for me, my lord? He slightly closed his eyes. Clean up these corpses. It hastily called its comrades to help. Yes, my lord. The master has given an order. Everyone get out here now. Hurry up. Song Jihan watched the bustling tentacles and mused to himself. The tentacles understood human language and possessed the intelligence of a middle schooler, truly a species of monster that loved to suck up. He called out, You? It answered subserviently. Yes? Song Jihan patted its head. From now on, you're the leader. I'm leaving this place in your hands. The tentacle creature thanked him timidly. Thank you, my lord. He placed the knife in its hand. There's one more thing. The tentacle creature held the knife and could only force a smile. Master, what is this? Song Jihan smiled amicably, but a scheme was brewing beneath the surface. The sky was clear, with skyscrapers lining the street. He clutched his bleeding hip. Hanu and Hel sat beside him, worried. She asked urgently, What happened to you? What went on in there? The boy was a bit calmer. Senior, are you all right? Song Jihan managed to reply. Inside the secret dungeon, all of the guides. When a shout rang out, Stop! Don't say anything! Baron appeared, criticizing him. That's awful. Why is your acting so terrible? He scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm embarrassed too. Please, just stop. But then a thought struck him, and he grew furious. Damn it, that wretched tentacle. I only told it to cut me a few times. The tentacle looked apologetic. I'm sorry, master. I just got carried away. Please forgive me. Song Jihan grumbled about his injuries. Just how many times did it cut me? It hurts like crazy. He looked at the naive group before him. At least they would be less suspicious of him now. The MC was still broadcasting. We are currently at the entrance to Hell's Grotto. We have confirmed that one student has survived. The whereabouts of the others remain unknown. Just then, Li Xin commanded from behind, Get out of the way. The students automatically parted, forming a path for him. He stood there solemnly with a group of reporters. Despite the grave situation, the MC introduced Li Xin. I can't believe Sir Li Xin, the heir of the Shinji clan, has come here personally. He walked up to Song Jihan, his long shadow cast by the setting sun. Li Xin looked down on him with a condescending air. Speak. He recounted his tale like a victim. There was another blue rank monster in there. It's only thanks to Kang Min Jae's sacrifice that I managed to escape alive, he sneered. Do you really think I'd believe a whole team would sacrifice themselves to save you? Song Jihan's lips curled into a smirk. It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. Li Xin gritted his teeth, since no one had ever dared to talk back to him like that. You! He lunged forward, electricity crackling in his hand. You bastard! He squeezed his eyes shut, looking helpless as if bracing for the blow. But the punch Song Jihan expected never landed. He opened his eyes, confused, to see Hanu pointing her sword directly at Li Xin's neck. Hyun Woo was gripping Li Xin's wrist tightly. Her expression was stoic. Attacking someone without cause is unbecoming of a noble family member, Senior Li Xin. He was stunned. Why are you protecting him? Hyun Woo lowered his head to explain. Young master, we are drawing too much attention. But Li Xin shook his hand off. Get away from me! He scowled intensely. His scowl was murderous, but he was powerless to do anything to him. Song Jihan met his gaze with an equally icy stare, neither one backing down. Hyun Woo announced. From this moment on, this barrier is under the jurisdiction of the Shinji clan. He glanced over at the teacher. Inform the chairman that we will be handling this. Taehung replied fearfully. Yes, right away. The other students helped Song Jihan up to bandage his bleeding wound. Hanu called out to him, Song Jihan! He turned back to her. Yeah, what is it? She clenched her fists and demanded. Was that really the whole story you just told us? He acted flustered. Are you seriously asking that to someone who just came back from the brink of death? I knew you were cold-hearted, but still. Hanu slapped him hard on the back. Forget it then. Take care of yourself. Hell jumped. Senior, he's injured. At the school, rows of leafy green trees cast their shade as birds chirped loudly. Mi-young sat in the faculty office, sipping a cup of tea. He responded softly to a knock at the door. Come in. Hanjigu walked in with a serious expression, like a detective. She sat down across from him, and the silence made the atmosphere a bit strange. Min-sung took a sip of his tea. How is Song Jihan? Hanjigu replied thoughtfully. I've been keeping an eye on him, but still haven't noticed anything unusual. He put his teacup down. Jihan is truly a talented student to be able to fool even you. Min-sung dropped a bombshell. Just a moment ago, our bank called to report that Song Jihan just sold a high-grade monostone. She froze, he added. According to the shadow guards, Song Jihan didn't take a single step out of the academy at that time. Han Jigu fell silent, realizing he was indeed hiding his talent. Lowering her head, she thought, I need to find out just how strong he is, and where that power comes from. She smirked as if she had just found a solid clue. Han Jigu looked up with confidence. Song Jihan has a deep-seated hatred for the divine family. This is our chance, she thumped her chest, assuring him. Just trust me, uncle. I will convince Song Jihan. A golden, sandy beach, clear blue water reflecting ripe, swaying coconuts. Song Jihan gestured. Okay, sit down. He held out his hand for Lam Lam to place its paw on. Good. Song Jihan threw it a firestone to eat. Okay, eat up. The system notifications flooded in. Lam Lam has successfully absorbed the firestone. Lam Lam's level has increased. Current level 35. All skill points have been improved. Acquired skill. Fire Seed. He picked up Lam Lam, with its perfectly round belly. Was it tasty? Song Jihan's gaze fell upon its body. It should have grown at least a little bigger, but its size remained the same. The system explained in detail. Fire Seed, level 5. This is an infinite flame. It continues to burn until the opponent is incinerated. Regarding the Fire Seed's output, the system then displayed Lam Lam's status. Basic information. Name Lam Lam. Growth level 35. Species Blue Fox. Rarity Fire attribute. Affinity 85. Territory level 2. 2 blue fox layers. Hideout provides attack capabilities. Special attack speed, no special defense. He looked at it and wondered, that's strange. At least its ability points should have increased, right? The immortal elder floating beside him answered, it's possible that even if it reaches B rank or higher, its growth level is still low. That's one way to understand the current situation. Song Jihan asked worriedly, if I find more items similar to the Firestone for Lam Lam to eat, I'll understand the reason, right? He replied, that's right. The knowledgeable immortal elder continued, but more importantly, you mustn't forget that you also need to try harder. No matter how you try to hide your identity, you'll eventually be found out. Until you are discovered, you must become as strong as possible. He obediently agreed, yes, I will remember that. The elder calmly reminded him, but it's already too late. Song Jihan suddenly realized, what? Oh no, it's time! He quickly ran into the barrier. Lam Lam, I'm going to the academy and I'll be back. Song Jihan teleported back to his original spot, stepping out as if nothing had happened. Hyol bowed deeply in greeting. Senior, you're out. Then he stood up straight. Embarrassed. I will compose myself, he thought helplessly. This guy never changes. But Hyol was still smiling brightly. Did you sleep well last night? Are your injuries any better? Song Jihan looked down, then asked him with a confused expression. I've only met you once or twice, and all I remember about you is your formal greeting. Why are you so concerned about me? He scratched his nose, a bit shyly. Well, you're talked about like a legend. Senior Song Jihan has many victories against other seniors at the martial arts hall. I was so impressed, so I really admire you, Senior Song Jihan. He scratched his head, unconvinced. Song Jihan sighed. Well, he muttered to himself, I'm too lazy to deal with this, so I'll just let it be. He tilted his head thoughtfully. Wait, there was someone like this in my past life too. A memory surfaced of an introduction. Jihan, I will introduce you to my first reliable subordinate, Wang Ma Insu. He so suggested, Master, please skip the time in between, but Hyukjin paid no attention. Then he ran off, leaving Song Jihan and Hyol with bewildered expressions. Hey, where is Hyukjin going? He said helplessly. Seriously, you should finish the introduction before leaving. He hesitated. Right, he replied. Yeah. Hyol's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had found a treasure. I'm truly impressed. You're such an upright person. You don't blame circumstances. You truly are a master. Song Jihan was taken aback by this excessive enthusiasm. Yeah, you found a good master. He remembered Insu smiling brightly and introducing himself. That's right. I'm not Insu. My name is. Lost in his memories, he was suddenly brought back to reality by a voice. Senior. Song Jihan compared the two faces. Is something wrong? And the result was a perfect match, making him shudder as if he'd been electrocuted. This is insane. Isn't that Heo Insu? Park Hyuk-jin has really lost his mind. Who plants a spy by changing their name? Song Jihan thought with a shudder. Even though his personality is like Bai Cheng-ho, this psycho will reach A rank in the future. He suddenly put a friendly hand on his shoulder as if they were sworn brothers, and Song Jihan struck up a conversation. Hey Hyo, let's get along from now on, he replied awkwardly. Yeah. The two walked down the school hallway with their arms around each other's shoulders. From behind, Hyukjin charged at Song Jihan like a bull. Startled, he couldn't dodge in time, and a pained scream echoed after a loud crash. Song Jihan grimaced. What the hell was that? He roared. Park Hyukjin held out a hand to help him. Are you still this weak? Hyukjin asked curiously. But who is this friend of yours? My prize junior, Song Jihan replied with difficulty. Hyukjin gave a friendly introduction. Nice to meet you. I'm your senior, Park Hyukjin from Gomrong. Insu bowed politely. Yes, I'm Insu. He put his hands on his hips and teased. Any junior of Jihan's is a junior of mine. I'll look after you just like I look after him. Yes, it would be an honor. Hyukjin stared him up and down as if appraising goods. He smirked, realizing the kid was from the iron-blooded sword clan. Song Jihan slapped his shoulder. Stop gawking. Hyukjin started to say, Do you want to come over? He grumbled. Hey, I wasn't finished talking. You have to admit that I discovered him first this time, got it? Hyukjin retorted sarcastically. This time, Insu's decision is what's important. Standing awkwardly to the side, Insu tried to stop them. I'm sorry. Please don't argue because of me. He was completely helpless. Baron fanned himself. That boy is always so mature. He looked down at Song Jihan horsing around. Turns out he can act his age sometimes. The warm sun beat down on the school cafeteria building without even a whisper of wind. He held a pastry, his face grim, certain that a meeting was scheduled during lunchtime. Hyukjin asked, Aren't you going? He pointed to the side. I'm skipping it too, just like her, because I wanted to be with you. Hanju sat between two stacks of pastries, calmly savoring each bite. Song Jihan's expression hardened. Another stalker. Hanju, are you a stalker now? My posse just keeps getting bigger. Hyukjin, however, just playfully high-fived the air. He slammed the table and pointed right at her. No, I'm not kidding. Hanju, ever since she got to this school, she's been following me like a shadow. You don't understand, Hanju replied coolly. That's right. I like Song Jihan very much. She closed her eyes, thinking to herself, Hyukjin, you still have a bright future. Hyukjin shook her shoulders forcefully. You can't get involved with this jerk. Song Jihan cut in. Are you looking to die, Park Hyukjin? He snapped irritably. While we're on the subject, let's not drag this out. Let's settle it now. Hanju, what the hell do you want from me? Hanju slowly wiped her mouth. What I want. She pointed straight at him. What I want is you, Song Jihan. Song Jihan was stunned, but Hanju insisted it was him. Warm sunlight filled the student council office. Damn it! Li Xin slammed his fist on the table. What do they think the student council is? He snarled. They dared to skip the meeting. And Hanju was even with Song Jihan. Sunji raised an eyebrow. Perhaps I should have my people step in? Li Xin stopped her. Miss Kim Sunji, that would be going too far. Taemin chimed in. It's fine, let Sunji handle it, Li Xin yelled, questioning Choi Taemin. You know damn well that Kim Sunji always goes too far. The man calmly explained. Li Xin, our opponents are Hyukjin and Hanju. Taemin explained. Having Sunji make a move will show them our authority. Li Xin could only sigh in defeat. Fine, I get it. Just remember to go easy on Hanju. But as for Song Jihan, you can crush him as you please. She gave a wicked smile. Leave it to me. At that same moment in the school cafeteria, Hanju pointed at Song Jihan. What I want is you, Jihan. She laid out her terms. If you join my family, I guarantee I will fulfill all of your desires. Just tell me what you want. Song Jihan mused. What a bold proposition. I don't want to be tied to any one power, but I do need an allied force to back me up, he thought. He stared at her intently, not yet giving an answer. And it would be best if that force had exceptional intelligence. But now isn't the right time, he thought. Song Jihan closed his eyes for a moment. All right, I understand. He slowly began. What I want is you, Hanju. And Song Jihan pointed right back at her. The air froze for a few seconds. She was stunned. Huh? He smirked. Just kidding, Hanju replied quietly. Whatever. Just forget it. She drew her sword, her eyes filled with killing intent. I'm going to carve you up. Song Jihan jumped back. Whoa! He shook his head frantically. No, I was only joking. I was just imitating you. Where did Park Hyukjin go? Wait, Hanju, I'm sorry. Under a clear blue sky with lazy white clouds, his screams echoed throughout the massive building. The vast sky and bright sun shone down on a corner of the school rooftop. Having escaped, Song Jihan let out a sigh of relief as if he'd just cheated death. He plopped down on the ground. I have to see Ai in the next class. She wouldn't swing her sword in the classroom, would she? Baron reassured him that no one would dare do such a thing. Song Jihan whined that even she had to follow the rules. Suddenly, Haijin appeared from behind. Song Jihan was startled and quickly dodged. When did you get here? He replied. I just arrived. Song Jihan teased. I thought you were going to disappear like last time. Haijin pointed out that more importantly, I was still hunting for him all over the school. He clenched his fist. It's almost time for class. He marveled at Song Jihan's talent, adding that his swordsmanship from earlier was no joke. She said, "You defeated Li Gyung. Our Song Jihan has become super strong." Haijin looked him over and commented, "But you don't look like it." Song Jihan held up his hand. "That's because I'm carrying a good magical artifact." He introduced the magical ring. "This is a gift from someone very important to me. This ring can conceal my power." Haijin was incredibly curious. "Who would give you something so amazing? Who was it?" Song Jihan smiled. "Yeah, it's from someone I cherish deeply." Baron shyly looked away. The sun is so bright today, isn't it?" He flew over, questioning. "You're telling this kid an awful lot," Song Jihan explained. "It's fine. It's Haijin. He's someone I can trust." Baron hesitated. "If you say so." As Haijin was joking, "Song Jihan, let me try it for a second." I slammed the door open and stormed in. "I finally found you." The two turned their heads with a look of stunned and terrified disbelief. She lunged as if she wanted to eat Song Jihan alive. "There's nowhere left to run." Suni stepped forward. "Oh my. Why did you run so fast?" "All the way up to the rooftop." She covered her face, giggling. "You even broke the rooftop door, and we and the student council are supposed to be role models." I and Haijin seemed wary. "Long time no see, Senior Suni." He turned back. "Kim Suni." Suni is a living successor of the Hwasan sect. Kim Suni, the Plum Blossom, heir to the Jomsan Guild. She wields the martial arts of the Hwasan sect. Song Jihan wondered why someone like her would come looking for I. He asked cautiously, "Is something wrong, Senior?" She explained with an air of confidence. "Because you all skipped the meeting, Jigu is furious." Suni smirked. "This time, he sent me to teach you a lesson as a warning." Song Jihan was taken aback. "Huh? Senior, are you referring to me?" Pointing at Haijin, she said, "Except for you. If we laid a hand on you, the chairman wouldn't let it slide. I'm just here to deal with the other two." He wondered. "Why me?" Hi, Jin patted his shoulder. "Take care." Whispers erupted from all around. "Look, Snowflower and Plum Blossom are fighting." Others chimed in. "This is a preliminary bout before the Heavenly Genius Tournament." I turned her head. "Song Jihan, why are you backing away? Shouldn't we fight together?" Song Jihan explained. "It looks like she's targeting you first, so I'm giving you the chance to shine." Suni sneered. "How considerate of you. Just wait a moment, I'll be done in a flash." He also smiled in reply. "Yes, Senior." She caressed the blade of her sword. "Since I'm your senior, I'll make the first move." Suni lunged and slashed at her but was parried by IIN. The two streams of spiritual energy collided, creating a massive shockwave. She gritted her teeth and struck. "You stubborn wench!" I swung her sword, her eyes sharp, not uttering a single word in reply. I wrapped her opponent's sword in lightning and then dashed in to strike her hand. The sword clattered to the ground in front of countless eyes, and she collapsed to her knees in utter humiliation. Song Jihan held up his camera. "What do you think, Master?" Baron judged. "The essence of the Plum Blossom sword style is to deceive the opponent's vision," he said with disappointment. "But that child only relies on physical strength. That's not the Plum Blossom sword style anymore." I stood tall. "I have nothing more to say to you, Senior. I hope you won't continue to bother me." Suni trembled with rage that things had turned out this way. She roared at her bodyguards. "Are you all just going to stand there and watch?" Suni commanded. "She's all by herself. Get her." I calmly closed her eyes, not deigning to focus on these pests. A single swing from I was enough to send all who dared approach flying. She slowly explained that the cuts weren't deep. I brandished her sword, but if you attack again, a blade has no eyes. Suni's face went pale. I was that strong. "Impossible. I can't believe it." Seeing the battle come to an end, everyone began to whisper amongst themselves. "Snowflower is truly powerful," they marveled, "even stronger than a low-level instructor." Someone else hesitated. "On the other hand, Plum Blossom is," another person chimed in. "She's actually gotten worse." Huh. The sarcastic remarks continued. "She always skips training and only knows how to bully the weak." The taunts were relentless. She didn't train at all during the break, just partied, and she still expected to get better. The final remark made a vein pop on her hand. What a waste of martial arts. Sunji reached into her pocket for something, throwing an orb at her. "Let's see how long you can stay so smug." Hanju reflexively threw a palm strike forward, but it was no use. This time her face twisted as if she had messed with something she shouldn't have. The orb shot out thousands of sharp needles, aiming to pierce her. She braced herself. There were too many needles to dodge in time, so Hanju tried to use her sword for cover, gritting her teeth in frustration. Hanju gritted his teeth, looking at the pile of needles in front of him. "There are too many needles. I can't dodge them all." Hyukjin cried out worriedly. "Hanju!" Blood splattered across the rooftop, creating a stark contrast. Song Jihan teased, "You're pretty good. You didn't even blink with all those needles flying at your face. His arm blocked all the needles for you, but I'm the one who saved you." Song Jihan looked at the device that had fallen to the ground. "A needle bomb? Is that the signature secret art of the Mandarin family?" Then his gaze shifted to his own purplish arm, a clear sign that the needles were poisoned. Baron reassured him, "Don't worry, The spiritual power regulation technique will automatically detoxify it. Song Jihan rubbed his arm. Thank goodness. That family has always been known for its ruthlessness, but I didn't expect this. Baron said mysteriously. Do you think they intended to leave a trace? Song Jihan raised an eyebrow. Probably not. The system displayed a side quest notification. Deal with the bullies. Difficulty. D. Description. The hermits despise hypocrites within the sect. They want you to teach Kim Soonji, who reminds them of a certain hypocrite, a lesson. Completion condition. Defeat Kim Soonji. Reward. A closer bond with Hanju and reputation. Reputation description. Reputation is one of the most important stats in the current era. With a high reputation, people will flock to you effortlessly. Effect. Increases power, wealth, and fame. A deep-seated story that has never been forgotten. The Gyum Mansan Corporation once betrayed everyone. They not only slaughtered the awakened ones, but also ordinary civilians. A shocking secret was revealed. One of the pioneering groups had turned into demons. Song Jihan used his spiritual power to push out all the needles, giving them a taste of their own medicine. Hanju ran over in a panic. Are you okay? He waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. You should have known that by now. Soonji sat collapsed on the ground, trembling, as beads of sweat dripped onto the floor. Song Jihan grabbed her by the collar and yanked hard, making her groan. He said coldly, the conditions for using the Mandarim family's poison needle bomb, Song Jihan tightened his grip on her collar, are to use it against monsters or when facing an enemy like Samarin. He looked down at Soonji with contempt. If it's neither of those, it can only be used when your life is in mortal danger. Even in this age of power, there are rules that everyone must uphold. She screamed, Shut up! Soonji struggled out of his grasp. Who do you think you're lecturing? You insignificant fool! She stealthily reached for her sword. Hanju was bad enough, but you too. Soonji lunged forward with a crazed look. Are you testing me? Hanju suddenly panicked, letting out a trembling scream. On the other side, Hyuk Jin was just as terrified. As for Song Jihan, a streak of blood splattered across his face, but her pupils contracted as if she had just seen something horrifying. Soonji looked up at the sword embedded in his shoulder. What? Song Jihan stood perfectly still. He hadn't even flinched. He calmly pulled the sword out, his expression unchanging. Song Jihan lowered the weapon, blood dripping down its blade. He stood before her and dropped the sword, as if to prove he didn't need a weapon. Song Jihan raised his hand and began to gather spiritual power. Since you were the one who crossed the line, everything I do now is just self-defense. Soonji's face was filled with fear. What are you planning to do? Wait, stay back. A glowing pink sphere of energy was hovering in his hand. Don't! Hanju suddenly screamed. Don't do it! He was so focused on gathering the pink energy sphere that he didn't notice. She grabbed his outstretched wrist tightly to stop him from doing something reckless. Hanju stood protectively in front of Soonji. Stop it, Song Jihan replied with a cold expression. What? You know it too, don't you? For people like her, the only answer is revenge. She gripped his hand tightly, her face slightly flushed, and her lips pressed together in a thin line. Hanju looked thoughtfully at his murderous expression. This power. She remembered being inside the barrier. It was the same power she had felt just before entering the cave, and that bloodthirsty face flashed through her mind again. Just then, Hyuk Jin stepped in. That's enough, he frowned deeply. What do you all think you're doing? Song Jihan smirked. You can see what's happening, can't you? If you wanted to teach me a lesson, you should have come alone. He casually dismissed him, making the other's suffering seem utterly pointless. Song Jihan retorted with a scowl. Song Jihan, is your face swollen or something? Kim Soon-di is the second daughter of the Gansan group, you know. Song Jihan glanced over, completely uninterested. So what? Are you afraid the Gansan group will retaliate? Then you should have disciplined Kim Soon-di from the very beginning. The man ground his teeth. I don't understand what you're talking about, Song Jihan said with a righteous air. As the successor of the family, I have to be mindful of our relationships with other factions, don't I? He walked past him as if he were thin air. A successor whose claim isn't even secure. Song Jihan was furious. What's that supposed to mean? Taming put on a preachy act. Song Jihan, if you keep criticizing others like this, you'd better be careful. He scoffed. I might just live longer than you, senior. The sun was gradually setting, creating a warm, orange sunset. The tall building with black glass doors reflected the evening glow. In his private room, Song Jihan was handling work on his computer. The system displayed a notification about his current attributes and power. He muttered in delight, I finally have reputation points. Special category, internal energy 450 out of 1000. Mental power 300 out of 300. Reputation. Promising talent. Wealth, fame, or power, Song Jihan wanted it all. And once you reach A rank or higher, you gain reputation. The higher your reputation, the better you're treated by families, guilds, and the government. Reputation was also a very important thing for him. There was a fierce war among organizations to recruit talented individuals. Reputation is truly a crucial factor for the awakened, Song Jihan smirked. From now on, it's a new beginning. Baron advised, To follow the great path, even if you're the strongest on the golden peak, you still have a long way to go, he said proudly, bathed in his own light. There was a time I was a formidable opponent in Gangho. He paid no mind and clicked a button on the computer. I know, Song Jihan stretched. I'm going to check on Lam Lam. Baron was worried. Huh? If you move your arm like that, he looked at the wincing boy. It's going to hurt for a while. He clutched his arm, screaming internally. Song Jihan grumbled. You should have told me sooner. Baron was having none of it. You have only yourself to blame. He scowled. What did you say? As they bickered, a notification popped up on the computer screen. Breaking news. A video of a duel from the Martial Arts Academy has been leaked, and Lam Lam has reached 40,000 views in 5 hours. Song Jihan rewatched the moment Hanju and Soon fought in front of the entire school. This intensity. Oh my god, is Snowflower fighting Plum Blossom? For real? She screamed and launched a sneak attack on Hanju. Let's see how long you can hold your head up high. He was bewildered. What was that? Did Plum Blossom just throw something? I paused and zoomed in. But what is that? Everyone around was terrified as she unhesitatingly slashed away the entire needle bomb. Hanju, while Song Jihan watched and muttered to himself. That's a needle bomb from the Mandorcam clan. She threw it at another person, and at Snowflower no less. What's wrong with the Chomson group? They're in big trouble. He flew into a rage and smashed his computer. What the hell is this? At the same time, Injae's son was reporting, Father, the media has already started reporting on it. Public opinion isn't looking good either. His head was spinning. Who filmed and uploaded this video? The son hesitated. It was Song Jihan, from the Divine Power family. Hearing this, Injae scowled. The Divine Power family. He glared at the scruffy bearded old man, Min Guk, who was casually approaching. After causing such a mess, you still have the nerve to show your face here and ask for help? The old man shamelessly asserted. Our Divine Power family cut ties with Song Jihan a long time ago. Then Min Guk lowered his head threateningly. And if it was really Song Jihan who uploaded that video, then our chairman will probably be happy to accept our proposal, the old man said decisively. I'm here to request Song Jihan's assassination. Meanwhile, Song Jihan's computer screen displayed, delete all my spam mail. He wondered. I've already deleted all the emails. I wonder if they've found out and will try to contact me. Song Jihan sat comfortably in his chair and uttered the most narcissistic sentence possible. Now the alliance of 15 families will be trying to recruit me, Baron wondered. Are you going to join? Song Jihan's jaw dropped. Joining an organization would only limit my options. Baron's gaze was affectionate. You can do whatever you want. You'll be strong enough to stand on your own, he exclaimed. Well said. Song Jihan wanted to milk this for all it was worth. But I'll still consider getting some insurance. Now, let's make the most of this pawn. The elder's eyes widened in surprise. Do you have a plan? But he didn't hesitate at all. Right, before I ask for the martial arts manual from the pawn, I'm going to get the succession flower first. He explained about the flower in question. The succession flower is also known as the flower of God. It's an incredible item that can reset learned martial arts skills. Song Jihan thought to himself, from now on, He-Ho Shu will have to learn special techniques. He was extremely cautious. Performing the ascending sword technique with his old skills would not only reduce its power, but could also endanger He-Ho Shu's life if his internal energy leaked. Song Jihan was concerned. The succession flower only grows in dark, harsh places. I know the location of a succession flower that hasn't bloomed yet. A moment later, in a desolate desert, Song Jihan played with his pet. Lam Lam, are you okay? Then he smiled and asked the mole-like monsters, how are you two doing? Still alive? Taegu approached respectfully. Master, you've arrived. It was grateful for Song Jihan's help. Thanks to the materials you provided, Master, we are living very well. He asked curiously. That's good. By the way, is your name Taegu? Taegu quickly replied, Taegu, Master. Song Jihan just touched its shoulder, and it flinched. That's right, Taegu. From now on, you're in charge here. He looked at the mole cowering before him. Why are you trembling? Are you afraid I'll hit you again? Then, Song Jihan warned, I've already gotten my revenge for last time. Your face is already a mess, so there's nowhere left to hit. Do you understand your mission? Taegu was so scared it could barely speak clearly. You told us to live here, right, Master? I understand. He entrusted it with a task. You will lead the others to create small paths between the different gates. It obeyed without question. Yes, we will work hard. The moles immediately responded with enthusiasm. The elder suddenly appeared right behind him. Huh? What are those monsters planning to do? Song Jihan calmly explained. The succession flower will wilt immediately after leaving the gate. To move the flower to my gate, there's no other way but to use this method. He puffed out his chest, looking at his useful minions, who were bending the gates to connect the locations and then move the flower. He was confused. Why not just bring He-Ho Shu here and have him eat the succession flower directly? Song Jihan's face suddenly darkened. Master, that's a rather cruel suggestion. You're really full of yourself. What do you take me for? Am I not your disciple? I have a plan. Meanwhile, in the city, Yu Lin's secretary reported to his boss. I've found the target. He was furious, as the secretary was incompetent at searching. Where is he? Well, she said softly. The target has entered the blue gate, Dae Myung-nak. Yulin arrogantly propped his feet on the table and questioned, Dae Myung-nak? Isn't that an unconquerable gate? Why did he go in there? The secretary hesitated. I'm not sure either. He shot up from his seat. It doesn't matter, because the chairman wants this finished as soon as possible. Then Yulin opened the door for his cronies and left arrogantly. Let's show him what happens when you mess with the Divine Power Clan. Meanwhile, in the tranquil forest, a deer was strolling along a path when suddenly the sound of footsteps made its heart leap out of its chest. Song Jihan's ghostly appearance made the cute little deer scamper away. He was struggling with the mossy mud under his feet. It's so hard to move. It must be around here. Suddenly, a light from the side of the path shone right in Song Jihan's face. His eyes lit up as if he had struck gold. Song Jihan exclaimed excitedly, Found it! The succession flower! He immediately used his magic, calling on the mole corpses to summon a gate. The mole-like monsters quickly appeared. Master, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you. Song Jihan pointed at the flower. There, dig a gate that surrounds this flower. Taegu, the leader, wondered, What is this? It doesn't look like anything ordinary. He explained that it was the succession flower. After hearing that, its eyes nearly popped out of its head. This is the succession flower? But Song Jihan wasn't surprised. Yeah, since we can't cut it and take it, we have to move the whole thing. Taegu was already scheming. With this, humans are doomed. Seeing this, he ran over and clapped its shoulder, snapping it out of its daydream. Every word from Song Jihan hit the nail on the head. Interested in it, are you? Taegu turned pale with fear and shook its head frantically. I'm not interested at all. He then dangled a juicy bait. Who knows? If everything goes well, I might share a little with you. Donggu immediately changed his tune. I'll work hard, sir. Song Jihan left. So, I'm counting on you. He was startled. Aren't you coming with us, sir? He put on a mysterious air. I'll follow later. I still have a few things to do. A few hours later, in the forest where the flower of succession resides, the screams of wild boars shook the heavens and the earth, even disturbing the villages behind the forest. Leading them was the six-packed Wirak and his ragtag group of brothers. I've found them. Song Jihan watched the hefty wild boars from a distance. 6 or 7 of them is quite a lot. He quickly flew off. Wirak was enjoying the morning sun behind a fence when he was suddenly scared out of his wits. Where did Song Jihan come from? Casually running in front of Wirak. The king's command has been used. On top of that, he even cheerfully tried to get acquainted with this ferocious beast. Hello! A terrified Wirak screamed his head off. It's a human! His underlings jumped in surprise because of it. Just then, Baron appeared and calmly warned him. The king's command has many properties, including fear, majesty, and provocation. Because of that, its power is terrifying. With just one small step, I can shake the world. Just as Baron finished speaking, the wild boars attacked from behind, while the foolish Song Jihan could only turn tail and run for his life. Damn it, you should have told me sooner. I was planning to take out the boss stealthily. Now everything's ruined. But one man can't fight a whole pack of beasts, so he had no choice but to stop and strike first. Now it's come to this. Song Jihan broke the fence and jumped into the pig pen. His small frame was now face-to-face with a pack of ferocious wild boars. He thought of it as a challenge, but Song Jihan still suppressed his fear and provoked them. Hey human, I'm over here, you pigs! Wirak issued a challenge. It's really been a long time since a human came here. Come on! Wirak, will take care of you. He took this opportunity to attack first. Sorry, but it's not your turn yet, using the king's command. The moment Song Jihan summoned the system, a violent earthquake occurred. He created a whirlwind that sent the clumsy boars flying. Seeing the critical situation, it frantically began to chant. The mage is chanting to cancel the skill, but before it could finish, Song Jihan rushed in and knocked it into oblivion. He mercilessly threw it to the ground, this one first. The unfortunate mage could only lie motionless amidst the surrounding white smoke. Then Song Jihan unhesitatingly charged down to attack the six-packed boars. However, he didn't attack Wirak, but struck his brothers first. After that, he nimbly used magic to restrain him. All in. But Song Jihan's disappearing and reappearing trick made the boars, who were all fired up, lose their momentum. How dare you? Where are you hiding? Come out now! Suddenly, one of Wirak's brothers shrieked. Thud! He froze when he saw the 2 fattest members of the pack get taken down so easily. And then the 4th one got hit, followed by the beer-bellied best friends being sent to the afterlife, and then Wirak's last brother got a beating. Stop! His blood boiled as he watched Song Jihan beat each of his brothers to a pulp. Wirak's resentful scream now sounded like an echo from hell. I will not forgive you. All of Wirak's stats have increased by 100. Wirak's defense skill has increased by 300. If Wirak is not defeated within 5 minutes, the Berserk skill will be activated. Baron grew anxious, seeing Song Jihan so calm in the face of such hellish fury. You still have time to use skills and talk like this? He was like a demon in human skin, even holding up a small child to threaten Wirak. The poor little piglet was so young, yet it was already scared into a cold sweat. The illusion is so different from the real body, isn't it? The real body seems quite weak. It feels like I could break it with one hand. His heart burned with anxiety seeing his child in danger. No! But Song Jihan kept provoking him. Yes! A moment later, the system notifications flooded in. You have defeated Wirak, the boss of the Wirak Plains. You have received 500,000 accumulated points. You have successfully cleared the notorious gate. You will receive an accumulated reward based on the gate's notoriety. The gate's notoriety level is 790,000. You will be rewarded with 1,080,000 points. He was thrilled to have defeated that giant boar. Clearing these gates gives some insane rewards, Song Jihan said in a smug tone, but he was still a little sad about not getting any martial arts manuals. Then he looked down his nose at the spoils of war. But this is still pretty good. The system displayed the item information, Wirak's vest, B rank, description, not an ordinary vest. It was favored by the great wizard Maruk. Wirak's B-rank red double-bladed axe is described as an axe stained with the blood of hundreds of people. The weapon of Wirak provides plus 45 strength and plus 500 attack power. Song Jihan still wasn't satisfied with this pile of loot. Among B-rank items, this one is top tier. I bet the auction house will go crazy for this. Should I grab another weapon? The system suggested, the master of the WC Plains has disappeared. Do you want to become the master of the gate? But his greed was bottomless. My inventory is full, but I can manage. The system congratulates you for exceeding the number of gates you can possess. Song Jihan was nonchalant. He couldn't even move. The system announced you have abandoned the Hell Lair. You have become the new master of the WC Plains. The elder suddenly flew over. Is it okay to make such a decision so easily? He then presented his plan. I've already moved all the masterminds. The succession flower will be nurtured in the Blue-tail Fox Gate. We should clean up the unnecessary things. Song Jihan was preparing to leave. That's enough. Now I can go back. Huh? Then suddenly the system signaled that someone had illegally entered the WC Plains. He immediately switched to the security screen and saw a group of people standing arrogantly in his territory. The closer he zoomed in, the more mysterious the group appeared. The arrogant leader was Yu Lin, the exorcist. The elder was contemptuous. Song Jihan glanced around. They're scum who will do anything for money. They're from the Dom-san Corporation, so they're very good at bending the law. After hearing this, the master warned, if they're from the Dom-san Corporation, they're definitely looking for revenge against you. Song Jihan started to get restless. I already expected this, but this is too predictable. The system was curious. How will you deal with the intruders? He gave the order, kick them all out. The system announced, everyone who steps through the gate is considered an intruder and will be expelled. Yulin's brothers were forced to stand there for a long time and started complaining, what does this guy want coming all the way out here? He's causing unnecessary trouble. Even so, he still acted like a big boss, admonishing them. Stop that. Yulin turned back to provoke their curiosity. An arrogant, naive high school student steps out of the gate and dies. Isn't that a pretty good story? This weirdo was already gloating. He's probably dead already. We don't even need to lift a finger. Then there's nothing for us to do. Suddenly, one of them screamed, Boss! He frowned. Huh? The useless underlings were bound and couldn't move. What is this? Even Yulin's feet were bound. Iron shackles. Immediately, a bunch of demonic chains flew at them. Each of them was dragged into an invisible space. Yulin refused to accept it. Impossible! But the invisible space began to close, not letting him say another word. No! Song Jihan waved goodbye from the air. What a bunch of idiots. Goodbye, you exorcists. At the Korean music festival, Song Jihan casually walked into the nightclub. He covered his face completely so no one could recognize him. As he was about to enter, a guard stopped him. Wait a minute. I didn't recognize you at first. You're not that student, are you? Let me see your ID. Suddenly, the guard was startled by Song Jihan's words. It's been 40 years since the Golden Revenge, but I won't forget, Song Jihan said sarcastically. You don't need to call me by my name. I'll only be here for a moment. The guard was scared out of his wits and had no choice but to let him in. You have met the protocol standards. Please come in. Song Jihan coldly opened the door and went inside. Then Song Jihan skillfully walked up the stairs as if he had been here many times before. Finally, he reached the auction room. The host presented the first artifact. The artifact I'll be offering this time has the ability to enhance fire resistance, starting at a bid of 50 million. Song Jihan nonchalantly walked past the shouting, chaotic crowd. 55 million, 60 million. He walked up to the item transaction counter. I want to sell an item. The buyer was calm. Yes. Please place the item here. He was surprised to see a pile of mana stones in front of him. Is he planning to sell this whole pile? Song Jihan was composed. Sell this as quickly as possible and deposit the money into my foreign account. The buyer was surprised because foreign accounts have very high security. The fee will be 50%. Do you agree? But Song Jihan readily agreed. The loot from the WC Plains is sold. He then indifferently walked away while the buyer was still trying to talk to him. Yes, thank you for your cooperation. You can check the status using the account's application. A moment later in Minho's room, let's see. He stared intently at the pile of mana stones. At a glance, they're only C rank, but there's a wide variety of colors to choose from. Then Minho brought his magnifying glass close to inspect each stone one by one. The system immediately made an announcement. Magic Copper Pickaxe, overall rating B. He hit the jackpot and shouted out loud. Even if it's a B-, this is still a top-of-the-line item. Then Minho turned to the blue gem, this one too. The system displayed the information. Rare item, overall rating B+. Rare gauntlets, overall rating B+. Then he got excited. That one too. The system kept announcing relentlessly. Leather armor, overall rating B+. Moira's boots, overall rating B+. Crimson double-bladed axe, overall rating B+. Copper pauldrons, overall rating B+. Minho was ecstatic. There's so much stuff. He still couldn't believe his eyes. Glory items? Did they clear the Daemyeong Labyrinth? Minho turned to ask the staff. Do you guys remember who sold these items? The purchasing manager only remembered vaguely. He was wearing a hood, so I couldn't see his face clearly, but he looked like a high school student. The guard, however, answered firmly. I remember. He recounted the entire incident that happened outside the nightclub's door. He mentioned the Golden Revenge, the very first time he gave the password, so I let him in. Hearing this, Minho was speechless. The Golden Revenge? He felt this was completely absurd. That was a password he only gave to his benefactors. A high school student knew a password that not even the VIPs were privy to? This whole thing was messing with Minho's head. He had to report this. The next day, Song Jihan was intently watching a live broadcast from OTV. Welcome, subscribers. This is the OTV channel. I'm currently at the famous Daemyeong Labyrinth. Now, let's take a look. The kid in the broadcast got trolled by the system. The owner of the gate has forbidden entry. You are considered an intruder and will be expelled. There. See? It's impossible to get in. Seeing this, people immediately flooded the chat. What the hell? Who's the owner? The gate has an owner. Stop making stuff up, the kid frantically explained. No, it's for real. I'm not lying. This place is actually pretty dangerous. The system prompted. An uninvited guest has entered the Daemyeong Labyrinth. What will you do? Song Jihan got annoyed just watching. Don't these people ever get tired? Kick them all out, the system warned. You are considered an intruder and will be expelled. And yet, he didn't even pay it any mind. That notification had been popping up for days. Suddenly, Jihan's account received a warning. A message about the deposit from yesterday's auction appeared. That old man is surprisingly generous, he thought gleefully. I figured I wouldn't get much because of the commission, but he not only paid for the items, but also covered the transaction fees for me. Do you know how I found out about the Golden Revenge? Then Song Jihan promised. We'll be meeting soon. Baron gave a stern warning. Don't answer. If you don't have a plausible explanation, you'll be in big trouble. He agreed. Fine, I'll worry about that later. Right now, this is more important. Song Jihan stared intently at the giant grass-covered rock floating in midair, with a waterfall cascading down from the sky above it. Lam Lam was sleeping soundly next to the succession flower. He thought proudly, it's thanks to Parang that the succession flower has bloomed. Song Jihan explained. Parang absorbs the magic from the Daemyeong Labyrinth through the Arc Gate, then channels it back into its own gate. As a result, the energy in the lakeside sanctuary has doubled, and its power is spreading more than ever. Concentration is essential while here. He ran over and stroked Lam Lam's head. The system then displayed a message. The magic in the lakeside sanctuary has reached a certain level. This place has been upgraded from a green gate to a blue gate, and you have achieved a historic accomplishment. You have received 1 million achievement points. His master saw Song Jihan rake in all those achievement points and was happy for him. Congratulations, my disciple. He was thrilled. I've managed to save up a decent amount of points now. Everything was going well. Suddenly, the system announced a special quest. Apotheosis has been completed. The sky around him suddenly began to crack, sending Song Jihan into a panic. Something has happened. The master of the Black Prison area is in shock. Song Jihan panicked. What? The Black Prison area? Wait a minute, what's going on? The ground split open into a massive chasm, causing him to fall. Song Jihan passed through numerous cities, and as a result, the system flooded him with notifications. The master of the Land of Frost is on guard against the master of the Lakeside Sanctuary. The master of the Radiant Land is on guard against the master of the Lakeside Sanctuary. The master of the Vicious Lands is on guard against the master of the Lakeside Sanctuary. The master of the Noble Castle is on guard against the master of the Lakeside Sanctuary. This made his head feel like it was about to explode. Enough! Enough! A voice called out, startling him awake. Song Jihan. Song Jihan panted heavily after the horrific nightmare. At that moment, he had lost all sense of reason. Where am I? Baron floated over gently. You received a reward and were so ecstatic you passed out for a long time, even convulsing. I thought you had gone insane. Song Jihan was skeptical. What? What was that just now? And there was something related to the Black Dungeons. He felt something was off. It's all gone. The system displayed a message. The magic in the Soul Suppression Sanctuary has reached a certain level. This place has been upgraded from a green gate to a blue gate. A historic achievement has been made. You have received 1 million points. Baron fanned himself, grumbling as always. I knew you'd get a taste of this feeling sooner or later. But Song Jihan still hadn't recovered from the shock. Was it my fault? No, it couldn't be a mistake. What just happened? I've never heard of a phenomenon like this. He grew anxious. There are at least 20 black dungeons known to the world, but I'm not so sure anymore. But the number of black dungeons I just witnessed was far more than 20. This would cause chaos if it got out. Song Jihan unconsciously called out, Baron? Baron didn't understand what was going on. What's wrong with you? He suddenly turned and asked Talo, am I the type of person who makes a big deal out of things? And yet Baron also jumped in to tease you. You're only just realizing that now? The next day in the city, Murim High School shimmered in the sunlight. The shameless ghost was determined to find Song Jihan. So this is the school that guy attends? He gave a mysterious smile. A prestigious school for the talented. Huh, interesting. His underling spoke up confidently. I've already investigated it, sir. Ghost smirked with the air of an overbearing boss. Good. He lowered his head. This was his chance after the first assassination attempt failed miserably. If I fail again this time, I won't have the face to see the chairman. Our target is Song Jihan from Zokon. Song Jihan was happily chatting with his friends in the classroom, unaware that he was about to run into Ghost's underlings. Search thoroughly. They obeyed without question. Yes, sir. At Murim High School, he sat pensively in the classroom for a long time. Turns out he was contemplating the contents of the system window, the basic information. Title, Disciple of the Transcendent Hermit. Name, Song Jihan. Potential, Transcendent Rank. Special Skills, Essence Devouring Grand Technique A. Sovereign's Descent Palm B. Absolute Spear Technique, SS, Normal Skills, Celestial Arts B, Tyrant Strength B, 10-Step Divine Fist D, Flood Dragon Technique C, Myriad Poisons C, 7 Origins Divine Fist, Soul Return Technique C, Trait, Path of Eternal Damnation, Master of the Transcendent Heavenly Pavilion, remaining points, 2,330,000 B, 1,000 B. Attributes, Vitality, 236 out of 300, Stamina, 238 out of 300, Strength, 250 out of 300, Agility, 240 out of 300, Special Attributes, Internal Energy, 495 out of 1,000, Mental Power, 300 out of 300, Fame, 2,000, Young Prodigy, Status, Combat Power plus 50, Elemental Control plus 70, Magic Resistance plus 35, Internal Energy Recovery plus 15. Path of Eternal Damnation, Seal of the Primal Heaven and Earth, 10 million. Martial Arts 2, Absolute Spear Technique, 15 million. Attributes 36, Internal Energy plus 15, 1 million. Remaining points, 2,330,000. He was getting a headache over one single problem. The points required to level up kept increasing. Song Jihan's head ached so much that sweat poured down like a stream, so he had to think carefully about which stat to upgrade. This weirdo then took his anger out on Hanju. I'm going crazy. What's with you staring at me all the time? Weren't you going to get snacks with Hai Jin? She growled. It was you, wasn't it? Song Jihan was bewildered. Hanju asked a critical question. The Great Demon Elder. This question made Song Jihan try to change the subject. I don't know what you're talking about. She didn't believe him, liar. But Song Jihan just kept being evasive. If you don't believe me, why are you even asking? Hanju proposed. Come back to the family with me. He looked weary. Didn't we already settle this? But she wouldn't let it go. Only after you agree to join my family. I can accept any of your demands. Just name them. Yet Song Jihan flatly refused all those tempting offers. I don't need anything. I already have too much right now. Hanju then said, if you're still going to be stubborn, then I'll have no choice but to. Song Jihan was confused. She threatened, tell everyone that you are the master of the gate. But Song Jihan challenged her to the end. Show me the proof. Hanju mentally terrorized him. Even the slightest suspicion is enough to make the 15 allied families and the Sama Council turn their eyes on you. You don't like being the center of attention, do you? The atmosphere between the two of them grew increasingly tense. Song Jihan had no argument left to fight with and could only concede, all right, I lose, but only as an alliance of equals, nothing more. She was delighted. Okay, that's enough, he said sarcastically. You're pretty stubborn yourself. Song Jihan didn't bother to answer, his attention fixed on the spears before him. You practice the spear too? Song Jihan feigned a casual look. Yes, senior. The system window displayed a notification for an SS-Rank spear technique, describing a special martial art of the absolute god with only 2 forms, thrusting and slashing, once mastered. This technique would become a one-hit kill move. The usage condition was to have mastered the origin art, an SS-Rank offensive martial art. Seeing how tough this spear technique was, Song Jihan could only reluctantly accept that he needed to practice it to mastery first, as it couldn't be used in actual combat right away like the Sovereign Spear. He was immediately taken to the spear technique training room. Song Jihan relentlessly thrust his spear at the training dummy. No matter how hard he tried, he was still just a novice. Is it because I'm not used to the spear? This is really hard. Suddenly, a sound caught Song Jihan's attention. That bastard, Ghost, jumped down from the ceiling with 2 daggers. He luckily managed to block his first attack, but the impact sent Song Jihan flying back 1,000 meters. Ghost couldn't believe his eyes. He blocked it, but he remained defiant. You again? Song Jihan thought to himself. This stinking ant. I'd recognize you even if you were turned to ash, the man threatened. Looks like you know who I am, huh? But too bad. Your life is about to end. Hanu recklessly charged in. Who are you? This Murim High School is not a place someone like you can just enter. Ghost threatened her. I don't know who you are, but get out of the way. I'm not interested in you. She felt her pride had been insulted. What? Song Jihan said arrogantly. Just do what you're gonna do. Stop talking so much. The man then used his dark power, causing the air to thin. You blocked one of my attacks and you're already this arrogant? This is why I say killing these rookies is a piece of cake. Not only was he unafraid, but he also stood still to analyze the situation like Detective Conan. According to the information I have, his abilities are somewhere between C-rank and D-rank. Song Jihan was just starting to be cautious, but facing him directly, he realized the man was at least a B-rank awakened being. He was so smug that he didn't even notice this madman looming right behind him. However, you're still nothing to me. Just as he was about to send Song Jihan to the afterlife with his dagger, Ghost suddenly paused. He suddenly leaped far away. Even he felt a chill run down his spine. What was that just now? My instincts are telling me that if I had attacked just now, I would have died for sure. Song Jihan taunted. Good intuition. I was planning to sever your wrist if you had charged in. Provoked into a furious rage, Ghost lunged at him like a starved wild beast. You arrogant bastard! He leaped into the air and used a teleportation spell to appear behind him once again. However, Song Jihan had already figured out his move and quickly used his spear to block the attack. Always aiming for the back. Isn't that a bit too obvious? The madman scowled. Then try and block this for your daddy. He then unleashed a chaotic flurry of palm strikes at him. But Song Jihan was no pushover either. He blocked every single one of his attacks. Even the attacker himself was surprised. Lower the spear. Song Jihan recalled the steps and took a step back with his right foot. He planted his feet firmly and unleashed a decisive blow, activating the absolute spear technique. 4 magic arrows created from Song Jihan's spear shot straight towards Ghost. My body can't move! He could only grimace and brace for impact. Suddenly, the spear aimed at Ghost strangely vanished. Song Jihan stood stunned, holding a bare piece of wood in his hand. The weapon couldn't handle the heat. It seems that until I find a suitable spear, I can't practice this move anymore. Ghost was now horrified, unable to believe that a kid could be stronger than him. I can't win. I need to find a way to escape immediately. Suddenly, he got a punch to the face from him that nearly broke his jaw. Song Jihan threatened, Where do you think you're running? Luckily, Ghost's lackeys were more useful. Those punks were preparing to take care of Song Jihan's friends. Stop! If you dare harm our boss, don't think these guys will get away unharmed, he said with a scornful tone. So there are others? You really should have brought some experts, shouldn't you? Those guys are so weak, I can't even feel a hint of their presence. Then he quickly struck Ghost's leg. The underlings could only stand there and watch their boss. Song Jihan was also indifferent to the kids being targeted over there. Do whatever you want. I'm not close with them anyway. In fact, they've even insulted and bullied me before. His cold words left everyone around him stunned into silence. Song Jihan interrogated him. Who gave you the order? But this stubborn Ghost refused to say a single word. You think I'm going to talk? He calmly picked up the man's daggers. If you won't talk, then don't. I didn't expect anything from you anyway. Then Song Jihan deliberately scared the living daylights out of Yu Lin. He threatened, I fucking hate guys like you. Song Jihan slashed a long line across the wall. You were born with a powerful aptitude for martial arts and have always been treated like a top fighter. As he made his threat, he prepared to make this psycho disappear. Yet you resort to such pathetic acts. Death was imminent for Yu Lin. I've had to live a life of suffering all because of this martial arts stuff. Seeing their boss in danger, his underlings frantically yelled, Hey, you lunatic, stop right now, Song Jihan sneered. It seems your lackeys have no idea what's going on. Yu Lin furiously shouted, Hey, shut your mouths, you morons. Nevertheless, Song Jihan took pity and pulled his knife back. Having escaped death, the guy immediately started scheming. Damn it. I have to find a way to live. I can kill this bastard later. Out of options, Yu Lin had no choice but to swallow his pride and kneel to beg for his life. The door to the training room suddenly burst open, and he celebrated internally. Things went a little off script, but you guys arrived just in time. Chairman Min Seung and his bodyguards came to quell the disturbance. All of you, put your weapons down. If anyone so much as moves, I won't go easy on them. Han Ju finally felt relieved. Yu Lin, on the other hand, was overjoyed. While Song Jihan's expression grew grim, a moment later, his underlings were bound, and even the assassin Yu Lin was subdued. Min Seung looked at him with admiring eyes. The entire academy was safe. The only person injured was the assassin Yu Lin. So, did Song Jihan really defeat the assassin Yu Lin all by himself? The mere thought of it left him stunned. I knew the kid was strong, but this is on another level. Min Seung turned to look at Song Jihan, his expression filled with disbelief. I'm even starting to doubt it. I'm not even sure if he's really a high school student. He was surprised when that lunatic Yu Lin suddenly started laughing loudly. Is something funny? He gloated. I'm just glad you showed up in time. I was about to be sent off by that maniac over there. Min Seung warned. Don't think for a second you're walking away from this. But the scoundrel was still smug. Does that really matter? He fumed. What an arrogant punk. He obviously knows I'll be under pressure from his seniors and elders. Min Seung suggested to Song Jihan, Jihan, you can let us take it from here, all right? But he flatly refused. No. His words left them all completely frozen. I still have something to finish. Song Jihan walked towards Yu Lin. Please wait just a moment. Yu Lin's terrified screams echoed throughout Murem High. Song Jihan had punched him so hard his teeth went flying. Yu Lin was beaten to a bloody pulp, barely able to speak. Please, stop. Far from showing mercy, Song Jihan struck the bastard once more. His face went white as he pleaded. I was wrong. I admit it. Isn't what you've done to me enough? What else do you want? But Song Jihan ignored him and relentlessly continued to punish the bastard. His underlings were in an uproar. Boss! Min Seung stood there in total shock. What does he intend to do from here on out? In this world, you can't survive with just power. A person who acts so recklessly won't be pitied. You never know what consequences your actions will have on your future. He stood there, transfixed, staring at Song Jihan at his firm, resolute gaze, so confident in the righteousness of his own actions. The sight reminded Min Seung of someone. I've met someone with those same eyes before. He was in the master of the Golden Blood Blade sect and the only S-Rank Awakener in South Korea. At this thought, he began to break out in a cold sweat. Chairman Min Seung asked impatiently, Student Song Jihan, are you done now? He walked over nonchalantly. Yes. Song Jihan seemed completely unfazed. He seems to be doing just fine, he suggested. Let's talk privately for a moment. Take all of them away, Song Jihan calmly replied. Okay. A moment later, on the campus grounds behind the school, Min Seung and Song Jihan sat together for a long while, neither saying a word. Song Jihan finally broke the awkward silence. The atmosphere here is great. I had no idea a place like this existed behind the school. Min Seung smiled. It's a secret spot. Only I and a few close associates know about it. He immediately understood his intentions. I've already told you the same thing, but if this is about recruitment, I'm afraid I'll have to leave. Even the chairman was surprised. Oh, how did you figure that out? He calmly replied. It's written all over your face. Min Seung immediately dangled a very tempting offer. In that case, I'll get right to the point. Are you certain about your decision? I can guarantee you the best possible treatment for an exceptional talent like yourself. But of course, Song Jihan flatly refused without a second's thought. He didn't want to join the alliance. The man was quite relaxed about this. You don't have to do that. Min Dung pulled out all the stops to persuade a talent like Song Jihan. How about exchanging artifacts? For example, a new type artifact. He offered the most tempting part of the bait, the barrier, or, hearing this, the boy's eyes lit up. Even Song Jihan himself couldn't believe his ears. You want to give me the barrier? Min Dung said casually. If you want it, it's yours. The boy was stunned for a long moment. Handing over his own family's barrier was like giving away his territory to someone else, which meant weakening their own influence. Were they really willing to make such a concession to him? The man said politely. Take your time to think before you answer. You can call me anytime with this number. Song Jihan immediately took Min Dung's business card and said politely, I understand. I'll be heading back to class now. Min Dung remained seated, watching the boys retreating back. He just hoped the kid would think positively about this. The next day, at Murem High School, Song Jihan was scrolling through the headlines. Efforts to conquer the Great Territory, the Heavenly Fox Barrier, the Four Great Families. The Four Great Families were joining forces to seize the Heavenly Fox Barrier. Just then, Ju finished her preparations. You're here. Follow me. She led Song Jihan down to a secret room. In front of them was Min Dung. He greeted them warmly. You've arrived, the boy asked. Why did you call for me? Min Dung calmly replied, because a decision needs to be made about these guys. Song Jihan said sarcastically, You're quick. The man didn't hide the fact that there was pressure from the Heavenly Assembly and the Blue Tea faction. Then Min Dung shuddered slightly as he looked at the tattered, clothed phantoms. The 16th generation of the family dared to go this far, even secretly assassinating their own relatives. But the boy was very calm. You know, my family. It's not surprising at all. The man was very cautious, but also had many concerns. These people held power, cold-blooded individuals who didn't care about their own flesh and blood. Even with his power, he still needed protection. Could he face a whole group of them alone? Min Dung asked. Are you okay? I'll immediately. Song Jihan cut him off. I'm fine. The plan to take over the Heavenly Fox has been a hot topic for a while now. You must have been too busy to worry about me, right? The man tried to act normal. Since you put it that way, I'm less worried. It seemed the boy's perception of him had changed this time. What a strange old man. Even though I've shown superhuman abilities, it's funny that he still worries about me like this. Song Jihan smirked slightly. This isn't so bad. He asked for a favor. Sir, there's something I need your help with. Min Dong was a bit surprised. Go on. Song Jihan was determined not to spare those who had intended to kill him. It was time to make them taste defeat and expose them. But first, we need to set the stage, he immediately suggested. Sir, can you help me spread a rumor? The sky began to change color at a certain shrine. John Mu was practicing his magic. He was straining with all his might to create a powerful current of magical energy to envelop his body. From where John Mu sat, a ghastly purple flame of magical energy erupted, but his magic was unstable. Because of this, he became enraged. Impossible! John Mu gritted his teeth. Why? Why? Why isn't it working yet? He was seeing red with anger. I've spent a whole year trying to find a way to absorb the chi control technique. No matter how I tried, I just couldn't do it. John Mu grew desperate. I've only managed to conquer barriers where the chi control technique doesn't exist. He searched his memory. I've checked all the barriers. Only the Heavenly Fox remains. If it's not even here, then someone must have already absorbed it. There's no way that could have happened. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps outside the shrine caught John Mu's attention. He was extremely annoyed. Didn't I forbid anyone from disturbing me while I'm in seclusion? Sung Dae was peeking from the doorway. Because it's an urgent matter, this disciple has come to report. The old man quickly put on his robe. I'll hear what it is. The young man announced, The Heavenly Fox matter has failed, sir. Upon hearing this, John Mu immediately opened the door. As expected, this was too much for them. He ordered, Tell the reserve team to get ready. This time, bring the 5 elements and go all out. Sung Di obeyed without question. Understood. Besides that, John Mu was confused. What else is there? The young man's report made him pause for a beat. This disciple was informed that young Master Song Jihan took down the assassins. John Mu turned back and asked, Assassins? Those D-rank Awakeners from the Gumsan faction? Sung Dae recounted the event. Yes. According to the report, he took them all down by himself. Even when those people held hostages, he ignored them and focused only on the assassins. The man initially just chuckled lightly, but then Jeon Mu suddenly burst out laughing as if he disliked the situation. Then he started making insinuations. Is it true? He's really showing his ambition to become the heir to power now. Thanks to him, the family's reputation has spread far and wide. He could only speak up for Song Jihan. But it's not quite like that, sir, Sung Dae whispered. A rumor is spreading online that someone is trying to take young Master Song Jihan's life. The assassins were definitely sent by the ruling faction, or so the rumor goes. Of course, Jeon Mu didn't believe it. Who would spread such a baseless rumor, he insisted. It's not entirely baseless, you know? Sung Dae revealed the whole truth, because young Master Min Guk really did conspire with the Gumsan faction to assassinate young Master Song Jihan. Hearing this, he flew into a rage. Min Guk, that troublemaker. Then Jeon Mu sank into deep thought for a long time. He said sternly, A tiger can't give birth to a fox, Song Jihan. I have to see how the boy has changed. He decided, I'll verify it myself. Song Jihan stood from a distance, proudly looking at the miniature city that the mole men had finished building. He wondered if those goblins had captured a bunch of people and forced them to work. It was clear even from afar. Then Song Jihan picked up the magic book. It's time for me to do my part. But he still hesitated a little. I originally intended to use this as bait to attract power, but can I really do it? Song Jihan considered it carefully. What if the place I hide it is found? What if someone takes advantage of me and steals it? Indeed, the best way to prevent it from being taken is, then, he decisively tore the book in half. You have successfully learned the S-Rank Great Heavenly Dragon Palm, the system announced. You can now use the Great Heavenly Dragon Palm technique. The reward for successfully learning an S-Rank technique is 5 million skill points. Song Jihan was lost in thought for a long time, feeling that the technique was rather bland, not as impressive as he had imagined. Song Jihan thought to himself, I had high hopes for an S-Rank martial art that the Sword Emperor desperately craved, but it's just a strong flow of ki inside my body. He tossed the Great Heavenly Dragon Palm book away without hesitation, thinking about being treated like prey just for this mediocre martial art. Unbelievable. A moment later, Song Jihan appeared in the classroom with a sour look on his face. So annoying! Hook Jin beamed. You're here! He stomped his feet. What's with all those people when you're just trying to get to class? He spoke up. It was just a few more people than usual. Remembering the scene of everyone flocking to invite him, Song Jihan felt suffocated. Why are so many people following me? I don't know. I'm from the Gulin family. I'm a Jin. The Shinrong team is always open to Song Jihan. He couldn't even walk normally. He was completely exhausted, about to pass out. Hanu suddenly offered him a spear. Take it. Song Jihan was dumbfounded. What's this? She explained. Don't you know? It's a spear. You should use a spear too. This is a gift from the school council. Song Jihan was confused. A bribe? Hanu calmly replied. Yup. Song Jihan happily took the spear. Well, if that's the case, I'll take it. Please send them my thanks, she said indirectly. You accepted it faster than I thought. I thought you'd at least refuse once for show. Hearing that, he decided not to let himself look cheap. Do I look like someone who likes taking bribes? Besides, as he examined the spear for a moment, the system displayed its information. A-rank blood spear. Description: the more blood it soaks, the sharper the spear becomes. Options: attack speed plus 45, agility plus 75, firepower increases attack power by 50. And just like that, Song Jihan did a complete 180. I actually quite like this spear. Hanu sighed. Thank goodness. I had to rummage through the entire warehouse to find it. Hook Jin, curious, also ran over to get in on the gossip. But what's this about a bribe? Song Jihan dodged the question. You don't need to know. But he was determined to find out. Come on, I'm really curious. Song Jihan warned the fool. Stop whining and get back to your class, Hook Jin said resentfully. Are you two messing with me? Just you wait. I'll make you both regret this, he declared bluntly. You'll definitely regret it. A while later, on the campus of Murim High School, Song Jihan was sitting alone in the schoolyard, looking at his phone. He was glued to his phone, not looking away. He couldn't wait any longer. It turned out to be because of a text from his father on his phone. I'm looking forward to seeing you. Song Jihan became overconfident again. Being famous is so tiring, isn't it, Baron? Baron immediately replied with the most blunt statement possible. I'm not so sure about that, but I know you have a reason to be angry. His words burst Song Jihan's bubble. That's a bit harsh. Suddenly, Jianmu's disciples approached. Xungdae bowed respectfully to Song Jihan and said that an elder of the Heavenly Society wished to meet the young master, asking him to spare a moment. At first, he was a bit hesitant and didn't want to go right away. One of the disciples, seeing Song Jihan dawdling, couldn't take it anymore and yelled out, Hey, the elder is summoning you! Song Jihan immediately pointed his spear right at the man's face and rebuked him. How rude! That one sentence made Song Jihan incredibly annoyed. The Heavenly Society has insulted the direct bloodline of the society. How should I retaliate for this? Seeing that things were about to get ugly, Xungdae stepped forward sincerely. I apologize on his behalf. We were ill-mannered. But the cold glint in his eyes showed no intention of forgiving the insolent man, and Song Jihan turned away coldly. I'll let it go this time. All of you, leave. He still tried to persuade him, but the elder is very eager to meet. Song Jihan immediately cut him off. I've made up my mind. Song Jihan glared at the disciples. I told you to leave. Xungdae was also frozen for a few seconds by that resolute gaze. Left with no other choice, he bowed his head and withdrew. I understand. Until next time, young master. After they left, Song Jihan took a leisurely stroll around the campus. Suddenly, Minok's voice echoed from behind him. Surprisingly flexible of you. You could have just killed them all. It wasn't worth holding back like that. Song Jihan had no desire to speak with this man. I don't know what you're talking about. He sneered. Still playing dumb, are you? Then Minok introduced himself. I'm Du Minok from the Sama sect. Upon hearing this, Song Jihan's expression filled with contempt. One of the 7 demons, a pack of inhuman butchers. He immediately refused. Your precious body is trembling. I have no intention of joining you people. He made a grand promise. I will help you become the strongest assassin. Minok tempted him. If you take my hand, you will no longer have to endure these things. Just imagine, everyone will be on their knees, crawling like insects, begging for your forgiveness. Isn't this what you desire deep down? You remember, don't you? He acted patiently. I've said my piece. Let me know when you change your mind. I'll be waiting. Minok left in an instant. His words had just struck a blow to Song Jihan's pride. I wasn't holding back. Song Jihan was so frustrated he was going mad and could only vent his anger on a rock on the path. At that same moment, Baron appeared. He frowned at Song Jihan. Suddenly, that guy Hai Jin jumped out and bumped hard into him. Jihan, Song Jihan yelled. What are you shouting for all of a sudden? The fool smiled brightly. It's revenge. I told you I'd make you regret it. I'm heading to practice. What about you? Song Jihan said gloomily. I'm just staying here. You know, today was worse than terrible. He immediately puffed up his chest like a hero. What? Who was it? Who dared to mess with my Song Jihan? I'll show them a thing or two. Just give me a name. What's wrong with this weakling? Hai Jin teased Song Jihan. Did you get so grown up that you're ignoring your big bro now? And just like that, Hai Jin once again made Song Jihan laugh. The 2 young friends cheerfully headed to class together. Baron frowned. Such a fragile child, he worried. How many emotions must that small body be bottling up? Baron fretted. As his master, I hope I can help the boy stay on the right path. However, he mused that sometimes a tangible entity is easier to handle than an intangible one. Hai Jin asked, Song Jihan, have you done the placement test yet? Song Jihan was focused on his spear training and didn't remember any test. He answered gently, midterms are coming up. You need to check which barrier you'll be entering soon. Song Jihan hesitated. Oh, that. He stared blankly for a long moment. Where should I go? Baron suddenly appeared. He whispered, Hey, what kind of martial art do you need to train in? He answered frankly, If I have to choose, I'll pick the mock-sand technique, the one passed down to the family. Baron suggested, Then go to the place your master tells you. Song Jihan was puzzled. Where is that? Baron's face grew mysterious. Go to Mount Hua's peak. Hearing this, Song Jihan was startled. Mount Hua's peak? Even Hai Jin was surprised. You're going to Mount Hua's peak? Song Jihan stammered. Yeah, right. My master told me to go, so I'm going. He was worried about his friend. Isn't that the blue barrier in Dongno? It's for a group of up to 5 people. Will you be okay? Song Jihan immediately shot back. Enough about me. Where are you going? Hi, Jin said confidently. I chose to go to the Ice Fortress Gate. Song Jihan reminded him gently. Now that's something to worry about. You're pretty reckless yourself. He boasted narcissistically. Who do you think I am? I'm the #1 sword prodigy in this school, so don't worry. Even Song Jihan, the king of delusions, was at a loss for words with this guy. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh, right. Song Jihan piqued his curiosity. Hi Jin, want to hear something interesting? Hai Jin looked puzzled. What is it? He whispered. It's about the Ice Fortress Gate. A moment later, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom. Everyone, please take your seats. I have an announcement, and then I'll go over the rules. You all know that the upcoming midterm exam will be a school-wide competition, right? You will compete in teams of 5. If you want a high score, choose your team carefully and capture a high-level barrier. The teacher carefully reminded the students, don't get too greedy, or you'll be in danger. Hearing this, his classmates immediately thought of the talented Song Jihan. Where are you going? Join us. Baron also loomed into view. Who are you going with? He immediately put on a disappointed expression. Probably no one wants to team up with me, since I caused such a commotion last time. Song Jihan reminded his master of how he abandoned his friends last time. Baron couldn't understand this oddball. Are you proud of not having any friends? So he started playing hard to get. It's not that I don't have any, it's that I don't want any. The foolish Song Jihan underestimated the situation this time. I think going alone is fine. Hanju immediately refuted him. That won't do, she insisted. You're going with me. Song Jihan tried to act all high and mighty again. What? Who said you could decide for me? But it was clear Hanju knew him too well. You want to too. He acted cold, but inwardly, he was secretly pleased. We understand each other so well, don't we? A shy Yunbi approached to talk to them. Song Jihan greeted her warmly. Can I go with you guys? Song Jihan was surprised. Unexpected. I didn't expect her to speak up first. Then Song Jihan thought it over carefully. Even though she's only E rank, she's a top student in class 5, and she's very smart. Finally, he accepted the offer. All right, no problem. Everyone wanted to jump on the bandwagon. When the classmates saw Song Jihan accept a new member, they got rowdy. Me, I want to go with Song Jihan too. Jihan, let me join. Hey guys, we're on the same team. He hadn't anticipated this either. Wait a minute. Why are they like this? Hanju, however, wasn't surprised. If we're on the same team, we'll definitely be #1. It's so obvious. She suddenly clasped her hands together. Hanju assigned the roles. Eunbi will be the engineer, So-yoon the healer, and the last one will be Nam Sung-ho. Any objections? None of them had any reason to refuse. None. Even Song Jihan had to admire her. This kind of influence is no joke. Eunbi was very grateful. Thank you for choosing me, Hanju, So-yoon vowed. I'll do my best to heal. And Sung-ho also made a solemn promise. I'll also do my best to lighten your burden, she said calmly. I just chose you based on your roles. No need to thank me. Song Jihan was satisfied with his decision this time. This combination is pretty good. Even though their ranks aren't high, each person has their own unique abilities that come together. Even though my own opinion wasn't really considered much, he was fired up with determination to be #1 this time, so teammates were also very important. Song Jihan was determined to take first place, as the top-scoring student would receive a special reward. The right to choose a treasure from the school's museum. A chance to get a treasure of at least A rank, and there's something I absolutely have to get. Song Jihan also felt bad for his best friend, so he had to apologize to Hyukjin in advance. I have to take his spot this time. On the day of the midterm exam, the Murim High School campus became quiet. Min Sung was the one directly supervising the students. Are you all ready? He encouraged them. It seems you're all full of energy. Be confident, don't worry. The school board is very pleased about this. Then Min Sung instructed everyone. Today could be a dangerous day for all of you. I can only advise you to be careful. Instead, I will guarantee this. He instructed them thoroughly. As soon as you capture a barrier and come out, there will be a recovery area ready, and of course, the reward for the first place team. Min Sung guided everyone. I guarantee that everything will be thoroughly prepared. You just need to show your best performance, he formally announced. Now, proceed to your chosen barriers. Seo Yoon was already half doubting. I'm not sure if I should completely trust your words. Jihan immediately reassured her. Don't worry too much, just trust and follow me. Not a hint of worry showed on his face. If we want first place, there's no other choice, Hanju asked quietly. Do you guys agree? Team leader Eunbi was firm as a rock. Of course. We also promise to trust and follow your words. Hanju reminded them, if it's too risky, we'll back out. Got it? Meanwhile, Song Jihan was already urging everyone on. Let's do it. He hurried them. Let's get inside quickly. The group of 5 had arrived at the exact location that Baron had told Song Jihan about a few days ago, entering Mount Hua Peak, the blue barrier. He meticulously laid out the map. Monsters will appear here. This area is divided into two sides. Song Jihan carefully calculated every step. If you head east, you'll reach Mount Hua Peak, and the opposite direction leads to the Fairy Valley. Our destination isn't Mount Hua Peak, but this place right here. You've clearly figured out that the fairies can't attack while they're busy collecting nectar on the peak. We'll launch a surprise attack and capture them easily. Song Jihan reassured everyone. Don't worry about a thing. Hanju and I will handle it. You guys just provide support. Roger that. We understand. You can give the order now. Let's move in. Just then, the system displayed a notification. Though they are fairies, monsters are still monsters. They are enemies of humanity and must be cleared out. Completion condition. Eliminate all fairies. Reward. Increase divine power. 850,000 skill points. Urgent request. Kill the fairy leader. Description. The fairies are forced to offer nectar to someone. If you can help them with this, they will be grateful to you. Even Song Jihan had to hesitate for a moment. I didn't expect the request to change this quickly, offering completely different rewards. Which one should I choose? Seeing him frozen for a while, Ya grew anxious. Song Jihan, what's wrong? Song Jihan smiled. It's nothing. I was just thinking a bit. Let's go. He thought to himself, well, I can think about it on the way there. A moment later, the five of them arrived at the fairy field. The beauty of the flowers was dazzling. Unbi was captivated by the beauty of the flower spirits, exclaiming, "It's so beautiful." Unbi was already being mesmerized by the flower spirits. I wanted to get a closer look. She carelessly moved closer to them, just a little bit, just a little closer. Fortunately, Song Jihan managed to stop Unbi in time. In that moment, she froze on the spot. He warned, "Don't touch the angels, or you'll be attacked." Hearing him say that sent a shiver down Unbi's spine. I'm sorry, why did I do that? When I saw them, I just wanted to get closer. Song Jihan explained the principle. The angels have the ability to enchant. Low-level awakened ones are easily drawn in, so it's not entirely your fault. Just don't look too closely. Then he instructed everyone, from now on, we stop arguing and observe where the angels are going. Hanju was confused. Attack from the inside? Song Jihan suddenly announced, no, the plan has changed. Everyone was so shocked, their jaws dropped. Huh? He explained. It seems the monsters inside are opposing the angels. Song Jihan stated, we're going to take that. Hanju felt it was unfair. Change the plan. We haven't made any preparations. It's too rushed. He used a psychological trick. Attacking a gate doesn't always go according to plan, right? If we attack through a secret path, we might even get bonus points. She felt hesitant. A secret path? Are you sure? Of course. Song Jihan was resolute without a hint of hesitation. Yeah, I'm sure. Unbi wondered. A secret path. It seemed Seung-ho was also swayed by his words. Really? The sky grew brighter with the rising sun. In another area, Li Xin was fiercely battling the minions of the Lizard Queen. He had been fighting for a while and was getting a bit exhausted. The three other members of his group just watched him fight indifferently. Gina was fed up. Are you really planning to show off your skills today? Taming smirked. He's acting so crazy because of his little brother, I bet. Jun Jeon also had to throw in a jab. By little brother, you mean Song Jihan? They had hit a nerve, and Li Xin turned around and yelled furiously. Didn't I tell you not to mention that bastard's name? But she wouldn't let it go. He goes crazy just hearing Song Jihan's name. He was boiling with rage. My competitiveness spikes whenever Song Jihan is mentioned, Jun Jeon sneered. And on top of that, women don't usually like obsessive men, do they? Besides, Hanju isn't interested in you at all. Li Xin's eyes flared with anger as he threatened. Park Jun Gyeon, you got a death wish? The witch continued in her unpleasant tone. Am I wrong? I'm really not happy about this. If it weren't for the points, I'd never be on the same team as someone like you. Helpless, Taming could only step in to stop these two troublemakers. That's enough. You two argue every time you see each other. He focused on the main issue. This isn't the time for bickering. Let's just clear the gate. As soon as he finished speaking, several lizards charged at him as if to eat him alive. But for Jun Jeon, it was simple. These little runts could be cleared out with just a few slashes from her. She landed with the cool and imposing air of a female CEO. Then Jun Jeon said coldly, "Oh, right. The most important thing right now is clearing the gate, not your little inferiority complex." She turned and smirked, while Taemin tried to calm everyone down. Stop fighting. Let's go, Jun Jeon mused. Even someone as strong as Li Xin is jealous of him. Song Jihan, since when did that cute kid grow up so much? She promised herself. I have to meet him when I get the chance. Over here, Song Jihan's group had encountered their first obstacle. A gigantic Rani dragon was sitting majestically in front of the five of them. Hanju was too shocked to speak. A Rani dragon! She had only ever seen them in books, but now she was seeing one with her own eyes. Song Jihan was strangely calm. We need to capture it. Hanju, I have a job for you. She was confused. What job? He replied calmly. Protect the party members and the angels. Hanju was anxious. The angels too? All right, but will you be okay on your own? He reassured her. I'll be fine. Just do as I say. she instructed. Okay, be careful. A few seconds later, the Rani Dragon's fiery eyes slowly opened. The tiny Song Jihan, with his crude spear, stood face to face with this terrifying nightmare. The master of the Garden of Dreams welcomes you. Prepare to battle the calamity with wind. But he was still puzzled by the message in the system window. If it's the master of the Garden of Dreams, does that mean it's the Fairy King? Even though he's the master of a different gate, he's still paying attention to me. Does he not like seeing his people struggle? Song Jihan confidently pointed his spear straight at its face. Whatever, watch this. The Rani Dragon was fully awakened by his provocation, but someone like Song Jihan easily dodged its first attack. He charged in smugly. Too slow. Take this. His blow was aimed straight for the Rani Dragon's head. With its monstrous physique, it wouldn't be defeated so easily by Song Jihan's spear. The beast let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Yona's group nearby couldn't even withstand the sound of its roar. Yet, Hanju calmly stepped forward. While she wasn't paying attention, she was almost hit in the head by a rock. Fortunately, Seonho quickly shattered that rock. Ciaji, standing there, immediately cast a spell, using a healing skill. Thanks to Ciaji's power, Yona's group was fully restored. Song Jihan felt reassured. They're doing great. He quickly rushed down to continue the fight with the Rani Dragon. I have to keep up with them. Song Jihan resolutely raised his spear. He jumped onto its giant body and launched an attack. But this beast was no pushover. Insignificant humans. It breathed out a blast of dark energy and wind, enveloping the area. Hanju shouted, Everyone, don't let them fall. Even the ace, Song Jihan, couldn't hold on tight. He was being shaken along with the dragon's body. In an instant, it whipped its tail, sending Song Jihan flying 1,000 meters away. It seemed as if he had been defeated, lying motionless on the ground. However, Song Jihan was completely unharmed. That's great. Moreover, he breathed a sigh of relief for having blocked it. Otherwise, some of us would have been seriously injured. Song Jihan swiftly made a comeback. The surrounding walls shook violently because of it. He launched a surprise attack on the arrogant Rani Dragon. Hanju was restless. No way. That incredible power. What kind of martial arts did he learn? One day, I will surpass Song Jihan. She was determined not to lose. No, I can't fall that far behind. Hanju was determined to be on par with Song Jihan. I won't lose. I will definitely surpass him. The Rani Dragon was furious. I'll send you all to hell. It unleashed its finishing move by spewing a dark aura that covered the entire area. Song Jihan barely managed to block the Rani Dragon's attack. This time, a patch of his sleeve was burned away by the dark aura. Damn it. Its mere presence is enough to exude a deadly aura. Song Jihan rushed forward at the speed of light. Everything's going wrong. He was worried about his friends waiting below. Maybe Hanju doesn't know, but the other members and the angels won't be able to withstand this attack. Song Jihan shouted, Everyone, watch out! Suddenly in the bag Song Jihan was carrying, something stirred. Hanju froze when she saw the bag open by itself. Lam Lam playfully jumped onto Seonho's head, then it opened its mouth wide. Lam Lam absorbed the attack. Lam Lam quickly spat out blasts of spiritual lightning into the air. With its big and deceptively innocent eyes, Lam Lam quickly attacked the Rani Dragon with its spiritual lightning. Even a terrifying beast like that was completely shocked when faced with its power. Oh my god. In just a moment, the Rani Dragon was beaten by Lam Lam and sent packing. The adorable Lam Lam put on a smug look, just like its master. His friends melted from its cuteness. Seonho curiously ran over. Song Jihan, is this a fox? Can I touch it? Song Jihan didn't mind. Go ahead. He was delighted. I get to pet it. Ignoring his friends who were cheering for Lam Lam, Song Jihan stood in a corner checking the system window. Lam Lam has absorbed the master's fragments. Celestial body. The master of the celestial body is angry. The feud with the Celestials reached its peak. A new item. A very unusual relationship. He started to frown upon hearing the strange keyword, celestial. I've never heard of it. Could this be something I didn't discover even in my past life? It's fine if the future changes a little, but it'll be troublesome if a completely new event occurs. System notification. The master of the Dream Garden seems to like you. Your relationship with the master of the Dream Garden has increased. Song Jihan was quite pleased. Gaining the favor of the area's gate master was an unexpected gain. It wouldn't be bad to visit once. Seihi called out to Jihan. She had been wondering all this time, what exactly is this little one? A powerful fox that just took down a dragon, he thought to himself. Lying now would only make things more complicated. So Song Jihan was honest with everyone. Lam Lam is a monster that I'm raising. Hearing that, Hanju immediately ran over to hug it. This fox is really a monster? It's just too cute. I love it. He froze up. Lam Lam, you mischievous little thing. Just enjoy it, Song Jihan said timidly. I'm secretly raising it. Please don't tell anyone, his friends said in unison. Of course. The Yomo flowers loomed up behind them. Welcome, master of the speed station. The master of the Dream Garden broke out in a cold sweat. The system explained the meaning of the Yomo flowers' words. The master of the Dream Garden wants to confirm if Lam Lam is the master of the speed station. Song Jihan was bewildered. What is the master of the speed station? He immediately received an answer. The master of the speed station has 10 tails, just like Lam Lam. There are 11 guardians at the gate. The masters of the speed station are beasts with the power of storms. They are the masters of the gates in the black zone. They are known to possess immense power. The Yomo flowers pointed towards the people standing behind him. The master of the speed station is one of them. Clueless, Lam Lam didn't understand anything and just scratched its head. Song Jihan was skeptical. The black zone. Did I hear that right? He thought, good grief, this secret is even bigger than I imagined. Song Jihan saw through the immortal elder's intentions. From the very beginning, this old man knew Lam Lam was no ordinary creature. His gentle reminder was enough to make his master feel embarrassed. Can you wipe your drool before you talk? The annoyed immortal elder quickly wiped away his drool, while Song Jihan ordered the Yomo flowers, all of you stand up. They were stunned. Are you saving us? Song Jihan retorted. Lam Lam doesn't want to kill anyone, right? The Yomo flowers cheered. We get to live. Thank you so much. Hanju was concerned. Wait, Song Jihan. Our goal is to clear the gate, but if we don't kill them, how can we clear it? He casually replied. We've already cleared the gate. She was stunned. Huh? After that, system notifications flooded in. You have defeated the dragon. You will receive 3,500,000 points as a reward for defeating the secret boss. You have completed Emergency Quest 2, Enemy of the Angels. Your relationship with the fairy has increased. You receive 850,000 as a reward. You have received the fairy's honey as a reward. The fairies request to be bound to you. Will you agree? Song Jihan agreed without hesitation. Lam Lam's rank is too low to enter the area. You can choose one of your territories to plant the fairy flowers. Blue Fox's Den, the Yomo Flowers hideout. He selected it straight away without a second thought. I can't give up the Blue Fox's Den. You have chosen the Yomo Flowers hideout. You have become the new master of the fairy flower garden. Reward: Jade, Gongon Piozan Stone, plus B rank, 2 fairy seeds. Song Jihan signaled, let's go back. A while later, at Murim High School, the campus shimmered under the sunlight. Min Sung was leisurely sipping a cup of tea. He stared at Song Jihan's team and made a guess. If anything changes, their team will be the first to return. Min Sung was also worried about Jihan's team. Jihan's team is also skilled. It seems we're missing a lot of team members. Ru suddenly burst in frantically. Chairman. He was bewildered. What is it, Secretary Nam? She was out of breath. Yes. Just as Ru was informing Min Sung, Song Jihan's team was casually walking down the hallway. Song Jihan's team is back. He showed him the system panel. You have cleared the fairy flower garden. 20 minutes, 30.52 seconds. This is what we cleared in the fairy garden. Even Min Sung was suspicious of his niece. Hanju, did you really clear this? She answered firmly, yes. But he still wanted to verify. All right, did you record the entire process? Of course Hanju didn't come back empty-handed. Of course I did. She handed the chairman a hard drive that recorded the whole process. All the footage from the moment Song Jihan's team entered the forest until Rani the dragon appeared. Then, the moment it spewed dark energy to attack them was all recorded. Even Minung couldn't believe his eyes. A dragon? Was it hiding in the fairy tale garden? Furthermore, the moment Song Jihan launched an attack that infuriated the dragon was also clearly captured. Watching up to this point, he officially broke out in a cold sweat. The image of the rampaging dragon roaring appeared. I will send you all to hell. Just as it was getting to the climax, the video suddenly lost its signal. Because of that, Minung was stunned, silent for a long time. He screamed his lungs out. Why did it cut off here? The kids also didn't understand what was happening. A moment later, Song Jihan hesitantly asked the old immortal, who was talking about me? He felt that was an incredibly silly question. With so much happening, it would be strange if no one was talking about him. He asked, Master, I have something to ask, he stammered. What is it? His question made even a knowledgeable person like the old immortal freeze. How did you know a dragon would appear in the fairy tale garden? He immediately tried to slip away. I have no idea what my disciple is talking about, Song Jihan said resentfully. You said that if I wanted to easily get the Miho-san, I should go to the fairy tale garden. Did you trick me? The old immortal had to reluctantly answer, I get it. Seeing him force himself like that, he was extremely disappointed. Master still doesn't trust me. I've tried so hard to become a disciple you can be proud of. This time, he had run into a real troublemaker. No, wait, disciple. Seeing the old immortal soften, Song Jihan resorted to some ridiculous crying. That's right, this narrow-minded disciple cannot serve a master who always keeps secrets from him. I will leave. He could only try to appease his disciple. Oh, I get it. This stubborn, foolish kid. The old immortal racked his brain. For some reason, I can tell which martial arts drop from which gate. I don't know why either. The fool Song Jihan immediately believed him upon hearing that. Really? But he quickly shattered his hopes. Your master isn't an idiot who always tells the truth. Song Jihan was so tricked by his master he wanted to dig a hole and hide. Master, he tried his psychological manipulation tactic again. You not only tell the truth but are also a true adult. The respect I have for you is even greater than for my own ancestors. So, where should I go next? The old immortal knew him too well. I knew it would be like this, he said angrily. I didn't want to tell you because I knew you would rely on me instead of trying to find things out for yourself. Song Jihan joked again. Not at all. If you have a good source of information, you have to use it. It saves effort and achieves maximum efficiency. What could be better? The old immortal yelled. You talk too much, he yelped. That hurts. Song Jihan scrambled to run away. You're always hitting me. I protest this violence. Meanwhile, the old immortal wanted to faint on the spot and could only trail behind him. What did you say? Do you want to see my true form? At the same time, the council of Muram High School was gathering to review the students' gate-clearing videos. The chairman solemnly announced to the entire school faculty, this is the end of the Fairy Tale Gardens gate-clearing video. The teachers were in an uproar, unable to believe it. Some even felt dizzy. Who on earth is Song Jihan? Others admired a young talent like Song Jihan. What else was there to say? However, only Taehyung felt annoyed by him. Damn it, I was wrong. He was so angry he saw stars. I shouldn't have ignored that Song Jihan guy. If the powerful families discover Song Jihan's energy, they will recognize him as part of their family. At that point, Taehyung was so angry he almost bit his own index finger. He might retaliate against me. Fortunately, the chairman's voice rang out, stopping him from doing anything stupid. Kim Taehyung. Min Shung sensed something was off. What are you thinking about? Taehyung frantically explained. Oh no, it's nothing. I was just suddenly thinking about how Song Jihan has gotten so strong all of a sudden. It's very strange. He laid out all the facts about Song Jihan for the school council to hear. Taehyung was determined to bring him down. Song Jihan used to be a student who used the third-rate martial art, Samji Jeon Baeob, but suddenly he's using a completely different and strange swordsmanship. He voiced his suspicion. Could it be that he's receiving help from someone else? In his heart, Taehyung was trying to do damage control for himself. After all, he had already started this, so he had to see it through. Therefore, he tried to slander Song Jihan as much as possible. Honestly, this is completely absurd. He entered the boss monster's blue zone all by himself. Even an A-ranker like Chairman Lee would find that too dangerous. Then Sejin presented one reason after another. I suspect a third party is advising Song Jihan, but he was immediately dismissed by Chairman Min Sung. Enough. In the end, he still misunderstood the man's point. Are you saying a third party gave Song Jihan the succession flower and taught him martial arts? So that means Song Jihan had that much potential from the very beginning. Every word Mindong says is a devastating blow. It seems Guan Guang couldn't see the potential that Song Jihan's own teacher saw in him. His words silenced the entire hall. Min Sung just smiled. What about the other teachers? Meanwhile, in the fairy garden, Song Jihan stepped out of the teleportation gate. Is everyone doing well? The Yomo warmly welcomed their benefactor. You're here! They excitedly gathered around him. We're living very well. The master of the Golden Territory is outstanding. The air here is completely different from the place we once knew. Song Jihan asked Han. That's good to hear. Have those swindlers been bothering any of you? The flower Yomo replied gratefully. They're very good to us. It's really comfortable here. Suddenly, the mole named Taegu appeared. If you fairies need anything, just let me know. Even Song Jihan was surprised by how fast he changed his tune. That guy? He's acting like that because he knows the fairies are stronger than him, right? The elder fairy gently advised. That shows the importance of adaptability, that one can survive anywhere. You should learn from him. Seeing this, he felt somewhat relieved. There's nothing to worry about here anymore. Taegu respectfully said goodbye to his master. A few minutes later, at Muram High School, a commotion in the schoolyard caught Song Jihan's attention. The teachers and me were anxiously discussing something. Song Jihan asked curiously, Elder Fairy, why are the chairman and teachers so flustered? A commotion like this must mean something big happened. He eavesdropped for a moment, and his expression turned grim. Is that a sign of gate fluctuation or an issue with the suppressor? And what about connecting with the kids? Another teacher was also fidgeting nervously. There are no fluctuations, and it doesn't look like any monsters have escaped, so it's not a suppressor issue. We've tried to contact the kids but haven't gotten any response. Two other teachers added anxiously. The gate is wrapped tightly in iron chains, so we can't see what's happening inside. Another teacher warned that the students inside are heirs to powerful families like On and Shinnok. If anything happens to them, it'll be a huge problem. Amidst the teachers' panic, Chairman Mi Sung could only sigh in frustration. Every single exam has some kind of trouble. But forcing the kids into a dangerous situation, just because this is the era of the strong, while the adults can only stand by and watch, he felt pathetically helpless. Mi Sung finally gave in. There's no other way. We'll postpone the midterm exam and form a support team from the school. Even though we can't enter the gate, we must be prepared for any scenario. The other teachers acknowledged the order from their superior. Understood. Song Jihan, listening in from the floor above, guessed that Li Xin's group must be in trouble. He wondered, Has something like this ever happened before? In my past life, no one died or was even injured. Song Jihan felt both pleased and worried. It's good that Li Xin is in danger, but Jun Jian is in there too. Song Jihan was only worried about one person on Li Xin's team. Baek Jun Jian, Baek Hyuk Jin's older sister, always paid attention to me. She was always messing with me. Check out my new technique. I brought it just for you. Give me 10 seconds. She never gave up. She would torture me to death. He mused that it was a different kind of suffering compared to being ignored or despised. Song Jihan remembered the time Jun Gian protected him from some bullies. Don't you guys bully Song Jihan. She was so narcissistic it made him turn pale. Only I'm allowed to do that. But Song Jihan felt something was off. This doesn't seem right. He didn't really mind though. Since she's Hyukjin's sister, I should treat her to a meal sometime. A few minutes later, in the forest where Li Xin's group was fighting, unfortunately for them, the Lizard Queen herself had appeared to fight. Her lizardmen followers roared incessantly. Li Xin grew anxious. Damn it, we don't have any information on the Lizard Queen. Meanwhile, Jun Jian, who was sitting next to him, relentlessly berated him. Do you want to die that badly? She fumed, scolding him. This is all your fault for killing the Lizard Queen's child. You only ever do what you want. The entire team is in danger because of you. Her words hit a nerve, and he was left speechless. I just wanted to clear the gate as fast as possible. Stop your whining. Jun Jian saw right through Li Xin's intentions. I know exactly why you did it. You're just trying to pretend you're not worried. Afraid of being surpassed by Song Jihan, he became furious that she saw through him. What? But Taming, standing nearby, was more level-headed. Stop it, I have an idea. He started laying out a plan. If we keep hiding here, we'll be found sooner or later. We'll unleash our strongest techniques on the lizardmen. Turns out Taming is pretty smart. I saw all those lizardmen trying to protect their queen. When they divert their attention, let's head to the central outpost and prepare again. He noticed Li Xin was hesitant to execute the plan, but Taming still rallied everyone's spirits. Let's go. We have to complete this test safely. Meanwhile, at Marem High School, the teleportation area for the students' test was heavily guarded. Minung had hired a massive bodyguard to prevent any unauthorized access. Song Jihan appeared out of nowhere and ambushed the bodyguard. In just 1 second, the gate guard was knocked completely unconscious. Baron was shocked to see his disciple stripping the guard's clothes. Was that really necessary? Song Jihan knew full well that interfering with another team's test was forbidden. I'm just going to make sure Jun Gian is safe, and then I'll get right out. He tried to use his magic to open the gate. The gate to the Twin Swamps was closed, but instead of opening, the system kept reporting an error. The owner of the blue zone is attempting to break in. Entering another zone means you will face the wrath of that gate's owner. Will you still enter? He decisively chose, yes, I will enter. Despite the continuous system warnings, Song Jihan paid them no mind. Warning, you are the owner of another gate. By forcing this gate open, you will be considered an enemy by the owner of the Twin Swamps. In just a few seconds, he arrived at the Twin Swamps. Of course, a mortal like Song Jihan was blacklisted. The owner of the Twin Swamps activated a special privilege to stop the intruder. The owner of the Twin Swamps can use the division skill. The owner of the Twin Swamps can use a skill, he suspected. Branching. Branching is the Lizard King's skill, and Outburst is the Lizard Queen's skill. They're appearing at the same time. At that moment, Li Xin was leading the charge to fight the Lizard Queen. In the Twin Swamps, the Lizard King attacks any intruders at the gate. Not to mention, if the Lizard Queen discovers Song Jihan's illegal entry, it's doubtful he'll make it out alive. On the other hand, the Lizard Queen protects her young offspring. He had already figured out her attack pattern. The Lizard Queen won't come out unless someone harms her children. Song Jihan immediately took off like the wind. Something's not right. I need to check this out quickly. He leaped from tree to tree. Moving at the speed of light, Song Jihan initially encountered no obstacles, but he suddenly stopped on an ancient tree. That is, Song Jihan looked down and saw 2 members of Li Xin's group running for their lives. Is that Li Xin and Choi Tem-min? He wondered why it was just the 2 of them. Li Xin's team had initially been safe from the Lizard Queen's attack. Yen A was completely exhausted and couldn't run anymore. Is this really the best way? But he still refused to accept that he was a coward, throwing them away as bait and running. Wouldn't it have been better to attack the Lizard Queen together? Tem-min said worriedly. It takes a full hour to reach the entrance through the underground tunnel, and there's no guarantee the monsters won't catch us. He could only raise his voice to reprimand Li Xin. We're also low on eternal energy. There's no way to survive other than to feign an attack and then retreat. Got it? He finally came to his senses. I get it. Li Xin's brow furrowed deeply. That's right, my own life is more important than theirs. But not long after, the Lizard Queen and her minions caught up and surrounded the 2 girls. They were muscular with fiery eyes. Yene grew anxious. Jun Gian, just leave me. You don't have to. Jun Gian tried to calm her panicked friend. You should just stay quiet instead of spouting nonsense. She was seething with rage. I was a fool for ever trusting those guys. Jun Gian remembered the moment those 2 brats abandoned them. Where are you going? The scoundrels, with their healthy bodies, were the first to bolt. Sorry, we have to live. To make matters worse, Li Jin even made a hollow promise. I'll avenge you guys later. The furious lizard queen then ordered her minions to attack. She screamed, "Bring it on, you damn lizards!" But before Jun Jian could even act, Song Jihan suddenly attacked the first lizard. It was defeated instantly, leaving her completely stunned. He walked majestically through the water. "Good thing I made it in time," he asked. "Are you okay?" Jun Jihan froze for a few seconds. Jihan. She couldn't believe her eyes as she saw Song Jihan approaching, carrying the two traitors. Jihan, Min, and Li Xin had been knocked unconscious by him. Jun Jian was anxious. "What are you doing here?" Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly collapsed. "It's too dangerous." Luckily, Song Jihan managed to carefully catch Jun Jian in time. He gave a friendly smile. "Get some rest. Leave the rest to me." Song Jihan was filled with bitter hatred. "I knew they were scumbags, but seeing them in person makes me even more sick. I was going to handle this secretly, but I can't." He decisively pointed his spear straight at the lizardmen's faces. Then Song Jihan challenged them. "Instead, you'll be my punching bags." A critical warning appeared on the system panel. "The Master of the Forbidden City is showing hostility towards the Master of the Twin Swamps. The Master of the Swamp is wary of you." Health, 236 out of 300. Stamina, 238 out of 300. Strength, 250 out of 300. Agility, 240 out of 300. Special item, Eternal Energy 495 out of 1000. Mental Strength, 300 out of 300. Reputation, 2000. Pledge, Relationship with Eastern Paradise, extremely hostile, schemer, submissive, fairy, intimate, status, combat power, plus 50, all elemental affinities, plus 70, magic resistance, plus 35, eternal energy recovery, plus 15, tech tree points, 9,680,000 B. He calmly calculated how to easily confront the king and queen. The best way is to distribute the stats. With his extraordinary abilities, Song Jihan easily dodged the first attack from the disciple lizardman. "I have 9 points to distribute. I can raise one stat to 135 if I focus on it." Next, he dodged the second attack. The lizardman race's advantage is speed. To deal with the king and queen, it's best to raise agility to 300. After boosting his stats, Song Jihan leaped out of the swamp. Agility gained plus 60, stamina gained plus 30, a new item has been unlocked, strength gained plus 40. Then he somersaulted into the air. To the astonishment of the lizardmen, Song Jihan dove down like a god. He slammed his spear downward, sending out sparks of aura that launched the lizardmen high into the air. Suddenly, Song Jihan winced. On the other side, the brute lizardman attacked with a giant wooden sword, but he quickly blocked it. In an instant, Song Jihan's spear was sent flying. He reached out to grab the spear, and the brute lizardman took that chance to launch an attack, but it was too foolish. It swung its sword with all its might, only to find no one there. The lizardman's attention was drawn by Song Jihan's voice. "Not as easy as you thought, huh? I'm floating right behind you." Song Jihan immediately dove down. He started by knocking off this lizard man's golden rings. Song Jihan gritted his teeth when he saw the final boss, the Lizard Queen, charging at him with her golden shield. What a pain. He now had to fight 2 against 1, causing a series of notifications to appear on the system. Lizard Queen Habasa's defense has increased by 100. Lizard Queen Habasa's defense has increased by 100. Lizard Queen Habasa uses Rage Burst. Lizard King Urogan uses Division. Song Jihan was momentarily distracted by the data, but he quickly regained his composure and charged down. Song Jihan managed to dodge all of the Lizard Queen's attacks. After using her weapon for a while, she was completely exhausted. Lizard Queen Habasa's defense buff has decreased by 100 after using Rage Burst. Lizard Queen Habasa's defense buff has decreased by 200 due to the after effects of Rage Burst. He smirked. Perfect. Now the queen can't do anything until she recovers after a certain period. Song Jihan seized the opportunity to attack first. "This is the moment I've been waiting for." The brute lizard man, seeing it was at a disadvantage, roared loudly. By now, he was standing on the swamp. Song Jihan just smirked slightly. He dashed across the water to attack the brute lizard man first. However, his small spear was easily blocked when the creature simply raised its sword. The Lizard King's weakness is the opening during his division skill. Having analyzed the lizard man's psychology, Song Jihan channeled aura into his spear. "Sorry, but you're my real target." Quick-wittedly, he stabbed it straight in the stomach, causing beams of aura to shoot up into the sky. Not only that, from the brute lizard man's position, aura lightning formed into arrows and shot towards the lizard queen. She was too confused to even counterattack, but in just a few minutes, the Twin Swamps gate had been cleared by Song Jihan. "You have cleared the Twin Swamps. You have received 500 million P as a reward. Cleared via the secret route. Double reward points activated. You have received 3,750,000 P as a reward. You have received 3,750,000 P as a reward." A few hours later, at Muram High School, the cars carrying the school's teaching staff were speeding back. Min Sheng stepped out of the car and froze in his tracks. "Huh? What happened?" He He was so shocked he nearly fell over when he saw Song Jihan's group, the ace, tied up. While the two girls couldn't even lift their heads, Min-sung anxiously ran over. "You're so badly injured. It's a relief you survived. Haven't the paramedics arrived yet?" Jaina was also worried about her friend. Jun Ji-yeon had collapsed from exhaustion, and the man felt something was off. The gate was closed, so how did you kids get out? That bastard Lee Shin took this chance to scream his lungs out. "Manager, help us!" Min-sung was bewildered. "What's going on?" Gina was filled with immense hatred. "Those two used us as bait to escape. If that person hadn't saved us, both Jun Ji-yeon and I would have been killed by monsters," she stated bluntly. "I'm going to inform my family about this and make it public." Min-sung asked curiously, "Who was it that saved you two?" But of course, at that moment, Gina had been lying motionless, so she hadn't been able to get a clear look. "I didn't see his face." The man helped them up. "That's not important right now. Get up, hurry. Let's get to the hospital." After Jun Ji-yeon was loaded into the ambulance, Gina paused for a moment. She turned back to glare at those two treacherous bastards. Song Jihan, sitting on the rooftop, had to remark, "She's quite sharp." He guessed, "I think she realized that I didn't want to reveal my identity." Baron wasn't surprised. "Well, you were in disguise. You're certainly a cautious kid." Song Jihan already foresaw the trouble those two brats were in, facing the wrath of the Poison Fang Cliff family and Jun Ji-yeon's iron-blooded clan. Both are very influential families. They won't let this slide. He looked down at the bustling city full of people. "I'm curious to see how the divine power and the Supreme King will manifest." At Muram High School, a worried Song Jihan went to the infirmary to visit Jun Ji-yeon. She finally stirred. He murmured, "Just having a friendly personality is enough to be a good person." Suddenly, that guy Hyuk Jin burst in and started shouting, "Hey, Junon of the North, I heard you got hurt." Seeing how frantic the guy was, Song Jihan reminded him, "Jun Ji-yeon is sleeping. Please keep it down. Are you really playing dumb? Are you clueless too?" Hyuk Jin was furious that his sister had been victimized. The gate had malfunctioned, and Lee Shin and Tae-min had used others as bait to escape. Song Jihan was taken aback for a few seconds by his rebellious demeanor. Hyuk Jin raged, "Those crazy bastards!" Song Jihan was confused to see him about to leave right after arriving. "Where are you going?" Hyuk Jin stormed off like a man on a mission to get revenge. Seeing how impulsive he was, Song Jihan stopped him. "There's no need for that." Hyuk Jin's eyes widened as he yelled back at him, "If I don't do it, who will?" But then Hyuk Jin lowered his voice. He stared intently at Song Jihan, who was sitting silently. "Let me," Song Jihan warned, "because you never know what could happen." Hyuk Jin was stunned. This presence. Is he trying to overpower me? He knew Song Jihan had gotten stronger, but he never imagined it would be to this degree. He asked in bewilderment, "Don't tell me you've already found the people who hurt her?" Jun Gi-yeon suddenly spoke, making Hyuk Jin's jaw drop. He asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" She had just woken up and was still disoriented. "Where am I?" Hyuk Jin quickly answered, "The school infirmary." Jun Ji-yeon shot up. "How's Gina? Is she okay from the poison?" Song Jihan immediately reassured her. "If it's that kind of poison, she'll be fine." She sighed in relief. "Really? That's great." Then her eyes suddenly widened. "Wait, hold on." Jun Ji-yeon frantically grabbed his face. "Jihan, is it really you?" Song Jihan teased. "Who else would it be?" "You're acting like you've seen a ghost," she asked in alarm. "You were able to enter that gate?" Hyuk Jin didn't find it strange. "The gate was already open," Hyuk Jin said. Song Jihan answered honestly, "I saw it was open, so I just ran inside." Jun Ji-yeon's head throbbed. "Gosh, there are so many things I want to ask, but I'm too tired right now," he said gently. "Then you should get some more rest. Now that you're awake and Hyuk Jin is here, I'll be leaving." Hyuk Jin was surprised. "What? Can't you stay a little longer?" But Song Jihan insisted. "You two should talk. An uninvited guest should know when to leave." He left, leaving the two siblings in a heavy silence. He immediately turned to scold her. "I told you to make friends with decent people. See what happened," Jun Ji-yeon retorted, annoyed. "It's not like I wanted to hang out with them. Gina invited me to join, and that's how it all happened." Hyuk Jin warned her, "From now on, stay away from the Divine Fist and Fallen King clans. The relationships between the families aren't like they used to be." Hearing him say that, she was taken aback. "Does that apply to Jihan too?" He explained. Song Jihan was abandoned by his family, so he's an exception. Jun Gi-yeon still had her doubts. "Well, that's a relief." "Oh, right, there's one more thing." Hyuk Jin himself was wondering about the same thing. "Is it about how Jihan got so strong?" she asked, confused. "I know. What kind of elixir did he take?" He could only repeat what his friend had told him. According to Jihan, a master taught him martial arts, and that's how he became so strong. Hearing that, Jun Ji-yeon's eyes lit up. "A teacher? What kind of teacher? Did he inherit all of his master's essence?" Hyuk Jin froze stiff. "I only know that much." She felt so disappointed in her brother. "You're useless. Who is it, really? Who passed on all that power to give Jun such strength? I really want to meet that person." Even Haijin was wondering about Song Jihan's anonymous supporter. If he's the one who helped Jun become so strong, He must be on the same level as my grandfather. At the same time, at a convenience store, Song Jihan's group was celebrating their victory, celebrating Song Jihan's team winning first place in the midterm exams. Congratulations. As they were chatting lively, Song Jihan started teasing his friend. Today, Hai Jin is paying. Everyone, eat up. He was completely bewildered. What? How did it come to this? You said you were treating everyone. That's why I came. Song Jihan called him out. You got second place thanks to me. What are you talking about? Everyone was really excited, you know? Hearing this, everyone's eyes were fixed on Hai Jin. Hai Jin, with no other choice, had to give in. All right, I'll pay. Meanwhile, Seong Ho was trying to finish the last few bites of his food when he was interrupted. Let's go to the rooftop when you're done eating. Seeing Song Jihan stand up, Hai Jin anxiously asked, Where are you going, Jun? He put on his cool guy act. To the bathroom. Song Jihan glanced at everyone and then left without any hesitation. He took this opportunity to get closer to Hanju. What are you eating, Ju? Let me have a bite. A few hours later, at Murem High School, Song Jihan was glued to the news on his phone. Attack on Lake Cheonryong. Another failure. The endless fall of the Divine Fist clan and the defeated king. The clan that broke the undefeated gate with just one iron sword. The head professor of University 20 believes that in this Lake Cheonryong invasion, the Divine Fist and the defeated king have lost. Song Ho also appeared on the rooftop just a few seconds later. Song Jihan said calmly, You're here? Song Ho looked utterly bewildered. Why did you call me? Why aren't you with everyone else? Then he tossed a pile of magic stones to Seong Ho. This is for you. Take it. Song Ho frantically reached out to catch them. Are these magic stones? You're giving this to me? He stared, stunned, at the pile of sparkling magic stones in his hands. Song Jihan said warmly, It's payment for following my orders. Even Seong Ho couldn't believe his eyes. Is this really necessary? He was happy. I'm very satisfied. Song Ho said politely, But this is too much. One stone is enough. Song Jihan laughed foolishly. All right, I guess magic stones alone aren't enough, huh? He kept shoving items into his hands, not caring if Seong Ho needed them or not. Take this too. He held the martial arts book in his hand, still in a daze. Seong Ho didn't dare to accept such precious things. What about the martial arts skill of the Hanampang family? But Song Jihan immediately dismissed it. Don't tell me it belongs to the defeated king's clan. If we're talking about the martial arts in the novels, I know. That's the martial art of the Hanampang family. It turns out Jun had his own motives. Is that enough for your rental fee? Huh? The sky changed color at a grand hall. Kang Ju was asking Minuk, The head of your family isn't here today either. Is there a reason? The elder sincerely apologized. He is busy training with my younger brother. Since he has granted me full authority, the meeting can proceed. Minuk beat around the bush. First, regarding the events of the midterm exam. Of course, Kang Ju couldn't care less about such trivial matters. It doesn't matter. As long as we clean up Lake Cheonryong, the kid's business will die down on its own. Then he lowered his head and instructed. The third strategy is very important. Not only to display our strength, but also to build a more solid foundation. Therefore, we need to gather more people for the attack, Kang Ju emphasized. Furthermore, other clans will be joining us this time. Understand? To Minuk, these matters were trivial. As long as I get the extreme water ice, I don't care. Having achieved his goal, he smiled slyly. Good. Very enthusiastic. This strategy will definitely succeed. The two of them shook hands to cooperate. Minuk was also scheming in his head. This time, I must obtain the secret medicine to improve Ki Hyan's condition, while Kang Ju remained cold. Certainly. He gave a demonic smile. In a desolate desert, Seong Ho sat cross-legged, concentrating on controlling the spiritual energy in his body. Song Jihan was amazed. This is the first time I've witnessed the rebirth of magic. It's truly miraculous. The old immortal discussed. The amount of magic being released is quite large, isn't it? Any monster that consumes it could probably even become a fairy. He nodded. Luckily, Hilo followed my instructions. He looked as clueless as if he were seeing magic for the first time. Ah, are you a monster? They're listening to their senior. The surge of pride from the successor was also quite unexpected, Song Jihan mused. At first, Hilo was just a simple kid, so I didn't pay much attention to him. But what would others think if they saw this? He grimaced, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as the spiritual energy continued to surge relentlessly. He walked over. How are you feeling? Hilo raised his hand to look at it closely. He still didn't feel anything, just a sense of emptiness inside his body. Song Jihan held out a book in front of him. Now, tear it up. He hesitated. Is that okay? He gave a threatening smile. If you don't want to, then give it back. So Hilo had to tear it up immediately. He could feel an abundant spiritual power surging through his body. Song Jihan clapped, congratulating him for obtaining an S-rank skill that not even the imperial family could possess. Hilo suddenly knelt, startling him. With a very sincere expression, he said, Until now, no one has ever treated someone like me this way. Hilo lowered his head, extremely grateful. You gave me the courage to become stronger. You put your faith in me. He placed his hand on his chest. To repay your trust, I will be absolutely loyal. After hearing this, Song Jihan was a bit taken aback, but eventually, he smiled kindly. He instructed, Don't forget these words. I will teach you many things, Hilo exclaimed. I hope so. Sunlight reflected off the glass windows of the tall building. Song Jihan walked with his hands in his pockets, down the school hallway. Baron raised an eyebrow. You like him that much? He replied with satisfaction. Of course. It's not easy to find a well-behaved kid like him. He had to agree. Yeah, he's got a good build. If he's trained properly, we could make use of him, Jihan added. Initially, I was just going to give him a combat skill, but he's too smart, so I want to find some other skills for him, Baron teased. You seem to have taken quite a liking to him. Fanning himself, he asked, What skill are you thinking of? Song Jihan replied, I want to give him the Emperor's Soul. Baron sighed wearily. Do you even know how to get that? You're the reason I'm getting older by the day. Song Jihan approached a crowd of students watching something interesting. Sejin stood before a group of people with a proud expression. He clasped his hands. We are honored to meet you, young Master Song Jihan. Standing opposite him, Jihan asked, What is it this time? Sejin replied, The master wishes to send a few words. Song Jihan turned to open the classroom door. I don't want to hear it. Despite that, he still relayed the message. The master is participating in the succession contest. He grumbled, This is ridiculous. Is there something wrong with his legs? No matter how I provoke him, he only sends his subordinates. Sejin continued. For the first mission, he requests that you participate in the attack on Lake Cheonryong. Song Jihan refused. I have no intention of competing for that position. He stood there solemnly. As a member of the family with spiritual power, he could not disobey the master's orders. Jihan answered bitterly, Am I even a member of that family? Song Jihan slammed the door shut, ignoring the calls from behind. Young Master Song Jihan, he sat down at his desk, looking tired yet nonchalant. Song Jihan rested his chin on his hand. You're really good at getting on my nerves. Father, I'm just a pawn in John Moo's game. In any case, I have to see this game my father created through to the end. What a pain, Song Jihan mused. How can I escape the control of my father and the Shinwol family? Hanju walked in with a puzzled look. What's with the atmosphere in this class? Startled, he turned his head. She was gathered at the classroom door with Bai and Seo Yin. Jihan stared intently at Hanju. Hanju has a place called the Promised Land, Johnny Wang. He walked over hurriedly. Hanju, can I talk to you for a moment? Jihan said mysteriously. This is the very important matter I mentioned before. She stood still, her expression unchanging, but she seemed to be hesitating. Hanju strode forward. Follow me. She left the other two girls with puzzled faces. An important matter? The school campus was vast, with warm sunlight filtering through the lush green canopy. The two of them sat on a stone bench. She asked, What do you want? With a serious expression, Song Jihan said to the president, I agree to that deal. Hanju was stunned for a moment. Seriously? You've surprised me. I'm guessing it's because of the divine power, right? She probed. What do you want to do? Song Jihan slowly began to explain. I mentioned before that what I need is exclusive rights to the gate. Hanju crossed her arms. In that case, Song Jihan, I need your name. He was confused. Why my name? She closed her eyes slightly. You need a justification for joining the divine family. If I let you in without a reason, the assassins will react violently. Jihan replied, I understand. Things you need to know when joining the divine clan. There's a very common rule in the divine clan to support those who become hunters, and that is the gate monopoly. The recruited hunters go hunt in the gates, and they split the profits 80-20 with the divine clan. Song Jihan offered his business card. Let's enter a relationship where we can support each other under the name of hunters. Hanju took it. Good. Song Jihan thought to himself that it was a creative rule, different from the modern era which values blood relatives. She, on the other hand, was busy texting furiously. I have to tell my uncle. He seemed a bit melancholic, but there was a rather large drawback. Song Jihan suggested. To build a good relationship for the future, I will help you solve a problem within your clan. Hanju was still engrossed in her phone. What? Song Jihan calmly explained. You know, the recruited hunters have been planted in other clans. She shot up, completely astonished. You? How do you know? Song Jihan continued. Li Hun, he has connections with the Puang Doga clan, while Big Dun is involved with the Shin Lui clan. You have to find a solution at all costs. But you can't, right? Song Jihan threw out a tempting offer. I can give you the solitary blood technique, the one the divine clan has been searching for years. Hanju hadn't even recovered from her shock when another one hit. No way, you really have it? Song Jihan glanced around as if to communicate with Baron through eye contact. He turned back with a smug look. You could say that. A white porcelain teapot sat neatly on the table, along with a cup of warm tea. Hanju and Minsung sat opposite each other in the office, his face reflected in the teacup. Ju, is it true? She sat up straight. Yes, Song Jihan. I know the situation our clan is in. Minsung stroked his chin thoughtfully. The truth is that the hunters are involved with another faction. I've been trying to prevent it from getting out. But what am I really supposed to do? Hanju added. And they said they would give us the solitary blood technique on the condition that they can join the clan. He looked stunned after hearing that. Song Jihan possesses the solitary blood technique? If so, wouldn't Song Jihan suffer an even greater loss? She lowered her eyes slightly. Feinji will release the special information at any moment. What they need is support, and that's what I have to overcome. Hanju looked up and asked, "What are you going to do?" Minsung smirked. "Isn't it obvious? From now on, we'll ask for Song Jihan's help." The scene changes to a sandy desert. The clear blue sky was perfect for training. Song Jihan put his hands on his hips. Damn it, someone got here first. Under a palm tree, Hizul was sitting cross-legged, training diligently. His eyes were shut tight. The flow of spiritual energy radiating from him was incredibly pure. He grumbled, "You can't just train anywhere." I opened a portal in a virtual room. "How did he get in here? It's like he's the only one who lives here." Baron beside him also added a comment. "It's good to see you training so hard." Suddenly, Song Jihan's eyes lit up. "What is that?" He was stunned when he saw Hisel's magical power. Is it because the mana is overflowing from the gate? He doesn't know he's reached the second stage. He floated beside him and lectured, "Correct, it's his bright and pure soul." In other words, it's completely different from the pure magic that exists within a host. It's called valor energy. Song Jihan looked up, feeling the dense spiritual energy radiating from him. Pure magic was spreading throughout the air, but I think I also have the same ability to help him. Baron glared. "That's why I told you, if you want to train, just train here." "Stop fooling around," he replied nonchalantly. "Yeah, I know. I'll just raise my stats a bit." The system showed his skill points, 8,680,000 P. Ability points, physical strength 236 out of 300. Mana power 268 out of 300. Strength 295 out of 300. Agility 300 out of 300. Special category. Internal attack 495 out of 1000. Mental strength 300 out of 300. Reputation 486. Song Jihan calculated, "I'm about to reach AA rank. If I raise all my stats to 300, can I reach AA rank?" He wondered, which one should I increase first? He stroked his chin, thinking, "First, let's adjust them all to 300. Song Jihan turned back, confused. "What? Why are you laughing?" Baron covered his mouth. "It's nothing. Do whatever you want." He flew back and forth with a sarcastic look. "Can you even do it? Are you really going to do that?" His face twisted in anger, but he still had to soften his tone. "Can you stop and just teach me?" Baron put on a condescending air. "My disciple, that's not the right attitude to have when asking for help, is it?" Song Jihan reluctantly knelt down. "Master, please teach this foolish disciple." He glanced down. "You should feel lucky that your master is so kind." Baron instructed. "You don't need to use all your points. Just your internal power is enough." He asked again. "Internal power?" Song Jihan pressed the system panel. Internal power. Internal power plus 15. A new classification has been opened. An unexpected announcement followed. "You have reached 5 stars. The Dung Danjon has been unlocked." Song Jihan's body shook violently, his eyes wide, spiritual energy pouring out like a waterfall. The system displayed a notification that the internal power in his Danjon was beginning to permeate. His heart pounded like a war drum, a warning that his chaotic spirit was about to explode. Song Jihan covered his mouth and coughed a few times, his face contorted in agony. He spat a mouthful of bright red blood onto the yellow sand. Song Jihan looked dazed. "If this keeps up, I'm going to die." He gritted his teeth, enduring an immense and terrible pain. Song Jihan clutched his chest. I can't die like this." The system announced a warning. "Your endurance is continuously increasing." His heart felt like it would explode from this terrifying surge of power. The system continuously announced, "The Danjon has been expanded. The limit of endurance has been increased. All abilities increased by plus 50. New body enhancements received, and consumed internal energy restored. It's finally over." Song Jihan raised his hand and stared at it, frozen for 5 seconds, before collapsing onto the sand. "I'm dead," Baron asked. "How does it feel to upgrade to 5 stars?" Song Jihan whined, "I'm so dizzy. It feels like I'm about to die all over again," Baron said helplessly. "Now, only the Sangdanjon is left." He tiredly asked, "Do I have to go through this again?" Baron said something that made Song Jihan's expression change drastically. "It's even worse." He then reassured him, "Don't worry. That's a very distant prospect for you." He breathed a sigh of relief. The system screen appeared, showing physical strength, SS-Rank, described as a blessing reserved only for the few who love to fight. You can predict your opponent's movements, with an effect of plus 100 combat power and plus 100 instant resistance. Song Jihan's eyes were now brighter than car headlights. "This is awesome. 100 combat power and 100 instant resistance. If the power of the Dungdanjon is like this, what will the Sangdanjon level be like?" He rejoiced. "Every time I look at it, I get curious about what kind of person my master is," Baron said smugly. "Master is a god of martial arts and has reached infinity. I am pawn." After hearing that, Song Jihan was left speechless. Killing all respect in an instant is a talent in itself. He looked over to see Hyolo still training. Baron gently encouraged him, "Rest for a bit and then come back." Scene change. Golden sunlight shone on the tall buildings, and the schoolyard was packed with students. The loudspeaker blared. For the midterm exam, second place, please step forward. Min Sung extended his hand. Congratulations on getting second place. Hee Hyuk-jin shook it with a smile. Thank you. Song Jihan proudly stepped forward. Next, first place in the midterm exam. Please step forward. He shook each person's hand. Congratulations to our top-ranked student. What reward do you want, Song Jihan? He raised an eyebrow. I'll let you know when we get to the museum. Ju tilted her head and called out, first, second, and third place. Please follow me. Tall buildings stretched out everywhere. The group of high-scoring students was taken to a large museum. I'm so nervous. What should I do? What should I do? What should I pick now? Hanu smiled. As for me, I'm really excited. Hyuk-jin sounded dejected. What should I pick? I came here without giving it any thought. What are you choosing? Yum. He hesitated. What was I thinking of again? Song Jihan offered his opinion. Hee Hyuk-jin. In the middle of building number 2, there's a rusty iron bar. Check if there's a glowing pattern on the hilt, and then pick that. He was surprised. Why? Song Jihan explained. The object that appeared at that gate was used by someone named Jomson. It's much better than the sword you're using now. Hyuk-jin ran over. Really? He was shocked. How do you know that? Song Jihan remained calm. My master taught me. Hee Hyuk-jin put a friendly arm around his shoulder. That's awesome. I have to get it then. I'm only trusting you on this, okay? Song Jihan said helplessly. I know. Just go get your reward. His voice echoed through the vast museum. See you later. The entire group stood before a heavily secured iron door. Min Sung led the way inside, where countless precious items were on display. He said generously, all right, everyone pick one item that you like. Everything was kept inside glass cases. From ancient books to sharp swords, the glint of gold and silver sparkled everywhere. Yoonbi picked up a scepter. This thing looks so cool. Seo Yul explored curiously. I like this one. As for Seong Ho, his eyes lit up. I'll choose this item. Suddenly, a voice shouted, wait. Song Jihan crossed his arms, a mysterious look on his face. All of you, stop. He smirked coolly. Put everything down before I change my attitude. At the item storage of Murem High School, Min Sung distributed an item to each student. Wu received a pair of ice gauntlets. Seyoon dazedly examined the needles in her hand. She had received the yin-yang acupuncture needles. The last person was Seong Ho. Seon Ho received the red sash. She stood there pensively. Perfect. The ice gauntlets are a great match for a woman with strong yin energy. The yin-yang acupuncture needles and the red sash were items perfectly suited for Selly and Seon Ho. Song Jihan even knew what those items were. He's really perceptive. Song Jihan subtly noticed Hanju was standing empty-handed and called out to her, Hanju, you. Then he pointed to a sword in a glass case and said she should choose it. She was extremely wary. Wait, a sword is a weapon that all hunters avoid. If I can't control it well, I could get hurt. On top of that, I've never used a sword before. Song Jihan had to lay out the options. Hanju, let me ask you this. Between power, weight, and utility, which do you want the sword to have? Naturally, Hanju chose the one that seemed easiest to use. I'll prioritize power so I can use it comfortably. And yet, he immediately shot her down. Then Song Jihan started his lecture. Satisfaction doesn't come from swinging the sword fast and hard, or from the flexibility of your body. It has to be based on utility. He explained to her that a sword is the most versatile weapon. If those two things are combined, aren't you curious about what will happen? Meanwhile, Haijin was quite excited about his assigned item. Song Jihan, look at this, isn't it cool? He was already full of himself. The moment I saw it, I knew it was made for me. Can you feel the energy flowing? It's amazing, right? Song Jihan was at a loss for words. Haijin immediately poked Song Jihan's cheek, lost in a power fantasy. Your master must be incredible. That's how you knew to recommend this awesome item to me, right? Song Jihan decisively held up a hammer. I'll take this one. His jaw dropped. Haijin was stunned. Someone's actually choosing that piece of junk? He got the wrong idea again. You recommended the good item to me. Are you sacrificing yourself by using a piece of junk just to give that one to me? For real? Song Jihan was shocked when Haijin grabbed his leg. What are you doing? He made a solemn vow. I will become stronger to protect you. The poor Song Jihan could only scream, let go of me. The system window announced the A-rank iron hammer, explaining it wasn't just a magic stone, but a hammer that could shatter a 1,000-year-old railway. Attribute: infinite. Ability: unleashes 100% of its inherent power. A support tool used in alchemy, with unlimited speed and efficiency. He knew the true use of this item from the very beginning. How miraculous. Then Song Jihan analyzed the hammer. According to the description, it's just an ordinary alchemy tool. Is this really the key to clearing Trodung Lake? I feel a bit uncertain. Gates are unpredictable places. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a grand hall. Inside, Li Xin was furiously venting his anger. Song Jihan, He was so furious he smashed the wall with his fist. It's all that brat's fault. This loser could only blame others. If it weren't for him, I would have been #1 in the midterm exams, even with those useless things appearing. As an older brother being overshadowed by his younger sibling, Li Xin couldn't bear the burden of his family. My studies were suspended for damaging the family's honor, and now I'm stuck in this dark hole, forbidden from doing anything. Suddenly, the door to his room burst open. One of John Mu's guards was sent to inform him, "Young master, it's time for you to come out." Li Xin was puzzled. Has it been that long? What's going on outside? The guard's next words were like salt in Li Xin's wounds. The master has allowed Song Jihan to participate in the succession competition. Song Jihan will also be participating in the third attack on Cheondong Lake with you. He was seeing red. Why? Why is father making me compete with that useless piece of trash? On top of that, the guard seemed to be deliberately provoking him. Song Jihan must have caught the master's attention. Perhaps he is stronger than you. The enraged Li Xin tried to attack the guard right there in the hall, but the guard easily restrained him. Already humiliated, Li Xin was now even more so. What the hell are you talking about? How can someone who didn't inherit the bloodline be stronger than me? The guard didn't bother to explain further. It's just my speculation. But since the guard had started, he decided to see it through. Song Jihan has dabbled in the demonic arts. Li Xin unconsciously whispered, "Demonic arts?" It was hard to tell whose side this guard was on, seeing how freely he spoke. It's the only way for those who haven't inherited the bloodline to become strong. Hearing this, he rushed off as if he'd found an opening. That's right, the demonic arts. It must be. I have to tell father immediately. But the guard immediately stopped the rebellious young master. Is that really necessary? The guard threatened. If you handle this yourself, your father will surely come to see you. He then took out a precious gem. I have prepared this for you. The gem glowed brightly inside a metal box. This is the power you desire. Li Xin was initially stunned. The power I desired. However, just a few seconds later, he quickly picked up the item. At the same time, a live broadcast was airing about the upcoming clash of the clans. The day of the third assault on Cheondong Lake, which everyone had been waiting for, had finally arrived. The host was announcing the situation. According to the assault team's spokesperson, the gate raid is happening in real time. A large crowd is gathering in front of the gate. He introduced the key figures one by one. The clans participating in this assault include the Lian clan and the Biang clan, followed by Shin Jiji and Zhou Hokiom. This time, the battle even includes veteran members. Not only that, but he also signaled a level of ferocity unprecedented in history. This was a massive attack force, consisting of 200 people, a total of 800 people from each clan. With power now in his hands, Li Xin had become more arrogant than ever. A projectile suddenly shot straight toward where he stood. Li Xin crushed it with ease. After that recent test, everyone was absolutely furious with the bastard. Get back! Get back! He felt his pride had been insulted. Those bastards! Sejin tried to stop him. Just ignore them. The boss told us to be careful. Suddenly, everyone's gaze shifted in another direction. Oh, hey, it's the spearman. It's Song Jihan. Please look over here. The Baron was surprised to hear the strange nickname, Spearman. Are they talking about you? He explained. Yes. I posted a video of myself raiding the fairy garden at school. Song Jihan smiled. That's the nickname they gave me because I carry a spear. The Baron replied, Is that so? In that case, wouldn't Trang Rong be more fitting? He said innocently. Unfortunately, that nickname is already taken. Suddenly, a voice called out, Jihan! Whenever Hai Jin and Song Jihan meet, things get rowdy. Pinned down by the two Hai Jin siblings, Song Jihan couldn't breathe. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go! He had to cry for help. I can't get up until she gets up first. Jun Gyeon was determined to tease the two of them relentlessly. Dream on! Why should I move when I'm this comfortable? She immediately taunted them. You two have been slacking on your training, haven't you? Muscles are supposed to be firm, but yours are all flabby. Just then I walked by, calling them idiots. She had no choice but to run over and pull the idiot Song Jihan out from the pile. Whew, I thought I was going to die before we even entered the gate. Suddenly, the shameless Li Xin spat in his direction. He glared at Song Jihan. Li Xin feigned concern. Forget it. Take care of yourself. Song Jihan got delusional again. Are you worried about me? Haven't you woken up yet? The bizarre Li Xin quickly turned away. Think whatever you want. Cheondong Lake will be your grave. Song Jihan felt exasperated. Good grief. He talks just like some washed-up villain. Why is my shirt like this? A few days later, the day of the clan's clash arrived. Song Jihan stood amidst the crowd, advancing toward the portal. He was blinded by the light from the gate's spiritual energy. Before Song Jihan's eyes now was a world of ice and snow. You have entered Cheondong Lake. The system announced, the master of the Thousand Peaks Lake is wary of you. Song Jihan was already getting overconfident. Ever since Lam Lam became the master of the Forbidden Zone, the masters of the other gates have all been wary of me. It doesn't matter. I'll sweep this place clean anyway. Choi Dagong spoke formally. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Choi Dagong, the commander of this third raid team. I am sure everyone here is already familiar with the strategy, so I will skip that part. There are a few things I need to emphasize. He warned that inside the gate, the unexpected always happens. Furthermore, Choi Daegong listed all the lurking dangers. Losing your life in the middle of it is a common occurrence, so if you die, it is because you were weak. Remember that. Among the students, only Song Jihan looked him straight in the eye without a hint of fear. He immediately buttered him up, wow, to exude such a murderous aura at his age. No wonder he's Choi Tae-min's grandfather. The Baron was also proud. The master is happy that his disciple is so famous. The system presented information about this trial, the Invincible Gate, Thousand Peaks Lake. In the first stage, monsters will appear in various locations. In the shallow waters, there are blue-grade Nappa monsters. When you defeat all the Nappa that appear in the various swamps, a portal leading to the next stage will open. It had only been a few seconds, yet the roars of beasts already echoed from Thousand Peaks Lake. With just a few strikes, Li Xin wiped out all the lizards. "Go to hell," he gloated. "You small fry dare to challenge me?" Hung Jun was also there to support Li Xin. "Our objective is to ensure the young master can hunt at his leisure," the disciples replied in unison. Understood. Only Song Jihan watched on, looking thoroughly unimpressed. They're recklessly using their internal energy because the raid is being broadcast. Ah. What are they going to do in the later stages if they run out of energy? Suddenly, a lizard launched a sneak attack on him from behind. Hanju's sword spirit quickly unleashed an attack, making the lizard log out. She sliced it in half and then swung her sword spirit, the blade grazing Song Jihan's cheek. Hanju asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" He shuddered. "Hey, I almost died just now." Hanju just brushed it off. "Well, it's your fault for letting your guard down." Song Jihan immediately tried to save face. "Let's just forget about that. Are you getting the hang of using the sword spirit?" Hanju answered honestly. "Yeah, a little. It's still a bit difficult, but I can swing it faster now." He broke out in a cold sweat seeing the pool of blood on the floor. "You call this a little?" For a moment, I didn't even feel your sword approaching. Song Jihan felt a chill as he recalled the moment his cheek was cut. It was terrifyingly fast. Even a talent like him had to look at her in admiration. No wonder they always call her a genius. The two of them stood there chatting for a while. The students from the various clans had cleared the first few obstacles at the lake. Daegong stood on a cliff and remarked, "They say the true elites of divine power are all in the Heavenly Kings group." They weren't exaggerating at all. He was somewhat worried about his grandson's abilities. Choi Tae-min and the Black Lion Brigade were also fighting very well, but compared to the leader of the Heavenly Kings, Sejin still had a long way to go. Daegong then took a closer look at Sejin amidst the lizards, noting his reasonable control of internal energy, his support skills, and his ability to enhance the divine power users without flaunting his own strength. With a bit of luck, he could reach A rank. This old man seemed to have misjudged a talent. It was a shame he hadn't recruited him sooner. The Divine Power Clan. Then Daegong's eyes darted around, and in contrast, he looked down on Song Jihan. That kid is truly pathetic. Instead of using his family's martial arts, he's just swinging a spear around. But Daegong couldn't understand it. Song Jihan and Taemin said that he had defeated the lizard man and even subdued Taemin. To judge an entire person based on a single spear, I really can't imagine it. Meanwhile, Song Jihan was happily teasing Hanju. "Don't cut us again, okay? Or I'll cut your tongue out." Daegong immediately jumped to a conclusion. If that's true, he must have used some underhanded trick, he said grimly. "Do you think you can survive after messing with the warlord family?" A few hours later, all the small fry lizards had been taken down by the students, without a single one left. Daegong stepped forward and praised them. "Well done. We've safely cleared the first stage," he announced. "Let's move on to the second stage." The system immediately displayed data for the upcoming stage, the second stage of the Lake of 1,000 Peaks, filled with traps and obstacles. A large river made of heavenly water. Each drop weighs 1,600 kilograms. You must safely cross the small stone bridge connected along the stream. If you don't step on the stones in the designated pattern, countless obstacles will appear. The system is designed to kill anyone who tries to cross. The system warned that if you make a small mistake and fall into the water, or if you enter the water to escape obstacles, even the most powerful awakened being will be under immense pressure. The system issued an urgent alert. They will be crushed and disappear without a trace. The old immortal was dazzled by the shimmering stream flowing before him. "Oh, there's heavenly water here too," Song Jihan asked blankly. "Is there heavenly water where Master lives?" He replied with a bright smile. "Of course there is. The heavenly water is also the habitat of the 10,000-year-old golden turtle that I'm raising." After hearing that, the boy was puzzled. A 10,000-year-old golden turtle? Isn't that a mythical creature? The old immortal puffed out his chest and boasted, "Yep, a turtle whose entire body is made of gold." He showed off. "I was going to catch it to make an elixir, but it was too cute, so I decided to raise it instead." Song Jihan, however, thought the opposite. "I don't want to die. If I were it, I'd do the same to survive." Over on the other side, Daegong gave an order. "All right, everyone, prepare. Commander Hai Hyun-gun, set up the formation." Hai Hyun-gun obeyed instantly. Understood. She fanned out 3 talismans. "The formation has been established. Every participant has been equipped with a shared skill. Water resistance increased by 30%. He encouraged them. Does anyone want to be the vanguard and go first? The students were silent. No one said a word. Jun-gyeon suddenly raised her hand, drawing everyone's attention. She was burning with determination. The Iron Sword Mountain Clan will go first. Daegong was in the middle of saying, "Then let's send someone ahead." When she cut him off, "No, I'll go myself," Jun-gyeon said proudly. "My family has no cowards. My grandfather always told me to lead by example." He was left speechless. Daegong cursed inwardly. This energetic kid, but on the outside, I still have to act civilized. I must be a fool. All right, good luck. Baron wondered, "You're just going to let her be? Isn't she your best friend?" Song Jihan wasn't surprised. "Don't worry." He paid it no mind and turned away. "I'll figure something out." Just then, Jun Jian bravely stepped up first. She was having an existential crisis. If I stand on the stone for too long, it'll sink, right? Jun Gyeon was confused about what to do next. If I put my foot on a stone for about 2 seconds, I'll fall into the water. She nimbly leaped from one stone to another. Suddenly, Song Jihan's voice rang out, making Jun Jian instinctively turn back. "Sis, listen carefully to what I'm about to say." He gave detailed step-by-step instructions. "Look at the sharp stone sticking out in front of you. Stop there." Jun Jian did as she was told. Immediately, pillars of water shot up violently. She started to get flustered. A pillar of water rose from where I was standing, but Song Jihan quickly reassured her. "Don't panic." He used telepathy so Jun Jian could hear his voice. "I'll slowly guide you across. Pass it on to the Iron Sword Clan members behind you." She frowned. "You'd better tell me how you knew this later," he said bluntly. "All right." The other students saw this and immediately followed. Even Daegong couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? How did everyone from the Iron Sword Clan cross safely? He was stunned by the scene before him. Even the first and second ranked raid teams struggled with the random water pillars here. But why? Suddenly, Daegong realized something. "I see. There's a mechanism. The Iron Sword Clan must have figured out the mechanism of the water pillars." He immediately placed the blame. The master of the Iron Sword Clan, that damn old man. He knew the strategy but didn't say anything. The system announced that the Iron Sword Clan had all crossed safely. Daegong led his group. "All right, now it's our turn," he shouted. "You all remember the mechanism, right? Stick to it." Taming timidly replied, "Yes, sir." They also quickly passed this stage. Song Jihan stood watching with his arms crossed. So confident. But that'll be extinguished soon. Just as he predicted, a member of the clan was walking when there was a disturbance under the water. He instinctively looked around, not noticing the pillar of water rushing toward him. In a few seconds, the guy was obliterated by a bolt of aura. Even Min and Daegong were shocked. A spear thrust violently into the lake, sending water splashing everywhere, from the middle of the lake's surface. Even Daegong hadn't anticipated this. "What? An explosion!" He screamed out a warning as he saw countless clan members falling like dominoes. "Everyone, cross the bridge quickly!" The ones in front scrambled to the other side, ignoring those left behind. Daegong was in a complete panic. "This is the final mechanism. We're almost done." His eyes widened. The few remaining clan members successfully reached the shore, only for bolts of lightning to suddenly strike down from the sky. The members of the Warlord clan barely managed to overcome this trial. Jun Gyeon saw he was struggling and offered a hand out of pity. "Are you all right?" But this arrogant guy, despite being embarrassed, still put on a front. "I'm fine," he boomed. "How many survived?" His disciples answered timidly. "Including the injured, there are about 50 left." Daegong could only curse. Damn it. The students were intently watching the clans battle it out. Everyone was in an uproar. "I can't take it anymore. Is this a strategy or a deathmatch? What if we can't clear it?" Everyone stared, jaws agape, at what happened to the Warlord clan. Meanwhile, at the Lake of 1,000 Peaks, Daegong's furious screams made all the participants there turn pale with fear. "Who's next?" Min Guk, pale-faced, stammered. Whose turn is it to go next?" Song Jihan answered calmly. "I'll go." The old man was surprised. "Huh? What are you planning to do?" "We're not ready yet." But his next words made Min Guk understand. "Who said I was going with you?" "I'm going with the Divine Finger clan." This unreasonable old man even tried to force him. "I forbid it. You must go with us." In reality, Min Guk was just afraid of public opinion. Normally, he would just ignore it, but they're recording now, so he can't do that. If Song Jihan doesn't go with them, people will start questioning the Divine Power clan. Song Jihan sighed. "I just made a suggestion. Why are you panicking?" He glanced at his friends who were staying behind. Song Jihan turned back to look at Hanju with a trusting gaze. She received his signal and nodded. Hanju placed a hand on his shoulder. "Then we'll go first. Song Jihan, go with your clan." Song Jihan didn't hesitate either. "All right." He shrugged, as if dismissing her goodwill. Clearly, Song Jihan had already assessed the danger that would trigger once a certain number of people crossed the bridge. The pattern's mechanism would advance to the next phase. The Lord's clan suffered heavy losses because they failed to notice the phased pattern change. He calculated each step carefully. With 200 people from the Iron Sword clan and 50 from the Lord's clan having crossed, About 250 more people need to cross for the mechanism to enter its third phase. Everything was under Song Jihan's control, allowing the Divine Cannon clan to cross safely. Song Jihan reminded Hanju, "You saw what happened to the Lord's clan, right? Don't be hasty, move slowly, and you'll reach safety just like the Iron Sword clan. Trust me," she said with an air of confidence. "I know. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have come this far." Hanju remained firm in her choice, even if it wasn't based on personal trust. Trusting Song Jihan based on past experiences was the logical thing to do. Despite her doubts, she still dodged the swords with ease. But how could Song Jihan possibly know the strategy for the Lake of a Thousand Peaks? Hanju found it confusing. He provides us with useful and beneficial information, but he doesn't trust us. She still hoped, just as I trust him, that one day Song Jihan will trust me and tell me everything. Hanju successfully led her clan to the finish line safely. She was exhausted from the long run. A worried Jin ran up to her. "Hanju, are you all right?" Yet she replied coldly, "Yeah, I was worried. Has everyone arrived? Any injuries?" Hanju was relieved. Everyone had arrived safely. DG, who was eavesdropping on their conversation, was furious. Why is the Divine Cannon clan completely unscathed? It's too strange that only we suffered such heavy losses. There must be a conspiracy. And of course, Song Jihan was his prime suspect. The Divine Cannon clan has arrived safely, so now it's my clan's turn, right? The system announced again, only 50 more people before the mechanism changes. The final phase has the highest difficulty. He was now on high alert, knowing the most dangerous part is when the mechanism changes midway. Does it matter? Song Jihan wondered. I'm too lazy to deal with all this. I'll just have to use the gate. Manuk turned back to encourage his people. The Divine Cannon clan made it through safely, so we can do it too. Baron narrowed his eyes and said, looking closely, there's something not right about that guy. Who? He asked, surprised. Baron pointed directly at the madman, Lai Xin, who was smiling eerily in the crowd. That Li Xin guy. Baron felt something was off about him. I can feel a familiar energy from him, but I can't pinpoint it. Keep an eye on him. Not long after, the people of the Divine Power clan began to advance. Suddenly, several spears flew towards them, and Minuk couldn't react in time. Luckily for the old man, Jin quickly released his spirit energy, shattering the spears. He flew in front of Minuk, his face tense. Jin asked, "Are you all right, sir?" The old man stammered, "Ah, yes." Minuk was already underestimating the challenge, thinking it would be easier than expected if they could cross safely at this pace. But Song Jihan wasn't about to let the old man pass that easily. Suddenly, there was a disturbance beneath the water's surface. It's starting. Meanwhile, the group from the Divine Power clan hadn't even crossed the halfway point. Seeing the critical situation, the old man could only shout, "Calm down, don't panic, get past the water pillars and keep moving." Thanks to the power from the gem, these water pillars were a piece of cake for Lai Xin. But he froze when the Saku materialized from the water pillars, which immediately swung its spear at him. But Lai Xin had the devil's own luck and escaped death. He swiftly kicked and broke the spear with his foot. At that moment, the Saku fully emerged from the water pillar. Li Xin was stunned, completely frozen before the three-headed, two-legged, six-packed creature, a fish monster. Li Xin was dumbfounded. Why would a red-grade monster like a fish monster appear here? They're only supposed to be in high-level gates. He just stood there dumbly as the Saku charged at him. Manuk, though old and weak, was still sharp. He used his spirit energy to ride the waves, sending the creatures flying 1,000 meters away. The old man asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Li Xin was foolish but incredibly lucky. Minuk rallied their spirits. "The water pillars have subsided. Let's deal with this thing together and get out of here." But then, suddenly, the two of them broke out in a cold sweat. In just a few seconds, for reasons unknown, the members of the Divine Power clan had been torn limb from limb. Not a single one survived. What is this? Manuk was so shocked he nearly fainted. We were attacked because no one noticed the fish monsters hiding in the water pillars. No, even so, the number of casualties is too high, and danger still awaits them. What exactly attacked the Heavenly King's team? The final boss summoned all its fish monster brethren from the water's surface to avenge its comrades. With its muscular body, it stepped forward. The intermediate boss monster, Saku, has appeared. Saku angrily enveloped the area with dark energy. Saku let out a roar so powerful that even the two from Manuk couldn't withstand it. The water-type attack power of the fish monsters increased by 30%. The water-type magic attack power of the fish monsters increased by 30%. The speed of the fish monsters increased by 50% while underwater. Song Jihan watched with delight. In this water-filled Thousand Peaks lake, with the terrain advantage, the fish monsters would be even stronger than a red-grade monster. He was waiting for a good show, to see what they would do to handle this worst-case scenario. Suddenly, the system issued a red alert. Huh? The system window displayed the data. The Gate Master's features have been activated. The opponent's buffs are nullified. Feature 1. The Abyss has appeared. The unique ability of the Primordial Divine Art, Terror, has been activated. The Terror skill of the Primordial Divine Art and the Abyss have been combined. He was stunned. The passive skill, Terror, is activating? But why now? Song Jihan stared blankly at Saku's group. For some unknown reason, the situation was reversed. Saku is wary of the master of the Forbidden Zone. The fish monsters are afraid of the master of the Forbidden Zone. The fish monsters are afraid of the master of the Forbidden Zone. He was so shocked he froze completely. The intermediate boss Saku was supposed to attack the people from the Divine Power Clan, but it just stood there staring at them. Only Song Jihan's voice was echoing in its head right now. Why have you all run away? They're standing right in front of you. His voice lingered in its mind, making Saku turn pale with fear. Go, attack them, charge in. It was called a fish monster, yet it was so weak that it fled. Saku has fled because it was too afraid of you. You have broken an unprecedented record. He was furious because his plan failed. You have received double the reward. You have received 2 million points as a reward. You have received 2 million points as a reward. Jihan could only look down at Thousand Peaks Lake and curse. These idiots. You have received the title Gray-Eyed Killer. Luckily, he also benefited quite a bit, so there was nothing to be sad about. This title is awesome. S-Rank Gray-Eyed Killer. Description. You instantly defeated a red grade monster with a single glance. Effect. Damage towards fish monsters plus 200%. Water-type defense plus 100%. But that doesn't mean it makes me happy. The old immortal even teased, so many members of the Heavenly Kings and Divine Power teams survived. Song Jihan was seeing red. That's what I mean. Meanwhile, Jun Gyeon was discussing with everyone, not knowing when the monsters would return. We should move further away before drawing the magic circle. Hanju was also concerned. I think so too. Doing that will prevent further losses. Dagon suddenly announced something unplanned. First, I want to check a few things. Everyone was confused. Huh? What do you mean? Then he made a wild guess. It seems someone among us is trying to harm our team. This old man is making a sweeping generalization. It's strange. Our Overlord clan has 150 casualties, and over 50 people from the Divine Power clan died. But abnormally, the Iron-Blooded Sword and Divine Art clans have no losses at all. Just hearing that, Kangoo flew into a rage. Hey, are you suspecting us? But the man continued to make baseless accusations. I don't want to, but isn't everything too coincidental? It's perfectly reasonable for me to be suspicious. The old man's blood boiled, ready to rush forward and deal with it. But Jun Gyeon calmly stopped Kangoo. We came here to help clear the gate at the request of the Iron-Blooded clan. Instead of showing respect, you're accusing us? Dagon continued to press them with questions. Fine. Then answer my question. How did you know the mechanics of crossing the Thousand Peaks Lake? She started to show a flaw. Seeing Jun Gyeon frozen like that, Hanju stepped in to help. How rude. Even if you are Choi Dagon, the Wind Apostle, you can't attack us without evidence. Dagon was embarrassed by her. Evidence? I certainly don't have any yet. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, but even one stomp from DG made everyone unsteady. I can make you confess to a crime, he threatened. Just wait and see the result. Dagon raised his voice. Let's see if you're right, or if I am. The final boss, Song Jihan, finally stepped in to help. That's enough, Dagon sneered. How dare you interrupt an adult? You're trying to prove you really are an illegitimate child, you brat. But he wasn't one to be trifled with, and immediately retorted, Oh, my apologies. I should be more understanding. Considering his age and mental instability, I had to step in, because it's pathetic for the raid leader to suspect his own allies. He glared back, since I'd clearly hit a nerve. How dare you? Song Jihan continued to taunt him. I don't want you to die from anger, so let me give you a suggestion, he proposed, since it seems we're just getting in each other's way. Why don't we split up from here? You can do your thing, and we'll do ours. That doesn't sound too bad, does it? His proposal was so reasonable that the Dagong clan members couldn't argue. The leader had to reluctantly agree. Fine, I accept. Only Min was determined not to let this lucrative opportunity slip away. But Song Jihan is part of our clan. Dagong was too embarrassed to argue further. Enough of this pointless nonsense. Right now, clearing the gate is our priority. Song Jihan smirked triumphantly. He's right, and the broadcast is down anyway since all the cameras were destroyed when we crossed the river. It's better not to travel with him. He had to change his plan. I was planning to keep him close and get rid of him when the opportunity arose, but I'll have plenty of other chances to do that later. Dagong announced their plan. We'll focus on exploring the sea cave to the west. Song Jihan agreed to cooperate with the cunning old man. Then we'll check the glacier mountain to the east. He thought to himself, what a bunch of idiots. The sea cave was already explored during the first and second raids. To think they'd choose to go to such a dangerous, unexplored area. The old man even put on a show of encouragement for his team, wishing them good luck. Song Jihan, not to be outdone, retorted, I wish you the worst of luck. A short while later, he and his friends arrived at the glacier mountain. They were all enjoying a bowl of hot soup together. Hanju asked bewilderedly, Is it really okay for you to split from the clan like that? Song Jihan answered nonchalantly, This was my plan all along. The sea cave is far more dangerous, thanks, but I am just trying to survive. He had clearly calculated everything meticulously. The true habitat of the Saku and the monster fish was the Glacier Canyon. Not to mention, he knew every characteristic of this monster species. Song Jihan knew them inside and out. If they knew I was here, they'd just flee back to the Lake of 1,000 Peaks. But the sea cave is a different story. He understood it all perfectly. The master of that place is the natural enemy of the Nagochi monster fish. They are terrifying, giant spider monsters that emit a chilling aura instead of poison. All Song Jihan had to do was sit back and enjoy his hot soup. The Dagong clan walking into that nest was like serving a meal to a predator. He reminded his team, listen carefully. There's a shortcut to the 4th section of this canyon. It requires a special item to access, and I have that item. Song Jihan gave a clear order. Your job is to cover me. Jun Gyeon's eyes widened in surprise. Is that true? Where did you get that information? Her difficult question made his expression darken instantly. Huh? Oh, I got it from the black market. Jun Gyeon had no choice but to accept his answer. All right, I trust you. Song Jihan quickly slurped a spoonful of hot soup, relieved to have dodged that bullet. Thank heavens. Suddenly, he began to choke and cough. Hanju, what did you put in this? He had to shut up the moment Jun Gyeon spoke. It's boiled pandan leaf. Meanwhile, the snow began to fall even heavier in the Glacier Canyon. Everyone had gathered at the location. Jun Gyeon scanned their surroundings. So this is where the monster fish live. We can't let our guard down. Song Jihan stated with certainty. It's around here. She looked bewildered. But it's just a frozen lake, he insisted. Like I said, there's a shortcut. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed. The flags in the Glacier Canyon dropped, signaling an all-out assault. Hai Jin panicked. Song Jihan, while Jun Gyeon screamed. Song Jihan, what are you doing? If that makes a sound, the monsters will detect us. At that same moment, Kengigu screamed in terror. We've got trouble! The Saku were ready to fight as 2 clans of monsterfish appeared. Hanju took his stance. Everyone, prepare for battle, but he wasn't scared in the slightest. They won't do a thing. The Saku's expression suddenly darkened. Wielding a hammer, Song Jihan charged forward like a god and brought it down with a mighty blow, shattering the ice and revealing a secret passage beneath. Once upon a time, there was a legend. It began the day a man shattered the invincible Lake of 1,000 Peaks. The man in the legend was a blacksmith from the Million Poison clan. The secret path Song Jihan knew of was thanks to this very hammer. While everyone else was struggling to find the way forward, he was trying to repair his weapon, and the shocking sound of his hammer caused the ground to split open. To be precise, it was a channel where glacial water was stored. After he slammed the hammer down, a crack began to form. The ice broke apart into large chunks, separating the group. Everyone, watch out! It's collapsing! Hai Jin was in a complete panic. Jihan, what are you doing? But Song Jihan just stood there nonchalantly like a boss. What do you mean? Just follow me. He didn't understand what he was saying. What, follow you? Suddenly, Song Jihan jumped into the water, leaving the others behind. Jun Jian was scared. What's happening? Hanju was horrified. Did he just fall in? That foolish Hai Jin was already committed, so he had to follow. I'll just follow him. Jun Jian had no other choice and signaled to everyone, get in the water. Let's hurry. The rest of them also jumped into the water after Song Jihan. It was only then that she realized this wasn't holy water, just regular water. Jun Jian looked up at the floating Song Jihan and Hai Jin. He waved, signaling for everyone to follow. The 2 clans swam after their leader like a school of fish. A moment later, Song Jihan finally succeeded in leading everyone to safety. The whole group was completely exhausted, dragging their heavy feet onto dry land. Jun Jian was completely out of breath. Come on, Jihan, can you give us a heads up before you do something like that? My heart almost jumped out of my chest. And yet he was still joking, saying sorry, but surprises are always more interesting, she grumbled. A few more surprises like that and someone's actually going to die. The 2 clans followed the diamond path into a giant cave. Song Jihan announced, we're here. He explained that this was the secret route leading to the boss room. Hearing this, everyone started murmuring. He's right. How did he know? Song Jihan confidently stepped forward to inspect the door. He warned, everyone, step back. It's dangerous. Song Jihan swiftly struck the door with great force. In the blink of an eye, the gate to the secret route finally creaked open. The system announced, you have discovered a secret route. You have received 550,000 contribution points as a reward. He led everyone deeper inside. Jun Gyeon gasped in awe. Are all of these mana stones? Even Hai Jin was dazzled. This is the first time I've ever seen so many stones. Hanju went closer to examine the brilliant blue stones, thinking they must be of very high purity. Their value must be at least 1 million per stone. Song Jihan seemed to read her mind and advised her, if you want them, just take them. But she hesitated. But I don't have a collection skill. He used a bit of psychological manipulation. The others are trying too. No one else here has a collection skill either. It would be a huge waste to leave all these stones and go home empty-handed. Come on, we can kill the boss first and come back for them later. Jun Jian was worried for the whole group. But Jihan, do you think we have enough people? It's the boss of Thousand Peaks Lake. Shouldn't we call for reinforcements? But nothing could faze Song Jihan. No, this is enough. More than enough, actually. He solemnly faced the golden turtle. Just then, the boss of Thousand Peaks Lake awakened from a demonic dream. It can't attack us. Meanwhile, in the sea cave, Dagong's group was surrounded by a swarm of Nagochi. One of the clan members was already caught in their web. Get away! He gritted his teeth and tried to save him, but it seemed fate was not on their side. The unfortunate young man was swarmed and devoured by the Nagochi. Dagong stood there, breaking out in a cold sweat. The Nagochi, finished but still unsatisfied, advanced to attack the remaining people. Min-guk screamed, "Retreat," while Taemin also began to panic. It's no use. All the exits are blocked. A chill ran down the old man's spine. The 200-person expedition team had been reduced by half. Meanwhile, the number of Nagochi was still steadily increasing. In an instant, the Nagochi appeared, ready to devour Min-guk alive. Despite this, Dagong remained unfazed. Min-guk, do you have it? The old man stammered, flustered by the spiders. Huh? What is it? The other man insisted. Answer me via telepathy. I'm asking if you have the regression stone. Min-guk replied, flustered. Yes, of course, I have one too. Dagong got into a ready stance. Then get ready. I believe we should use our subordinates as bait and use the regression stones. The stone this old man mentioned, the regression stone, is a single-use item that can save your life at a critical moment. It's an extremely expensive emergency item created by a clan of mages from overseas. Min-guk, cowardly as ever, held the regression stone in his trembling hand. Therefore, ordinary awakeners would never get a chance to touch one in their entire lives, and only high-ranking figures from clans that entered dangerous gates could possibly obtain them. The old man was terrified, thinking, he wants me to use it now. Min-guk shuddered. Just the two of us? What about everyone else? Dagong's eyes widened. Do you want us all to die here together? His fierce attitude made the old man cower. That's not what I meant. Dagong began to mentally pressure him. I know what you're worried about. If all the divine power users die, your position in the clan will also be ruined. He stepped forward and whispered in the old man's ear. But you can rebuild everything. I'll help you. I'll do anything. Just let me get out of here alive. Dagong pulled back. Please remember to keep your word. The clan's disciples were fighting desperately. They turned to see Dagong and those two scoundrels using a return stone to quickly escape, abandoning their comrades. Dagong, are you leaving us behind? So heartless and disloyal, and he even pretended to be some kind of loving father figure. I'll definitely avenge you guys one day. After that, the three scoundrels vanished without a trace. The unfortunate ones could only stay behind and wait for death. Even Hyung-jun, who had saved Dagong when he was about to be swallowed by stone pillars, was mercilessly cast aside. Unbelievable. What are we supposed to do now? Just then, Gu-jun arrived, and Hyung-jun was at a loss for words. Song Jihan seemed to have a good impression of him. He pulled out the last return stone and gave it to the guy. I still have something I must do. If you die, he will surely be sad. You should go in my place. Gu-jun kept up the act, but in reality, he was just faking it. Thank you so much, leader. This crazy guy left in an instant without even a glance back. Everyone's morale was crushed by the Nagochi swarm's assault. It's over for us now. We're all going to die here. Hyung-jun raised his voice to rally their spirits. Heavenly Kings, listen up, he roared, trying to ignite their fighting spirit. Don't forget, our mission is to serve the Divine Power Clan. Hyung-jun yelled. Right now, we're going to confirm whether Song Jihan is still alive. He encouraged them. Everyone, take up your weapons and fight. Failure will not be forgiven. Because of this, everyone's fighting spirit was ignited. We'll follow you to the very end. Meanwhile, leader Song Jihan suddenly froze. He was bewildered. What is this? The elder explained that it was the energy of the Imperial clan. Song Jihan fell into deep thought. The divine power of the Imperial clan. No one knows how to properly use the divine Heavenly King technique except for my father. Although Lee Sin is also learning it, there's no way he could control such powerful energy. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait, there's one more person. The original leader of the Heavenly Kings was the vice leader of the Divine Fist Alliance. Finally, Song Jihan remembered this important figure, Si Hyung-jun. He was still certain of his assessment, but something felt strange. A single Nagochi isn't enough to make Si Hyung-jun reveal his true power. The elder could only guess. Perhaps it's something else. Song Jihan confidently predicted, the boss isn't attacking anyway, so why don't we go check it out? Hanu asked. Where are you planning to go? He casually replied, just to look around. The elder also found it strange. Wait, who's the boss of this place? Why hasn't it appeared yet? This is very unusual, Song Jihan said unconsciously. Maybe she can't leave the water because she has to lay her eggs. She's called the 1,000-year-old golden turtle. The elder's words hit him like a ton of bricks. What? He jumped to his feet, completely startled. Is something wrong? The elder, however, felt insulted. I already told you, didn't I? My pet is a 1,000-year-old golden turtle. Only then did Song Jihan remember his master had mentioned it. His mind was a complete mess. Hey, don't tell me you think this boss is the one you used to raise. Logically, that's impossible. First of all, more than 1,000 years have passed. Plus, you must have found it somewhere deep in China back when you were alive. The elder was getting ticked off. Who are you calling Chinese? He puffed out his chest, reasserting his status. Your master is a man from the great and glorious Goryeo. Song Jihan yelled. What? Hanu, standing nearby, was also confused. Jihan, is something wrong? He forgot that only he could see the elder, which made for a very awkward moment. It's nothing. Song Jihan couldn't believe what he was hearing. Aren't men from Goryeo the strongest in the world of Murim? The elder declared proudly. You wouldn't know unless you saw it with your own eyes. If little Gui is here, then she's your senior. He had never heard that name, Little Gui, before. But Song Jihan needed to focus on the main issue, getting to see Hyungjun first. He thought to himself, that name sounds even lamer than my Lam Lam. In the sea cave, one by one, the members of the Divine Power Clan were restrained by the Nagochi's spider silk. The number of people who died was about the same as the number of spiders that were decapitated. The clan's group was now down to only 5 survivors. A Nagochi lunged at them. Hyungjun was quickly overwhelmed by its physical strength and speed. Both of his arms were tightly bound. Hyungjun's survival was now hanging by a thread. He tried to use every ounce of his strength to break free. The veins on his hands bulged violently. An insolent Nagochi was preparing a sneak attack from behind. Sejin quickly spun around and punched it into oblivion. All his strength was poured into his punches as he descended upon them. In just a moment, Sejin quickly took care of the small fry. Even Song Jihan had to marvel. The Nagochi's silk is so strong that it can't be torn by brute force, yet he ripped it in two. The elder couldn't help but be impressed. He was forced to use his own strength. He tried to find those bastards among the crowd, but why couldn't he see the others? I can't sense the energy of the uncle or DG. Song Jihan thought he would get to put on a good show against those two scoundrels. Nagochi eat very little. After satisfying their hunger, they retreat to their nests and don't come out for a while. Someone like Choi Tae-gong would definitely try to find a way to survive to show off to his subordinates, so I planned to come and wipe them out while they were fighting. But when he observed closely, he finally understood. Now I get it. The wise Song Jihan figured out their intentions. They must have used a return stone to escape. They used their subordinates as bait, didn't they? He was furious on behalf of the subordinates. Song Jihan screamed his lungs out, leaving him with no energy left to curse. He was so enraged that he clawed a deep gash into the wall. Are they even human? How could they abandon their own subordinates to escape? Song Jihan erupted in fury at the scum of society. Down below, Sejin was exhausted from fighting the Nagochi. In just a few seconds of carelessness, he was ambushed by one that wrapped itself tightly around his throat. Sejin's entire body was dragged away without any hesitation. In a life-or-death moment, he was facing a bloodthirsty Nagochi. It was about to swallow Sejin whole. Its saliva dripped continuously onto his pitiful face. The Nagochi used its pincers, preparing to grab Sejin and chew him to bits. Luckily, a disciple managed to blast it in time, turning the tables. He asked anxiously, "Leader, are you all right?" He was sweating bullets. "I'm fine." Sejin looked at his own trembling hands. "I've already killed hundreds of Nagochi, and my internal energy is depleted." He tried to encourage himself, but there are only a few left. Just a little more, and the others can escape. Sejin felt helpless. "I'm almost out of internal energy," the disciples behind him said in unison. "Yes, we know. From now on, leave it to us." But he adamantly refused. Sejin was ready to sacrifice himself for the clan. "I will open a path, use it to escape." A disciple who was trying to dissuade the leader was slashed by a Nagochi's leg. "No!" The leader immediately used his muscular arm to crush it. That Nagochi was obliterated in a second. He affectionately entrusted his faith to them. "That is my final order. Please follow it." Everyone's face darkened, and they all said in unison, "No, this time we refuse to obey." Sejin was so exhausted he could barely stand. "You're all so foolish. You talk tough, but everyone is hesitant. Who will go first?" Yu Ryong suddenly volunteered. "Let me. Perhaps he wanted to atone for the sins he had committed. Let's meet again in the next life, leader." Yu Ryong quickly rushed forward, but suddenly, Song Jihan jumped down and pulled him back by his shirt. Yu Ryong flew into a rage and screamed, seeing red. "Who did that?" He smirked slightly. "Who gave you permission to die?" Yu Ryong broke out in a cold sweat. "You are," he shouted. "Song Jihan!" Yu Ryong trembled like a leaf. "How did you get here?" Song Jihan immediately intimidated him. "You dare point your finger at my face? Do you want to get hit again?" Everyone there was frozen by Song Jihan's grand entrance. He spoke in an unpleasant tone. "Look what we have here." Song Jihan then looked at him with contempt. Sejin was in a losing position, so he could only offer a few pleasantries. "You're alive?" he immediately retorted sarcastically. "While you're on the verge of death, don't you have any healing items?" He hesitated. "I've used them all." Song Jihan put on an act. "I thought they were unnecessary, so I didn't bring any." He slammed his spear into the ice floor. "Well then, Song Jihan stepped forward. I'll just kill them all before you die. He casually challenged the bloodthirsty Nagochi. Now, what should I do with you all? The elder wondered. Aren't you going to use the primordial divine art? Song Jihan readied a fist. No, I'd better show them just how strong this new skill is. Veins bulged on his body as Song Jihan unleashed a gale of spiritual energy. The Supreme Heavenly King's divine art has been activated. He shot forward at the speed of light. In the first few seconds, the Nagochi were dealt with easily, and yet Song Jihan didn't even feel a thing. His legs moved in a blur, continuously kicking the spiders in the face. Then Song Jihan used his hands to control the beasts, swinging his arm to create a fierce wave of energy. The subordinates were in total shock. Oh my god, the Heavenly King's divine art. Young Jun couldn't hide his astonishment either. No, that movement wasn't just from the Heavenly King's divine art. That has to be the Supreme Heavenly King's divine art. He just stared intently at Song Jihan's powerful back. Seeing nearly all their comrades defeated, the Nagochi began to tremble uncontrollably. Their faces turned pale as they scrambled to run for their lives. Of course, Song Jihan had no intention of letting these wild beasts get away. He tore them apart one by one. Song Jihan taunted. Where do you think you're going? Not only that, he even stroked one of their pincers that was about to break. If you wanted to live, you shouldn't have harmed anyone in the first place. Song Jihan put on such a friendly act, didn't he? After clearing out the small fry, he felt his neck was incredibly stiff. Song Jihan stood on a stone pillar like a god. To think I wasted my energy on this. The subordinates were so shocked their jaws dropped. He immediately ordered, What are you all doing just standing there like statues? Aren't you going to go pick up that pile of items? The subordinates timidly replied, Yes, sir. Song Jihan ran over to check on their leader. Young Jun, how are you doing? Why are we listening to Song Jihan? Because we want to live. Young Jun replied softly. I'm doing a little better, thanks to circulating my energy. He asked in surprise. That martial art is the Supreme Heavenly King's divine art, isn't it? Song Jihan was taken aback. How did you recognize it? Young Jun shared his suspicions. I was a little skeptical at first, but it seems I was right. How did you learn the Supreme Heavenly King's divine art? Song Jihan didn't give a straight answer, just bluffing. I just sort of picked it up naturally. He was a bit confused. But why did you show me the Supreme Heavenly King's divine art? Song Jihan answered without hesitation. Because it's you. He then explained the whole situation. Your subordinates will no longer want to serve Song Min and Song Shin, the ones who abandoned them, and you're not the type of person who would ignore their opinions. Song Jihan was trying to persuade the leader to leave the family. Hyung Jun, so why don't you join me? Hyung Jun was stunned by this seemingly absurd offer. He initially took Song Jihan's hand just to be helped up, but he remained hesitant. I'll think about it. Song Jihan grew impatient. Don't take too long, I won't wait for you. He had already read the leader's mind. You're going to report this to my father, aren't you? He nodded vigorously. Yes. Song Jihan's boastful nature was truly something else. Good, that's exactly what I want. Go talk to your subordinates. They're worried you'll pass out again. Go do something. The subordinates were huddled together so tightly, as if terrified by something, that you couldn't even squeeze past them. Hyung Jun looked at the scene, satisfied. He was incredibly grateful. Thank you, Song Jihan. Baron asked. Why did you let him go? This was a great opportunity to pull them over to our side, wasn't it? Song Jihan was very casual about it. It's no big deal. It wouldn't have changed his mind anyway. He explained to his master. He only serves my father. He's the only truly loyal person in that family. Besides, I'm not the one they're looking for. Song Jihan already had a plan in mind. But what I want is Song Shin's downfall, and for the Heavenly King Squad, the organization that protects the heir, to turn their backs on him. That will have a huge impact on Song Shin. Baron shyly covered his face. As long as you achieve your goal, I'm happy. Song Jihan got full of himself again. Master, are you worried about your disciple? I'm so happy to have a wonderful master like you. Song Jihan's antics made Baron lose his cool. Stop messing with me, you little devil. He wondered to himself. Everything should go smoothly from here on out. I wonder what's happening on the outside. A few hours later, the portal lit up brightly once more, signaling someone's return. A bright light flashed from the center of the gate. That bastard Degum emerged, leading his men. The surrounding crowd cheered. It's the expedition team! They're back! The atmosphere was more chaotic than ever. What happened? Why are you back? Where is everyone else? He immediately jumped to a conclusion. I'm afraid the third liberation attempt has ended in failure. Degome put on a show of mourning for the subordinates who were left behind. The broadcast was cut off because the camera was damaged. Despite that, we continued to clear the gate and tried to save everyone, but the reporter kept pressing. What happened to the Iron Blood and Divine Power clans? He uttered a cold reply. I'm not sure. The more Degome spoke, the more he proved himself to be a cold-blooded man. It just seemed that they were unable to use their return stones. Everyone was aghast. Oh my god. Everyone? Including Fire Ice, Poison Flower, and Dragon Sword? Suddenly, one man started sobbing. Thank you for making it back safely, Lord Degong. And so, everyone cheered along. That's right. Thank you for surviving. Hooray, you can start over. He remained shameless. Yes. Thank you, everyone. Digong put on a ridiculous show right beneath the teleportation gate. He set up memorial portraits for everyone who was left behind, including Song Jihan's group. Digong even hung up banners with white chrysanthemums for everyone. He lit an incense stick for each person. Those bastards bowed their heads deeply in a rehearsed manner. The people around, not understanding what had happened, made earnest judgments. I can't believe they're doing this for the deceased, even though they barely survived themselves. People always said Manuk was ferocious. Turns out those were just nasty rumors. You really can't trust gossip. Today, I see them in a completely different light. Manuk was quite pleased that everything was going smoothly. It felt like a weight had been lifted. The ones who needed to die were dead, and people were starting to view him favorably. At this rate, the old man let out a cunning smile. I'll regain my position soon. Suddenly, everyone shouted, "Look over there!" The bastards froze. The crowd was in an uproar as they saw the teleportation gate swirling. The gate was being cleared, and Song Jihan suddenly appeared, making Manuk's face turn purple with fear. "So, this is where you were," he called out to the old man affectionately. "Uncle?" Song Jihan smirked and then glared at Manuk. A few hours earlier, as the gate was being cleared, everyone was in a heated discussion. Hanju was restless. "What's happening over there?" Hyojin shook her head. "I don't see him." She was confused. Where could he have gone? Jun Gyeon then encouraged everyone. "There's no time left. We have to continue clearing it ourselves." Suddenly, Song Jihan appeared out of nowhere behind them. No need. The three of them were dumbfounded. Song Jihan. He walked leisurely with a few subordinates. "Were you all looking for me?" Jun Gyeon yelled. "Where have you been all this time? You didn't come back, so we were searching everywhere for you." Song Jihan smiled brightly. Sorry. She was surprised to see Hyung Run and his subordinates. "Wait, why are members of the Heavenly King team here?" He pretended to think and then changed the subject. "It's a long story, but first, can I get some treatment?" Hyung Run, who was thrown to the ground by Song Jihan, pretended to be unconscious, letting his underlings wail pitifully. Leader! A moment later, everyone finally understood the situation. Is that what happened? They were all indignant on behalf of those who were left behind. He led the gate clearing and then ran away by himself. Ah, so he abandoned his own subordinates too? What a scumbag. Even the timid Hyojin made a solemn vow. If I make it out of here alive, I'll make the Imperial family and the Divine Power Guild take responsibility for what happened last time too. Hanju was also determined. Divine Archer, we will also cooperate with your Blood Snow clan. Song Jihan explained the mechanism to everyone. You guys will get out of here alive. This gate will be cleared in just 30 minutes. The two of them spoke in a cheesy tone. What? Really? He imitated them. Why would I lie? Song Jihan always takes the lead. I'll jump down there and clear it out, Hanju yelled. Wait, that lake is made of heavenly water. Her very words of caution gave him a chance to show off. That's why I plan to go alone, because I'm the only one who can withstand the weight of the heavenly water. Song Jihan tossed his jacket to Hanju. He smiled brightly. Hold my jacket for me. Then Song Jihan decisively jumped into the water. A voice caught her attention. Excuse me. A girl came over and started a conversation. I know you want to investigate Song Jihan, but I'm worried you're being led on by him too much. Realizing her intention to undermine him, Hanju immediately refuted her. Don't say that. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to pass the second round. She clutched Song Jihan's jacket and declared, once the gate is cleared, Song Jihan will gain a level of fame and trust beyond our wildest imaginations. Meanwhile, Song Jihan was diving deep into the lake of heavenly water. The sage watched and reminded him, keep using the primordial divine art to protect your body. If you stop for even a moment, you'll turn to dust instantly. Heeding his master's words, he finally approached the target. Song Jihan's eyes lit up. There it is. He immediately swam to the bottom of the lake. A few hours later, Song Jihan had completed his objective and returned to dry land, looking soaking wet. He wrung the water out of his clothes. I've never swum for so long in my life. The sage reminisced about the golden turtle. How nostalgic. My little turtle used to live in a cave just like this. Song Jihan yawned widely. It's not your little turtle, master. His words angered the old man again. How can you be so sure? My cute little turtle wouldn't die that easily. His face paled as his master kept misunderstanding him. I mean, the probability of it being your turtle is extremely low. Song Jihan was curious. He'd have to see it to know if it was really little Gui. In front of them, the golden turtle was curled up on the lake. He explained to Baron that it was resting to prepare to lay eggs. Baron's eyes widened in astonishment. Little Gui. Song Jihan remained stubborn. Don't try to fool me. There's no way that's it, while Baron was fuming. No. What would I gain from tricking you? Baron challenged. If you don't believe me, try using the primordial divine art. Little Gui loves the energy of the primordial divine art, so he threatened, if it's not Little Gui, I'll kill it on the spot. Song Jihan stared at the golden turtle for a moment, and it was awakened by the noise he made. He froze. Shenwu, is it really you? Baron excitedly ran to reunite with the golden turtle. Little Gui, he said, moved. Shenwu, the golden turtle sobbed. Why did you leave me? Do you have any idea how lonely I've been? He gently stroked its head. I'm sorry, little Gui. Song Jihan couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be? He never would have expected it. He could understand it living for 1,000 years. But why was it inside a gate? Meanwhile, Baron was still doting on the golden turtle. What have you been through? It was incredibly heartbroken. I returned home after searching for you for so long, but the world had been turned upside down. You've suffered so much because of me. The golden turtle was also happy. But you're here now. I'm so happy. I'm sorry. Baron was heartbroken. Oh, little Gui. It was also moved. Shen Wu. As the two were choked up with emotion, that guy Song Jihan barged in. Sorry. I know you're reuniting after 1,000 years, but let me just say something. Baron snapped. How dare you interrupt your master and your senior? Song Jihan was confused. What? Baron resolutely protected the golden turtle. I already told you. Little Gui was my disciple long before you were, so you must respect her. It was overjoyed. You're the best. Embarrassed by his master, Song Jihan could only turn to leave, thinking, it's just an animal anyway. All right, fine, he spoke up. So, what do we do with this gate now? Do we need to kill the turtle? No, we kill the boss to clear the gate. Baron cut him off. Don't worry. He gave a mischievous smile. I have a way. Song Jihan clasped his hands pleadingly. As expected of my master, you had a plan from the start. What is it? Baron put on a knowledgeable air and snapped his fan shut. Combine the gates. Song Jihan was stunned. Huh? That's it? Baron angrily threw his fan at him. Huh? That's it? What do you mean by that? Who told you to have such high expectations? Song Jihan was exasperated. No, it's just, I thought it would be something more impressive. He scratched his head. But I only own 2 gates. And I promised the fairies I'd let them go home once things settled down. Baron suggested. Then why not ask the fairies? Song Jihan countered. If they refuse, you have to find another way. Baron swiftly pushed him into the barrier. Yeah, go ask them. In the Sukmuk garden, the Yomo flowers were being worked like corporate drones. He stepped out. Everyone. They turned around, startled. Master, Song Jihan said awkwardly. I have some bad news for everyone. A Yomo wondered. What is it? But then it paused. Wait, it thought, imagining the worst possible scenario. He's not going to tell us to go back, is he? After settling down, we like it here much more than the fairy tale flower garden. The air is fresh, the plants are lush, and we even have the Sukmuk as friends. He sighed. I'm sorry, but you all will have to continue living here. At the same time, the flowers all cried out in unison, please don't kick us out. Hearing this, Song Jihan's face went blank, completely confused by their reaction, while they also looked up, equally stunned and puzzled. He asked doubtfully, What? Why would I kick you out? One of them stammered. Aren't you getting rid of us because we're not useful anymore? Song Jihan was exasperated. I want you to keep living here. The Yomo flowers breathed a collective sigh of relief. You scared us. We like living here much more than the fairy tale flower garden now. You can do whatever you want with that place. A system notification appeared. The fairies request to fully belong to you. Do you agree? You have agreed. Ownership of the fairies now completely belongs to you. Your affinity with the fairies has increased. You have received 1,800 reputation points. He smiled and stepped back through the barrier. Thanks. You can all get back to work. Baron was stroking the golden turtle's head. What did they say? Song Jihan looked relieved. Luckily, they like the blue lake nest, so I can get rid of the fairy tale flower garden. Baron clenched his fist. That's great. Hurry up and make this gate yours. He quickly replied. Okay. A system notification appeared. The 1,000-year-old golden turtle requests to fully belong to you. Do you agree? You cannot expand your territory due to the rank of the blue lake. You can choose the Lake of 1,000 Peaks by eliminating one of the following territories: Blue Lake, the Lair, or the Ancient Fairy Garden. Song Jihan stared intently at the panel. You have eliminated the Ancient Fairy Garden. You have become the new master of the Lake of 1,000 Peaks. You have received the items belonging to the gate. He picked up the book, a +5 A-grade stone. The system introduced the Supreme Chain Blade of the Empire. Song Jihan gripped the book tightly. I have to give this to Heil, the Supreme Chain Blade of the Empire. The Immortal Elder stroked the golden turtle. We found the little turtle and the martial skill you wanted. That's killing 2 birds with 1 stone, he muttered. There's one more thing. It should be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Song Jihan had an incredibly greedy expression on his face. Actually, if possible, I'd also like to take the golden turtle's energy crystal. His eyes lit up, and a slight smirk formed on his lips. The shimmering, bone-chilling water flowed before Song Jihan's eyes, but I was afraid of being too greedy, so just taking the glacial water is enough. The system announcement came as soon as the flask was half full. You have obtained the glacial water. He held up the glass flask. Lam Nam is going to love this. Song Jihan strode out of the cave. I don't want to keep them waiting too long. Can we go back now? Goodbye. He thought about his friends. Back to everyone, the system chimed. You have cleared the Lake of 1,000 Peaks. Song Jihan faced Min's pale face, speaking threateningly. I was looking for you, since I couldn't find you anywhere. He curled his lip in contempt. But here you are. Song Jihan looked down, creating an invisible pressure. The old man roared in anger. How are you still alive? He said smugly. What do you mean how? We just defeated the boss and survived. The reporters, catching a hot scoop, rushed forward. Did you hear that? The Lake of 1,000 Peaks has been cleared. They swarmed like a hive of bees. What are you standing there for? Go interview them. One by one, they approached to talk. Did you clear the gate? Some held mics, others held cameras. What kind of monster was the boss? The questions came flooding in like a torrent. The expedition team leader said, a team member died. Please tell us what happened. Song Jihan answered, evasively. I don't even know where to begin. You wouldn't believe the things that happened inside. His eyes deliberately glanced towards Min. First of all, let me tell you about the people who fled the gate. Song Jihan slowly enunciated each word. They have. The old man ran over, wanting to snatch the mic from his hand. Wait! A wretched Min Guk knelt down. We thought you had all perished, so we used the stone. We never expected you to return alive. I'm so glad. With a disgusted expression, he backed away. Don't be like that. You were the one who started the conflict by saying someone from the Iron-Blooded Sword and Divine Power Finger clans intentionally sabotaged the expedition team. The surrounding people heard this and started whispering. What is he saying? What happened while the camera was broken? A reporter boldly stepped forward. What happened inside? Song Jihan replied. That's a good question. He shoved the old man's shameless face away. In the third area, we split into two groups. The Divine Power Clan with the Imperial Clan, and the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan with the Divine Power Finger Clan. We split up for the reason I just mentioned. Song Jihan taunted. Well, why don't you say something? He mocked him relentlessly. How could you say anything? You used a mana stone and abandoned your own subordinates. After Song Jihan finished, all eyes turned to Dagong. That's why both the Imperial Master and the Heavenly King were lost. Of course, you wouldn't dare say it yourself. He looked away in disgust, thinking about how he tried to cover everything up with a fake facade. It's truly disgusting. The man furiously drew his sword. He framed me. He wants to bring down our Imperial clan. Hyuk Jin wanted to rush forward and give Dagong a beating. This is ridiculous, but he was stopped by Song Jihan. Why can't you act like an adult? Getting angry won't solve anything. He charged forward like he'd lost his mind. Shut up! Dagong swung his sword down, but he easily dodged it with a leap. The crowd of people watching the commotion also scattered in panic. Run! Shouts rang out. Everyone, this way! The man's eyes blazed with fire. Who ordered you to do this? Tell the truth. Dagong's seemingly skillful attacks were all dodged by Song Jihan as if it were a game. You're seriously paranoid. Why don't you go home and get some sleep, old man? He roared in fury. How dare you? A piece of trash who can't even inherit the family line, daring to humiliate me in front of so many people. Dagong swung his sword forward, and he simply leaned back to dodge it. He threw a few more strikes, but saw that none of them hit Song Jihan. His hands remained in his pockets the entire time. With this stormy inner energy, it's no wonder they call him the Apostle of the Wind. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream from somewhere caught Song Jihan's attention. Boulders crushed pedestrians, splattering blood everywhere. Save my leg, my leg! A child could only cry for their mother. Mom, mommy. Behind him was a bloody battlefield. Help, I can't take it anymore. Song Jihan couldn't hold back any longer and drew his spear from the barrier, just as expected. The Imperial family, he gripped his spear tightly, his murderous aura making the opponent wary. Song Jihan swung his spear and flew forward. It's time to end this. The battle was being broadcast live nationwide. Right now, before the Lake of 1,000 Peaks, was the battle between the Apostle of the Wind and the demonic spear. In front of Jian Mu was a screen showing that fierce battle. The master of the Heavenly King's divine art, he ordered, "Get ready, I'm gonna meet that kid." A skyscraper that reached the clouds stood majestically. Dagong's sharp sword lunged forward as if to cut down everything in its path. A streak of light pierced through, and the building trembled almost imperceptibly. Immediately after, a deafening explosion rang out, sending fragments of brick flying everywhere. Song Jihan, holding his spear, remained as calm as if nothing had happened. The man charged forward with fiery eyes, gripping his sword tightly. Dagong roared. Die, he retorted. Not a chance. The two spiritual energies clashed, but it was clear that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't defeat Song Jihan. As he was focused, he was suddenly startled to see someone familiar. A group of people in black stood on the rooftop of a nearby building. Wait a minute. Their eyes met. Song Jihan was shocked. Father! His hands parried the blows relentlessly, but his mind couldn't stop thinking. He should be in secluded training right now. Song Jihan realized the situation instantly. That's right, this battle is being broadcast everywhere. He must have seen it and came here. He came for the Heavenly King's divine art. He raised an eyebrow with amusement. Since there's an unexpected guest in the audience, I'll have to put on an impressive show. Song Jihan crossed his hands into an X shape, gathering spiritual energy. Hanju sensed the surging spiritual power and froze. She looked up at the overwhelming energy that was draining everything like a vortex. He focused intensely, a blue flame flickering in his eyes, his heart pounding. Hanju shouted, "Members of the primal body and the black tortoise formation. Everyone, stop what you're doing, plant your swords straight into the ground and form a chain circle." They poured all their spiritual energy into that circle, bracing themselves so they wouldn't be blown away by the attack. A vast blue circle of spiritual energy appeared over the entire city. Song Jihan's spiritual power had now turned a brilliant red, his eyes wide as he stared straight ahead. Jeonmu looked up in bewilderment. He smirked and raised his hand. Daegong swung his sword. "Hey, you dare!" he roared in desperation. "I am from the imperial family, Choi Daegong, the apostle of the wind." Song Jihan's fist shot straight towards the sharp sword without a single second of fear. A blinding light appeared in the middle of the ruined city like a final salvation. It was followed by a deafening explosion, and orange smoke billowed into the air. She tried to calm everyone down. "Hold on, endure it." Junjeon grabbed Hookjane's collar to keep from being blown to Mars by the force of the wind. Her eyes widened. "Impossible." Everyone looked up. What was that? Thick dust and smoke billowed up. Song Jihan's silhouette gradually emerged from the smoke. He glared at Daegong. Then Song Jihan smiled. "Thanks for participating in the stage I've set." He glared at the defeated old man kneeling before him. "Choi Daegong, the apostle of the wind," he guessed. "You've obtained the Heavenly King's divine art." Suddenly, Jeonmu stepped forward, and Song Jihan immediately turned, remarking sarcastically, "You saw it." He knew his son was stubborn, so he didn't beat around the bush. "I know you noticed. I want to say a few words to you, but there are too many eyes here, so I'll get straight to the point." Jeonmu held out his hand. "Come back home." Song Jihan stepped out of the dust cloud. "You still haven't changed," he said stubbornly. "I'm not going back to that house." He frowned. "Do you know what you're saying?" Jeonmu started to lecture. "You've just made the imperial family your enemy after destroying the apostle of the wind." "No, impossible. It can't be. How do you plan to handle the consequences alone?" Song Jihan sneered contemptuously. "I told you, you haven't changed at all. Just say it." He hit a nerve. "That you're afraid I'll die with the Heavenly King's divine art. That you're afraid of losing the Heavenly King's divine art you've been searching for all this time." His face darkened. "Don't let your emotions get the best of you if you get caught up in trivial memories." But Song Jihan immediately cut him off. "I can handle the consequences." He showed no respect for the father who raised him. "The Divine Craftsmanship clan has already accepted me as one of their own." Then Song Jihan turned and walked away, leaving Jeonmu behind. "I have nothing more to say. I'm leaving," he swore. "The fact that you are my son will never change, and you will have to return home eventually." Jeonmu watched the back of his stubborn son, then returned to the main headquarters, determined to maintain his usual air of prosperity. Inside the meeting room, an enraged John Seup slammed the table. "Say something!" he shouted in frustration. "Staying silent won't solve anything!" His gaze then shifted to Jeonmu, then to the relaxed Tyrant King, and his voice grew heavy. Seeing this, Jigan stepped in to stop John Seup. "Sword King, calm down. Fist King, Tyrant King, if you two still refuse to cooperate, we'll have no other choice." Hearing this, the Tyrant King let out a smirk. "No other choice? Does that mean you plan to attack our Emperor clan?" he angrily shouted at Kangyu. "Who was it that asked for help with the Lake of a Thousand Peaks in the first place?" Hyun suddenly spoke up. "Even as an outsider, I can see this Lake of a Thousand Peaks issue has gone too far." He became serious. "The Poison Guild. We refused the Emperor clan's help at the Twin Swamps. If we had also participated in the attack on the Lake of a Thousand Peaks, the thought alone is horrifying. The Emperor clan and the Divine Power clan have essentially betrayed the family alliance." Instantly, a powerful killing intent radiated from Hyun. "You two must take responsibility for this," Kang Gyu calmly said. "Don't just blame us. We have plenty to say to the Iron-Blooded Sword clan as well." He then shouted, "Didn't you already know the strategy to attack the Lake of a Thousand Peaks?" John Seup was a bit confused. "That's ridiculous. Then how did you pass the second round so easily?" Jigan said, "The Iron-Blooded Sword clan definitely knew the strategy for the Lake of a Thousand Peaks beforehand." As he said this, he unconsciously paused for a moment. That was because a memory of talking with his daughter suddenly flooded John Seop's mind. "Song Jihan told me through telepathy." Facing his gaze, Jun Jian hesitated for a moment. "If it weren't for Song Jihan," she then explained decisively, "we wouldn't have made it out alive." Even now, thinking back on that scene, Jun Jian truly didn't want to remember it. And even as a father, John Seup sympathized. "Hearing the story, even I find the Iron-Blooded Sword clan's actions very suspicious. But I can't reveal what my daughter told me." As he was thinking, Kang Gyu suddenly spoke up. "Everyone knows how badly our Emperor clan wanted to clear the Lake of a Thousand Peaks. And yet, instead of sharing the strategy, you kept it to yourself. If word of this gets out, what will happen to the Iron-Blooded Sword clan?" Jigan replied nonchalantly. "Even so, betraying the alliance cannot be overlooked." Jeonmu's eyes shifted slightly. "So what do you want me and the Tyrant King to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other party slowly said, "First, hold a press conference and issue a national apology." And a few hours later, John Moo returned. A line of bodyguards quickly bowed to welcome him. As John Moo took off his coat, he suddenly heard Min Jin's voice ringing in his ear. "I heard you want that kid to come back." She frowned and asked, "Have you forgotten our promise?" While glaring at him with annoyance. John Moo calmly replied, "Song Jihan has learned the Supreme Heavenly King's divine art, so it can't be helped." Min Jin screamed, "I don't care." Her body trembled. "You promised that if you sent that brat away, I would spare his life. Now you're bringing him back here. That lowly, illegitimate child, the one who harmed his own uncle." Min Jin was furious. "If you bring him into this house, I won't just sit back and do nothing." Then, seeing his indifferent expression, she suddenly collapsed. "I won't let this go." Inside the room, she began to lose control, throwing things around wildly. "How could he do this to me? How dare he?" Min Jin fumed. "Even though I wanted to tear that brat to pieces, I held back because of our promise." Jin Hoa gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. "If you keep getting angry, this beautiful face will get wrinkled." Min Jin regained her composure and suddenly asked, "Nanny, what happens if someone breaks a promise?" She calmly replied, "If it were me, I would make them pay for daring to do so." Hearing this, Min Jin chuckled. "Right? That's the right thing to do, isn't it?" Jin Hoa agreed. "Of course." Suddenly, Min Jin went and hugged her tightly. "Nanny, you're the only one I trust." She looked up and asked, "So you'll take care of Song Jihan for me, right?" Jin Hoa gave a meaningful smile. "Just leave it to me, my lady." Then she added with assurance, "I will handle it for you." As she left the room, Jin Hoa instructed the servants, "Tell everyone to be quiet so the mistress can rest." They immediately replied, "Yes, ma'am." As soon as she left, two of the maids immediately started gossiping. She was able to calm the mistress down so quickly and was brought into the divine power household when she married. She must be very trusted. And of course, she understood the implication. That's right, she still looks like she's in her 60s. So amazing. Then she paused for a moment. "But have you heard that rumor?" The other person was confused. "What rumor?" She leaned close to the person next to her and whispered about the nanny. "They say she's been the young mistress's nanny since birth, and to this day, her appearance hasn't changed at all." Meanwhile, in a corner of the school, Hyuk Jin teased God Song Jihan, who mastered the Supreme Heavenly King divine art, something even the Fist King couldn't achieve, chose the Divine Technique clan instead of his own Divine Power clan. He looked at Song Jihan, who seemed ready to explode, and asked, "Crushing the Apostle of Wind, what was that power?" He shouted in embarrassment, "Shut up! Haven't you read enough already? You can just read it silently, you know." Hyuk Jin suddenly got excited. "Hey, but it's great that our Jihan's potential is being recognized by everyone." After saying that, he turned to the person next to him. "Right, Ho?" The other person chimed in. "Right, I think so too." Song Jihan was momentarily helpless, both Yu and Ho. While they were joking around, he suddenly stopped. "Oh, it's almost time for the press conference. Is everyone watching?" Hyuk Jin played along. "Is it that late already?" "Jihan, let's watch it together." Song Jihan flatly refused. "No, I'm gonna take a nap." He chuckled. "Don't ask me to turn it on for you later." The two ignored him and started watching the press conference about the Thousand Peaks Lake attack, the Divine Power Clan, and the Imperial Clan. Jianmu began to speak. "Everything that happened at Thousand Peaks Lake is entirely the fault of our Divine Power Clan and the Imperial Clan." He said seriously, "On behalf of my brother and my son, I apologize for committing such an unforgivable act." Suddenly, a reporter raised their hand to ask a question. "Are you apologizing to the clans that participated in the gate with you, or are you apologizing for deceiving the public?" Kang Yu quickly replied, "It was all due to our negligence." The reporter questioned, "So, does that mean both are true?" The old man ignored him and turned away. "Any other questions?" Hyuk Jin immediately noticed. "Look at that blatant contempt." The person next to him also agreed. "How shameful." Suddenly, Jianmu saw another reporter who wanted to ask a question and called on him. The man asked doubtfully, "Is it true that to atone, the Imperial Clan is offering the Demon Sword as the prize for the upcoming Changchun martial arts tournament?" Everyone was surprised by the question, but he just looked forward calmly. Then his admission made the atmosphere even more chaotic. "Yes, that is true." Hyuk Jin suddenly became ecstatic. "Did I hear that right? The prize for the Changchun martial arts tournament is the Demon Sword." Ho beside him was just as astonished. "For real?" The very next second, Song Jihan suddenly woke up and gave Hyuk Jin a slap. He stared intently at the screen in disbelief. "How can this be?" Song Jihan was so shocked he was at a loss for words. The Demon Sword. Suddenly, a memory brought him back to the Changchun martial arts tournament. The MC announced, "The winner of this year's Changchun martial arts tournament, without a single injury, is..." With that, he turned and solemnly introduced Baek Hyun, the dragon sword from the Iron-Blooded Sword clan. At the same time, additional prizes were announced: a map to the Black Zone Gate known as the Blood God's Tomb, and the Jangbo sword. As soon as the MC finished speaking, everyone in the stands erupted in excited cheers. Even Song Jihan, who was in the back at the time, applauded enthusiastically. He thought to himself, the prize for the tournament was supposed to be the Jiangbo sword. It's one of the reasons I stayed at the school, so why did the prize change to the demon sword? To be more precise, without the Jiangbo sword, entering the Blood God's tomb gate is impossible. And since this item is something they also covet, Song Jihan was a bit suspicious. But the demon sword is also something he desires, isn't it? Even though it has nothing to do with the Blood God. Suddenly, Hyuk Jin loomed up behind Jihan. Then he snatched the phone back. If you missed me, just say so. Why hit me? He gave a sheepish laugh. Ah, sorry, you startled me. Then he fell back into deep thought. The prize has been changed. I don't know if this change is good or bad. What do you think, Baron? Seeing that Baron said nothing, Song Jihan called out again. Baron, he asked back. What did you say? He replied. I asked what you think about the change in the prize. The other party replied nonchalantly. It's going to be yours anyway. What are you worried about? Song Jihan was skeptical. Really? He sat in a corner, chuckling. Has Baron finally acknowledged my strength? On the other side, Baron was somewhat puzzled about the demon sword. Could it be? Thinking this, he stopped. Well, we'll see soon enough. A while later, when the weather cleared up, Song Jihan decided to go into the forest to find Lam Lam. He looked all around, searching. Lam Lam. Hey, Lam Lam. After searching for a while without finding it, Song Jihan wondered to himself, where did you hide? Suddenly, a pair of sharp eyes flashed from behind the trees. The very next second, Lam Lam lunged at him, leaving him stunned. Song Jihan quickly pulled it into a hug. There you are, Lam Lam. Lam Lam's eyes lit up. With a few playful growls, he understood what it wanted and immediately refused. No, we can play hide and seek later. Seeing its disappointed expression, Song Jihan told it not to worry. They were going to do something even more fun. After that, he took out a bottle of heavenly water and asked if it was ready. Song Jihan immediately infused the bottle with yin energy. As soon as he finished, he poured the heavenly water onto the ground, then looked at Lam Lam and gestured. Here, drink up. As it began to drink, the system announced that Lam Lam had absorbed the yin from the heavenly water. Shortly after, the system chimed again. Lam Lam began to absorb the yin energy. It instantly reverted to its form as a nine-tailed tiger. Song Jihan, who was standing right there watching, was a little surprised. He also confirmed, this energy is stronger than I thought. Baron replied, it's a divine elixir taken from where little Gui lives. Of course it's powerful. He continued his analysis, explaining that the yin energy was comparable to the internal elixir of a nine-tailed fox, so Lam Lam would experience considerable pain. Just as predicted, its entire body began to pulse with pain. Song Jihan's expression remained calm, unable to do anything but watch. Suddenly, his thoughts drifted back to the past. He remembered the sight of Haijin being mocked, making him feel resentful. I'm so sick of this. After a moment of thought, Lam Lam began to adapt to the yin energy. It tilted its head back and let out a fierce roar into the silence. The surrounding area grew colder than ever before, and snowflakes began to fall. Song Jihan held out his hand, catching the first snowflakes. He closed his fist around them, as if treasuring the power Lam Lam had just unleashed. Then, Song Jihan turned to praise it. You did great, Lam Lam. A moment later, the system chimed repeatedly. Lam Lam's rank had increased. The gate, which was once a green zone, had been upgraded to a red zone. A new skill will be learned. An unprecedented achievement has been made. A reward of 10 million points has been granted. He gently stroked its belly. Good job. Get some rest, and then we can play all the hide and seek you want. You used up all your energy, so you've shrunk back down. Suddenly, another system message appeared, making Song Jihan suspicious. Huh? Still more notifications? He stared thoughtfully at the words on the system screen. The master of the Forbidden Zone has evolved. The reward for merging 4 gates has been granted. Would you like to merge the Blue Lair and the Thousand Peaks Lake? This was all happening so fast that Song Jihan hesitated. And then, without any warning, the system transported him to a desolate region of icy, snow-capped mountains. What is this? Song Jihan stared at the system in shock. I can't increase the number of gates I own, but I can merge them. Is that even allowed? Seeing the system prompting him to choose a direction, he stopped hesitating. Should I give it a try? I can just pick one? All right, south it is. The system instantly transported them to the chosen location, simultaneously announcing that the southern region would merge with the Thousand Peaks Lake Gate. It was so sudden that Lam Lam couldn't react in time, and Song Jihan had to scramble to catch it. They both landed safely before looking up. At the same time, the system announced that the southern region of the Blue Lake Lair had merged with the Thousand Peaks Lake Gate. He stood still for a few seconds. Holy cow, the gates actually merged. A voice suddenly echoed through the silent space. Divine Martial. Baron recognized the voice instantly. Oh, little Gui? Golden Gui asked. What is it, Divine Martial? Hearing the question, he answered truthfully. The gates have merged. It paused. Huh? Baron asked. Is this a first for you too? Golden Gui replied. I've never heard of anything like this. The system then made another suggestion. The master of the Forbidden Zone wishes to rename the lair. Would you like to rename the lair? He rubbed his chin. Well, now that it's come to this, I can't just keep calling it the Blue Lake Lair. With that, Song Jihan started to think of a more fitting name. After a moment of silence, he said, all the gates I've cleared so far have been infamous. Song Jihan reached out and pointed to the system screen. This name is perfect. He gave a sly grin and asked, you like it too, don't you, Lam Lam? Song Jihan completely ignored Lam Lam's vehement protests. Then it's settled. He then decisively selected the name he had chosen. Click. Meanwhile, at John Mulin's private residence, I told you to stay by his side and earn his trust. And now you've completely lost it. As he thought this, his hand unconsciously tightened around the glass in his hand. Then, John Mu spoke again. I accept your request. Sejin hesitated. I didn't expect you to agree so easily. He mumbled. If I could cover up the mistakes of that idiotic successor, I would have done it already. With that, Jian Mu looked up. Sejin, you are talented. He paused for a moment. You are the vice captain of the Heavenly King's team under my command, and we're even slated to be the next captain. I still don't want to lose you. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Mu stood up. Well, let's put that aside for now. Have you found anything on Song Jihan yet? He reported honestly. My apologies, we haven't found much. The man wondered. Nothing at all? Sejin explained. Song Jihan uses the Heavenly King's divine art, he added firmly. But he also uses unknown techniques and various other martial arts, progressing at such a rapid pace. It's clear that to reach that level, he must have a master. But we still haven't been able to identify who it is. He looked at the sky thoughtfully. That kid isn't that stupid. Then he reached his hand into the air. If he has mastered the Heavenly King's divine art, he will surely become stronger than me. The next second, Jian Mu clenched his fist as if he wanted to snatch the moon. His expression darkened. Do whatever it takes to bring him here. I must have it at all costs. Elsewhere, Song Jihan was overjoyed to see Lam Lam's basic stats skyrocket. At the same time, its skills also became more diverse, making him exclaim, Lam Lam was already strong, and now it's even stronger. Song Jihan analyzed to himself, from D-rank to A-rank and above, its speed is triple S, and with the new skills, it's perfect. He suddenly picked it up and showered it with praise. My little darling, you are the most beautiful creature in the world. Next, Song Jihan turned and asked, you all think so too, right? He looked at them for a moment, then lowered his voice. Saku, the monstrous fish. They quickly bowed their heads and said in unison, Master, we agree with you. Seeing this, Song Jihan said, no need to kneel. There are other creatures who lived here before you, so remember to try and get along with them. Saku replied, yes. He also said to the golden turtle, you too. Hearing this, the elder was displeased. You! Song Jihan was shocked. Huh, is that really necessary? The old man yelled, call me senior, senior! He struggled to utter the word senior as the elder demanded, Sen. In the end, Song Jihan still couldn't say it. How can a human and a monster be senior and junior? The old man angrily scolded. You shameless disciple, he continued to justify himself. Besides, little turtle can't even learn martial arts. The elder growled. What did you say? Seeing the situation getting tense, the golden turtle intervened. Master, please stop. The other disciples are also often teased like this. The old man calmed down. After addressing his master, he then turned to Song Jihan. You stop too. I'm perfectly happy being called Little Turtle. Song Jihan hesitated. Oh, okay. He instructed. From now on, get along with each other. You too, Saku. Saku sulked. What is this situation? Even though we have a new master, maybe serving our old one was better. Not long after, as night fell upon the bustling metropolis, people were still flocking to the bars, even though it was late. They were enjoying themselves, dancing, and getting lost in the music. At that moment, Song Jihan was being led inside by a waiter. When they arrived, the waiter knocked on the door and announced, a guest has arrived. Immediately, a voice replied, come in. He quickly opened the door and stepped into the room. Suddenly, a sword appeared from out of nowhere, aimed straight at Song Jihan. He calmly dodged to the side to avoid the attack and immediately struck the man. Seeing the sword get knocked away and stuck in the door, Song Jihan immediately grabbed it. A second later, he put all his strength into his leg and landed a powerful kick on the man. Very quickly, the man couldn't take it and began to lose consciousness. Song Jihan moved behind him for a finishing blow. He raised the sword, preparing to strike, when suddenly a voice rang out, that's enough. Just as the words were spoken, the sword was already poised above the man's head. Realizing he was no longer being attacked, the man slowly opened his eyes. Song Jihan turned his sharp gaze toward the source of the sound, at the same time hearing the other person add, sorry for the interruption. The man spoke calmly. That kid is under my command, so please be generous and let it go. At this point, he introduced himself. I am the ruler of the underworld, Huang Baju. Meanwhile, on every social media platform, people were all talking about something. Have you guys heard the news? That guy is putting another artifact up for auction. They eagerly gossiped. This time it's the crown of Urigen, right? That's an item you can only get after defeating the Lizard King and Queen in the Twin Swamps. So it's true that he only sells artifacts from uncleared gates. Then they got to the heart of the matter. This time it was sold for 1.5 billion. So who is the seller anyway? Last time, that person also sold items from WC. It seems they found out the seller's identity is the Fallen One, right? Back at the bar, Song Jihan greeted him cheerfully. It's a pleasure to meet you, Overlord. I came here today with a proposal. To not waste any time, I'll get straight to the point, he asked with a meaningful smile. Is the revenge offer still valid? The Overlord understood what Song Jihan was getting at. It is, he said as he pulled down his hood. That's good. The Overlord looked at the person opposite him, astonished. You are. The Overlord observed cautiously and then guessed, Divine Spear Song Jihan. He still couldn't believe his eyes. I never expected this. I never thought the Fallen One was you. The Overlord broke out in a cold sweat. At my age, I thought nothing could surprise me anymore. Song Jihan chuckled. Am I too young to be trusted? He quickly denied it. That's not it. The young man began to explain. In this world, where only the strongest survive, it's proper to respect anyone with ability, regardless of age. Then he slowly spoke. Do you remember the incident at Thousand Peaks Lake? That's why I offered to help with the revenge. The Overlord was calm. But that alone isn't enough. Aren't you a descendant of the Divine Power clan? He took a light sip of tea. I heard you cut ties with them and joined the Divine Archer clan as a guest. There's no guarantee you're not a spy. The Overlord continued his analysis. If you leak the assassination information to the Imperial clan, they'll use it as an excuse to swallow my underworld. This place is my life's work. I can't let it collapse. Song Jihan smirked slightly. There's a Grand Sword Tournament before the school break, he replied. I know. The young man spoke up. The Grand Sword Tournament is an official ranking match determined purely by skill. Then he expressed, I am participating as one of the representatives of the Divine Archer clan. That's the level of trust they have in me. And I also want to maintain a good relationship with you. Song Jihan looked directly at the Overlord, showing his sincerity. In a hidden residential area within some luxurious city, panting sounds were suddenly heard, as if someone was fleeing. Tae-hyung glanced around in fear. He reassured himself, I have to escape. I have to run far away, to a remote countryside and live isolated from the world. Yes, that's what I'll do. However, he hadn't gone far before he was caught by Minwook. Mu-il, the bodyguard behind the old man, stepped forward and grabbed his leg, causing Tae-hyung to panic. Please, sir, spare my life. The man continued to beg, but it seemed fate was not on his side. I'll do anything. Please save me. Save me. The next morning, at the school Song Jihan attended, he was casually scrolling on his phone as usual. On the screen was a message from someone named Money Slave. I will pay in advance for the Namsan District Gate and the Dream Garden. Seeing this, Baron wondered, why did you choose the Dream Garden? Song Jihan explained, I think it would be good to go there and learn more about Ramram from the Sword King. He chuckled. That will help raise Ramram well, don't you think so? The old man replied cheerfully. Well, I suppose you're right. Song Jihan suddenly fell into deep thought. Above all, I'm curious why the Black Zone gates are angry. Who is Ramram to make the divine beasts so enraged with her? I already have too many enemies. I don't want any more. After thinking, he felt dejected. There's still so much to do. Why is everything such a hassle? Suddenly, Eunbi spoke up. Look, Hanju. She pushed up her glasses as Hanju looked at him and sighed. Hey, guess what he's thinking while looking at you? Sia said helplessly. Eunbi, just stop. Hanju tried to act cold. Whatever he's thinking has nothing to do with me. Eunbi and Sehee exchanged an embarrassed glance. A moment later, she asked him, Want to watch something, Hanju? I can recommend a classic romance novel. It's perfect for reference, the other party said indignantly. Why would I watch that? As they were having a lively conversation, Gong Jin suddenly burst in. Settle down. Everyone get to your seats. Eunbi was confused. What's going on, ma'am? Where's our homeroom teacher? Gong Jin said urgently. I have some bad news to tell you all. Her expression darkened a few shades. Mr. Kim Tae-hyung has passed away in an accident. Gong Jin added. Last night, he was attacked on his way home while drunk. It seems he was attacked by a monster that came out of a gate. The students started murmuring. No way, Mr. Tae-hyung is dead? A monster wave? She continued. Although the exact cause is unknown, it's believed to be a monster outbreak. Song Jihan was calm, thinking it was finally dealt with. A monster outbreak is, of course, different from a monster wave. In a monster wave, monsters pour out of a gate, but a monster outbreak is when a part of a monster's body temporarily appears outside the gate due to an unknown wave. If you're spotted and dragged into a gate by a suddenly appearing monster, you won't survive, no matter how strong of an awakener you are. He mused, but there's no way a monster outbreak could have occurred at such a perfect time. It's good to get rid of the trash I'd been putting off because I was busy with Thousand Peaks Lake. Song Jihan suddenly thought of Min Hyuk. If Kim Tae-young had dealt with me decisively, things wouldn't have turned out this way. He must be the angriest one to deal with him. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a female student's sobs. A moment later, a male student approached to comfort her. Don't cry. However, she still couldn't accept it. Why did Mr. Kim Tae-young have to die? Song Jihan turned away, thinking they're just weak kids. Or perhaps, a thought crossed his mind. Even a person like that has someone to mourn them when they die. At that moment, in a completely unfamiliar room, Bai-sung couldn't help but get excited looking at the items displayed for auction. He commented, "Looks like you found some decent stuff in the dungeon this time, huh?" Then he gazed off into the distance. "Get ready." Bai-sung then declared their objective. "We're going to the underworld." At this, the overlord couldn't seem to believe his ears. Then he rubbed his forehead. "I think I must have misheard. Could you please say that again?" Song Jihan said clearly. "I want to buy a large quantity of seedlings and wheat. Can you get some of a slightly better quality?" The overlord muttered. "I didn't mishear. Why do you need that stuff?" Song Jihan replied, "It's nothing special." He hesitated for a moment, then chuckled. "I just feel like trying my hand at farming." Suddenly, Song Jihan's memories returned to his time in the fields, and he looked around in amazement. Song Jihan exclaimed, "The Blue Lake's lair is a desert, so it's very difficult for plants to survive there, but you guys still managed to grow them well." Ya hugged the flowers and smiled brightly. "It was nothing, slave. I mean, you helped us with the cultivation plan, and then we cast magic on the fields." They added, "It helps speed up the growth rate. Clearing a field won't take more than a week." After hearing this, he seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "So, that's how it was." When Song Jihan finished recounting this, the overlord immediately made a deal. "I will prepare the items you requested." He added hesitantly, "It might take some time since it's different from the things we usually collect." Song Jihan said calmly, "It's fine. Take your time." The overlord thought for a moment, then spoke up. "Where do you want to receive them?" Song Jihan quickly replied, "In Busan." The man asked again doubtfully, "Busan, are you sure?" Song Jihan affirmed, "Yeah, it's fine." Hearing this, the overlord could only sigh. "All right." Suddenly, he turned and whispered to his disciple, "There's something I want to give the clan head. Bring it here." The disciple understood. "Yes, sir." Not long after, a box was brought out, and Song Jihan took a look. Song Jihan was speechless with surprise. The overlord carefully instructed, "Since you'll be frequenting the black market from now on, I've prepared this so you can move around comfortably. I hope you like it." A short while later, Song Jihan was in a large hall. He looked at each displayed item and guessed uncertainly, "Is there an auction today?" The person next to him heard and confirmed, "Ah, yes. Those are the items displayed for the auction. The exclusive VIP auction will begin with those items." Song Jihan observed thoughtfully from a higher vantage point when his eyes suddenly landed on a familiar item. That's the demon-slaying sword. It was hidden here? The demon-slaying sword is a blade used to cut down demons. It can be used for good or evil, depending on its owner. In the future, it becomes widely known. He remembered it was taken by a fiend from the Sima clan. A sly grin spread across Song Jihan's face. What should I do? Inside the auction hall, a large number of brokers were now gathered. Bai Sung was sitting leisurely when he suddenly asked, "How much do we have?" The assistant immediately replied, "We brought about 2 billion. With a condescending look, he muttered, "That should be more than enough." Bai Sung's attention was drawn to a certain item. Demon-slaying sword. I really like that name. I wonder how the black market got their hands on this. He immediately checked the system. Demon-slaying sword. A rank. Description. A sword wielded by a sword master, specialized against demonic cults. Effects. Strength plus 50, stamina plus 40, attack power against demons plus 40%. Byung laughed cheerfully, saying this was probably unique enough. "Don't you think so?" His assistant replied in kind, "You truly have a sharp eye." Song Jihan, currently disguised as someone else, sat in the back row watching this scene, not knowing what to say. A moment later, the MC opened the auction. "Now, let's begin the VIP auction." The first item is an A-rank artifact weapon, the Eastern Demon-Slaying Sword. The starting bid is 100 million. Seeing a guest make a bid, he announced it. "Yes, we have 120 million. However, after that, a series of people competed, raising the price to 200 million, 250 million, 300 million, 400 million. Byung, as if it were nothing, shouted out loud, 700 million! We have 700 million! The MC immediately asked, "Is there any bid higher than 700 million? Seeing no hands raised, he quickly moved to close the bid. "Then it will be sold for 700 million. Before the MC could finish his sentence, Song Jihan suddenly raised his hand and offered a colossal price. 2 billion! The man, who had been sitting calmly, shot up from his seat. "What?" the MC continued. 2 billion! Is there any bid higher than 2 billion? The flustered assistant said, "Young master, we're out of money. What should we do?" In the end, no one could offer a higher price, so the MC finalized it. "It will be sold for 2 billion. Byung stared intently at the person behind him and even asked about him. he resentfully ordered. Go investigate who that bastard is. The sky had already darkened by the time Song Jihan stepped out of the auction hall. The Baron stared at him intensely with a sharp gaze. Seeing this, Song Jihan spoke up. Are you still angry? Come on. He tried to explain, things are very different now compared to your time, Master. The notion that only evil beings use demonic artifacts is outdated. He angrily scolded. Even if that's true, the fact that it's made from human skin and used by evil spirits remains unchanged. At this point, the Baron beat his chest. How can my disciple use such a vile thing? Oh man, this is painful. Song Jihan thought to himself, this is a bit much. He took out the demon-slaying sword, please understand. Thanks to it, we were able to win that valuable item. The Baron also acknowledged, it does seem to be a good item. Song Jihan gave a wry smile. That's my master for you. You could see its value at a glance. He seemed to feel the sword's power and said, it looks like a normal A-rank artifact. But Song Jihan looked at the streams of electricity flowing around it and was momentarily speechless. As he was walking steadily, the system suddenly activated. The system window announced that the demon-slaying sword had awakened, along with its effects. However, Song Jihan only focused on the words of the hidden effect. This is why the Sima demon clan was so strong in his past life. The Sima family has many members who use demonic energy. He would kill minions who use demonic energy to enhance his own abilities. He was secretly glad. It's a good thing I didn't let it fall into his hands. This is perfect for hell. She has a very strong sense of justice. Song Jihan continued walking along the road, and then the corner of his mouth suddenly curled up. Song Jihan stopped, a smile playing on his lips as he spoke. Aren't you going to come out? Byung spoke up. I didn't expect the clan leader to sense our presence. He gave a cunning smile. So the rumor that you cleared several unexplored gates is true? Song Jihan replied nonchalantly. You're emitting so much killing intent, it would be strange if I didn't notice. Byung said arrogantly. Your senses are sharp. Then our business will be over sooner. He pointed a knife straight at Song Jihan. The demon-slaying sword you just got is what I was aiming for. If you hand it over, I'll let you go safely. Under the orange sky, with the sound of the rustling wind, Byung smiled slyly. Equipment from the WC Plains boss and artifacts from the fairy tale garden. The Fallen One became famous by selling rare items. He implied, nowadays people say even trash can easily become famous. Was it Trang or Gungi? That guy is younger than me, but everyone around him always worships him. The next second, Byung's expression and attitude changed 360 degrees. Ridiculous, he said irritably. But guys like you are useful in your own way. If I rob you and return with Jen, Father will praise me. Byung sneered. Who is this idiot who can't even emit killing intent? Song Jihan slightly turned his head and thought, killing intent, you see. He glared at them. This is what emitting killing intent looks like. He suddenly gasped for air. Am I, the son of the governor, scared because of a rookie's killing intent? Thinking this, Byung hurriedly said, hey, what are you guys doing? Take everything that bastard has, including the demon-slaying sword. The minions immediately obeyed. Yes! As soon as the words were spoken, they all rushed towards Song Jihan at once. Seeing this, he could only give an unreadable smile. Song Jihan immediately got serious and attacked them all at once. The man couldn't help but tremble as he witnessed the scene. Seeing his underlings taken down, Pai Sung immediately backed away. This can't be happening. Song Jihan slowly began to walk towards him. Are you a demon? You're still called Kim Pai Sung, the son of the director. Pai Sung panicked. Don't come here, stay away. Seeing this, Song Jihan stopped and stared intently at him. Then, he used a teleportation technique to leave. The man became frantic. Is he gone? As if sensing something, Pai Sung slowly glanced around. No. In the very next instant, he saw Song Jihan standing menacingly behind him, having switched places. Despite being attacked, Pai Sung remained defiant. My father is the director, if you kill me. Before he could finish, Song Jihan cracked a strange smile. Don't worry, I'm not the type to kill indiscriminately. He reached out and took a talisman from Pai Sung's chest. Hiding this on you while begging for your life, that's a dirty move. As soon as he held the talisman, the system quickly activated to display a notification. After reading every word, Song Jihan grabbed his face tightly. Something this good is wasted on you. I'll put it to good use. He began to think about how to resolve this and asked, now, what should I do with you? The next morning, reporters were buzzing with the news that last night, in front of the Union building, the director's son, Kim Pai Sung, was found tied up with ropes, along with those believed to be his subordinates. The reporter added that it was still unknown who had captured them, and despite checking nearby surveillance cameras, no trace was found. The person left this note at the scene and vanished, leading to a discussion about the paper on Pai Sung's back. It read, I have captured a villain who preys on the innocent. Please punish him. I will not negotiate with the director or this man. Signed, the Fallen One. The reporter continued with the announcement. The Union plans to investigate the Fallen One, the person who left the note. Sung Hee looked outside and quietly asked, what is the Union saying? The person sitting above answered, they say it will take some time to negotiate because there are too many eyes on this. The old man wondered, do we still not know who the brazen fool was that handed our Pai Sung over to the Union? Understanding the implication, the man quickly said, I'm sorry, sir, we're still looking. Sung Hee said nothing more and decisively dealt with him. As soon as he was finished, the old man thoughtfully caressed his blade and warned, you'd better find that person before I lose my patience. Meanwhile, in the desert where Song Jihan was, Hyo saw a familiar figure and immediately ran over. You're here, Song Jihan smiled. So you've arrived? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Hyo bow. What brings you here today, sir? Song Jihan felt helpless at the gesture. I have something for you. I've told you so many times, yet you still haven't dropped that habit. With that, Song Jihan immediately tossed a box towards Hyo. Here, take it. Hyo hesitated to accept. I can't, sir. You've already given me so much. Understanding his intention, Song Jihan cut him off. This is the last time. Just open it. Hyo stood there admiring the demon-slaying sword. He quickly realized what it was and couldn't help but feel moved. Why are you so good to me? Hyo wondered. I haven't done anything for you. I don't have a good background like the others. Why are you doing all this for me? Song Jihan didn't say it aloud, but thought, because I value your potential. Saying that out loud now would be a bit weird, right? With that thought, he lightly nudged Hyo's shoulder, then gave him a bright, encouraging smile. Consider it a reward to motivate you to work harder. A moment later, as Song Jihan turned to leave, he didn't forget to wave goodbye. I'm leaving now. Hyo wasn't foolish enough to misunderstand that he said that to keep him from feeling burdened. Long after Song Jihan's figure had disappeared, he still clasped his hands and thanked him silently. His generosity is as vast as the Pacific Ocean. My respect for him goes beyond mere admiration. At the same time, Hyo declared, I will follow you to the end of my days. That evening, Song Jihan finally arrived home. He was playing with Ram Ram while on the phone, speaking. The person on the other end replied, Greetings, Fallen One. This is the underworld. He informed him that the item he requested had arrived. Song Jihan replied politely, Thank you for your hard work. The other party responded, It was nothing. Let me know if you need anything. As soon as he hung up, his gaze unconsciously drifted into the distance. Time to prepare. That same evening, a voice echoed from within a traditional house. We've been tracking Song Jihan's movements. A subordinate reported with a respectful bow. Chim Jin Hoa lowered her voice and asked, So, where is he heading? He quickly replied, Buan. Jin Hoa muttered, Buan. She caressed the petals of a spider lily. I don't know what a high school student would be doing in a place like this, but it's the perfect spot to handle things quietly. After thinking for a moment, Jin Hoa turned with a strange smile, and just as she was about to leave, she gave an order to her subordinate. We're going to Busan. Not long after, a voice came from outside the door. Mistress, it's Jin Hoa. Hearing this, Min Jin said, Come in. She didn't even bother to look up and got straight to the point. What is it? Jin Hoa quickly reported. Song Jihan has left the school. Min Jin was surprised. Really? She gave a fake smile. Yes, so I'll be out for a while. While I'm away. Jin Hoa paused for a moment and then introduced the person next to her. Gu Jian will serve you and the young master, the woman immediately instructed. All right, handle it cleanly and come back safely. The other woman replied, Yes, I'll be on my way then. After informing Min Jin, Jin Hoa immediately left the room. Her son then asked, Mom, does Miss Vu know how to fight? I thought she was just an ordinary servant. She denied it. Not at all. Then, Min Jin began to explain, Miss Vu is no ordinary person. Your grandfather brought her back after he cleared a red zone gate. Hearing this, he shot up in shock. What? Does that mean they're monsters? She calmly sipped her tea. No, they're human, just like us. Suddenly, Min Jin's eyes darkened slightly as she thought to herself, their nature might be a little different. Busan was once considered the second capital of South Korea. Now, it's a city devastated by a dungeon break. Monsters released from uncleared gates have taken over the entire city of Busan. The alliance of 15 families, the Martial Arts Alliance, and the Sima Alliance have tried to reclaim Busan countless times, but they have failed every time. In the end, South Korea gave up on retaking the Busan area. Now, they can only prevent the monsters from escaping Busan, leaving it as an uncleared gate zone. As Song Jihan finished his thought, his mood sank. It had been a long time since he'd seen this scenery. His memories automatically drifted back to the past, when he was someone who was easily bullied. They jeered. Damn it, you bastards from the Divine Power Clan, betraying humanity and siding with the demons of this world. You're absolute trash. All the malicious eyes were on Song Jihan. The only support they received was from the lowest dregs of society. Back then, he himself was just an ordinary person, so he could only remain silent in the face of their words. Song Jihan stood there in a daze for a long time, until Hook Jin walked over and called out, Jihan. He suddenly snapped out of it. Oh, Hook Jin, the man asked him, how are you feeling? After this conflict, we'll soon be facing the demons. Hook Jin hesitated. I'm still grateful. You could have sided with the Divine Power Clan and the demons, but you made the difficult decision to turn your back on your own family. Song Jihan quickly averted his gaze. I just did what had to be done, and of course, not everyone thought that way. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but blame himself. I was so useless back then. Now, Jihan could become strong through his own abilities and could defeat the monsters. He unconsciously clenched his hand into a fist, a complete contrast to his former self. Suddenly, something started wiggling inside Song Jihan's shirt. A second later, Lam Lam's radiant face appeared. He gently patted its head. There. It's all thanks to Lam Lam's help. The elder, seeing that Song Jihan hadn't mentioned him, chimed in. That strength is thanks to a certain master who saw your potential. Hearing that, he and Lam Lam both made a face. We've been together for so long, and you're still so childish. The old man angrily scolded. What's with that attitude? Song Jihan replied nonchalantly. It's nothing. The elder continued to sulk. This ungrateful disciple isn't cute at all. He immediately tried to appease him. All right, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Jihan used his teleportation technique. At that moment, two young men were strolling along. Suddenly, he appeared out of thin air, right where they were walking. A sudden, strong gust of wind swept through the area. They looked behind them but saw no one, and wondered to each other, why is the wind blowing so hard? Song Jihan excitedly moved to an empty lot in Busan. Not long after, he landed smoothly. Song Jihan glanced around, feeling pleased, then suddenly raised his voice. The goods have all arrived. The elder was confused. Why did you choose to receive the delivery in Busan? He explained. It's the perfect location for a secret transaction. There are no people around here, and monsters are very rare. After speaking, Song Jihan immediately shouted, All right, everyone assemble. Taegu and Yona appeared one by one at his command, and even Saku gradually materialized right in front of him. Seeing that everyone had gathered, he began to assign their tasks. Time to get to work. They helped each other finish moving the items through space. Suddenly, Song Jihan asked, Baron, have you ever seen such diligent workers? Baron replied, They have reached the pinnacle of manual labor, surpassing the ultimate level and entering a transcendent realm. A moment later, a Taegu came forward to report, Master, we've transported everything. Song Jihan praised it. Good job, Taegu. Seeing there was nothing left to do, Song Jihan then said, You can all go back now. It replied, Yes, sir. Then it turned and signaled, Everyone pack it up. They shouted in unison, Yes, sir. Song Jihan looked at the time on his phone and said, I should get going too. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Song Jihan stopped and slowly turned around. Right in front of him, uninvited guests quickly appeared. Just as Song Jihan had predicted, this familiar and disgusting aura, his voice turned several shades colder. It's been a while, hasn't it, Jinhua? Jinhua greeted him. Long time no see, young master Song Jihan. Not even half a second passed before Jinhua immediately drew two swords. Her face became more sinister than ever. I've come to offer my condolences. He, on the other hand, was remarkably calm, quite confident, aren't you? Well, I suppose you're skilled at this sort of thing in both your past and present lives. Song Jihan felt an exciting show was about to begin and smirked. Perfect timing. A cold aura emanated from his entire body. I have a fun game to test you all with. Seeing this, Jinhua's voice involuntarily deepened. You've lost your mind. All the Demon Slayer members behind her couldn't stand Song Jihan's arrogant demeanor and urged, Boss, give the order. I'll take his head. Without even a glance at them, she said coldly, Silence. Jinhua's mood grew complicated. She analyzed that no matter how strong Song Jihan had become, it still wasn't enough to face her and the Demon Slayers. So, where did that confidence come from? Then she considered it herself. Could coming here be a trap to eliminate her? After thinking it over, Jinhua immediately gave an order. Everyone, stand your ground. Don't do anything reckless. Song Jihan, on the opposite side, could only let out an O upon hearing her. Sim Jinhua. Normally, she works as the nanny for Choi Min-jin, the wife of the Divine Power Clan's patriarch. But in the shadows, she is the leader of the Demon Slayers, and one of the strongest in the Imperial clan. With that kind of power, Song Jihan thought she would attack without hesitation, but she was being very cautious, feeling the situation was not in her favor. He muttered, What a pain. Song Jihan got into a stance ready to attack. If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you. The Demon Slayer members quickly raised their guard. Without another word, he rushed towards them like a gust of wind. Song Jihan charged forward without any hesitation. The Demon Slayer members held their weapons tightly, but in the next second, they saw him dash right past them. Jinhua and the Demon Slayers were bewildered by Song Jihan's action. He deliberately turned his head slightly, sticking his tongue out to taunt them. The Demon Slayer members instinctively exchanged glances. She didn't hesitate and yelled, After him! They immediately obeyed. Yes, ma'am! The Demon Slayer members scrambled to chase after Song's figure pass by. Thinking his lucky day had finally come, he sneered. Gotcha. However, just as he was about to emerge, Saku's hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It quickly dragged him into another dimension. Song Jihan witnessed this scene and grinned, one down. His amusement didn't last long as the other members swarmed towards him. He nimbly leaped over a fence, infuriating them. That bastard, get him! The Demon Slayer members who hadn't gone more than a few steps were all snatched by Saku. Stop! Huh? Help! Song Jihan casually continued on his way, humming his favorite tune. Finally, he led them to a dead end. The Demon Slayer members were now starting to get tired, panting heavily. It's a dead end. Song Jihan scratched his head, feigning innocence. I guess it is, but I don't like being caught so easily. A second later, half of his body entered a portal. Guess this is it. Goodbye. Because Song Jihan's action was so fast, they couldn't react in time. The Demon Slayer members shouted in anger, "That guy is insane!" A member approached Jinhua to report, "Boss, Song Jihan escaped through a portal." He stammered. Many of our members disappeared while chasing him. What should we do? She could hardly think straight now. Song Jihan, what is he up to? Then, Jinhua gritted her teeth. Fine. We can't go back unless we kill him, she commanded furiously. Notify all Demon Slayer members. Prepare to enter the portal on my mark. Song Jihan had just returned from the gate. Saku exclaimed excitedly, Master, you're back. He then asked, Did you take care of the guys I sent in? It quickly replied, It's all done. I'm gathering them to use as fertilizer for the plants. Song Jihan reminded it. Don't use them on the edible plants, all right? Saku mumbled, not quite understanding. Yes, as he was walking, the system suddenly announced that an unauthorized group had entered the gate. Right after Song Jihan read it, the system panel chimed again. Do you wish to expel them? He didn't press it right away, instead turning to say, Saku, call the muck crawlers and the fairies. With that, Song Jihan immediately confirmed the prompt. A fresh batch of fertilizer was on its way. After the system updated, it announced, the unauthorized group will not be expelled. The gate has been locked. Jinhua and the Demon Slayers had set foot in Song Jihan's territory. After just a few steps, a barrage of system notifications appeared. The red zone gate has been sealed. The master of the Forbidden Zone is hostile towards you. They panicked. What's happening? The master of the Forbidden Zone? Suddenly, a member shouted, grabbing everyone's attention. Look! His voice trembled. We're surrounded by monsters. They looked around in shock. Muck crawlers, fairies, even the fish monsters are here. What the hell is this? She suddenly spotted his silhouette and shouted, What kind of illusion is this, Song Jihan? He feigned ignorance. Illusion? That's not fair. This is my territory. They were horrified to hear this. Song Jihan calmly issued a command. All right, Saku. Today I want to test your combat skills. The monsters bared their fangs and accepted the command. We are ready, Master. Song Jihan smirked. Good, then attack. Immediately, the muck crawlers, Yona and Saku all charged forward to attack. Seeing the overwhelming situation, Jinhua yelled, Demon Slayers, destroy them. They obeyed, rushing forward to engage the monsters one-on-one. Soon after, they clashed, and the sound of piercing shrieks filled the air. Song Jihan watched in surprise. I knew you all were strong, but I didn't realize you could fight this well. As he spoke, his gaze drifted over to Jinhua. The Demon Slayers looked like they were struggling. She gestured with a grim look on her face and asked, Are you sure you won't join in? All I need is to take your head. Time seemed to stand still as the glint from Jinhua's blade reflected on Song Jihan's face. Her eyes turned serious. I'm willing to sacrifice every last one of them. With that, Jinhua bluntly stated the Demon Slayer's resolve. Her words instantly made the air turn cold. Song Jihan gave a helpless shrug. Too bad. I'm not your opponent. Hearing this, Jinhua looked up in confusion. What? Suddenly, she felt a giant shadow loom over her. When Jinhua looked up, she instantly understood what he meant. Song Jihan chuckled. I suppose I should respect my elders, but you're a demon from another world who has mercilessly trampled upon ours, aren't you? He paused for a moment before continuing his warning. Try to survive, Blood Witch. When the name Blood Witch was mentioned, everyone thought of the countless awakeners who had died by her hand. The number of ordinary people she slaughtered surpassed even the most infamous assassins. Moreover, she killed indiscriminately, whether they were children or the elderly. A bloodthirsty murderer, she would drink the blood from her victims' hearts. At that moment, she collapsed to her knees in defeat. Jinhua had been defeated by Song Jihan in a flash. She never imagined this day would come and couldn't bring herself to accept defeat. Jinhua's mind reeled. How could this be? A mere human controlling a horde of monsters. All the Demon Slayers here were A-rank, all of them high-level martial artists. And yet, they were being annihilated by these monsters. Her voice trembled. What? What kind of trickery is this? How did you know? About us? Song Jihan didn't rush to answer. Instead, he walked over and lifted Jinhua's chin. He spoke slowly. Of course I know. I also know that you killed my mother. She heard Song Jihan continue. You were probably just following orders from your superiors, but I still remember it clearly. Suddenly, his memories came flooding back. Jihan, my dear Jihan. Song Jihan remembered his mother's words vividly. Let's play hide and seek, okay? No matter what happens, don't come out. Absolutely not. She caressed his face as if she knew it would be their last time together. At this thought, Song Jihan forced the words out. My mother was murdered without being able to resist. He spat out every word. Even after she was dead, you mutilated her body and laughed like a madwoman. Song Jihan violently shoved Jinhua's face away. Honestly, no amount of torture will ever be enough to satisfy me. You're implying that killing Jin Mujian, someone she was very loyal to, would be more painful, right? Hearing this, Ya immediately went berserk and started screaming. Song Jihan glanced over and gave the order. You guys handle it. Sak, Sukmeu, and Yona immediately accepted the command. Confident they could handle it, Song Jihan continued on his way. He quickly stepped out of the portal and into his bedroom. Song Jihan seemed exhausted and flopped onto his bed. Suddenly, the Baron coughed a few times. I didn't know your mother had passed away, Jihan casually replied. How could you? I never told you. The Baron was indignant. A great master should know everything about his disciple, Song Jihan recounted. After my mother passed away, my aunt let me stay with the family for appearance's sake, but she never saw me as her son, only abusing me day in and day out. Hearing this, the Baron raised a question. Did Jom Rong know about this? He didn't seem too bothered. Hugh Jane didn't know either. What's the point of telling them about such unhappy things? It would only cause more trouble. They'd get enraged and want to kill someone. The Baron suddenly yelled so loud it felt like Song Jihan's eardrums would burst. You foolish disciple, Jihan asked. Why are you getting so angry all of a sudden? The Baron was irritated. That's not important right now. Immediately after, he stepped forward and patted Song Jihan's shoulder encouragingly. The Baron's tone softened. How could you have endured all this time, all alone with a decaying heart? He continued to encourage him. I may just be an old man without a physical body, but I was once the greatest of all time. Don't forget that the greatest master of all time is your teacher. Hearing these words, Jihan was stunned. You're always teasing me. I didn't know you had this side to you. A second later, Song Jihan broke into a bright smile. Thanks for worrying about me. At the same time, he thought to himself that maybe it wasn't so bad to have at least one person in the world know his secret. The Baron stroked his beard. There's something I wanted to ask you. Jihan looked puzzled. What is it? The Baron began. You mentioned before that you wanted to. Before he could finish, his phone suddenly rang. Song Jihan turned to the Baron. Hold on a second, and then answered. Hello. The voice on the other end spoke immediately. Song Jihan, is that you? Kang Han? What's up? She got straight to the point. We need your help with practice today. The kids are waiting for you. Song Jihan was surprised. Huh? So suddenly? Kang Han urged. You know where our practice room is, right? Get here fast. The Baron, who overheard from the side, also encouraged Song Jihan. Excellent. Training is the best way to clear your mind. Jihan hesitated, but since his master said so. A short while later, dusk began to fall over the school. All four of them were waiting for Song Jihan, but he was nowhere to be seen. Seo Eun-ho looked clearly anxious and wondered, Jihan's running a bit late. Huh. Kang Han seemed to have lost all her patience, and her entire body began to radiate an intense killing intent. Seeing this, he turned and cried, What are we going to do? Han is getting mad because Jihan is late. He's not going to stand us up, is he? Ya said nonchalantly. Don't worry. Jihan will show up, right? Ya replied, Yeah, you want some? Seo Eun-ho immediately refused. Oh no, thank you. Just as he said that, the door swung open. Seo Eun-ho clearly saw Song Jihan's face and shouted, Jihan? He ran over and grabbed Jihan's shirt. Hurry, you're finally here! Do something about Han, quick! Song Jihan was confused. What's going on? While they were talking, Kang Han's furious voice cut in. Jihan! She approached them, radiating a murderous aura. Didn't I tell you to be here early, huh? Song Jihan smiled sheepishly. Sorry. I was late because I was preparing some things to help with your training. Hearing this, Kang Han stopped in her tracks. Then she cleared her throat. Well, if that's the case, the delay couldn't be helped. What did you prepare? Song Jihan's lips curled slightly. You all want to get stronger, right? As he spoke, he immediately pulled a bag and dropped it on the floor with a loud thud. Song Jihan quickly flashed a benevolent smile. You're willing to do anything to get stronger, right? The other three were horrified by Song Jihan's expression, but Kang Han was the complete opposite. In the end, only her solitary thought remained in the quiet school at night. Maybe I shouldn't have called him. Meanwhile, in another dark and gloomy place. Hi, Jin paced back and forth, unable to stand still. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails cracked. In her agitated state, she heard Donggu's voice call out, My lady. Hai Jin immediately rushed over and bombarded him with questions. You've heard from the nanny, right? Right? The man looked worried and hesitated. Well, that. Wen finally said it straight. It seems Miss Sim Jin-hoa is in trouble. He said she and the members of the demon-slaying squad went to Busan, but we only found traces of them chasing something. Miss Sim Jin-hoa disappeared along with the members of the demon-slaying squad. Wen continued his report. The demon-slaying squad members couldn't find any clues about Miss Sim Jin-hoa. It seems before he could finish, she cut him off. That's enough! The next second, Minin gave him a hard slap across the face. She quickly gave the order, search all of Busan if you have to. Find my nanny and bring her back to me. He struggled to his feet and replied with a clear, yes. Gwen left the room without hesitation. He directly confronted Jin Ho's close subordinate. What does the report say? The man quickly handed over a stack of documents. Here it is. Gwen traced every clue. Looking at the traces left in Busan, the demon-slaying squad appeared, and there were signs that some members had ambushed someone. But at a certain point, all traces of the ambushing members vanished. He wondered to himself, Miss Sim Jin Hoa and the demon slayers disappeared at the same location. What could it be? Then he guessed. Let's just assume. The person next to him couldn't quite process Gwen's mumbling. Yes? He continued along that line of thought. Assume a monster outbreak occurred at that location. Gwen's eyes wavered. But by whom? Did someone open a gate there, or was it a coincidental monster outbreak powerful enough to overwhelm Miss Sim Hoa? It would have to be at least a black-level gate. His hand unconsciously tightened on the document. There was no other explanation. It's impossible for one person to open a gate. Suddenly, Gwen crumpled the paper in his hand. No. He began to destroy the document. It's only possible for him. The next fresh morning, in a clearing behind the school, little birds were enjoying the morning sun. But before they could, a loud noise suddenly erupted, scaring them into flying far away. Seong Ho's voice trembled. Song Jihan, this is impossible, he shouted helplessly, his voice echoing through the forest. Seriously? On the other hand, Hanju was giving her all to persevere through the training. Song Jihan shot back with a rebuttal. Do you think I'd waste your time on useless exercises? Seong Ho cried out. But this kind of training is too brutal. He just laughed and ignored it. Looks like you still have energy to talk. Let's keep going. Finally, amidst the peaceful natural scenery, he let out a huge scream as if to vent his frustrations. Not long after, everyone was exhausted and took a break together. Hanju wiped her sweat and said, I didn't know there was a clearing like this behind the school. Hearing her say that, Song Jihan understood why. Not many people know about it. He walked over, carrying a boulder. No one ever comes here, so this is where I usually train. While also dragging Seong Ho, he said, you should stop by sometime. Song Jihan gave a wicked smile. Let's rest a bit, then we'll do 4 more laps to the school and back. They shouted in unison. No way. He thought to himself, this is fun, meaning it was over. While he was standing there, the system suddenly announced that he had received the new trainer trait, with a reward of 500,000 points. Song Jihan couldn't believe his eyes and moved closer to get a better look. What? Why all of a sudden? Hanju noticed. What's wrong? He replied, it's nothing. A moment later, the system updated again, stating, new trainer trait, C rank. Description. Song Jihan has discovered the joy of pushing his friends to their limits, while also understanding why his master pushed him so harshly. Effect. Awakens traits. In others, increases training experience by 50%. Effect increases as the rank goes up. Song Jihan was astonished. This is insane. He quietly glanced over at the old master. I can't believe I got a reward and a trait just from teaching these kids. Is this what master meant by enlightenment? The old man suddenly turned and scolded. No, you shouldn't teach them everything like that. They say that real training is for fools. Song Jihan quickly changed his mind. Probably not. And so, time continued to pass. He gradually introduced even stricter training methods, while also fostering the courage within each of them. Then, while enduring those hellish days, one day, they seemed exhausted and sat down to rest. Meanwhile, Bai received a notification that caught everyone's attention. Wait, what's this? What am I seeing? The system announced that her sharpshooter was a B-rank trait. Seong Ho was surprised. A B-rank trait, Seg chimed in. That's a rank that only the heirs of the alliance of the 15 families can possess. Everyone started praising her. Congratulations, Bai, that's amazing. Congratulations. Right after that, Seol-ah also received a system notification about a divine art, and next was Hanju. When she received hers, she just stared without saying a word. Even Seon Ho, who complained all day, obtained a B-rank dual swordsmanship trait. Their voices started to echo across the empty lot. Song Jihan walked over in a cheerful mood. Oh, that's a perfect trait for Eun-bi, our healer. I prefer dual swordsmanship, though. It's a rare trait, even among the 15 family alliance. Seon Ho spoke up. It's all thanks to the proper training method, isn't it? Over here, he saw Hanju standing silently and walked over to ask, Hanju, what trait did you get? As soon as he finished speaking, Song Jihan's eyes landed on her system window. It reported that her Sword Queen quality was an S-rank trait. He stared intently for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. An S-rank trait. Song Jihan was somewhat astonished. Hanju followed the training course very well, but I didn't expect her to get an S-rank trait. While he was deep in thought, Hanju suddenly called out, Jihan, thank you. She expressed her sincere gratitude. If it weren't for you training us, we wouldn't have been able to awaken our traits. Seon Ho and Seola followed suit, saying, thank you so much. You're our savior. Suddenly, Hanju called from behind, Song Jihan. Her face was beet red, seemingly embarrassed, and then she blurted out, thank you. After hearing those 2 words, he stood completely still. A moment later, Song Jihan regained his composure and gave a gentle smile. He didn't reply, instead thinking, I'm going to train you guys into shape, while also instructing, train hard until the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament begins. They agreed in unison. Okay, we'll do our best. Not long after, when the training session ended, Song Jihan was on the school grounds. He scratched his head helplessly. I swear I only intended to put them through a few intense training courses, and said, could you repeat what you just said? Kyungjin placed a hand on her chest, looking determined. She had only one request. She declared clearly, I want to participate in your training course too. Hearing this, Song Jihan felt a headache coming on. Is this for real? He lamented internally. What in the world is happening? The story flashes back to 1 week ago, when almost all the students were jogging in the middle of the school grounds. 1, 2, 1, 2. Kyungjin reminded them as she ran. Remember to focus on your breathing while you run. They replied in unison. Yes. At the same time, she urged, those of you in the back, pick up the pace. Seon-ho, Eun-bi, and Seol-ah had been through grueling training and were now being forced to run, so they looked completely exhausted. Yes, ma'am. Seeing how pale they looked, Kyungjin was momentarily confused. She shouted and allowed everyone to rest. That's it for the warm-up. Kyungjin said, it's been quite a while since we started. I believe your basic abilities are sufficient now. She smiled. From now on, you'll have free training time. Based on your own skills and understanding, feel free to practice the 10 divine steps. A while later, all the students were practicing on their own. Kyungjin observed while silently assessing, no matter how many skills one is taught or learns, true mastery only comes from understanding. To achieve that, one must constantly think and contemplate, but it seems no one has reached that level yet. While she was lost in thought, a sudden sound caught her attention. It was Seol-ah, using the divine art she had painstakingly practiced. Next was Eun-bi with her B-rank targeting skill. Finally, it was none other than Seon-ho's dual swordsmanship. The three of them focused on a single scarecrow to attack it simultaneously. Instantly, the scarecrow cracked and shattered into pieces from the impact of their power. Kyungjin, standing nearby, couldn't help but be stunned. That scarecrow was made from a monster's corpse and wasn't easy to break. Aren't those 3 E-rank Awakeners? She wondered why she hadn't noticed such talents before. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, the 3 of them seemed to have exhausted their strength and collapsed. They all started muttering to themselves, I can't do it anymore. Me neither. Let's just rest. Kyungjin felt something was off. Did I misjudge them? While they were resting, another teacher suddenly mentioned, Hey, what's the name of the class president for Class E? She asked back. You mean Eun-bi? He then remembered. Ah, Park Eun-bi. That kid trained so hard and finally got results. When I saw her skill, I was completely surprised. Another teacher spoke up. And Seol-ah, too. I thought she only had healing abilities. I never expected she'd have a talent for stealth techniques as well. He then continued. Has everyone seen Nam Seon-ho? That kid awakened the dual sword style. The other person was surprised. Huh? Is that the super rare dual sword style? You told me he awakened it while training with Song Jihan. They all turned to Kyungjin at the same time, so the 5th grade class has 3 more talented students now. The teacher of that class must be thrilled. Suddenly, seeing she was about to leave, he asked, are you going somewhere, teacher? Kyungjin replied, yes, I have a few things to do. Please continue talking. And after that, she began to observe the young master Song Jihan and the other students. It was a very rough and brutal method, but it helped them significantly improve their abilities. Returning to the present, Kyungjin, full of determination, said that as a homeroom teacher, she wanted to participate in and learn from this amazing training course so she could pass it on to other students. Song Jihan felt a bit suspicious, so this was the reason I always felt like someone was watching during training. Since I didn't sense any killing intent, I just ignored it. So that's what it was. Seeing the determination deep in her eyes, he immediately agreed. All right then. Kyungjin's joy was short-lived as she heard Song Jihan continue. But there are a few conditions, he stated. Since you've come here, it's very likely others will also come to join, and I don't like trouble at all. Then he explained, first, don't tell anyone about this training course. Second, I will choose the training location. Song Jihan concluded, those are the only 2 rules. After hearing this, Kyungjin breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, that's fine. The next day, everyone gathered in a bustling urban area. They got out of the car one by one to admire the place. Eun-bi excitedly asked, so, is this our new base? He quickly replied, it's Hanju's house. They began to discuss it animatedly. Living in the dorms must be so stuffy compared to a place like this. This is nothing like our homes. I wish I were like Hanju, Sehan said politely. Thanks for letting us use your family's training room. Hanju shyly turned away. It's nothing. Follow me. As soon as they entered the gate, a line of bodyguards immediately ran over. They all bowed respectfully in greeting. Welcome home, young miss. Hanju looked around and asked, where's Dad? The bodyguard replied, he is waiting for you in the training room. A moment later, she and the others arrived at the training room. Dad, I'm here. Hookyung heard the noise and immediately turned around. Ah, Hanju, you're back? Seonho looked at his face and immediately recognized him. Wait, that's the chairman. Hanju was confused. What are you talking about? That's my dad. Look, they're different. The man chuckled. Everyone says we look exactly alike. Hookyung joked. You all made it here safely. Hanju can be a bit difficult to befriend, but you've all put up with her well. Hearing this, she growled, Dad. Hanju's eyes, filled with killing intent, turned towards them. Answer properly. And Seonho shuddered. Hanju is very nice, yes, we like Hanju a lot. He walked over to greet her. I didn't expect you to drop by. It's been a long time. Kung Jin returned the greeting. Yes, it's a pleasure to see you, clan head. Hookyung's meaningful gaze shifted slightly towards Song Jihan. Oh, so this must be? He casually slung an arm around the boy's shoulder and said with a cheerful laugh, My future son-in-law. Hookyung insisted on it, not giving Song Jihan any chance to object, leaving everyone completely shocked. Hanju angrily shouted while hitting him. Dad, you're going to make me go deaf. That hurts. Stop saying such weird things. Hookyung still managed to smile. Anyway, it's been a while since I've seen my daughter. I'm very happy. I have to go now, so train to your heart's content. He brushed past the boy, adding, After you're done training, come have a little chat with your father-in-law. Seeing Hookyung's expression clearly, she immediately kicked him out the door. Get out! Hanju cleared her throat. Don't get any ideas. My dad just likes to tease me. Song Jihan sighed, showing he understood. I know that's how he is. Some people might call him cunning or sly, but the truth is, he's one of the most straightforward and respectable men there is. If he were to get involved, the traitors of the Divine Artillery clan would be wiped out without a trace. But right now, he's too busy hunting the demons of this world. That's why Han Mi-sung and Hanju are struggling with the clan's problems. He values the safety of Korea more than his own family and clan. It's simple to say, but very few people can actually do that. He clapped his hands loudly to break the tense atmosphere. All right. Now that the clan head is gone, shall we begin? Hanju asked curiously. What kind of training are we doing today? Song Jihan replied. Today will be a different kind of test, she wondered. A different kind? Just as she finished speaking, a sudden gravity enveloped the training room, catching everyone off guard. They reacted, immediately losing their balance. Hanju, standing opposite him, figured it out but didn't understand what he was trying to do. Why the killing intent? Hookyung walked out of the training room just like that. He seemed to sense Song Jihan's killing intent and chuckled. It's starting. Inside the training room, it was now utter chaos due to the powerful killing intent. The pressure made it hard for them to breathe, but they still struggled to endure it. Hanju braced her hands on her knees for support. Right now, only she and Kyun-jin hadn't been forced down by the pressure. Kyun-jin couldn't believe her eyes. How? How could an 18-year-old high school student possess such power? Seeing the teacher's expression, Hanju felt it was only natural. He's gotten stronger. She observed the aura around Song Jihan. His killing intent is even more menacing than before. The first time I felt Song Jihan's killing intent, it wasn't this refined. Hanju's memories started to flash back. But now, she thought to herself, it feels like he's controlling a ferocious beast. Hanju tried to collect her thoughts. At first, I thought I could catch up to him. Just a little more. With just a little more effort, I could catch up. But that was just an illusion. No matter how much she trained, she still couldn't see Song Jihan, who was so far ahead, while she was just chasing his shadow. Thinking about this, Hanju felt frustrated. No! She was determined to chase that figure. I don't want to be left so far behind by Song Jihan. Hanju angrily reached out towards Song Jihan. I refuse to be swept away! A gust of wind snapped him back to his senses, and he instinctively dodged the attack. A second later, a cut appeared on Song Jihan's face. He saw her gradually losing consciousness and reached out to catch her, but Song Jihan could still hear her voice. I still have more left in me. He looked at Hanju fondly. No. At the same time, Song Jihan looked over at everyone else. It's over. Swai was panting heavily. What in the world was that killing intent? Yu was in a similar state. How was I supposed to endure that? Shang coughed, dragging his battered body in front of him to ask, We're not going to keep training like this without a break, right? Song Jihan didn't answer, simply offering a friendly smile. Seeing that, their spirits were instantly crushed, and they all started to wail. Please spare me. I can't take it anymore. He wiped his cheek, surprised that she had actually managed to wound him. As he thought this, Song Jihan's gaze unconsciously shifted to Hanju. You did well. A few days later, at school, Kyun-jin still seemed to be lost in thought about their training session. Ma'am, hearing someone call her, she quickly snapped back to reality. Sorry, where were we? A student answered. You were saying that the 10 Divine Steps technique requires precise control over one's internal energy. Kyun-jin continued, right, when the internal energy reaches its peak. But as the words left her mouth, she once again drifted into her own thoughts. I'm so preoccupied with young Master Song Jihan's training that I can't focus on my lecture. It's a dangerous training method where one wrong move could be fatal. The dangerous path young Master Song Jihan has chosen is one of high risk, high reward. From Cha Kyung-jin's perspective, these kids are still like chicks who will eventually have to face real combat inside the gates. When that time comes, they will need to become stronger to survive. She unconsciously frowned. My students are nothing compared to the young master's trials. As a teacher, I must reflect and improve. The students were confused. Ma'am, Kyung-jin held her ground. I will continue to follow the young master's teachings. Then she shouted, everyone on your feet, 200 laps around the field. Everyone was stunned. Huh? Meanwhile, outside the school gate, Chun-shik had suddenly arrived for a visit. The old man looked around for a moment before remarking that the place hadn't changed at all. After taking a few steps, Chun-shik heard Min Sheng's voice. Welcome, sir, he said with a bright smile. It is a great honor to have the sword master visit us in person. You're being too formal. An honor, you say? We haven't seen each other in years. There's no need for such formalities, Min Seung retorted. Who would dare act casually in your presence? Then he made an offer. Please allow me to escort you. Chun-shik refused without a second thought. No need. I'm going for a walk with my grandchild. You go on and attend to your other guests. And so, the grandfather and his grandchildren entered the school grounds. People started whispering. I was so nervous. But he doesn't seem like that big of a deal. He doesn't feel as special as I imagined. It's much more intimidating to meet the martial king or the sword king. Min Seung, however, had the complete opposite thought. No, that's precisely what makes him so terrifying. He analyzed that even if AA rankers hide their aura, they still have a strong presence. But S-rank awakened are different. If they hide their aura, you'd think they were ordinary. It shows their ability to control their internal energy as if it were second nature. Min Dung regained his composure and said, Come on, let's prepare to meet the next guest. Stay vigilant. They obeyed. Yes, sir. After walking for a while, Hai-jin spoke up. The school is huge. Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a bit? Chun-shik suddenly got angry and scolded him. How dare you treat me like an old man? Hai-jin begged for forgiveness. I was wrong, the old man mumbled. You insolent brat. Just as he was about to swing his cane at him, Chun-shik's entire body suddenly froze. Seeing the old man standing motionless, Hai-jin called out to him a few times. Chun-shik stared into the distance. What's in that direction? He quickly answered. That's the main building. The old man seemed to sense a familiar power. This energy. It must be them. Chun-shik instinctively recalled the auras of those from another dimension. The old man suddenly gave a signal. I think I've seen enough. Let's go back to the main building. Jun Gyeon was taken aback, but the students will be heading to the schoolyard soon. Chun-shik just kept staring thoughtfully in one direction. There's something I need to check. Inside the classroom, Kyung-jin announced that the final test of the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament would begin today. She explained the rules. The tournament uses a lottery system. All students from grades 1 to 3 will participate, and the winner will receive the demon sword. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes unconsciously glanced at Song Jihan. Isn't the demon sword a mysterious item that even sword masters can't decipher? Song Jihan is definitely going to win, right? I'm so jealous. Kyung-jin broke the tension. Don't be jealous already. Just do your best. This time, the chairman said he will reward students who significantly improve their rankings. Everyone was surprised. Really? She replied. But those who don't improve their rank will have to participate in a hellish training course. Then, Kian-ha declared with determination, Let's all win the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament and come back. All the students shouted in unison. Yes! Finally, class was dismissed. Song Jihan wearily walked out of the classroom when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Jihan. Hai-jin came flying towards him, intending to give him a big hug, but unfortunately, his move was detected, and so he ended up rolling on the floor, making a loud thud. Hai-jin mumbled, Why did you dodge? That's not fair. Song Jihan said coldly, You shouldn't have charged at me. Jun Jeon saw this and laughed. He's my little brother, but he's such an idiot. Jihan isn't stupid. He's not going to fall for that trick again. Song Jihan noticed her, but his eyes quickly fell on the person next to her. Who's that behind you? Jun Jeon said formally. Grandpa, please introduce yourself. This is my grandfather. Chun-shik gave a friendly smile. So you're Jihan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Song Jihan quickly realized he was a member of the Iron-Blooded Mirror Clan, one of the world's top 10 awakened and the only S-rank awakened in South Korea. The old man suddenly extended his hand. I'm these kids' grandfather. Out of politeness, he stepped forward. It's an honor to meet you, sir. I'm Song Jihan. His eyes were fixed on Chun-shik. In my past life, I only ever saw him from a distance. Suddenly, Song Jihan's forehead broke out in a sweat. This is the first time I've seen an S-rank awakened this close. He thought for a moment. An AA rank is of course nothing compared to an S rank. The old man sensed his killing intent and became lost in his own thoughts. What is this kid? Veins started to pop on Chun-shik's hand. Who is he? Meanwhile, Song Jihan politely shook his hand. The talk of the town, a friend of my grandchild, and a high school student who overwhelmed the A rank awakened. The Apostle of the Wind, a bastard who couldn't even inherit the bloodline of the godly power clan. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. How could such a person exist? Chun-shik wondered. What kind of power does this kid possess? I can't see the internal energy he's cultivated. The old man tried holding his hand for a long time, but couldn't find any clues. I can't see his energy even after using the divine art of the Thunder King. Something like this shouldn't be possible. No, it must be something that doesn't exist. Chun-Sik was suspicious. Is the divine art of the Heavenly King of Mount Sumeru superior to the divine art of the Thunder King? Could it be a power hidden within his martial arts? What the? Song Jihan suddenly pulled his hand away. He scratched his head in confusion. Is something wrong? You were staring at me. Chun-Sik bluffed. You're a friend of my mischievous grandchildren. I was just curious, so I stared without realizing. Jun Jian was annoyed. What are you talking about, Grandpa? The two siblings ran over to him affectionately. Even if Hai Jin doesn't know, you're very gentle and kind. You're hurting my feelings, old man. The Baron then appeared to decipher it. He was really trying hard to figure out your power. It turns out Song Jihan was just putting on an act. I was about to freak out, thinking he had figured it out. The old man then flicked him on the head. How dare you doubt the divine artifact of the Hangyu Gate? Even the best swordsman can't penetrate the power of the Huan Ring. The Baron praised it to the high heavens. The Huan Ring was created by threatening the world's greatest artisan, who was sought after by the emperor. The artisan himself declared it to be his masterpiece. He finally felt a sense of relief, but the Baron said, it's a good thing he didn't notice anything unusual. Song Jihan thought to himself, the primordial divine art is like a painting. No matter what it's mixed with, it blends in naturally. He was only afraid of one thing. The foundation of his primordial divine art was currently demonic energy, and it was an extremely pure and brutal demonic energy. If the Baron had realized it, he might have thought I was a demon. Song Jihan reassured himself, well, I used the Heavenly King divine art as bait, so there's nothing to worry about. The Baron tried to be friendly. By the way, you have a sparring match today, don't you? Song Jihan replied politely. Ah yes, my turn is around noon. The Baron showed his concern. All right, I'll be watching closely, so do your best. The sparkling sunlight shone down on Muram High School. Song Jihan looked up at the deep blue sky. He was worried that his first opponent was a freshman, a D-rank Awakener named Deng Yan from the Poison Domain clan. But Song Jihan quickly regained his usual overconfidence. He's pretty strong for a freshman, and even though he's the son of the Iron King of the Poison Domain clan, he's no match for me, he mused, not needing to pay close attention. Someone cheerfully approached. Brother, you're here. Song Jihan was also happy. Perfect timing. I was looking for you. Han scratched his head. You were looking for me? Han answered very clearly. Yes. It's a D-rank Awakener from the Imperial clan. Song Jihan was a little confused. The Imperial clan? He wondered. Huh? Do you really need to participate in the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament? Song Jihan's question left Han confused. What do you mean? Song Jihan continued. Why not just give up? Song Jihan stared at his stunned brother. Han was very proficient in the Zhong Gon Mi Ho divine art and the Zhong Huan Pai Wango sword art, and both martial arts were at the 3-star level. With his skills, he could easily defeat most opponents. But Song Jihan was worried that in this era of Awakeners, bloodline is everything. If the Imperial clan discovered that their top martial art, the one they always boasted about, had been mastered by an unknown E-rank Awakener, Song Jihan grew restless. He racked his brain, trying to figure out how to protect him by having him avoid the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. But the tournament was a place where students showcased their skills. How could he justify telling him to give up such an important opportunity? Song Jihan realized he had misspoken. Don't get me wrong. Han immediately agreed. I'll withdraw. Song Jihan was the one who suggested it, but now he was the one left stunned. What? Han explained. I'm already on your radar. I don't need to show my skills to anyone else. I don't care about school rankings or scholarships. I already have the scouting fee you gave me, so it's all good. He looked towards Song Jihan with an affectionate gaze. I believe you have your reasons for saying that. Han smiled brightly. I trust you completely. Song Jihan patted his shoulder. Thanks for understanding. Suddenly, Song Jihan froze. He instinctively glanced around. Han was startled by this as well. What's wrong? Song Jihan unexpectedly grabbed his hand and decisively pulled Han away. Come with me and don't ask questions. Han had no choice but to obey. Okay. Song Jihan forcefully pushed Han into a teleportation gate on the wall. He said hastily, Get in there, quick! Han's face went pale. Why are you suddenly doing this? Without letting Han react, Song Jihan kicked him straight through. Didn't you say you trust me completely and would follow me blindly? Just get in there, Han stammered. I didn't mean it to that extent. After getting the job done, Song Jihan breathed a sigh of relief. Song Jihan also disappeared abruptly. Kang-gu gave chase to assess the situation, but was too late. The old man glanced around. What's going on? A suspicious Kang-gu bent down to examine the floor. I clearly sensed an energy very similar to the Imperial clan's martial arts, but the trail suddenly vanished right here. The old man wondered if he was mistaken. Someone shouted, Jihan, where did you go? Just then, Song Jihan reappeared. I just had a few things to take care of. What's all the commotion? Everyone shouted in unison. It's a huge deal. He excitedly pointed into the distance. Look, the match of the century is over there. On the screen, 2 legendary names appeared, Hanju and Park Jun-jeon. He hesitated, and Sejin was stunned. Why do you look so calm? Did you already know? The match was just announced. Song Jihan feigned surprise. Ah, no. Of course I'm surprised. This was the same match as in his past life. He clenched his fists. So happy he jumped up. You're definitely cheering for Hanju, right? He also grinned from ear to ear. Is that even a question? Of course I have to cheer for Hanju. Right, Song Jihan? He hesitated. Song Jihan remembered that in his past life, he had cheered for Jun Jeon. Back then, he wasn't close to Hanju, and she had threatened him into cheering for her. He was worried that if he cheered for Jun Jeon, Hanju would be disappointed, but if he cheered for Hanju, he was afraid of facing the consequences. Song Jihan froze when he saw Hanju standing silently in a corner. He pretty much guessed the situation, so Song Jihan didn't overthink it anymore. Forget it. Whatever, he said bluntly. Yeah, of course I'll cheer for Hanju. Just then, Jun Gyeon, who had overheard, was not pleased. Oh, who exactly are you cheering for? Song Jihan was stunned. Hello, senior. She put on a friendly and sociable act. Song Jihan, finish what you were saying. Who are you planning to cheer for? He hesitated. Well, I'm cheering for you. Pleasing one person meant displeasing the other. Song Jihan started trembling when he saw the fiery Hanju about to lose her temper. He screamed internally. Why do you two have to do this to me? Anyway, the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin, the host announced warmly. Thank you for waiting. We're starting off with a huge match, aren't we? He introduced the first monster. From the Divine Finger Clan, the Sword Queen, Hanju. Then came the second monster. From the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan, the Sword Master, Park Jun-gyeon. Sejin got curious. Hey, Song Jihan. Song Jihan shot him a sideways glance. What? Sejin whispered. Who do you think will win? Song Jihan couldn't be bothered to make wild guesses. I don't know. We'll find out when it's over. Sejin was dumbfounded. Even you don't know? Song Jihan replied nonchalantly. Of course not. Who do you think I am? He thought to himself. Everyone believes that Park Jun-gyeon is just barely A-rank, but in reality, she's close to reaching A-rank proficiency. Hanju, who has only just reached A-rank, is facing a tough opponent. Song Jihan recalled that before his regression, Hanju was the one who won the sparring match, but in reality, it should have been Park Jun-gyeon's victory. A place where talents from countless clans could shine. Park Jun-gyeon had forfeited so the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan couldn't monopolize it. He guessed casually. Tsk. Actually, it might have been because she didn't want to waste time on a boring match with a weaker opponent. Song Jihan thought to himself, if you knew your little brother was going to take first place, you wouldn't have done that. Such a sincere yet arrogant act. He smirked slightly, but this time will be different. Song Jihan was excited. She's a worthy opponent I've prepared for you. Let's see you both go all out. The crowd in the stands roared, cheering for the two contestants. Hanju was the first to raise her sword. Jun Jeon put on an innocent act to distract her opponent. A training sword? This is the first time I've seen one. How did you practice with it? But Hanju remained unfazed. Song Jihan taught me. Jin looked puzzled. Song Jihan taught you? Hanju replied softly. Yes. That kid is always alone, isn't he? Jun Jeon wondered. When did he become your friend? Hanju gave a short, concise answer. Recently. Jun Jeon immediately tried to use her charm. By the way, do you have a problem with me or something? You've been so prickly with me from the start. You're not like that with Jin. But Hanju's face remained cold. No, not at all. Jun Gyeon played dumb. Really? If you say so. She put on a friendly face. I'm really happy that you're the one fighting me. I have a few things to say to you. But Hanju remained as cold and aloof as ever. Jun Gyeon threatened. Don't get too close to Song Jihan. Hanju was confused. And why is that? Jun Gyeon sneered. The reason is simple. You're not very sharp when it comes to these things, are you? It turns out she had feelings for Song Jihan all along. I like Song Jihan. He's the one I need to pay attention to. But she could also see right through Hanju. But you look quite displeased about it. Jun Jeon swung her sword and announced. So let's do this. The outcome of this match will decide. The loser has to give up on Song Jihan. She put on her innocent face again. What do you say? Hanju was taken aback by the threat and took a step back. Then she gathered her strength and lunged forward. While Jun Jeon was busy posturing, Hanju appeared from behind for a sneak attack. Fortunately, Jun Jeon managed to quickly block her first strike. Hanju prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Those are your last words. And as long as Jun Jeon continues to challenge me, I won't back down either. They both backed away from each other to prepare for a fierce battle. A violent surge of spiritual energy erupted right in the middle of the arena. The startled students shielded their faces. What kind of energy is this strong? Is she planning to go all out right from the start? Hanju and Jun Gyeon fought fiercely. With neither one backing down, their battle raged off of Earth and into the cosmos. She yelled out with immense determination. Even if I have to give up everything else, I can't give up my Song Jihan, can I? That's why I'll do anything. Jun Jeon's eyes burned with fire as she swung her sword down, causing the girl to grimace as she parried the blow. Hanju squeezed one eye shut, blinded by the brilliant light energy, gritting her teeth to withstand the ferocious attack. Her sword flared with a dazzling light, casting a chilling and deadly silver glow. Jun Jeon's eyes flew open, her hair blowing wildly in the wind. The sword she was blocking suddenly fell straight to the ground without any warning. Hanju backed away, her long, flexible sword wiggling. She swung it in a wide arc, and the energy it released snaked through the air. Junjion effortlessly dodged every move with a nonchalant look on her face. She watched intently, thinking to herself, so that kid infuses her internal energy into the sword to make it harder. When she takes a powerful hit, she disperses the energy to lessen the impact and channels it back when she attacks. At that moment, Hanju's sword whipped past Junjion's face. No matter how much I try to deflect it, it always comes back. What in the world did Yizu teach this kid? She licked the drop of blood with a look of amusement. But Jungion swiftly jumped aside, seizing the opportunity to slash at the flexible sword. She stomped her foot firmly on the blade, pinning it so Hanju couldn't retract it. She ground her teeth, her brow furrowed in frustration. The sword twitched a few times, vibrating violently like a fish caught in a net. Junjion flew in to confront Hanju face to face, and the atmosphere grew as tense as a drawn bowstring. She widened her eyes, raising a fist that crackled with glowing electrical energy. Hanju also clenched her jaw, a blue light of spiritual energy gathering in her own fist. A massive explosion erupted, forcing the audience to shield their eyes from the blinding flash. Song Jihan was completely dazzled by the sight. Wow, is she using the 10 steps divine art like that? Baron couldn't help but marvel. That girl understands the range of the sword form and is using the close quarters 10 steps divine art to keep from creating distance. For someone her age to have such an understanding of martial arts is truly praiseworthy. Song Jihan exclaimed, "That's why she scares me." The elder sage standing beside him offered his assessment. But Hanju was also trained by my disciple. She won't be defeated that easily. The outcome of this fight is still uncertain. The two of them were a flurry of limbs, with neither Hanju nor Junjion giving an inch. Just as the two girls were about to land a decisive blow, the referee blew the whistle. Stop. Hanju was panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Meanwhile, Jungion didn't even seem to have broken a sweat. The referee announced that the match was over because the time limit had been reached. The decisive moment had come, and the winner is... Seo Ho ran over in a hurry as everyone praised Hanju. "Hanju, you did so well. That was really impressive." He handed her a water bottle, saying, "I'm just sad you were so close. Here, drink up." The referee formally announced the match ended in a draw. Hanju and Junjion tied. The class president started brown-nosing. "If there had been a little more time, I'm sure you would have won." Hanju was getting showered with praise. Hanju, who are you looking for? Meanwhile, why did Yizu run over to deal with that troublemaker Seo Ho? You should be comforting Hanju instead of saying something like that at a time like this. Hanju, who was trying to rest, was interrupted by Junjion's irritating voice. "Song Jihan, has that scoundrel already slipped away?" she shouted. "Go find him and bring him back here right now. I need to hear him say with his own mouth who he was rooting for." Sejin glanced around. "He was right here with us a minute ago." Seo Ho, who was being held back, also looked around frantically. Where could he have gone? Hanju was so furious she crushed the water bottle in her hand. Seeing her reaction, everyone around became confused. "He slipped away, just like he always does," Hanju yelled. "Just wait until I catch you." The scene shifts to the lively music festival at Murim High. Song Jihan is casually sitting and gnawing on a massive skewer. The elder sage drooled at the sight of the food. "What is that candy you're eating? It looks so sweet." He heard the sage but didn't offer to share, since it was just the kind of candy kids eat. Song Jihan smiled. "You need a snack too, right? You're really enjoying the festival, aren't you?" Suddenly, Sejin walked past, accidentally bumping into his shoulder. Song Jihan clutched his shoulder. "Sorry." Sejin also turned back in surprise. "Young Master Jihan, you're here too?" Sejin said, flustered. Song Jihan immediately stood up and asked Han, "Why is the Heavenly King here at this hour? Is Song Jihan here too?" He replied, "No, I'm on a short vacation." "A vacation?" He was so shocked he froze completely. "What's going on?" he thought to himself. "The Heavenly King I know has always lived as if protecting Song Jihan was his sole purpose in life." Song Jihan stared intently at the Heavenly King, his face as red as a tomato. A man who never took a day off before becoming the leader of the Heavenly King's squad. What could have made him change so suddenly? Kyung Jin peeked out from behind Hyung Jun. "That person over there." She was shy. "Miss Cha Kyung Jin. Hello, Master." He immediately scrambled to explain when he saw the young master's mischievous expression. "I just happened to run into her while I was on vacation." Kyung Jin was flustered. "Yes, that's right. It was just a coincidence." Song Jihan flashed a devilish grin. He teased, "Well, even the Heavenly King deserves to find love." Hyung Jin was flustered. "That's not what I meant." But Song Jihan kept poking fun at him. "Why are you denying it so strongly? You'll hurt Miss Kyung Jin's feelings." After teasing them to his heart's content, he left, leaving the two of them standing there, unable to even look at each other. "I'm leaving now." You two have fun. Annoyed by the misunderstanding, Kyung Jin started scolding Hyung Jun. Song Jihan was pleased to see this. The music festival was lively, with crowds of people flocking to the streets. Song Jihan stood on the school's rooftop, admiring the peaceful scenery. There was something strange about Hyung Jun that made him keep mentioning the Heavenly King, the man who was always by Song Jihan's side, enjoying a vacation. Song Jihan was satisfied seeing the two of them together, thinking it meant he had escaped from the duty of protecting Song Jihan if he was dating Cha Kyung Jin. He pondered as he saw the two of them getting close. This means I might be able to entice Hyung Jun through her. Song Jihan carefully read the system window, because Cha Hyun would also participate in training the kids if he helped her overcome her barrier here. Because I have this ability. The system screen appeared. S-Rank demonic training. Description. You enjoy manipulating your friends. At the same time, you understand why your master manipulates you. Effect. Unlocks special traits in others. Increases training experience by 100%. Effect increases as the rank goes up. He connected the dots right after Hanju unlocked her S-Rank trait. The quality of the Sword Queen, the new trainer trait, had evolved into demonic trainer. Song Jihan stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I can unlock Miss Cha's trait with this, he looked up, enjoying the cool breeze. I can't wait for tomorrow. Meanwhile, at a church with a 5-meter-high crucifix, a group of monks was prostrated as if performing some ritual. A grumbling voice echoed from the doorway. What a mess. A total mess. Sister Mi walked in and said sarcastically, abandoning paradise and now praying to change the gods. Truly a mad monk. Moonba-in's retort was just as sharp. How dare you use that cunning tongue while praying for sacred things? That nagging hag acts nothing like a monk, unlike me. The old man cut her off. Shut up and get to the point, Sister Mi recounted. The Blood Witch, my precious child, has suddenly disappeared. Her gaze fell slightly. She went out with the Esper and disappeared in Busan with the Demon Slayer members. Moonba-in inquired, did a red zone gate appear in Busan? Sister Mi offered a hypothesis. The investigator said it seems she died in a monster outbreak. Hearing this, the old man was weary. A top-tier child dying in a monster outbreak. How unlucky. Moonba-in wanted to end the conversation. So you came here just to tell me that? But how could she let it go so easily? No way. Sister Mi dropped a bombshell that made the old man's head spin 360 degrees. The demon sword has finally appeared. Moonba-in was excited. Really? She tossed her hair smugly. The Iron Blood Sword Clan is using it as a prize in the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. The old man seemed melancholic. How insane, not knowing what the demon sword is and putting it in a children's show like the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. Sister Mi said helplessly, if he hadn't told us, we wouldn't have known its value either. Then, they both said in unison, we must obtain the demon sword. Moonba-in hurriedly strode away. Prepare thoroughly for his arrival in this world. This time, we must achieve everything in one go. She raised her hand. Yes, I understand. The old man said sternly, I will take the demon sword. Don't forget our ultimate goal, to bring our master, Ma Du, to this world. The two of them stood face to face. Everything is for our lord. Inseon froze for a few seconds. Then he took the initiative and attacked first. I'll go first. Inseon threw a barrage of nails at Song Jihan. He only needed a small, elegant spear to swat away those pesky obstacles. He couldn't hide his dissatisfaction at not being the center of attention. You're still pretty green, huh? Enong was no slouch, quickly dodging several of Song Jihan's spirit energy attacks. He is Enong, son of the Iron King of the Mandogam clan. He's one of Amdung's identical twins, is in the same class, and is a genius who reached B rank at the age of 17. He is highly competitive and the only son of the Iron King. He was very spoiled, which led to his rather arrogant nature, making it most accurate to call him the heir, even though he has an older sister. Song Jihan rushed forward at the speed of light. If I want to have a good relationship with the Mandogam clan in the future, I need to take his pride down a notch. The two of them clashed. With only a few meters between them, Enong hastily threw a palm strike at Song Jihan, but he immediately ducked to dodge and then parried the blow. He could only grit his teeth, growing wary of Song Jihan's sharpness. Strange. Why are there so many openings? His defense of vital points is terrible. Enong was bewildered. Could he be trying to lure me in? He was determined not to be outdone. You think I'd fall for that trap? Song Jihan taunted as Enong took a few steps back. What's wrong? Not coming closer. Are you trying to stall for a draw? How boring. Enong immediately shot back. Is provoking people all you're good at? You're a disgrace to your name. How can you call yourself a martial artist if you only fight with your mouth? His mouth was just as formidable. The two faced off in the sandy arena. He reached into his pocket and took out 3 pills, concentrating while Song Jihan was yawning. He seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks. At that moment, a loud explosion erupted from the arena. Someone in the stands grew anxious. Isn't that the Hua Yong? He's using that technique in a martial arts competition? Suddenly, Hun's voice rang out. Don't worry, he stated with absolute certainty. I, Hun, did this for the direct lineage of the Mandogam clan. I modified it for use in martial arts competitions. It's significantly weaker than the original Hua Yong. A student can block it if their skills are good enough. Hun smirked slightly. That is, if their abilities are on par. Hundreds of needles shot out from Inong's needle bomb, hurtling straight towards Song Jihan. He smirked, standing still as if victory was already in his grasp. Hyundae couldn't hide his surprise, leaning forward to get a better look. Li Xin was stunned, speechless, his mouth agape. He looked up in astonishment, thinking, "That's insane." A spirit energy shield materialized, enveloping Song Jihan. He sneered. "That was a close one, but I've encountered the Hua Yong before." The silver needles stuck in the spirit energy shield trembled slightly, as an electric current seemed to swallow them. Song Jihan stood proudly. "I'll return these to you. Better catch them." He pointed forward, and all the needles simultaneously turned around. Inong froze, unable to react in time. Huh? He still couldn't process it. "These are the needles I threw. Why are they here?" "I definitely threw them at Song Jihan." Inong's pupils contracted. "Am I going to die?" He remained defiant. "There's no way I'll let you do this." Sparing Inong's life, Song Jihan snapped his fingers. "Not scared? Bro." The needles that were hurtling forward suddenly dropped to the ground at his feet. To his utter shock, Inong collapsed to the ground, as if accepting his miserable defeat. The referee shouted, "The match is over!" The announcement of the winner, Song Jihan, mixed with the crowd's cheers and the smug look on his face. He stammered. Inong knelt, his head bowed low. "How did you do that?" Song Jihan put a finger to his lips, signaling it was a secret. Hyundai's eyes widened in disbelief. "Was that void manipulation I just saw?" John Moo was also frozen by the strange phenomenon. "I saw it too." He couldn't believe his eyes. An 18-year-old high school student controlling his internal energy with such finesse. Min Seung spoke up. "Don't underestimate him as just an ordinary high school student. Isn't he the one who defeated the Wind Apostle of the Imperial Clan?" he added smugly. He also said he would personally visit our Divine Pool clan. John Moo, sitting below, refused to back down. "Don't spout such nonsense." He spoke condescendingly. "That child is of our Divine Power clan's bloodline, so I would appreciate it if you didn't covet him." Minung didn't hold back either. "He's also the child who was mercilessly abandoned by your clan's head." John Moo was not one to be trifled with. Blood is thicker than water. Every word he spoke sent a chill down everyone's spine. Song Jihan's past was truly heartbreaking. Living a life without a single peaceful day within the clan. The Divine Power clan was always in a precarious state, and that would never change. Shouldn't you be solidifying your foundation before chasing after something so risky? Minung is at a disadvantage, so he's just trying to put out fires. "Are you done talking?" John Moo taunted. "So what if I'm not?" Jay quickly covered the talkative Mi Xiong's mouth. "In the end, Song Jihan's sword intent is what's most important, isn't it?" he said affectionately. "Don't you think so?" John Moo glanced from side to side. In the arena, Song Jihan had already achieved a complete victory. The referee announced the winner, Song Jihan. Hanju gritted her teeth with a grinding sound. Maybe Song Jihan was just uncomfortable from the sweat. Haijin was cheering wildly in the stands. "Song Jihan!" he shouted, leaping down, looking even more thrilled than the actual winner. "Hi," Jin slung an arm around his shoulder. "Congratulations, you're finally shining," Song Jihan replied arrogantly. "When am I not the center of attention?" He held out his phone to prove his point. "No. Everyone's finally seeing your true skills, because the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament is being broadcast nationwide. Look, people's reactions are going crazy." "Hi," Jin's eyes were sparkling. "No one can call you a failure or a loser anymore. That's what makes me the happiest," he said with a sincerity that was unlike his usual childish self. "I feel so relieved knowing you've become stronger." Just then, an announcement echoed from the speakers. "Year 2, Class 1, Swordmaster Bake. Hi Jin, please report to the arena," he said regretfully. "I have to prepare for my match." He smiled and ran off, but didn't forget to look back. "When I get back, you have to teach me that move you did." Song Jihan waved his hand dismissively. All right, Baron commented. "You have a good friend." He smiled too. "He's a great guy, one who treats me better than I deserve. Why would someone like him want to be my friend?" the Baron lectured. "He sees your heart, not your skills. For a kid, trust and belief are very important." Song Jihan looked up. "I'll remember that." Eunbi called out from behind. "Song Jihan, let's go cheer for Haijin." He turned his head and answered, "Okay, I'm coming right now." Haijin stepped into the arena amidst roaring cheers, his straight back and flowing clothes a striking sight. Song Jihan watched him leave, wishing him good luck. The scene changes. The night is quiet, without a single star in the sky, but filled with countless clouds. Behind the massive school building is a mountain with rows of vibrant green trees. The clinking of soda cups is followed by a cheer. "Congratulations on our first victory," Roseg exclaimed happily. "I can't believe all of us won today." Wu gave a strained smile. "I honestly thought we would lose." Song Jihan teased her. "Why would you think you'd lose after training with me? I guess my training was a bit too easy, huh?" Hearing this, she trembled in fear. "Ah, no, that's not what I meant," Yoonbi explained. It's just that Song Jihan, Hanju, and Haijin are all incredibly strong, but compared to them, we're only E rank. Our chances of winning against D rank and C rank awakened were practically zero. Wu smiled brightly. It's a miracle that we're here. Haijin also chimed in. Right. He was cut off. Your assumption was wrong from the very beginning, Song Jihan said with a condescending look. You're not just some random E rank. You're an E rank that I trained. Got it? Victory was the only possible outcome. He began to preach, you can't be satisfied with just today's win. There are many more people for you to crush in the future. Wu got all flustered. No, that's not it. I can't tarnish my master's name, Song Jihan. Hanju was smiling as she watched everyone's discussion when her phone suddenly rang. Song Jihan asked with concern, Hanju, did you get an important message? No one knew what she read, but Hanju suddenly crushed her phone, baffling the entire team. She growled. Song Jihan? He clutched his bag of snacks in alarm. Huh? What is it? What's going on? Song Jihan's desperate shout echoed through the building. Will someone please tell me what's happening? Scene change. The number of awakened grows every day. In the world today, the awakened are the new celebrities. Idols and actors who are not awakened have long been pushed aside by the famous awakened families. It's a mysterious world, but among them, a few have survived. These are the awakened who turned to singing. One such group is the very famous awakened girl group, Red Girls. They traveled everywhere to gain popularity. They visited places that had been destroyed by gates, performing relief concerts to boost their public profile. The girl group even fought monsters and was praised by the public during one of their concerts. They live-streamed their battle against a wave of monsters and rapidly became famous as a beloved idol group. Among them, Uni was known for her popular short haircut on YouTube. Uni's YouTube channel shows up with tons of clips and massive view counts. The clip of her kissing Song Jihan on the cheek has over 1 million views. The manager walked over while I was watching something. She casually replied, my YouTube is just for management reminders. And by the way, stop using those clickbait edited photos as YouTube thumbnails. You'll get reported for that. I held up a tablet with a cheeky look. How are you supposed to get noticed these days if you don't do this? Everyone loves clickbait. Yoon, a member of the group Red Girls. She happily pointed to the clip with the most views. Look, it was just posted and it already has 1 million views. Song Jihan has probably seen it by now. Uni was mesmerized looking at Song Jihan. He's so cool. She gently caressed his picture. I want to meet him just once. The scene changes to the arena. The audience had packed the place, talking and laughing excitedly. Someone asked, have you seen today's lineup? The other person commented, it's insane, right? I'm so hyped. Another person chimed in, who do you think will win? Haijin looked up in awe. Wow, can you believe this is actually happening? At this point, it looks like he's destined to be crushed by you. He turned helplessly. Haijin looked at the wound on Song Jihan's face. What happened to your face? Song Jihan covered his face. Don't ask. He was extremely puzzled. I never thought I'd get hit by Hanju twice, but why did I get hit in the first place? He asked worriedly. Do you need me to buy you some eggs? Song Jihan replied. No need, thanks. Li Xin shouted from behind, hey loser. He crossed his arms arrogantly. I thought you'd be scared and run away after seeing the lineup, but it seems you still have some self-respect. Li Xin acted superior. I'll acknowledge your stupidity. Haijin was confused, while he just cleaned his ear, pretending not to hear. He commented, doesn't that guy ever get tired? Song Jihan paid no mind. Just ignore him. What else can he do? Li Xin glared at them, finding them an eyesore. He's so smug for defeating an S-ranker like the Wind Apostle and the Heavenly King's divine art that my father always coveted. It's unacceptable for a bastard like him to inherit such a divine art. He threatened, laugh while you still can. Li Xin turned and walked away like a CEO in a movie. I will completely destroy you. John Mu sat in the stands. To be more precise, I am very pleased with this match. Hone was puzzled. What do you mean? He explained in detail. Only the strong can stand at the top with our abilities. The weak will naturally be weeded out and eliminated. Once the right of succession is decided through this heavenly martial arts tournament, I no longer need to act, so I'm quite at ease. Not letting John Mu elaborate further, he threw a bucket of cold water, a perfect example of a desirable clan head, but the worst father. He nodded. I'll take that as a compliment. On the sandy arena, 3 referees, Song Jihan and Li Xin, stood facing each other in a tense atmosphere. The referee announced the rules. Once the match begins, any type of martial art or weapon can be used, and surprise attacks are permitted. The referee continued, making his face tense. The match ends when an opponent surrenders, and as long as they are alive, everything continues. Do you both agree? He was nonchalant. I agree. The referee turned to Li Xin. Will Li Xin answer? He gritted his teeth. Me too. I agree. A loud shout echoed. Then let the match begin. Song Jihan tilted his head, cracking his neck, warming up before the fight. He slammed his spear into the sand. The friction created a piercing sound. Li Xin got into a fighting stance. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. Why don't you attack first? Song Jihan just smirked contemptuously, a current of electricity running from his head to his toes. He was furious, veins popping on his arms. You arrogant bastard. I'll make you regret that decision. Li Xin stomped his foot, kicking up a cloud of dust. Unable to see, he shielded his eyes. So that's why you were so confident? Song Jihan could see a blood-like energy radiating from him. That crimson energy wasn't normal. As the energy spread, it gave off a foul, metallic stench, like energy soaked in blood. Li Xin charged forward. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He used his arm to block the punch from hitting his body. At the same time, he sent an electric current through his opponent's arm. Song Jihan kicked forward, but Li Xin's eyes had already caught the move. He leaned his head back to dodge. A bright light flashed, forcing his eyes shut. He threw a kick but missed, his coattails fluttering in the wind. Song Jihan quickly threw another palm strike. Spiritual energy radiated from his hand, glowing brightly in a line. He was startled, as if he had just seen something completely unexpected. Li Xin smirked disdainfully. Is that all you've got? He rushed in, landing a barrage of blows, but Song Jihan only defended without making a move. Ha ha ha, Li Xin roared as if he had already won. Where's that attitude from before? Fight back. Do you hear me? He looked at the boy in front of him and muttered to himself. I can win. Even without the Heavenly King's divine art, I can defeat Song Jihan! Sejin steeled his resolve and lunged forward with a divine palm strike. I am the strongest. Song Jihan clenched his fists, his fighting stance ready. Spiritual power gathered as their two auras clashed, creating an immensely powerful impact. He screamed like a madman. Die, 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 die. The audience was in awe. Oh my god, unbelievable. He's already an A rank at his age? Someone joked. The king must be thrilled to have two such talented sons. They exclaimed, if my son were like that, I'd spoil him rotten. An unseen power was emerging from that family. Being an awakened is a form of power. A family with multiple A rank awakened is untouchable by the government. A family with an AA rank awakened draws the attention of the world government. John Moo looked down at the arena, seeing a high school student and an extraordinary AA rank fighter. That kid will become an S rank within 5 years. Korea hasn't produced an S rank in the last 50 years, not since the Swordmaster. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It was something to celebrate, but John Moo was wary. But what is that ominous energy Sejin possesses? Kanggu pondered. That power. He was focusing on blocking the attack from Sejin. While he was highly focused, a gash suddenly tore open on his thigh, blood spraying out and mixing with the scent of the wind. Even so, Song Jihan's gaze didn't falter. His expression showed no weakness at all. Sejin laughed boisterously. Heh heh ha ha, how about that? This is my power. Do you still dare to approach me? Huh? Say something. Sejin kept blabbering like a radio. What? Can't even speak during this internal battle. Ha ha ha. Song Jihan looked visibly annoyed. Tsk, you're so loud. Song Jihan was getting really tired of this human megaphone. I was just trying to figure out how strong you've become, but I've had enough of your yapping. He manipulated his spiritual power, creating a vortex. The ground beneath him sank. A murderous glint flashed in Song Jihan's eyes, his brows furrowed so tightly they could kill a fly. He threw a punch straight at Sejin's nose. Sejin's eyes shot wide open. He was sent flying backward like a rag doll, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ack! Sejin did a full spin in the air before hitting the ground. Song Jihan warned, lower your voice. My ears are about to burst. Baron hesitated. What? He looked up, confused. Baron's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. A fragment of Pachongi? Baron stared at Sejin in disbelief. How could a fragment of my martial art be emanating from that boy? The fragment he had been searching for all this time was now inside Sejin. Song Jihan looked up in bewilderment. A fragment of your martial art? What do you mean, master? Beads of sweat formed on Baron's forehead. The Pachongi technique is the martial art you are meant to learn after the limitless technique, he continued, looking at Song Jihan's stunned face. It was the martial art I used when I was at my most notorious, and it was also the martial art of your very first senior. Song Jihan was completely baffled. How on earth could a martial art from 1,000 years ago suddenly appear here? What is happening? Baron was also stumped. I don't know either. Song Jihan thought of Kim Kwai, the boss from Thousand Peaks Lake, and now this incident. How could something from 1,000 years ago appear in the modern era? A giant question mark was plastered on his face. Could it be because of the gates? Song Jihan began to deduce. The gates are rifts, and the highest level ones are entire lands that resemble the Middle Ages or a martial arts world. If the world inside the gate is a world from 1,000 years ago, and if that world is linked to the modern world through the rift, he glanced over at Baron with a probing look. Even as just a soul, I was able to meet Master Mukguk Ja. He's also from 1,000 years ago, so it's possible Sejin acquired the Pachongi fragment this way. Baron looked helpless. I have no idea how this happened. Song Jihan was unfazed. But we can find out right away. He lowered his stance, ready for battle. He's right here in front of us. Sejin's face was contorted in a scowl, the one with the fragment. At that moment, the system announced a side quest to retrieve the fragment of Pachongi. Description: Mukgukja is curious about why a fragment of Pachongi is here. Defeat Saijin and satisfy Mukgukja's curiosity. Success condition. Destroy Saijin's Dantian. Failure condition. Saijin escapes, or his Dantian is not destroyed. Reward. 800,000 tech points. The points required for Pachongi will be reduced by 10 million. Song Jihan's jaw dropped. A C-rank quest with a reward that huge? He looked pleased. Well, I guess I just found another reason to win. Song Jihan faced him with a defiant look. All right then, shall we begin round 2? He suddenly launched himself into the air. So fast his opponent couldn't read his moves. Song Jihan moved like he was using shadow clones, surrounding Li Xin like a whirlwind. He was dizzy and disoriented. What? Is that a secret martial art? No. This was Li Xin, looking up to see dozens of Song Jihans before him, but it was just Song Jihan moving so fast he created after-images. He dashed past, forcing Li Xin to cover his head in a desperate defense. A devastating punch suddenly came crashing down from above Li Xin. He was lucky to escape, as Song Jihan's fist slammed into the ground. Li Xin's face was filled with utter terror. I've had my eye on this guy from the start. Song Jihan glanced over and smirked as if toying with his prey. Song Jihan leaped up, forcing him to dodge left and right. He's intentionally avoiding vital points and holding back his power when attacking. Li Xin clenched his jaw. What? He stood in a defensive stance, spiritual energy surrounding him like a protective shield. He threw a few palm strikes, but they were all blocked by the spiritual energy shield. Li Xin was furious that Song Jihan dared to create after-image clones again. You dare to toy with me? He roared. With this power, I won't lose to anyone. Li Xin flew forward and threw a punch, but only hit the air as his opponent had already moved to the side. There you are. Li Xin once again threw a palm strike into thin air as Song Jihan had effortlessly dodged it. He was fuming, his eyebrows furrowed so tightly they could touch. Li Xin was suddenly struck in the face so fast he didn't even see a shadow. He held his cheek in confusion. He walked up from behind as if nothing had happened and landed another blow on Li Xin's other cheek to even things out. After this balancing act, Song Jihan unleashed a continuous barrage of palm strikes, making his head bob up and down like a spring. The audience in the stands stood up, eagerly watching and cheering non-stop. Li Xin spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Ack! He clutched his bruised face and let out a few groans. Ugh. Li Xin's body couldn't help but collapse to his knees. My whole body is trembling uncontrollably, and cold sweat is soaking my back. I've never experienced this feeling before. I know exactly what it is. He looked at the boy's overwhelming presence and couldn't help but tremble. This is the fear of absolute power. Song Jihan walked step by step closer to Li Xin, as if wanting to slowly savor that pitiful expression. He clenched his fists. Stay away. Don't come any closer. Li Xin roared and threw a punch, yelling, "Get lost!" The boy dodged to the side, causing him to lose his balance and lunge forward. Song Jihan slapped Li Xin hard. His skinny body collapsed backward. The audience gaped, unable to believe the match could be over so quickly. He stood looking down at his face, pressed against the ground amidst the swirling dust. As the referee hesitated, "The match is over," Song Jihan interrupted. "No, it's not over yet," he smirked with amusement. "The match only ends when the opponent surrenders, right?" Song Jihan lifted Li Xin's head. Blood was streaming from his nose, and he had lost a tooth. He swallowed hard. Gulp. The boy smiled warmly. "Finally awake, are we?" Li Xin's eyes widened. "You." Song Jihan calmly replied with a threat. "Remember what I told you when I beat you? The way I deal with people who annoy me." He grabbed his hair tightly. "Now, you should answer me properly, or I'll destroy your Dantian." Li Xin's face was filled with horror. "That hideous power you possess." Song Jihan's reflection was in his eyes. "Who gave it to you?" Li Xin stammered. The person who gave me this power is." While the two were distracted, someone drew a sword and approached. None other than, "What on earth is happening?" Song Jihan turned to look behind him. It was Baron, with a solemn expression, holding a sword across his chest. On the screen, Li Xin was screaming his lungs out. "How do you like my power?" the old man mused. "That power." Baron felt the spiritual energy surging in the arena. Did they also grant the power of destruction to a king-level being? The image of the first awakened one appeared. That power of destruction is a power that can be obtained from those who have transcended the martial arts realm of this world. An incredibly mystical power. At first, I mistook them for monsters in human form and joined the battle. I expected a fierce battle to unfold from the energy they radiated, but their clasped, glowing hands represented either a sincere plea or something more cold-blooded. When the battle broke out, bodies piled up, and the result was a complete defeat. Beads of sweat dotted the old man's forehead. There was no way to win. The difference in level was absolute. How can such a power even exist? Baron, with the look of a defeated man, sat there stunned. Above the sky, there are even greater skies, and above their power are even more powerful beings. Li Xiao raised a hand to give a blessing. "Do you wish to become stronger? I will grant you power, but in return, you must give us something. Are you ready?" The despicable old man bowed his head. "I am willing to do anything." Baron frowned, lost in thought. I am willing to do anything. This power is absolute. However, those individuals all want to hide their identities. The old man looked up at his face, and of course, this power is also kept secret. Moreover, without significant training, one cannot hide their aura. Baron's gaze shifted down to the arena, just like that boy over there. That was the scene on the stage. Li Xin was holding his shoulder, standing in front of Song Jihan, while the referee nonchalantly watched the spectacle. The old man thought, it seems the king must intervene. Baron wondered, it feels like this boy is about to say something foolish. With your abilities, you could have stopped him, couldn't you? The mysterious silver-haired person communicated with his eyes again. Since you are protecting the king, you have a valid reason. The old man retorted, but I cannot take the risk. The mysterious person looked up. Well, why don't we reveal ourselves in this situation? Baron objected. The higher-ups don't want that. The mysterious person agreed. Understood. I'll leave immediately. The old man had a look of disgust. It was clear they were after the demon sword. Baron glanced over with curiosity. What could make them covet it so much? The old man calculated all the possibilities. If I can uncover the secret of that demon sword, I can make them my subordinates. Down in the arena, as Song Jihan was grabbing Li Xin's head, the old man rushed over. Baron drew his sword. How shameless, to continue attacking someone who has lost the will to fight. Will you stop right now? He turned back and asked, You're the one who tore his mouth, aren't you? The old man continued with a self-righteous air. You were my target from the start. If only you hadn't missed. Song Jihan stood up, thinking, even though the king is Li Xin's uncle to the imperial family, he is a future rival. If he wants his son, Choi Tae-min, to win, he has no reason to get involved in this. He glanced at the man clutching his mouth, with drops of blood seeping through his fingers. From the way you tore his mouth apart to stop him from talking, Song Jihan smirked. Is it something about the king? He deduced intently. The imperial family is currently allied with demons. A piece of Peishan is definitely related to the demons of this world. Baron scowled. Your actions are outrageous. Trying to eliminate your opponent in a sacred and righteous match, I saw through your evil nature from the beginning, but I can no longer ignore this, he said sarcastically. Even if you are a king, you have no right to interfere in my match. Old man, just sit quietly and watch. If you continue, then I'll end this quickly. The old man's eyes widened in anger. Baron charged at the arrogant brat. Song Jihan blocked the incoming sword with his hand. The old man's electrical spiritual power surged through, an explosion erupted, and thick smoke and dust obscured the situation inside. The audience was terrified. Oh my god, is that the aura of the so-called 5 kings I've heard about? He commented with a forced smile. Ah, this won't be easy. The 5 kings are a bit too much for me, at least for now, Song Jihan commanded. Open the system status window. Sharp deductions flowed through his mind. My current ability is precisely at the AA rank, having defeated the Apostle of Wind and confronted the demon of this world. Defeating Xinjin Hua was all thanks to my superior martial arts. The system displayed basic information, title, youngest disciple of the hermit and 2 others, name, Song Jihan, age, 18, potential external rank, current AA, unique skill, monarch's martial arts, SSS, dominating steps, B, infinite spear technique, SS, skills, vampire insect art, A, heavenly king's steps, B, heavenly divine martial arts, C, 10 steps, divine fist, K, flying dragon technique, K, myriad poison water, C, 7 piercing steps, K, continuous spear technique, C, traits, plus, the ultimate path, disillusionment with the mundane world, master of the spirit land, S, divine body, SS, and 7 others. Stats, health 286 out of 500, stamina 318 out of 500, strength 234 out of 500, agility 350 out of 500, special items, internal energy 560 out of 1000, mental power 358 out of 500, reputation 8800, fame, influential, hostile, in the 4 great sacred lands, relationships, zen, obedience, fairy, trust, sakura, fear, status, attack power plus 150%, all stats affinity plus 70%, resistance plus 35%, all elemental resistance plus 100%, internal energy recovery plus 15%, the ultimate path, disillusionment with the mundane world, hermit 5, divine body, 0 out of 10 million. Martial arts, 2 ultimate techniques, 0 out of 15 million. Stats, 45. Constitution plus 15, 10 million. Current accumulated points, 27,680,000. Song Jihan fell into deep thought. However, the Hanwhan martial arts cannot be revealed to everyone yet, so he signaled the system. The number of points needed to upgrade a trait is 1 million B. The system displayed the attributes. Health 286 out of 500, stamina 318 out of 500, Strength 234 out of 500. Agility 350 out of 500. Song Jihan looked at the stunned Baron before him. Health 286 out of 500. Stamina 318 out of 500. Strength 234 out of 500. Agility 350 out of 500. His hand gripped the sword so tightly it seemed he wanted to shatter it. Health 286 out of 500. Stamina 318 out of 500. Strength 234 out of 500. Agility 350 out of 500. Song Jihan smirked, confident that victory was in his hands. Health 286 out of 500. Stamina 318 out of 500. Strength 234 out of 500. Agility 350 out of 500. Baron panicked as he watched the sword being crushed in his grip. What the hell? Song Jihan seized the chance to mock him. Surprised? You thought you could just crush me at will? But now we're facing each other as equals. He leaned close to Baron's face. Isn't it obvious? My martial arts are far superior to your lightning technique. The old man roared and swung his sword to strike. You dare play tricks on me? Song Jihan dodged and didn't miss the chance to taunt. Hey, big bro, your uncle is pretty scary. He threatened Li Xin, who was on the ground covering his mouth. Since you won't talk, I guess I can't keep your secret for you. Hearing that, he screamed. I'll tell them I couldn't talk because of my uncle. Song Jihan grabbed Li Xin's collar. I don't think I need to listen to you anymore, Baron yelled. Are you going to stop? From behind, a voice called out, That's enough. He was grabbing his collar, about to blast him to Mars, when he suddenly stopped. John Mu firmly gripped Song Jihan's hand. Isn't that enough? Whispers spread through the crowd, forcing Baron to reluctantly put away his sword. My lord, please stop. It's not proper for an adult to interfere in a children's fight. Seizing the moment, Li Xin cried out. Father, please spare me, spare me. Song Jihan scowled and shot back. I don't want to stop, he roared in anger. Are you defying your own father? He questioned. Have you ever treated me like a son? John Mu froze as if paralyzed. Song Jihan ripped his hand away, as if to sever their worthless father-son relationship. He glared. Can you please take off that fake mask? It's disgusting. You make me sick. Someone in the crowd commented scornfully. No matter what you say, calling him the sixth king is a bit of a stretch. Ha! Yuni shot back. Just you wait. We'll see who's right. Song Jihan violently yanked his hand from John Mu's grasp, as if severing their father-son ties. He glared. Can you please take off that phony mask? It's repulsive. You make me want to puke. John Mu and Baron were stunned, their faces etched with disbelief. Song Jihan demanded, Have you ever once treated me like a father? If you had, you would have fulfilled your responsibilities as a father. He stood up, his presence overwhelming. I never expected anything grand from you. Song Jihan recalled the tragic past when his mother was murdered. He recounted the miserable days of being abused by Choi Minin. Song Jihan bitterly recalled how hard he tried just to get his father's attention. But John Mu had intentionally ignored his desperate attempts to reach out. Song Jihan was exhausted, even when I begged my entire life. He pounded his chest and screamed, You wouldn't even look my way once. You were the one who abandoned me first. John Mu tried to explain, That's... But Song Jihan had already turned away. That's enough. I don't want to hear any more. He said, his face grim. If you chose to be a bystander, the killing intent around Song Jihan intensified, then you will pay the price for that. The system window appeared at that moment. Side quest, retrieve the fragments of Pachon. Success condition, destroy Li Xin's Dantian. Baron sprang up and slashed forward, but Song Jihan dodged it by leaning his head back. Baron slammed his sword down on the arena floor, and a large piece of the wall cracked and broke off. The spectators panicked and started to run. Hey, the arena is collapsing. Hey, Hanju tried to calm everyone down. The arena is reinforced by a protection team. It won't collapse. Please move slowly. Please take your seats. The girl with the bangs ran desperately. Whoa, whoa! She then slipped and tumbled, but she never felt the impact of the fall. A hand had caught her. Junjian had his arm around the waist of the girl with bangs. Are you all right? Are you injured? She answered quietly. No, I'm fine. The girl with bangs clutched her blushing cheeks. Why am I suddenly acting like this? Still, she watched the fight with a worried expression. Junjian stared intently at him, thinking, Please don't get hurt. Baron roared like he'd lost his mind. You scoundrel. Not only were you cruel during the tournament, but you also dared to be disrespectful to a demon king like me. Baron leaped into the sky, preparing to bring his sword down. I'll teach you a lesson today. But his attack was easily anticipated and expertly dodged by Song Jihan. Another massive crack appeared on the arena wall. Song Jihan's lips curled into a smirk as he mumbled, Master, did you see that? The elder frowned. Yes, I saw it quite clearly. Song Jihan stared intently at that bastard, who also possessed a piece of the Ponji. The piece was clearly visible on his hip to his sharp eyes. Baron was frustrated. In the end, he still caused trouble. Even though I warned him, is Song Jihan getting into a fighting stance against that guy? He glanced over and immediately saw Baron's intention. Kanggu roared, How dare you look away? Song Jihan flew over, This is tough. A familiar figure. Chun-Shik suddenly appeared in the arena. He turned back. I wanted to toy with you a little longer. Song Jihan was ready to fight seriously, but it seems that's not possible anymore, because I've confirmed that Choi Kang-gu has a piece of the Ponji. He thought to himself, there's no need to continue this sparring match, and waved his hand. But it would be a shame to just end it like this. The spear stuck in the ground suddenly began to tremble violently, as if some force was acting on it. Song Jihan used his spiritual power to pull the spear from the ground, creating a blinding light. The spear flew right to him. His robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a god descending to earth. Song Jihan leaned back. Let's give the old man a little gift before we end this. He muttered an incantation. The third form of the infinite spear technique. Behind Song Jihan, a dragon made of radiant spiritual power suddenly appeared. Divine Art of Sumeru, Heavenly King's adaptation. Black Dragon Formation. The dragon's head stirred. The Dragon King let out an earth-shattering roar and charged towards Kang-gu like a whirlwind that no one could react to. The old man gritted his teeth. I can't block it. Kang-gu pushed it aside. I have to deflect it. The dragon's body staggered and flew towards the stands, causing the crowd to panic. Chun-Shik moved closer, his spiritual power blowing away the old man's outer coat. The old man drew his sword, the blade flashing along with a gaze so sharp it seemed to see through all things. Chun-Shik drew his sword, causing his spiritual power to shine blindingly. The divine art of the Thunder Heavenly King, sword formation, appeared before the old man, the dragon's scales magnified 100 times over. The ground cracked open, forming a crater. The people who were taking cover slowly raised their heads. Song Jihan stood in the arena. All right, that's enough, everyone. This has caused too much trouble already. His voice echoed throughout the shattered arena. Everyone, disperse. I don't think we can continue the tournament today. Scene changed to an internet cafe, where a computer screen reflects the chaos of the comments section. Keyboard warriors typed furiously. Spear God Song Jihan breaks the bonds of the dragon's power. Is this ruthless approach okay? The terrifying outcome of the succession battle. Some criticized as if they knew everything. So scary. His cruelty is no different from a demon's. Isn't that a form of disrespect to his elders? Their family, after all. Did they really need to go this far? They don't understand what Song Jihan has been through, but they type as if they were part of it. He's being praised by everyone, so he does whatever he wants. Maybe he really joined the demonic sect. We should impose sanctions. Search keywords appeared one after another. Spear God versus Du Huang. Who is stronger? How strong is the Spear God? Song Jihan displays divine power, stands proudly before Do Huang. The sixth king is about to appear. The comments were a chaotic mess. Uni, you were right. Is this place a fortune-telling den? I could quit being an idol and become a fortune-teller. Ju stretched out on the chair, breathing a sigh of relief as if a great weight had been lifted. She grumbled. Even if it was the chairman's order, I can't believe I had to write articles and even add comments. To think we had to resort to media manipulation. Ju pretended to threaten. If you don't give me a bonus, I'm quitting. Minung was unfazed. Don't worry, that won't be accepted. Secretary Nam. Warm sunlight shone down on the hibiscus flowers, along with swaying banana leaves. Song Jihan looked at a text message on his phone. Kim Sa-a. Hello, this is reporter Kim Sa-a. If you see this message, please contact me. He comfortably rested his head on Lam Lam. The world has progressed more than necessary. Now I can't even avoid annoying messages. There's even a network inside the gate. His gaze turned to the system screen, and he raised his hand and pressed the quest section. The system displayed a notification. Side quest. Retrieve the Ponji piece, complete. The reward is being sent. You have earned 800,000 contribution points. The points needed to obtain the Ponji have been reduced by 10 million. Song Jihan scratched his chin, pleased. After taking down Yon Sejin's energy core, the reward is so sweet. Eliminate a bastard and get a reward. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He pondered thoughtfully. Now I just need to win the heavenly tournament, the weapon art that the demons of this world are hunting for. If I can get my hands on it. Song Jihan's eyes suddenly shot open. Wait, he sat up. Master, I have a question. Baron glanced over. What is it? Song Jihan asked worriedly. If Li Xin and Kang Han have fragments of Pashon, does that mean those demons are people from your era? Baron hesitated. I'm not certain. He questioned him. But you said Pashon belongs to my first senior disciple. He explained. I have to see or receive the demon sword to know for sure. Song Jihan was astonished. The demon sword? He stammered. Master? If, just hypothetically, if, Song Jihan proposed a theory. The demons of this world are related to my first senior disciple. What would happen? Baron turned and said, well, in that case, he stated cruelly, you will have to kill them. He retorted, why? That's your disciple. The two beasts looked at each other in confusion. This isn't something we should be hearing, Baron floated. You'll understand when the time comes. An image of a shattered mirror appeared. The fragments of Pashon must never be allowed to surface. If they do, this world will be destroyed, he explained. Baoji, also known as the Blood Heaven technique, is the martial art I once used to drown the world in blood. Baron's face was filled with anguish. Anyone who uses Peishan feels an unquenchable thirst. The more they use it, the more intense the thirst becomes, and only human blood can satisfy it. But only temporarily. He seemed to be sinking into a fiery pit. The next day, the thirst would surge once more, and the heart-craving slaughter would continue to tremble ceaselessly. With the little sanity I had left, I avoided harming ordinary people. Instead, I killed martial artists, from both the righteous sects and the evil cults. It's all a memory, and also Baron's greatest shame. The nickname I received back then is the shame of my life. If I could go back, I would not have created Pashon, he lamented. Only after killing tens of thousands of people did I realize it was an incomplete martial art. Baron was troubled by that bloodthirsty student. Although it was more perfect than any other martial art, the problem lay in the mind technique. The mind technique supporting Baoji couldn't sustain the martial art, leading to the side effect of bloodlust. It's a martial art forbidden by the martial world, on a completely different level from common demonic arts. Song Jihan was terrified. You really taught that kind of art to your disciple. He fanned himself. Luckily, I only passed it down to my first disciple. Baron recounted the story of going into seclusion to pray for his disciple's fortune. My own inner power wasn't enough to handle Pachon, so I immediately chose to retreat into seclusion to atone for sins that heaven could not wash away, and to ensure my first disciple wouldn't follow in my footsteps. I created a new martial art. He pointed directly at him. A form created by combining the divine art of cutting heaven as the foundation with the heavenly horse divine art and the reverse core demonic technique, Baron continued. That is what you call the primordial divine art. A new system notification appeared. Description of the primordial divine art has been updated. Primordial divine art, SSS-Rank, growth type, 5-star. Description: a legendary divine art to which Mu Wook dedicated his entire life. It can control the energy scattered throughout heaven and earth and combines well with any type of martial art. Its foundation is the heavenly horse divine art and the reverse core demonic technique. Effects: energy recovery speed plus 25%, control of heaven-destroying martial energy, magic resistance plus 30%. Song Jihan could only give a forced laugh. Ha, this is basically a cheat. He scratched his chin, intrigued. SSS rank and growth type are quite surprising, since there's a rank even higher than SS. And if it can grow even more, what rank could it possibly reach? Song Jihan wondered. So, what happened after you created the primordial divine art? Baron tried to approach his disciple. I went to find my first disciple to pass on the completed martial art, but things could no longer be undone. But he didn't receive the welcome he expected and was instead stabbed. Although I am a sinner, what happened to my first disciple is also my fault. That first disciple was like a savage beast, showing no mercy for anyone's life. I tried to appease him by taking all the blame on myself. He and the disciple he cherished most had an incredibly fierce battle. Baron lost. Life never goes as planned. Returning to the present, he hesitated. Disciple, if. And this is just an if. The sorrowful Baron uttered the words he most dreaded to believe. If the demons of this world have some connection to my first disciple, can you take care of them? He said dejectedly. This isn't an order. You can refuse if you don't want to. Just consider it the request of an old man. Song Jihan replied, Master. He knelt down, showing his sincerity. I was about to say the same thing. I, your disciple, will certainly carry out your final wish. It is thanks to you that I have become strong. Song Jihan bowed his head with deep respect. In a world where the weak aren't even considered human, you were the one who made me feel human. It was no one else but you. And exterminating the demons who caused my mother's death is what I've longed for my entire life. He smiled happily. So you don't need to make such a request. Besides, I'm your disciple, aren't I, Master? Baron looked at him with an affectionate gaze. Thank you. Seizing the opportunity, Song Jihan suggested. If you're so grateful, you could give me one or two of those pretty items. He brushed it off. Dream on, you little brat. Scene change. The sound of rhythmic counting echoed. 1405, 1406, 1407. Song Jihan approached. Oh, you're really here. Hyo's eyes lit up. Ah, you're here. He sheathed his sword and walked over. You fought really well. Everyone outside is talking about you so much. He acted uninterested. Let them say what they want. Hyo enthusiastically grabbed his hand. As expected, face means nothing to you. I'll train hard to follow in your footsteps. Song Jihan could only force a smile at this excessive enthusiasm. He reminded him. That's right, Hyo. Take this chance to awaken a trait or two, he wondered. So suddenly? How? Song Jihan looked suspicious. Why so many questions? You don't trust me? Hyo shook his head vigorously. No, it's not that. If I don't trust you, who will? He put his arm around his shoulder in a friendly manner. I know you skipped the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament because of me, but I feel bad for not looking after you properly. Just trust me and do your best every day. Got it? He covered his mouth, deeply moved. Yes, I'll try until my last breath. Song Jihan smirked with a cunning look. I guarantee you'll be reborn. Scene changed to a quiet, full moon night. Angry curses echoed from within the mansion. A sword stabbed through a piece of paper on the wall, followed by a roar. Damn it! Kang Yu sat in his chair. Everything is a mess again. The old man's face was distorted with rage. The reputation of our imperial family has gone down the drain. At this point, there's only one way. Kang Yu looked down at his useless son. Taming, you must win the heavenly martial arts tournament. You must obtain the demon sword at all costs. The old man was obsessed with defeating Song Jihan. As for Song Jihan, I'll take care of him. Do you understand? On the wall, a picture of Song Jihan had a sword stabbed through its head like a voodoo doll. The bright sun shone down on a dusty desert. The system window appeared. Your disciple has awakened an AA rank trait. 1 million P has been awarded as a reward. Song Jihan crossed his arms. It took about a day to awaken one trait. Perfect, he asked with a bright smile. Hyo, how's the new trait? Hyo raised his muscular fist. Haha, it's amazing. I've never felt so full of energy. Song Jihan said smugly. Of course, a great trait should feel like that, right? The system notifications flooded in. Descendant of the Du lineage, an AA rank trait. Description. A descendant of the Du lineage who practiced supreme martial arts since ancient times. Although it has faded in modern times, their innate talent for the art of the sword remains. Effect. Adjust sword-related talent to S rank. He scratched his chin, intrigued. Nice. Even Master acknowledged Hyo's talent, so this is well-deserved. Baron appeared. I didn't expect the lineage of the Du sect to continue like this, Song Jihan wondered. Is there really something called the Du lineage in the martial arts world? He explained. Not every clan that uses the sword is part of the martial world. In the era of the Great Goryeo, there were many warrior clans, and the Du lineage was one of them. He had an idea. If the Habuk Peng clan originated from China, then the Du lineage must be from Korea, right? And Hyo is a descendant of the famous Du lineage from Goryeo. Baron nodded in praise. Smart boy. Song Jihan raised an eyebrow, deducing. So, Master, in my opinion, a descendant of the great Du lineage from Goryeo is learning the martial arts of the Habuk Peng clan. From an amateur martial artist. Isn't that funny? He teased. Oh my, look whose disciple is so frighteningly accurate. Baron was pleased. All right, in that case, I must find the martial arts of the Du clan for my disciple. He was overjoyed. Master, you're the best. Song Jihan stepped halfway into the teleportation portal. Well, I'm heading back. Hyo, if you get bored, just fight with them. The skeletons reached out. Wait, they pleaded for help in vain. Master. Hyo, he approached with a murderous expression. Because that's an order from your master. So could you please fight me? Scene change. At the arena, which was completely destroyed the day before, dust and smoke billowed up. A reporter holding a camera couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, this is harsh. The arena is like this, and they still want us to cover this? The reporter next to him signaled, Don't you think this tournament is a joke? They should have prepared better. Look, the leader held up a sword, and the entire group focused their spiritual energy, creating an aura. Every boulder and fragment of the arena was gradually lifted into the air by the spiritual energy. Everything that had been destroyed was now enveloped in spiritual energy and restored. He was stunned. Whoa, what is that, senior? The reporter explained it was a restoration spell. In the Asian region, where martial arts were chosen, they don't have that ability. But in the Western region, where magic was chosen, there are many spells like restoration. The Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament attracts attention from many countries, so they receive support like Western magic. The people in the stands were buzzing. Hey, have you found Song Jihan yet? Someone replied, It's too crowded. I can't see him anywhere. They complained. Damn, I should have just waited at the gate. Even with his hat on, more people are after him than I thought. Song Jihan squeezed through the crowd. Today is the match between Swordmaster Jun Gyeon and Dragon Sword Choi Temin. I thought everyone's attention would be on them. The old master's voice floated down, chiding him. That's why you should have kept your identity a secret. He felt helpless and annoyed. How could I refuse a mission like that, master? Song Jihan opened the door. I just came to watch Jun Gyeon fight. I just need to hold out until then. The people were still searching. Have you found Song Jihan yet? The people in the stands wondered. Is he not coming today? The other person was skeptical. Where could he be? Song Jihan walked to the preparation room and knocked politely. He stepped inside. It was Park Heejin. Heejin greeted him happily. Song Jihan, what took you so long? I've been looking all over for you. Song Jihan calmly replied. I just had a few things to take care of. Where is she? He answered. She went out a while ago. He blinked. Is that so? Then I'll wait for her to come back. From behind, Jun Gyeon pounced on him before anyone could react. She expertly applied a leg chokehold. My dear Song Jihan, I told you to come early, but it seems you didn't listen. Song Jihan cried out desperately. Ah, my arm, my arm. Jun Gyeon smiled brightly. Aren't you worried about your weak older sister? I'm about to fight that shady Choi Temin. He shakily raised his hand in surrender. Weak? Oh, my leg. He's the one who should be worried. Song Jihan shouted helplessly. I'm late because I had to find something to give you. Hearing that, she finally let go. He pushed himself off the floor, struggling to get up. Song Jihan handed her a white cloth. Here, take it. Jun Jian was startled. The scene shifts to a sun-drenched arena filled with the roar of the crowd. Temin and Jun Gion were locked in a fierce sword fight. She taunted him. You look like you're struggling, Temin. Why not just surrender here? He tried to block her blade, his face changing color like a chameleon. Jun Gion swung her sword, but luckily, Temin dodged in time. The next time, he wasn't so lucky. He took the full force of her divine punch. Temin flew into the air like a puppet with its strings cut. The sparks on Jun Gion's hand hadn't faded yet, as he quickly covered his head, retreated, and planted his sword to stop his momentum. She advanced again with a sharp slash, but it missed. The audience in the stands roared. Ha! Look at that! What a pathetic sight! They mocked him mercilessly. Even the legendary dragon sword can fall. A blow was dodged. Damn it. Temin could only defend. Damn it! Damn it! He gritted his teeth. I can't lose here. Temin was determined to win. He swung his sword, resolved to obtain the demon sword. But a punch to the face woke Temin from his daydream. Jun Jian stood over him, looking down at the defeated man. Aw, giving up already? She didn't hold back her taunts. I was just getting started. Jun Jian gave a friendly smile. I made a promise to Doha. I'm going to beat you for Doha's sake. Temin clenched his fists. You people hold a grudge longer than I thought. Then he played dirty, throwing a handful of sand in her eyes when no one was looking. She clutched her eyes and screamed, Ah, my eyes. The audience roared. Hey, that's a dirty move. Someone cursed. Fight fair. Jun Gion clutched her eyes, but her hand still gripped her sword, refusing to give up. She snapped her eyes open, her eyes bloodshot. Radiating killing intent, Jun Gion flew forward. Did you think I'd let you run? She stabbed him in the chest, giving him no chance to dodge this time, and fresh blood gushed out, staining his shirt crimson. Jun Gion yanked the sword out, splattering blood everywhere. She said scornfully, Ah, it's true. I'm no match for you. Jun Gion sheathed her sword. I was planning to beat you more pathetically, but I didn't expect it to end so quickly. Temin gave a bitter laugh. Haha, you must be very disappointed, she muttered. Unlucky bastard. He clutched his wound, but his face wore the expression of a winner. But don't think this is the end. A long needle shot out from the pommel of Temin's sword. Jun Gion turned back. What? The needle shot straight towards her eyes, causing her pupils to contract. At the same time, the system announced, Advanced Protection Talisman activated. Jun Jian was surprised. The system explained, a protective energy shield has been created to defend against external threats. She thought back to the thing Song Jihan had given her. The silver needle pierced straight through the talisman. The amulet's protective power was depleted, and the talisman gradually vanished into thin air as if it had never been there. Dong Yun looked up at the stands, where two very familiar figures were. Hyuk Jin stomped his foot in frustration. Hey Choi Tae-min, you coward. Just wait until this tournament is over. You'll get what's coming to you. She smiled charmingly. He's so intense, my heart is about to melt. Tae-min stammered, unable to form words. Protective energy. He looked up with a horrified expression. It really is. How could you create an energy shield? You're only A rank. Without letting him say another word, she struck him on the head with the hilt of her sword. Tae-min collapsed to the ground like a beached fish, leaving a large crater in the arena floor. Dong Yun sneered. You bastard. Someone like you isn't even worthy of my blade. The referee's voice echoed through the stadium. The match is over. The winner is Swordmaster Baek Dong Yun. Hyuk Jin pouted in annoyance. Sigh, what a shame. I thought I'd get to crush Choi Tae-min with my own hands. Song Jihan suggested. Then just lose. You two might meet in the loser's bracket. He scratched his chin. That sounds like a plan. Hyuk Jin seemed to remember something. Wait a minute. I was wondering, if you advance, how will the next round play out? He calmly replied, right now, it's just me, you, Hanju, and the others. Plus Dong Yun. The next round is the quarterfinals. At this point, the two of them suddenly panicked. We're going to have to fight each other? Hyuk Jin shot up as if on a spring. There's no more time to mess around. He gritted his teeth in frustration. No wonder Hanju didn't come watch the match with me and locked herself in the training room instead. Go play somewhere else, she said. Humph, fine. I'm never asking you to come with me again. That brat, Hanju. Hyuk Jin ran off like the wind. Song Jihan. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to train hard. Song Jihan waved. Good luck. He scratched his head, thinking. It makes sense for Hanju and Hyuk Jin. They both want to win the tournament. After all, Song Jihan quickly corrected himself. But that doesn't mean I'm going to give up. He crossed his legs leisurely. Well, Hyuk Jin, you've been through this once before. Keep it up. At a school with a vast campus, the sound of cicadas buzzed everywhere. In the hospital room, through the clear glass, a pair of legs could be seen twitching slightly. Tae-min and Taeho sat near each other. The atmosphere was extremely tense. He hung his head low. Dad, I'm sorry for losing to a girl. Tae-min was stunned. I never expected Baek Dong Yun to use a protective energy shield, and I didn't expect her to reach A rank so quickly. Kang Gyu dismissed it. No, what that kid used wasn't a protective energy shield, the old man said grimly. You were too distracted to notice. It was a one-time use item. He clenched his fists. Impossible! Taming felt a surge of humiliation. I spent a fortune on that Yizhu martial arts manual, and yet I lost in terms of both skill and preparation? Teardrops trickled down his face. A complete failure. I'm so resentful, so resentful. Dad? Suddenly, someone pushed the door open without any warning. Kangyu yelled. I said no one was allowed to enter. Moonba-in introduced himself softly. It is I, a humble monk. The old man quickly shot up. My apologies. I thought it was one of my subordinates. Kangyu greeted the Buddhist monk at the door. Monk Moonba-in, Taming wondered. Dad, who is he? The old man ordered. Even if it hurts, try to sit up and greet him. He is my benefactor. The young man stood up and bowed respectfully. I failed to recognize such a respectable person. My name is Choi Tae-min. Moonba-in replied. A pleasure to meet you. The old man patted his head. It's been a while, so I stopped by to greet you, Sir Kangyu. But why is our young master looking so down? Tae-min hung his head, as if suffering a great injustice. It's just that I worked so hard to win the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. But it was all for nothing. I wanted to fulfill my father's orders to obtain the demon sword. Moonba-in stroked his beard. Ha! The demon sword is also what we have been searching for all this time. What a coincidence! The old man chuckled. Sir Kangyu, you truly are a man of foresight. Kangyu was terrified. If the Divine Power Clan discovers that the Emperor Clan is hiding the demon sword, the Emperor Clan is finished. He reluctantly blurted out. I intended to offer it as a symbol of loyalty, but my son has failed, and I am deeply ashamed, Moonba-in said. Ha! There's no need to feel so guilty. How can worldly affairs always go according to mortal desires? The old man added, but because of your sincerity, this humble monk will bestow a gift upon the young master. Kangyu was puzzled. The monk fumbled inside his robe. You must know that this is an especially precious item. The old man cackled, tilting his head 180 degrees. Do not forget to be grateful to the one who has granted this to us. The scene changes. Early in the morning, the sky was clear, and sunlight reflected through the glass window of Song Jihan's building. It was the morning of the quarterfinals. He stretched after a good night's sleep. Song Jihan took his coffee cup to the window for some fresh air. Wow, the weather is so nice today. He closed his eyes to enjoy it. A perfect day to claim the demon sword. Song Jihan turned around, stunned, upon hearing the door open. Hanju's eyes were glued to him, her expression unchanging even though she had just barged into his room. Song Jihan leaped onto the bed and wrapped himself in a blanket. Holy crap, how did you get in here? She replied nonchalantly. I broke the door. You wouldn't believe it. If you broke the door, you're paying for the repairs. Hanju stepped inside. That's not important right now. She grabbed his hand tightly, pleading desperately. Hanju bowed her head and shouted, Help me, Song Jihan. She dropped a bombshell that left him stunned. The tournament's grand prize, the demon sword, has been stolen. The door was hastily taped up, and Song Jihan's voice could be heard from inside. To summarize, he adjusted his collar. We think the demon sword was stolen last night. You just found out and are now investigating potential suspects. Hanju replied. That's right. Song Jihan ran a hand through his hair, exasperated. Who in the world would be crazy enough to do this? Baron guessed. It must be them. He looked up. Huh? The old man had a grim expression. The creatures you call demons are from another world, and they will do anything to get the demon sword. That's our first lead. Song Jihan clenched his fists. So treacherous. They should have fought fair and square. How dare they steal what's mine? Baron commented. Truly despicable. A question came through the phone. We need to bring it back, right? Hanju replied. Yes, I've already told Jihan. Yes, Baron said resolutely. Of course. We can't let those demons get their hands on the demon sword, he asked Hanju. Do you know what's happening with the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament? She guessed. I think they're in a meeting about it right now. Song Jihan proposed a solution. First, we need to make sure the tournament isn't postponed. We have to do some damage control first. He came up with an idea. Hanju, can you suggest to the chairman that they change the prize? Tell him it was my idea. Scene change to a pitch-black room with no lights on. Mindung announced grimly. We've been informed that the Tyrant clan will not be participating. He sat before a packed meeting room. To everyone present here, I assume you all know about last night's incident. I'll get straight to the point. Min Zheng stated his intention. We are considering postponing the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. What are your thoughts? One leader agreed. I support it. Others discussed. An item from the Black Gate was stolen. Retrieving it should be a higher priority than the tournament, shouldn't it? John Seop offered his opinion. Even if we postpone the tournament, we should still award a prize to the most talented student. At the very least, we need to uphold this rule. It will help quell the students' dissatisfaction. After a moment of thought, he also agreed. It's also good for calming the media's criticism. Someone whispered, but what should we give? Zhang called softly from behind. Chairman Min Sheng put the phone to his ear. Hanju, what is it? Yes, the meeting is still in progress. He nodded. I understand. Mindung clapped his hands to stop the increasingly loud discussions. Gentlemen, your attention, please. He smiled and proposed a solution. What do you think about making the Blood Gods map the new prize for the tournament? Zhang agreed. I think that's a good idea. After all, you're the one in charge of the tournament, Chairman. We're just here to offer suggestions. Someone looked bewildered. The Blood Gods map? Someone quickly explained. It's an artifact from the Black Gate, but it's just a piece of paper that we know nothing about. In the end, everyone agreed. So, with unanimous consent, it was decided that the new prize for the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament would be the Blood Gods map. The sky was crystal clear, with skyscrapers reaching for the clouds. Inside the museum, inspection staff paced back and forth with grim faces, and cameras were everywhere. Ji Gu meticulously inspected every nook and cranny of the artifact, not missing a single detail. He jerked his head up, as if he had heard a suspicious noise. Zhang turned around irritably. What is it? Is that you? Song Jihan feigned innocence. Huh? What are you talking about? Feeling embarrassed, the man turned away and muttered, I must be imagining things. He gritted his teeth and shoved Lam Lam back. Lam Lam, you! Song Jihan grabbed its blue fur. I told you to stay still. We were almost exposed, but it still hyperactively lunged forward. Goga! The invisibility artifact that he had worked so hard to acquire. I had a hard time getting this invisibility artifact by asking the Gold Coin Clan. I will use it carefully. The time limit is short, and it's single use only, so we have to move fast. Baron chuckled. There must be some precious magic stones on display here. It was like heaven for Lam Lam. Song Jihan struggled to hold on to it, this greedy little guy. The iron door slammed shut just as he carried Lam Lam and ran outside. Song Jihan breathed a sigh of relief. Just in time. He looked towards the empty lot in front of him. This is the back corridor of Building 3. Where could it be hidden? Song Jihan picked it up. Lam Lam, Lam Lam. Stop scratching. Come on. He put it down to let it sniff out the trail. Now, find the energy that's similar to my inner power around here. If this goes smoothly, I'll give you a magic stone. A man and a fox walked side by side, moving forward to investigate. But after walking for a long time, they found nothing suspicious. Continuing forward like this isn't good. Song Jihan grew anxious. Lam Lam, where on earth are you going? Lam Lam stopped at a certain spot and started barking loudly. Woof, woof, woof. An ancient temple with hundreds of steps appeared before his eyes. Song Jihan was puzzled. According to the map, this is in Wangsan in Zhongno. There's a temple here? It's not on the map? He tilted his head and asked Lam Lam if it was sure this was the right place. They walked up to the temple and asked quietly, Monk, are you here? Song Jihan called out louder. Is anyone here? But there was no echo, so he felt dejected. There's nothing here. Seeing Lam Lam scratching at the door, Song Jihan also became curious. Is there something inside? The temple door opened and sunlight streamed in, making the space feel alive. He was surprised. Huh? Oh my god. Inside the temple was a glowing green barrier. So there was a reason they secretly built this temple. The system displayed a notification. This is a closed gate. Force it open? Yes or no? Song Jihan put his hands in his pockets. So the faint trail led here. It nodded. Go, go, go. He placed his hand on the barrier. Well then, I should go see the faces of the ones who stole from me, the system chimed. Forcibly opening the gate, the notifications were non-stop. The gate has been forced open. Before Song Jihan's eyes was now a temple even larger than before. A red zone gate. Song Jihan stared at the sanctuary, completely stunned. Whoa, this place is magnificent, he pondered thoughtfully. It seems the monsters of the 4 great sanctuaries are still relaxing. It looks like this has nothing to do with them. Baron furrowed his brow. Gyansa, sounds familiar. Song, Jihan asked. Do you know it? He seemed lost in thought, uncertain. I feel like I've heard of it before, but it was a very long time ago. Everything is hazy now. We have to go inside and see, Baron warned. Are you trying to provoke a master like me? You're not old enough for that. Say one more word if you want to die. At Gyeun Nasa, Song Jihan, Baron, and Lam Lam slowly entered the temple, acting as naturally as if they owned the place. He looked around curiously. Whoa. I've seen a lot of medieval architecture and ruins from gates, but this is the first time I've seen Chinese-style architecture. It feels more like I'm on a trip to China than entering a gate. Baron also glanced around. I knew it once I got in here. This is exactly the place I was thinking of. Song Jihan was curious. What kind of place is this? Baron explained. This is the residence of assassin monks who make a living by killing people. He strode forward. I thought Shaolin monks wouldn't even harm an ant. This isn't the Shaolin Temple, right? He explained further. They are actually heretics from the Shaolin Temple. You could say it's from the era when your master was still alive. Song Jihan's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. What? He monologued with an incredibly intellectual expression. The era of my master? How is that possible? Ah, that's right. If gates can open just like in novels, then perhaps we can awaken. Gates, and then status windows. Perhaps anything is possible. Song Jihan came to a conclusion. If it's from your time, then it's clear the ghost sword thieves are related to you. Baron immediately agreed. Correct. We can't let them keep the ghost sword. After walking for a while, they arrived at a door guarded by a monk. Of course. The monk pointed his staff directly at the 3 of them. Who's there? They yelled. I asked who you are. Answer me. He smirked. Who am I? Song Jihan used his spiritual power to pull the staff. I'm the owner of the thing you thieves just took. The sound of rushing footsteps echoed, getting closer and closer to the three of them. Nearly 100 monks ran over as reinforcements for the other two. They formed a circle, surrounding them. Every single one of them pointed their wooden staff at him. One of them sneered, "A lowly awakened being like you dares to set foot in Gyeonsa? How foolish," Baron wondered. What's going on? Why aren't they attacking? Song Jihan was also speechless. He put on a respectful act. These guys are from several thousand years ago, right? As a polite Korean, I'm torn between respecting my elders. Or not. Baron had an ugly expression on his face. I should have used formal language from the start. Now I kind of regret it. Baron repeatedly hit him. Respect these barbarians? You fool, you're getting on my nerves. You rotten brat. Song Jihan jumped up and down, showing no respect for his elder. That hurts. The monks couldn't see the immortal elder, so they just stared at him like he was insane. Is he talking to himself? They exchanged glances. Is that guy crazy or what? The system displayed a notification. Side quest. Retrieve the 2-star Pa fragment. Description. Mu-uk is displeased that the Junaka soldiers also possess Panji fragments. They are lowly creatures who kill without hesitation. Eliminate them to appease the worries of the Muchak family. Success condition. Eliminate all owners. Failure condition. Letting even one owner survive. Reward. 350 million P. Techie reward. Reduce the techie points needed for Pyenge by 40 million. Song Jihan was stunned. How many points does Pyenge even need for the reward to be 40 million points? He slung the spear over his shoulder. Oh, you want to join the fight too? Song Jihan was ready to fight. Alright, let's see how strong our Lam Nam has become. The monks also charged forward. Brothers, we've waited long enough. Send them back to their maker. It suddenly lunged forward, biting down hard on the most eager monk. The remaining monks were terrified when they saw Lam Lam's massive form, a demonic beast. He looked at the flawed formation in front of him. Thanks to Lam Lam, there's an opening in the 18 Arhats formation. I have to exploit this weakness. Song Jihan dashed forward quickly, passing through the broken Bagua circle. The system announced a skill, using the Heavenly Demon King's footwork technique. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A stream of spiritual energy swirled around him. The approaching monks were sent flying by the blast of spiritual power. Blown away, he immediately dug his feet in, preventing himself from sliding further. They didn't rest for long and jumped right back up, gritting their teeth and raising their staffs. The monks surrounded him from all sides, leaving Song Jihan no room to retreat. He struggled to block the fierce attack from the monk in front of him. From behind, another one launched a sneak attack. Song Jihan glanced over and dodged it. Next came attacks from hundreds of monks. His eyes widened at the overwhelming numbers. Song Jihan gritted his teeth, only able to defend, unable to find a suitable counterattack. He clutched his side and remarked, "They're truly on another level." In front of Song Jihan was a long line of monks with surging killing intent. One-on-one might not be as tough as Kang Ju, but with these numbers, it's even more terrifying. If Lam Lam hadn't taken one out before we started, that 18 Arhats formation would have been a huge headache. He gripped his spear with a determined look. I have to end this before reinforcements arrive. Song Jihan closed his eyes, gathering spiritual energy for his spear technique. Third form, Black Dragon form. The spear lit up with green electrical currents. His eyes also blazed as if he were summoning something. A green dragon gradually ascended into the sky, roaring. It charged forward, causing the monks to scatter like a broken beehive. Their eyes widened in shock. Impossible. How can a lowly being like him use the spear technique of the war god? A monk screamed in despair, not noticing that Lam Lam had crept up behind him. Hurry! We have to inform Elder Munba-in. It took a bite out of him, making the scene even bloodier. A moment ago it was chaotic and noisy, but now only the buzzing of flies remained. He stood with his spear amidst hundreds of corpses. The metallic smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. One monk was still trying to gasp out, Elder Munba-in, but a blow to the back of his neck silenced him, and he stopped moving. Song Jihan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Is it over? Lam Lam was happy. Woof woof. He bent down and patted the little fox's head. Good job, Lam Lam. You've gotten so much stronger. Song Jihan waved his hand. Now, let's go get what we came for. The system notifications flooded in. Absorbing raw energy with vampire demon art. Internal power +1. Absorbing Panj fragment. Internal power +1. He absorbed the energy. 1 internal power point per person, so about 18 in total. Not bad. His eyes turned incredibly sinister. Just then, a pair of feet in black cloth shoes appeared before him. The final, strongest monk had appeared. It's time for the final boss to show up, isn't it? Munba-in closed his eyes, his expression calm, exuding an unusual serenity. He snapped his eyes open, veins popping on his face as he saw the other monks lying still. The door to the shrine appeared, gray and emitting a gloomy aura. Munba-in's eyes were half closed as he gently opened the door and entered, holding his staff. On both sides were rows of monks, bowing their heads respectfully. Mun Ba-in reverently stepped forward to perform the ceremony. "Oh, you have returned. Oh, Great One, please save this humble mortal." He gripped the staff tightly as a stream of light gradually spread out, and he reverently offered it up. Finally, a miraculous spiritual energy surged within the staff. "At last, I have obtained the Apocalypse Blade." Oh, heavens! His tears flowed like a waterfall. "It's been too long. We've struggled so much to find it." The image of the immortal elder appeared, along with the immensely powerful staff, the Blade of Revelation, a special weapon used by the Blood God who shook the heavens, the master of his majesty. Even the emperor of the continent was afraid of it. People knelt in reverence before this treasure that his majesty painstakingly sought. The seemingly simple staff concealed mysterious powers. If the Blood God hadn't betrayed his majesty, it would have rightfully belonged to him. Mun Ba-in placed that mysterious staff where it belonged. To think he found it in another world, more than 1,000 years in the future, in a filthy place called Korea, originating from the ancient Goriel bloodline. All efforts to search the Central Plains had been in vain. The old man knelt, but his face was beaming. Now, if his majesty crosses over to this world. Suddenly, a shout interrupted Mun Ba-in's train of thought. "Senior brother Mun Ba-in." The old man turned his head. "What is it, junior brother Hyun Mu?" The other man frantically reported, "There's an intruder in the Dragon God Temple." The group of bowing monks also looked up with shocked expressions. Mun Ba-in glared. "An intruder? How could an outsider get in here? It must be one of us. I've checked several times. They are ordinary awakeners." The old man's mind was in a whirl. Even though the gate had opened and the path to Kunlun and the Crack Temple was successfully established, only those from the martial arts world should know of this place. Mun Ba-in strode forward hastily. "We must identify them. Lead the way." Lam Lam was baring its fangs and growling as if it had sensed the approaching danger. Song Jihan called out in confusion, "Lam Lam." He glanced over and immediately understood the situation. Oh, an old man and a monk were approaching. "So it's him?" Song Jihan assessed him objectively. He seemed quite strong. The old immortal immediately folded his fan. "So you're the one behind the blood crane?" Song Jihan asked. "You know him?" The old man raised an eyebrow and explained. "He used to be the one who followed the first disciple around like a little chick." Song Jihan asked, "Is he strong?" The old immortal didn't seem to think much of the old man. "He's probably the weakest among the first one's subordinates," Song Jihan observed carefully. From what he could see, the man seemed at least as strong as the sword god, an S-rank Awakener. He then deduced that what his master said when they first met was true, that Awakeners are much weaker than the martial artists of his master's era. Mun Ba-in's eyes flew open, his long eyebrows arching sharply. He asked his disciple Hyun Mu with restraint, "Is what I'm seeing really happening?" Hyun Mu hesitated. I see him too." Mun Ba-in looked at the blood before him and understood. So the pools of blood from his disciples, the layers of their robes, the patches of blood soaking the entire courtyard. He roared like a mother bear losing her cub. "How dare you?" Mun Ba-in screamed in fury. "You beast! How dare you kill my disciples?" Mun Ba-in's piercing scream was jarring to Song Jihan's ears. "I'll tear you to pieces and feed you to the beasts." The old man stomped hard on the stone tiles to launch himself, shattering them. Then Mun Ba-in's aged body shot forward with an agility that rivaled any young man's. The old man intended to land a devastating palm strike. Mun Ba-in poured all his power into this attack. Blood Lotus Palm, but Song Jihan immediately unleashed his own technique. Infinity Spear, first form, demon slaying. The two of them clashed fiercely, neither giving an inch. And yet, by some miracle, the old man Mun Ba-in managed to hold on. He quickly blocked the spear that was about to finish him off. Song Jihan thrust his spear, sending the old man flying back. Suddenly, Song Jihan pulled his weapon back. "What the?" Mun Ba-in took advantage of the opening and prepared his next attack. Song Jihan managed to block the attack with his spear in time. However, his young body couldn't quite withstand the power of the old man's experienced physique. Even though he defended with the primordial divine art, he still suffered internal injuries. The old immortal appeared and said, "Calm yourself. It's not over yet." Mun Bu Taifei flew in as fast as lightning and launched a palm strike. He decisively unleashed a powerful spiritual energy attack, sending Song Jihan flying off the edge. Even a talent like him was helpless before this fierce palm strike. Suddenly, a giant bolt of blue lightning shot down from the sky, striking the grand hall. It turned out Lam Lam knew its young master was in danger and had come to the rescue. It grabbed Song Jihan and flew off, temporarily hiding behind a cliff. The old man Mun Ba-in was left all alone in the deserted grand hall. The old man was furious that his opponent had disappeared in the middle of a heated fight. "I'll rip you in half! I know you're not dead yet!" Mun Ba-in yelled. "Get out here now!" Over here, Song Jihan also landed safely. He asked worriedly, "Lam Lam, are you okay?" It put on a sad expression, which made Song Jihan restless. "What are you thinking about?" He recalled the moment Lam Lam saved his life. It had blocked the fist that even he couldn't properly defend against. But before it could show its true power, Song Jihan had immediately stopped it. What if I hadn't pulled you back in time? He could only advise the angry little fox in front of him. That can't be allowed to happen. You could have been killed. It seemed Song Jihan was ready to charge in again. I'll handle this, so wait for me at the gate, okay? Lam Lam was shocked. He then lifted the little fox and chanted a spell. He summoned a portal, and just like that, poor Lam Lam had to return to where it belonged. Song Jihan also picked himself up after the setback. It had been a long time since he was beaten to this extent. This is the first time since my regression. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he was still full of himself. But running away doesn't suit me at all. Manhwa casually walked over with a condescending look. I don't know what you're muttering about, but before you die, I have one question for you. The old man's face darkened. How did someone like you learn the martial arts of the martial god? Are you like us? Song Jihan was bewildered. Like you? Manhwa affirmed with absolute certainty. The move you just used was definitely the Phantom Annihilation technique. Song Jihan coldly replied, what's that got to do with you? But the old man persisted. Of course, it has something to do with me. Manhwa explained in detail. The technique of the martial god is the technique of the blood demon heaven. It was only then that Song Jihan finally understood. He wondered, Master, just how many names do you have? The old master, having been hit where it hurts, could only turn his face away to avoid the question. Did I not tell you? That's the name the martial artists gave me during my prime. Song Jihan kept repeating the old master's old name for a while. Blood demon heaven. Blood demon. Then he managed to be optimistic even in this situation. This isn't going to turn into one of those scenarios where the blood demon's map leads to your secret hideout, is it? The master played dumb. Really? Song Jihan was bewildered. Master, I never thought you had such a deep connection with those upper echelon scumbags, he yelled. So when I chose a path between the path of the martial god, the path of infinity, and the path of heavenly annihilation, were all those paths just linked to your different names? His master could only stand there, scratching his head. You could say that. Song Jihan was a bit confused. So if I had chosen the path of heavenly annihilation, would I have started with the heavenly annihilation technique? If it was all you, then why did you even ask me to choose? He casually chatted with his master, paying no mind to Manhwa, standing right in front of him. You know what, master? The old master was puzzled. What are you trying to say? Song Jihan confided. After facing that man, the blood demon, I realized something. He gripped his spear tightly. Now I can truly feel that you are the greatest martial artist of all time. Then Song Jihan stood up again after his fall. Even if my inner power is insufficient, even without the heavenly annihilation technique, I'll be fine. He just went and provoked the old man. With the greatest master of all time by his side, what was there to fear? The system continuously flashed red. A powerful demonic energy is approaching. Manhwa kept using the same old move, moving far back to gain momentum. The blood demon palm. Song Jihan once again couldn't withstand the heat of the surrounding spiritual energy. He still swiftly moved through each layer of spiritual energy and rushed forward, intending to strike the old man with his palm. In that instant, a circle swirled in the middle of Manhwa's body as if it was torn apart, causing Song Jihan's spear to pass right through. The old man suddenly appeared, looming from behind him. Before he could even counterattack, he was blinded by a flash of light. The old master in the air could only urge him, that's the one-hit technique. Dodge it. Manhwa unleashed a stream of spiritual energy directly at Song Jihan. He froze for a few moments. Song Jihan's right arm ached intensely, while his left arm began to bleed. The master sternly warned his hasty disciple, at your current level, you can't defeat the blood demon. It's wisest to wait for an opportunity. And yet, Song Jihan flatly rejected his master's advice. No, he was determined to defeat the old man no matter what. If he's already found the heavenly shrine, then he can also find the forbidden grounds of the 4 sacred sanctuaries. Song Jihan picked himself up from where he fell. I can't let him endanger you, master, and your followers. He gripped his spear tightly, determined to fight to the end. Even if my body shatters, even if the internal energy from my unified martial arts is disrupted, Song Jihan controlled the seething spiritual energy. I will not give up. Infinite Spear, second form. Manhwa squeezed his eyes shut. This is the extreme light from the martial god's spearmanship. Hyunmu, who was with him, rushed towards brother Manhwa. He ran to provide support. I'll get him. Song Jihan's eyes flew open, veins popping on his forehead, as the battle began to reach its climax. Hyunmu thrust his palm into the middle of his chest. His arm pierced through his body. Fresh blood gushed out. A deep red puddle formed at Song Jihan's feet. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. His chest was covered in bruises, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Baron was flustered, not knowing what to do. Disciple, wake up. Song Jihan struggled to open his eyes. You have to stay conscious. Master. He fell into a space that felt like a thought bubble. Am I dying? I remember the first time I died. The loved ones Song Jihan cherished most gradually appeared. I was so scared back then. Ah, so this is what they call your life flashing before your eyes. How wonderful. Every moment of my life is being replayed in full view. His eyes were vacant, as if he had lost his soul. In every one of those moments, whether he was trying his hardest or facing difficulties, Baron was by his side. He was also there for all the fun times and moments of happiness. Master was always with me. Even when I made friends or found someone I loved, Baron was always right there with me. He gave him affectionate looks, treating him with the same care as his own son, Master. Baron's image appeared before his eyes. Song Jihan wanted to etch that image into his memory forever. The image gradually blurred. I wish I had treated him better. He slowly sank into a dream. Thank you for everything. His master, Baron, chided affectionately. Thank you for what, you idiot? He used his hands to control Song Jihan's body. It's not your time yet, but right now, there's no other choice. That foolish disciple, Hyun-Moo, just stood there, staring at the motionless body on the floor. It seemed as if Song Jihan was completely unresponsive to the world around him. Hyun-Moo glared. Is he dead? He gave up so easily. I was just avenging my fallen disciples. Suddenly, the corpse stood up like a demon. Moonba-in saw this and was terrified, thinking he had seen a ghost. Hyun-Moo also turned around, a look of utter shock on his face. He screamed in despair. Hyun-Moo's spiritual energy surged like a tsunami, terrifying Moonba-in. Stay away from him! Song Jihan's eyes snapped open, now completely white and shot with red veins. A brilliant light flared, blinding everyone. From deep within the shrine, a call seemed to awaken, and the tightly shut doors were forced open by an invisible force. The staff of power flew into the air. It was surrounded by a radiant spiritual energy. The staff slowly cracked apart in large chunks as a terrifying power pressed down on the entire shrine. An explosion rang out, tearing through the silent night sky. A plume of gray smoke rose into the air. The old man was horrified to see a pool of blood on the ground, but Hyun-Moo's body was nowhere to be found. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Moonba-in's eyes. My disciple, Hyun-Moo. The fresh blood on the ground proved that something had devoured him whole. The old man froze as if his pressure points had been struck. How could this be? The heavenly annihilation artifact is still intact. Thoughts raced through Moonba-in's mind. How can this mediocre awakened one possess his energy? The old man took a fighting stance, crouching slightly to defend. Moonba-in closed his eyes to sense the aura of energy present at the shrine, then snapped his eyes open and looked up. Demonic energy. Reacting with that guy's heavenly annihilation. An arrow guided by spiritual energy shot forward like lightning, glowing brightly as it cut through the air. Its every detail became clearly visible. Moonba-in trembled. I must stop him from obtaining the demonic energy. The old man rushed forward alongside the arrow, his eyes blazing with fury. Die! Song Jihan's small figure stood rooted to the spot before the old man's overwhelming spiritual energy. A giant Buddha's hand suddenly came down, crushing the entire area. That patch of land instantly exploded. Countless trees and the earth itself were incinerated in just a few seconds. The shape of the hand was clearly imprinted on the ground. Moonba-in coughed violently. Only now did the old man experience what defeat felt like. Impossible. This can't be happening, Baron spoke through Song Jihan. He was also the one controlling the spear, preparing to attack Moonba-in, a lowly awakened one. The master controlled the spear through the boy's body, and Song Jihan's hand gripped the weapon tightly. Then, a fierce spiritual energy erupted from where he stood. The old man was blinded by the light. My eyes. After that, Song Jihan swiftly charged forward with the spear. He launched a spiritual energy-infused palm strike at Moonba-in, but the old man was quick on his feet and swiftly dodged the attack. A bolt of spiritual energy zipped past Moonba-in's nose. Enraged, the old man decided to teach Song Jihan a lesson. Moonba-in used his old trick, leaping back to gain distance. His completely white, emotionless eyes widened. His body was once again controlled by Baron. Song Jihan landed with steps that shook heaven and earth. Dominating Steps B has been awakened. Dominating Steps B has evolved into a new martial art. The name of Dominating Steps B has been changed to Infinite Dominating Steps SS. The old man instinctively turned, but he had already closed in right behind Moonba-in, getting closer and closer to the old man's pale white head. With a single palm strike, Song Jihan sent Moonba-in flying. The old man took his last breaths. Moonba-in stared blankly at the spear before him. He tremblingly touched the spear, then mustered his last ounce of strength to grip it tightly. Song Jihan's resentful voice sent a chill down Moonba-in's spine. I can't let you continue this. His very being spoke the resentment in his heart on his master's behalf. For the disciples of Hyun-Moo, only then did the old man understand everything. For his majesty, Moonba-in let out a sinister smile. I will drag you to the next life with me. The cliff suddenly exploded. Thick smoke enveloped the area. Song Jihan was as tenacious as a leech. He stood majestically over the body of the bearded old man he had just defeated. Moonba-in had no strength left to get up. He looked down, staring at the feeble body. It's time to meet your ancestors. The old man still tried to curse a few words. Monster. Song Jihan continued to strike until Moonba-in shut his mouth, and the old man screamed in fear. No. His aged eyes finally began to shed tears. Your Majesty. In just a moment, the entire scene became more silent than ever. The cunning old man, Moonba-in, had been beaten into oblivion, leaving only his clothes and a pool of blood on the ground. The orb of fire filled with his power slowly flew towards him. You have absorbed a fragment of Pongi. Your inner energy has increased by 15. Side quest. Retrieve Pongi. Fragment 2. Complete. Reward. 3.5 million B. Reward. Techie points required for Pongi reduced by approximately 40 million. Song Jihan stood dumbfounded in the desolate space, as the dark energy surrounding his spear also gradually faded. The spear fell to the ground, and Song Jihan could no longer move. He collapsed onto the ground as the immortal elder flew over. You did well to endure the destructive aura. He comforted him. Rest now, my disciple. His weary eyes slowly closed. Scene changed to an icy cliff, where Heel is concentrating on practicing his spirit sword under a waterfall. Taegu suddenly appeared, interrupting him. He spoke in a leader's tone. My junior, how's the training going? Heel was surprised. Taegu Nim. Taegu immediately put on airs. Come on, you don't need to use Nim between us. Nim is used to show respect, often for someone older, and yet Hiso remained polite. But you are Master Song Jihan's first companion. Taegu humbled himself. Hey, I'm not that kind of nice monster. Hiso was also left speechless by that statement. His tone of voice didn't match his words at all. Hiso wondered. But why did you suddenly come here? Taegu said caringly. I think it's time for you to go home. It's getting very late. Only then did he take out his phone to check the time. Wow, you're right. I completely lose track of time when I'm training. My sister must be waiting for dinner. Taegu advised. You're too diligent, just like me. You should relax a little sometimes. Hiso packed his things. I know. He walked towards the portal. Well, I'm off then. Taegu hurriedly ran over. Wait, he said, puffing out his chest. Since the master isn't here today, I will personally escort you. Huh. Utterly bewildered. Huh? Oh, you don't have to. But Taegu stubbornly insisted on having his way. My master's people are my people. Ah, no. They're family. I want to take care of you. Hiso found it strange. But Master Song Jihan never takes me home. Taegu threw himself on the ground, flailing like a fish out of water. Hey, I said I'd take you. I'll take you home. I want to take you home. Hiso let out a long sigh. Taegu Nim is a schemon, and also a monster. If he steps out of the gate, it will be considered a monster outbreak. If he happens to run into an Awakener, today will be Taegu Nim's death anniversary. He asked tentatively. Are you sure? Won't Master Song Jihan get angry? Taegu questioned back as if he was completely in the right. Your safety is more important than getting scolded. Huh. Hiso scratched his head helplessly. Sigh. All right, you have to make sure no one sees you, okay? Taegu was delighted. Of course. Yona flew over. Oh my. Taegu, what's got you so excited? He greeted her. Yona? Taegu hugged Hiso tightly. Hehe. I was worried my junior would be lonely going home alone, so I decided to escort him. She was startled. You? You're going yourself? Taegu turned back and asked. Yes. Is there a problem? Yona hesitated. It's too dangerous for Taegu to go alone. She acted like a guardian. I'll go with you. Taegu was overjoyed. Yona, you're coming too? That's so reassuring. Hehe. Yona covered her mouth and giggled. Oh, Taegu. You're such a smooth talker. Hiso froze for 5 seconds. Wait, hold on. But they just started walking ahead. They headed straight for the human world, making him clutch his head and cry out in despair. Master Song Jihan, help me. A quiet, moonlit night. Tall buildings lined a small street. A junkyard was piled high with wrecked old cars. A small house sat neatly in the middle of the junkyard, looking incredibly desolate. A delicious bowl of egg noodles steamed, its vapor rising to the roof. A small child asked eagerly, Hey, when can we eat ramen? Hilo replied. Just a moment. The short-haired girl chimed in. I've already set out the bowls and chopsticks. He quickly replied. Thank you. Hearing this, the playing children suddenly stopped, their faces lighting up. They rushed outside. Hey, you're back, he yelled. Don't run. You'll fall. They ran out blindly, not seeing who was in front of them. Mister. The kids hugged the muscular figure in front of them. Why are you back so late? We've been waiting for so long. Sensing something was off, they innocently looked up. Before them now were Saku and Ya's group. Warning, alarms blared loudly. Warning. Everyone was in a panic as monster energy was detected in Dobong District. The detected level is red. It's a red-level monster. The government was thrown into chaos like never before. What's going on? There's never been a gate breach in Dobong District before. It's a clean zone. The leadership was at a loss. Damn it. Just when we were busy investigating the dark arts, there's nothing we can do. He ordered all staff to immediately contact the no-accident team. Request support from the top-ranking students. Everyone acknowledged the order. A little one said excitedly, Uncle Taegu, higher, go higher. He indulged the child. All right, I'll toss you higher. The kid standing next to them also demanded, Uncle Taegu, me too. The short-haired girl fumbled. I can do it myself. Yona took the dishes and washed them swiftly. It'll get done faster if we do it together, she replied awkwardly. Thanks. Saku sat with his legs crossed. Thanks for letting me tag along, Hilo. He waved his hand. Don't mention it. I'm just glad the kids aren't afraid of you, he asked probingly. But is this really your house? He was taken aback. Saku explained. At first, I thought it was a scrapyard. I heard the master gave you a high-grade monostone, right? They approached with a look of reluctance. You call this a house? Hilo smiled. We used to live in a slum. This is a huge improvement, he wondered. A slum? What's that? Hearing that, he froze up. Where do I even begin to explain? Hilo lamented. I wanted to use the monostone the master gave me to buy a better house, but the real estate prices in Seoul are dizzying. He was extremely distressed. Even in the suburbs, houses have been priced at 3 billion ever since the gates appeared. The less a place is affected by monster disasters, the higher the price. Hilo looked at the child in his arms. Moving out of Seoul isn't a good option either. It wouldn't be safe for the kids. There are fewer awakened beings in the countryside. My siblings would be in danger if a gate opened. He looked up to watch the children play, so after searching for the safest possible place that was big enough for our large family to live together, we finally decided on this place. He grimaced. Even so, a place like this, a scrapyard. Suddenly, Yona interrupted. You've worked so hard, to be so young and already so responsible for your siblings, she whispered. Saku, you're being too harsh. Talking like that will hurt Hilo's feelings. He remained stubborn. I didn't say anything wrong, Saku asked quietly. Doesn't anyone feel anything looking at this dilapidated house? Hilo carried the small child to the room. I'm gonna put him to bed. Yona still didn't understand. Huh? Tegu, on the other hand, looked confused. What do you mean? He said with an air of mystery. Thanks to the master's grace, we have nice houses and good food. But looking at this place, it's clear Hilo isn't a priority, which means Saku looked up and presented his case as if it were fact. The master worries about us more. That's why Hilo has been cast aside. Hearing this, Yona was stunned, her mouth agape but unable to speak a word. Tegu furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He shouted, So, whatever the master has overlooked regarding Hilo, we'll take care of it ourselves. He, sitting in the room, was completely dumbfounded hearing this. The bright moonlight shimmered, illuminating the entire scrapyard. A barrier surrounded the small house in the middle of the scrapyard. Hilo froze for 5 seconds. Ha! What is this? Before him was a team of diligent construction workers. How did it come to this? Tegu, the leader, urged them on. Hurry up, the master won't praise you for being so slow. The minions obeyed their leader's command to the letter. Let's show the master what we're capable of. Saku noticed something was off. Tegu, this part is a bit strange. The focused Tegu turned around. What part? Saku, the wise fish monster, said. It seems there are only 3 rooms. Shouldn't there be at least 1 room per person? Only then did Tegu realize. Ah, you're right. But his thinking was simple. But Saku, the kids are still small. You know, I heard human children are very afraid of sleeping alone. But Saku was already worrying about the future. So what about when the kids grow up? Build more rooms? Tegu showed him the blueprint. Look at this. See the X marks in all 3 rooms? He acted like a little detective. There are magic keys, Tegu explained in detail. In modern times, advanced technology is everywhere, especially from XJ, which has always excelled at creating amazing inventions. Using one of their patented products, I'll create buttons at these points. He was proud of his own class. When the buttons are pressed, the walls will open up, turning 3 rooms into 5 or even 8 rooms. To be safe, I made it so it can turn into 10 rooms. This is the result of a collaboration between science and a cunning monster. Saku was calm. Now I understand why the master took you in. You're a capable monster. Tegu got a big head from the compliment. Oh my. Saku, don't say that. I just thought learning human architecture could be helpful to the master. But he remained humble. This is all I could do. Really, you're much better than me, Saku. Like your magic-infused ice walls, even if a monster outbreak occurred, monsters wouldn't dare come near. Saku took over Tegu's position as the king of narcissism. This guy is such a smooth talker. Just then, Hell, who was carrying the little boy, froze when he saw the 2 monsters grinning at each other. He was flustered. You guys didn't have to go this far. At that moment, neither Hiso nor the monsters knew that the house they were building would become more valuable than any other house in Korea. The scene changes to a group of people at a high school at night. Hook Jane was yawning over and over. So sleepy. Junjeon was also confused. Why are we gathering in the middle of the night? Seo Eunho stared blankly. Eunbi, you're here too? She replied. Ju called me. Kyung-jin called out. All right, everyone gather around. Her face was serious. Thank you all for coming. Despite the sudden call, I will now begin the mission briefing. Hearing this, everyone present froze stiff. According to information from Shin Jae, Kyung-jin announced a serious matter. A large amount of monster energy has been detected in Dobong-gu. The monsters are estimated to be red level. She suddenly changed the subject. However, our mission is not to eliminate those monsters, Jun Gyeon wondered. Then what do we do? Kyung-jin explained our job is to ensure no monsters escape to other areas that will be handled by the awakened hunters who are actively preparing for battle. The foolish Hook Jane said something stupid. Then why don't we just let them handle everything? He was immediately punched in the stomach by his sister, who then warned him, Stop talking nonsense. Jun Gyeon glanced over. Most hunters are busy searching for magic crystals, so we're the ones in charge of this. Hook Jane was in pain. Yes, you could have just said so. Kyung-jin was blunt. If you understand, then let's move. He scratched his head. All right. The group swiftly rushed forward. Kyung-jin stopped in front of an ice wall and shouted, "Over there!" Jun Gyeon looked around curiously. An ice wall. It must be an ice attribute monster. Hook-jin was shocked to see a swarm of black creatures clustered together on the map. Good grief. There are so many of them, he sighed. There must be over 100. He was immediately lectured by his sister. Can you please shut your mouth? Hook-jin said shyly. I was just worried, that's all. Jun Gyeon questioned. Weren't you worried during the Celestial Lake incident? He calmly replied. We had Song Jihan back then. She finally remembered. Oh, right. Over here, Hanju was offering. Want a tranquilizer? Kyung-jin was the most mature one in the group. Our team might not be enough to handle red-level monsters, but our mission is just to monitor and observe. Don't worry, she guessed. That must be the entrance. We just need to watch for monsters coming out of there. Team leader Eunbi started to worry. What if they come out? Kyung-jin remained strangely calm. We stop them until the hunters arrive. Hook-jin asked quietly. A mission in the middle of the night like this is exhausting, isn't it? She immediately answered. To conserve energy, we'll take turns keeping watch and get some rest. The order was set as the warm sunlight shone down on the area where they were preparing to act. The kids were sleeping like logs, while Kyung-jin stared blankly around. So Eunho was surprised. Something's moving at the exit. Kyung-jin panicked. A monster? What kind? But Hook-jin remained calm and assessed the situation. Let's wait and see. As he scanned the area, his jaw suddenly dropped. Hiso, who was strolling around to check out the newly built house, had his attention drawn by Hook-jin's call. Hello? Kyung-jin stared blankly. Hello? Jun Gyeon was bewildered. Who's that? He quickly explained. Jun's subordinate who's always with Song Jihan. Jun Gyeon was puzzled. Why is Song Jihan's junior coming out of there? Jin was confused. How would I know? What the heck is he doing there? She glared down. Wait a minute. Jun Gyeon stared intently at Hilo, who was glancing around warily. He seems very cautious of his surroundings. Could he be looking for something that dropped nearby? Jin agreed. That sounds plausible, she continued. Whenever a new gate appears, there are always people who rush over there. Everyone here probably knows who those people are, right? The wise Hanju understood immediately. You mean scavengers? Kyung-jin explained. Exactly. Since they can't enter dangerous gates, they mine the magarit deposits outside. They have a fast and strong network, so they're usually the first ones to arrive. Whenever a gate appears, Jin hesitated, now that you mention it. I heard Song Jihan say that Hello's parents both passed away, so he's the breadwinner of the family. His sister also raised a lot of questions, but doesn't he still have a support fund from Musa Academy? The school Jun Gyeon was talking about is the most prestigious in South Korea. Musa High is one of the top 3 elite academies for Awakeners. Just by enrolling, students receive significant financial support, generous scholarships, and get to keep any items obtained during training or exams at the gates. Even after deducting the cost of specialized uniforms, activity fees, and quarterly tuition, students still receive substantial financial aid. He wondered. That would be the case if he lived alone. But doesn't he have a few younger siblings? She deduced. Huh? How many younger siblings does he have? If it's 3 or 4, it should still be manageable. Suddenly, Jun Gyeon was distracted by Jin's silly questions. 7. Never mind. He pieced together the reasoning. Above all, Hilo is a standard awakener. His scholarship is just enough to cover the minimum living expenses at school, and other scholarships are monopolized by the Alliance of the 15 Families. Isn't that right? I also heard he didn't participate in the Heavenly Martial Arts tournament. It might be because of his circumstances. Hanju started overthinking, so he has to be a scavenger for his siblings' sake. It's so dangerous. I feel sorry for him, but I can understand. Everyone's minds were a complete mess. What should we do? Kyung-jin speculated. Maybe Hilo doesn't realize he's being tailed by a monster. She put on a chivalrous air. Scolding him can wait. Right now, protecting Hilo is the priority. Avoid confronting the monster as much as possible and focus on getting Hilo out safely. The whole group agreed. Yes. At that moment, Hilo was strolling cheerfully under the construction site. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. Hilo didn't need their pity. Right now, he was extremely flustered. Oh my god, what do I do? Where are the observers hiding? Not long before, as Hilo was leaving, he had instructed the little rascals at home. All right, I'm off for my morning training, you monsters. Don't cause any trouble and behave yourselves. The muscular Saku called out. Wait, hello, it inquired. Humans are monitoring this area. This question startled him. What? Saku said sternly. They're heading this way. Act natural and go about your business as usual. He started to panic. What about you? Saku and the others. It reassured him. We'll handle it ourselves. Don't worry about us. Then Saku suggested, you just need to go somewhere else to draw their attention. We're counting on you. Hilo nodded repeatedly. Okay, I understand. He told himself he had to keep it together. If something happens, I won't be able to face Li Ju anymore. Stay calm and confident. Hilo was startled when he saw a group of people running toward him. The students called out worriedly. Hilo! Hilo! Are you okay? He wondered. How did you all get here? Yon Sejin clenched his fist. Are you injured anywhere? XA-ho also couldn't help but ask. You're still in one piece, right? Hanju suggested. Let's get out of here first. Seo looked bewildered. Why? She explained righteously. There's a monster behind you. If you're here to scavenge, you have to check your surroundings first. What would you do if the monsters discovered you? He forced a smile, not knowing what to say. What are they talking about? Wait, they don't know about my deal with the monsters? Phew. That was close. HCO panicked. It must be my fault. I'm sorry. Yon was frustrated. I can't believe we were exposed so soon. Taegu gritted his teeth. I haven't even finished building our house yet. Saku crossed its arms. I need to return to Musa safely. What a pain. Should I just fight my way back? It said smugly. No need to worry about that. Saku asked probingly. You have a way? Taegu grinned. I wouldn't have come here if I didn't. It introduced the teleportation circle it made when they first decided to build the house. I created an underground gate so I can come and check on it regularly. Heh. Hearing that, he was so shocked he froze for 5 seconds. Yon exclaimed, Wow, how thoughtful. It's so quick to recognize its own. Truly, my brother. Taegu was overjoyed at the praise. Don't flatter me. He put his hand into the barrier. Let's go in together. Suddenly, a force shot out from within, giving Taegu no time to dodge. A cloud of dust and smoke billowed out. Spiritual energy filled the space. Yoa grabbed him by the collar, and Taegu stepped back. Saku got into a fighting stance. Who's there? From behind, the white smoke came a seemingly familiar cry. Lam Lam's small paws landed on the ground as it fanned out its 9 foxtails. Lam Lam? Saku immediately started trembling. Master of the Forbidden Shrine, why are you so angry? Its eyes glowed brightly, as if it could see through everything. Lam Lam growled, its spiritual power radiating so intensely that Taegu's group could only defend themselves. The protective shell around the small house also began to shake, looking like it could shatter at any moment. Outside, Hilo was still flailing around frantically. Well, actually, I don't know anything. I was just passing by. Then, a huge explosion erupted from behind him. At this, the group of students looked up with a wide variety of colorful expressions as a wave of spiritual energy surged out from within. The protective shell now had a large hole in it. Lam Lam looked down intently at the students, searching for a soft pair of arms to land in. Hanu was the chosen one, and it dove straight down. Startled, she instinctively raised her arms to catch it. Lam Lam flew into Hanu's arms as if they had known each other for a long time. She was stunned. Lam Lam, it put on a cute expression and let out a little cry. Hanu wondered, why are you here? Hilo, standing beside her, was crying his eyes out. Jihan, I'm sorry, I really tried my best. Jun Gion cupped her cheeks. Look how cute. Seong-ho looked bewildered. Wait, why is there a dog here? Hanu was always concerned about him. Where's Song Jihan? Why are you here alone? So, Lam Lam acted out the exact scene of when Song Jihan was confronting Manhwa in. Jin didn't understand a thing and just made a wild guess. The answer is, it has rabies. Feeling helpless, Lam Lam could only run off in a panic. Hanu said urgently, Song Jihan is in danger. Let's follow it. But that guy, Jin, just stood there in amazement. How did you understand that? Jun Jian was also worried about the one she secretly admired. Is Song Jihan in danger? Let's go. Kong Jin, who was diligently carrying out her mission, was alarmed to see the students scattering and running. Wait, where are you all going in the middle of a mission? Get back here. Hyo ran up to persuade her. Ma'am, you should come with us too. You can't just let the students run around freely, right? She looked bewildered. Huh? But I need to monitor the monsters in this area. Kong Jin yelled out, Halo, don't push me. Everyone was stunned by the recent explosion. Hanu anxiously looked down below, muttering, Good heavens. That explosion created a deep crater in the ground that left everyone astonished. What's going on here? Jin peeked out to look ahead. What is that? Seeing the 2 girls slide down into the crater without hesitation, he felt worried and quickly called out to them. Hanu, Jun Jion! The 2 of them rushed over to where Song Jihan was lying motionless. Their friends from above also scrambled down after them in a panic. Seeing him covered in injuries, they couldn't help but call out to Song Jihan worriedly. Hanu gently lifted Song Jihan to check on him. He was still breathing. Jun Jian immediately took out a potion and carefully poured it into his mouth. In just a moment, Song Jihan coughed violently, and blood gushed from his mouth. Jun Jian looked doubtfully at the potion vial in her hand. Even a B-rank potion has no effect. We need to get him to a hospital immediately. Beside them, Kong Jin lowered her voice and reminded them, if there's a monster nearby capable of doing this to Song Jihan, we must move with extreme caution. We still don't know what kind of gate this is. The group waited silently for orders. Jin, Hanu, Jun, Gion, you 3 are the fastest. Take Song Jihan to the infirmary. The rest of you will stay here and investigate this place with me. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them immediately lifted Song Jihan onto their shoulders and ran off without a moment's hesitation. We'll go on ahead then. Take care. Kong Jin slowly scanned her surroundings. But where is this place? She had never seen a gate like this before. Seong-ho suddenly spoke up. This place reminds me of China, Sei-wai asked doubtfully. Aren't gates usually set in a medieval context? Ubi replied vaguely. I've never heard of anything like this. Suddenly, Seong-ho's gaze froze. In front of him was a strange staff. Immediately, suspicion arose in his mind. That's a demonic artifact. Seong-ho called out to Kong Jin, his voice filled with suspicion. Ma'am, why would something like this appear here? Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he were hypnotized, but Seong-ho felt like he was being controlled, his hand unconsciously reaching for the item. Why do I desire it so much? Just then, Kong Jin's voice snapped him out of it. Seong-ho, he turned around awkwardly. Yes? She slowly approached to observe it. Did you call me for something? Is something over there? Jin glanced nervously back at the spot. Oh right, there was a demonic artifact here. But now, the artifact had vanished without a trace, leaving him completely stunned. Jin looked around, searching. Wait, how could this be? I'm sure it was right here. Kong Jin frowned slightly. What's wrong? Did you see a monster? He answered awkwardly. No, that's not it. She warned him seriously. If not, let's keep moving. It's not good to stay in this place for long. Jin scratched his head and replied, yes. He turned back, his eyes still filled with doubt. Was it an illusion? But a big question popped into Jin's mind. What was that feeling of his mind being momentarily suppressed? At the same time, a terrifying scene of red and black appeared in Song Jihan's mind. Where is this? A figure in a white dress, with long hair appeared before him. Who's there? The person stood perfectly still. After a moment, that person slowly turned their head, revealing blood-red eyes and a piercing, cold gaze. That person reached out a hand as if to manipulate Song Jihan. Get out! It's not time yet! In a panic, he shot up, his breathing becoming rapid. Pain immediately spread throughout his body. Looking at his body covered in wounds, Song Jihan began to complain. It hurts so much! Just how badly was I injured? Just then, Hanju opened the door to the hospital room, holding a fruit basket, and stared at him in a daze. Song Jihan also looked up at Hanju, and seeing her rush in, he immediately panicked. What is it, Hanju? Don't you know how to knock? The fruit basket fell, scattering fruit everywhere. Without a word, Hanju threw herself into Song Jihan's arms, making him blush. You're awake? She looked at Song Jihan with a worried expression. How are you feeling? Does it hurt anywhere? He replied without a second thought. Yes. Worried, Hanju immediately turned to leave. I'll go get the doctor right away. Wait a minute. The doctor came to check on him shortly after. After a moment, he took off his glasses and began to ask about his condition. How are you feeling? Are you in a lot of pain? He answered calmly. I feel pretty good. Hanju was stunned. What? Seeing Song Jihan hooked up to all those IVs, she couldn't help but be surprised. Really? But you've only been hospitalized for 3 days, and the wound on your right back is already completely healed. Your chaotic energy has also stabilized. The doctor quietly speculated. Perhaps it's thanks to the energy of the S-rank martial art, Sumi Cheon Guang. Hearing this, Song Jihan just smirked. It's not Sumi Cheon Guang. He slowly checked the flow of power enveloping his body. The energy flowing within me isn't Sumi Cheon Guang, but the primordial divine art. The energy of the primordial divine art is working tirelessly to heal every part of my body. That's why I'm recovering so quickly. The old doctor stood up and gave some instructions. If you rest properly, you'll make a full recovery in 1 week. Well then, I'll be going. After the doctor left, Song Jihan got out of bed without hesitation. Lying down for 3 days has made my body so stiff. Hanju anxiously tried to stop him. Are you sure you should be getting up? See, shouldn't you rest a little more? Song Jihan gently waved his hand. It's fine, the doctor said I could walk around. More importantly, what happened? Why did I end up in the hospital? She glanced briefly under the blanket. Lam Lam came and told me everything. That's how I found you. A tired Lam Lam crawled out from under the blanket and let out a small whimper. Hanju bent down and smiled gently. Hey, you didn't do anything wrong. Why the long face? Lam Lam was now nestled in Song Jihan's arms, playing and acting cute. Good boy, good boy. He held it in his arms and looked at her with a grateful expression. You're the one who saved me? Hanju, thank you. Her face immediately turned bright red. You're a guest of our clan, after all. It wasn't just me, Gion, Hook Jin, and even my father helped. Song Jihan's voice held a hint of sadness. Really? So now everyone knows Lam Lam is a monster. Hanju quickly replied, I'm sorry, it was unavoidable. He wasn't angry, just smiled and shook his head. It's okay. There's no need to hide Lam Lam's identity anymore. More importantly, while I was unconscious, nothing serious happened, right? She replied calmly. Oh yes. A lot of things happened. Song Jihan's expression immediately stiffened. Huh? Hanju began to recount. First, a red-level monster appeared in Dobong-gu, so all of us were dispatched there. After hearing the story, Song Jihan's mood turned extremely grim. His eyes showed clear anger. Those fools. Song Jihan immediately stood up and snapped. Causing trouble while I was away? We risked our lives to save them? Because he was too agitated, his wound twinged with pain. Aren't the painkillers working? Should I use the primordial divine art to ease the pain? Suddenly, Song Jihan realized something was unusual. Something wasn't right. The character status window immediately appeared. Some of his stats had been reduced. Looking at the deductions, he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, just as I thought, there's a penalty. That thing made Song Jihan freeze for a moment. All of my stats have dropped, my internal energy is down by 300, and my rank has dropped as well. Is this a side effect of defeating the Cheon blood demon? He sighed wearily and lay down on the bed. Whatever, I'll just consider myself lucky. The important thing is that I'm still alive. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Song Jihan's ear. He turned around in surprise with a bewildered look. That voice. Just then, he saw Baron shedding tears, and he called out softly, "Baron." Hearing his voice, Baron finally calmed down. "Were you calling me?" Song Jihan asked excitedly. "Baron, you scared me to death. Are you crying?" Baron looked at him, tears still streaming down his face, but he stubbornly refused to admit it. The greatest man of all time shouldn't cry. No, this old man doesn't have emotions. It's definitely not because my disciple was about to die, he shouted in annoyance. "I told you I'm not crying!" Song Jihan paid him no mind and immediately got out of bed. All right. I know you were worried about me, but I have something to do, so I'm leaving now." Baron angrily followed him to the door, but Song Jihan just ignored him as if he couldn't hear a thing. "What? You're planning to leave in this condition?" he shouted angrily. "Lie down and rest right now!" It was a brilliant afternoon, with the sunset stretching across the coast of Qingdao, China. Xiaomi knelt with a respectful posture. Upon seeing Li Ju, she immediately bowed her head in reverence. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Ju looked at her, his gaze softening slightly. "Xiaomi, it has been a long time." Xiaomi looked up at him, her every word laced with respect. "Have you been well, Your Majesty?" Li Ju glanced at her and smiled. "It's been years since anyone has called me that. Nowadays, everyone calls me the God of War." She immediately bowed her head apologetically. "My memories are stuck in the past. Please forgive me if I have displeased you." Li Ju's eyes narrowed dangerously. "It's fine. No need to be so tense." To describe him, it was rumored that among the masters of the sky, earth, and humanity, the master of the sky, Samai Yong, the god of war, was a man feared by all martial artists, hauntingly beautiful, wicked, and cruel. Suddenly, Li Ju's voice deepened. "By the way, Xiaomi," she asked blankly. Yes, Your Majesty." His body seemed to be enveloped in a cold, murderous aura. "Where is the sword of destruction?" Xiaomi answered with a start. "Ah, Bloodfire is retrieving it." Li Ju retracted his fearsome expression and smiled, but his tone remained icy. "Is that so? My senior will be very pleased. But before that, I want to see it with my own eyes." Her body began to tremble. "As soon as it is retrieved, I will bring it to you immediately." He praised her with satisfaction. "You're quick-witted, Xiaomi." Under the brilliant sunset, Li Ju's smile became even more distinct. "Now, tell me, what is this world like?" The scene shifts to a hospital, where Song Jihan gently pats its head. Lam, wait here, okay?" He clenched his fists and scanned his surroundings. "Good, no one is nearby. This place is perfect." Song Jihan took a deep breath and commanded the summon. "Sword of Destruction!" The sword slowly materialized, accompanied by the sounds of system notifications. The Sword of Destruction has responded to its master's call. The Sword of Destruction recognizes the primordial divine art. The Sword of Destruction has been bound to you. Holding the persedited instant Sov, sword in his hand, an indescribable feeling welled up inside Song Jihan. Thank heavens, I thought I lost it when I passed out. Is this really the Sword of Destruction? Its form has changed so much, and the aura it's emitting feels like its SS rank. More information continued to appear. Sword of Destruction. Stage 1 rank SSS description. The first demonic energy of the blood god of destruction, reacting to the art of destruction. It only obeys its master. Improper handling will lead to annihilation or soul capture, turning the victim into a puppet. Option unavailable. Hearing it was SSS rank, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. An SSS rank weapon, let's work well together. But carrying it around like this is a bit too flashy. Suddenly, the sword in Song Jihan's hand shrank, much to his surprise. Huh? Wait, what's happening? Looking at the compact weapon in his hand, he thought to himself. It shrank, and the design changed too. Can it respond to my thoughts? Song Jihan immediately commanded, "Return to your original form." He looked at it happily, lost in thought. With this ability, no one will know it's a demonic weapon. Suddenly, Lam coughed a few times as a reminder. Song Jihan immediately got the hint. All right, the last thing to do is clean up the remaining mess. He picked up Lam and began to open a portal. Time to see what kind of mess was left behind. Outside the construction site, a shimmering protective ice wall had formed. Outside, Saijin's eyes showed clear confusion. Damn it, what is that ice wall made of? It's not even scratched. The person behind him replied that the scanner was still detecting monsters nearby. He asked impatiently, "What's going on in there?" At the same time, inside the wall, Taegu anxiously reported, "Lord Saku, a lot of people are gathering outside." The mighty Saku pointed at the wall. "There's no other choice. I tried to avoid this, but in the end, We'll just have to break it down. Taegu immediately smiled flatteringly. How masterful. While they were arguing about whether there was a better way, Song Jihan's voice rang out. Break what? Seeing him appear, they immediately became respectful. Master, Song Jihan angrily walked over. What are you calling me for now? Hell, explain. Being called out, Hell awkwardly stepped forward to explain. After seeing the scrapyard, Taegu decided to build a house for us. After hearing that, he couldn't help but laugh. Then, he said in a cold voice, Taegu. He immediately knelt on the ground, bowing his head to admit his guilt. Taegu, I'm sorry, master. Please forgive me. Song Jihan pointed at the luxurious house and said, That's enough. Did you build that house? Taegu replied in a small voice. Yes. He nodded in praise. Yes. It's a bit big for 8 people, but it's quite nice. Song Jihan tapped lightly on the wall and said, But what's with this wall? Saku confidently stepped forward to show off his work. It's my design. Thinking he would be praised, he continued to speak. I built it as a defensive wall. It looks like a scrapyard. Why would you be angry? Oh, so it was you? Lam Lam. How should we handle this? Lam Lam understood and immediately growled threateningly. Terrified, Saku trembled and begged, Oh, King of the Forbidden Palace, please forgive us. Song Jihan, without any leniency, used magic to open a gate. No need for forgiveness. Just go home, all of you. As soon as the gate opened, they immediately fled. Just then, a hesitant voice spoke up from behind him. He so shyly bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Everyone did this for my family, but it ended up being way too big. The 2 children at his feet looked up in confusion. Song Jihan explained in a soft voice, This defensive wall can keep monsters below the red level at bay. Even A-rank Awakeners couldn't break it. It's quite reckless but effective. Looking at them, he didn't feel angry. On the contrary, he smiled happily. Monsters appear here often, so this wall is useful for protecting you kids. Let's just leave it as it is, Hiso asked worriedly. But what do we tell the people outside? Song Jihan gently placed his hand on the wall and replied, It's okay, we just need to make up some story. He quickly gathered all his strength. Just a second later, a hole was punched through the wall. Sejin's eyes widened in surprise. The ice wall has been breached. Young Master Song Jihan. He came out clutching his injured arm. Oh, Sejin. Seeing Song Jihan, he approached and asked, How did you get out of there? Oh, there was nothing going on in there, he replied with a smile. I've taken care of everything. Sejin was stunned. Huh? The person behind him immediately reported. Huh? The scanner isn't detecting any more monsters. He narrowed his eyes, suspicious that he had handled it all alone. Song Jihan immediately put his arm around Hell's shoulder and replied with a laugh. As you can see, the 2 of us did it together. The monsters that broke in were blue level. I just closed the gate, and the gate's energy froze the surrounding area. Hearing this, Sejin quickly made a request. We need to investigate inside the ice wall. The 2 subordinates behind him whispered to each other. 2 people took care of all the red-level monsters. The other replied, If that's true, that's amazing. After a brief discussion with Song Jihan, he turned and gave an order. It seems our work here is done. Everyone return to the main house. The entire team responded in unison. Understood. He silently watched their figures as they left. Those people are from the Divine Finger Clan. Suddenly, Song Jihan spoke up. There's one more thing for the Divine Finger Clan. One person turned his head and said softly, Please, go ahead. He looked at them with a determined gaze. To the leaders of the 15 Clan Alliance, leave the ice wall standing. Song Jihan continued, This is the children's home now. The children below cheered excitedly. Big brother, are we going to live in a mansion? A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, his tone extremely cold, especially the Emperor Clan and Jomsan. The other person replied, Don't worry about it. He calmly looked at Song Jihan. The Divine Finger Clan, we only follow the will of young Master Song Jihan. We will inform the Emperor Clan and Jomsan as you wish. Song Jihan said nothing, just silently watched them leave. Then he turned and went inside. Seeing Hell's children chattering happily, Song Jihan was also secretly pleased. It seems they are very happy. A while later, at the hospital, he returned, looking dazed. I'm back, so tired. The sounds of the news echoed throughout the room. Inside the ice wall, the home of Song Jihan's subordinate was overrun with red monsters. As soon as he entered, he saw Jun Gyeon waiting with her arms crossed. His sister looked at him in surprise. His sister, Jun Gyeon, rushed over angrily and scolded him. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Why aren't you in the hospital? He quickly raised his hand. Sorry, have you been waiting long? She angrily pointed at the TV, which was broadcasting the news. What is this news? You went there in your condition? The broadcast continued to play. When Hell didn't participate in the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament, Song Jihan knew something was up. The news kept pouring in, reporting that he had arrived before the scout team of the 15 Family Alliance and had wiped out all the monsters. According to the Divine Finger Clan, Song Jihan thought to himself, they really spun a grand tale out of it. He forced a smile and replied casually, the news is exaggerating a bit. Jun Gyeon lowered her head in anger. And you, Why didn't you tell me you were raising monsters? Song Jihan shrugged slightly. Well, I didn't tell anyone, she asked in a cold voice, but she knew he would still answer nonchalantly. Yes, but I didn't tell him. Jun Jian couldn't keep her composure any longer and rolled up her sleeves, lunging at him. She swung a powerful attack. Don't mess with me! Fortunately, Song Jihan managed to dodge in time. Calm down and listen to me. Suddenly, the sound of sobbing made him freeze. Sis! Jun Jian tried to hold back her tears, but the sobs still escaped. Song Jihan moved closer to touch her. I'm sorry. Next time something happens, I'll tell you. Jun Jian coldly dodged his hand. Do you have any idea how worried I was? If you weren't injured, I would have punched you already. Suddenly, a rustling sound from under the blanket made them both turn their heads. Lam Lam crawled out from under the blanket, looking bewildered. Song Jihan was startled and worried. What is it doing there? Jun Jian was no longer angry and stepped forward to hug Lam Lam. So cute. Is this one of the monsters you're raising? Hey, he warned worriedly. Don't be reckless and touch it. She wasn't scared at all and continued to hug Lam Lam. It's so gentle. I want to take it home and raise it. Song Jihan smiled to himself. She seems to like this. Suddenly, Jun Jian's mood sank again. I feel a little left out that Hanju knew before I did. With that, she looked up at him with a serious expression. From now on, if things like this happen, tell me first, okay? Jun Jian's smile seemed to erase all the previous tension. It's a promise. In his private hospital room, Song Jihan was gently stroking Lam Lam. He patted its head. Ever since she left, this little one has started getting clingy with me. Song Jihan summoned, and a metal rod appeared in his hand, the Infinity Spear. He carefully observed the object he was holding. It's been 3 days since I killed the Blood Demon and obtained this demonic artifact. The problem now is, how will they react? They, the ones who value the demonic artifacts and the map of the Divine Marshal, will definitely not let this go, Song Jihan thought to himself. Zheng Duan Sek, the demons of this world. He pondered that Zheng Duan Sek's goal was to open a multidimensional gate and bring their master out. Jin. Song Jihan leaned forward, his expression turning serious. The death of the Blood Demon might have changed the future, but there's still plenty of time. His thoughts were heavy. 7 years from now, the master of Zheng Duan Sek will descend upon this world. Just 1 month after his arrival, everything will be destroyed. Song Jihan raised the spear. The future can be changed. His gaze was determined. If I want to kill Jin my own, I have to become even stronger. Before that, I need to cut off the limbs of Zheng Duan Sek. The next day, Minung gave Song Jihan a scroll. This is the initial reward you were looking for. He happily took out the paper from inside. I'll treasure it. The man leaned on the nearby table. I wonder if you know the rules of the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament? After Song Jihan read the contents of the paper, a series of notifications appeared. You have received the map of the Blood God. The map of the Blood God is sealed. Difficulty level, effect description. You are not allowed to view the artifact. You are not allowed to view the artifact. He replied casually. Oh, yes, Minung wondered. So, Song Jihan, you can't see the information either, right? He answered frankly. That's right, the man sighed in disappointment. Since it was you, Song Jihan, I thought you might have figured something out, which is why I asked about the Blood God's map. He smiled brightly and opened his bag. Let's investigate it together from now on. His master suddenly gave Song Jihan a suggestion. Try using the primordial divine art. Hearing that, he fixed his gaze on the map and activated the skill. Primordial divine art. A second later, letters began to appear. Surprising Song Jihan, a hidden line of text appeared. System analyzing. The map of the Blood God has been opened. Rank SSS. Difficulty SSS. It describes a map leading to a remote location where the Blood God turned his back on his disciples and went into seclusion. The system narrated from there. He established the Hanwan sect, a sect passed down to a single successor, marking a new beginning. Only one person could enter the Hanwan sect, a disciple who had mastered the primordial divine art to the 9-star level. If one could enter the Hanwan sect, that person would inherit all the martial knowledge of the Blood God, also known as infinite effects, the key to the entrance of the Hanwan sect. Hearing this, he asked in confusion, Master, this is the location of the Hanwan sect, so why does it have a difficulty level? Baron stroked his beard meaningfully. Think carefully. What kind of martial arts does your master possess? If you want to inherit all of my martial arts, you must first prove yourself worthy, Song Jihan deduced. He means I have to pass a trial, like a gatekeeper's test to inherit his legacy. He gave him an approving look. Exactly. You're a quick learner. Song Jihan had a question. What level do I need to reach to get 9 stars? Baron smiled brightly. By your standards, it's about SS rank. He was so incredulous he spoke his thoughts aloud. What? When Min Sung told him, he exclaimed, What? Don't tell me you actually found something in the Blood God's map. Baron continued. By the standards of the martial arts world, one must enter the Transcendent Realm to meet the minimum requirement to join the Hanwan sect. The Transcendent Realm, the realm of absolute masters. He gave a wry smile. It's nothing. I just took a closer look. Song Jihan glanced at him. not expecting there to be a rank higher than S-rank. Baron laughed with delight. That is the level you must reach in the future, he thought. The strongest people on Earth are all S-rank Awakeners, and I have to surpass a level that even they haven't reached. Song Jihan bit his lip. Can I really do it? Min Sung asked excitedly. Did you find something? He immediately denied it. No. The man spread his arms. Are we going to keep on like this? Song Jihan casually turned away. What exactly is between us? Min Sung was speechless after hearing that. Seeing him silent, he smiled. I'm just kidding. Song Jihan looked at Min Sung with determination. I can't tell you anything about the Blood God's map. Instead, during the break, I will work as a guest of the Divine Finger clan. If I clear the Soon Forest Gate, I will give you the blood poison goo art. The man was slightly taken aback. The blood poison goo art? Min Sung asked again worriedly. Give it to me? Is that really okay? He answered without much concern. I don't need it anyway, Song Jihan thought. I already have the primordial divine art, so I don't need it anymore. He proposed. Just spread a rumor about me to the Divine Power clan and the Emperor. The man asked doubtfully. What rumor? Song Jihan replied clearly. I will clear the Soon Forest Gate alone. Spread it exactly like that on that day. Min Sung immediately agreed. All right. That request is too simple. If you're giving me the blood poison goo art, spreading a little rumor is nothing. A while later at the Soon Forest Gate, a blue-level area, Hai Jin asked him. So you're planning to conquer this place? He looked around with interest. Oh, there are a lot of green trees here, huh? That's far enough. Song Jihan quickly stopped him. Wait, there's one more person. Hai Jin was curious. Who is it? Just as he finished speaking, someone came running in a hurry. Seeing him, Song Jihan spoke. He's here. Hell stopped in front of them, panting tiredly. I'm sorry for being late. Hai Jin crossed his arms. Oh, Hell is here too? He greeted Senior, Hai Jin. You're also planning to go to the Soon Forest Gate? Hai Jin put on an incredibly arrogant expression. You'd better stick close to me, kid. I'll guarantee your safety. Hell clenched his fists and shouted, No way! I will be the vanguard and check for any danger. Song Jihan turned and walked ahead, cutting them off. That's enough. We don't have time. He urged them. Let's go. Song Jihan was currently scrolling through a message on his phone. Please begin. Chairman Han, it's me, Song Jihan. A notification window suddenly appeared. Warning, you are the owner of another gate. The owner of the Soon Forest Gate considers you an enemy. The owner of the Soon Forest Gate is attempting to seal the entrance. Will you allow it or refuse? He decisively chose to refuse. Then the system displayed the result. The owner of the Sanctuary of the Four Great Saints has refused to close the gate. The owner of the Soon Forest Gate is... He is confused. Song Jihan looked into the distance. Maybe it's because Blue's rank has increased. I can do more things inside the gate. Opening and closing the gate is as easy as pie. He and his teammates strode through the forest. The Soon Forest Gate is a blue-level area. I could actually clear it by myself, but to clear this place, I have to meet a certain condition. Song Jihan thought, I need at least 3 people. Hai Jin exclaimed with a relaxed look. What beautiful weather. Hearing this, he felt helpless. They were entering a gate, and the guy was talking like it was a walk in the park. Song Jihan looked at Hiso, who was walking at the back, cautiously scanning the area. If he'd brought some lackeys along, the cleanup would be easier. But this was a chance for Hiso to use the demon sword. He looked up, and Park Hai-jin was much more skilled than most monsters. Song Jihan called out, Hiso, he quickly answered. Yes, he asked with interest. Have you ever seen a goblin in real life? At the same time, within the Divine Power Clan, Min Jin stood by the bed, looking at the unconscious Li Xin. That bastard must be torn to pieces, she cursed continuously. A lowly, illegitimate child dares. Min Jin gritted her teeth, her face twisted with malice. Daring to touch my son, the rightful heir of the Divine Power Clan. Suddenly, someone entered. The madam turned and asked, Are you keeping a close watch on that Song Jihan? He replied respectfully, Yes, and I bring good news. The subordinate reported, We've received word that Song Jihan is clearing the Soon Forest Gate, a blue-level area, all by himself. Min Jin asked doubtfully, Are you sure? He confirmed with conviction, This information comes from a messenger within the Divine Finger Clan. She gave a dangerous smirk. The Soon Forest Gate. Min Jin's eyes glowed with a dark, crimson light. Send the Imperial Squad. The Imperial Squad is the elite guard of the Emperor Clan's strongest military unit. She changed her tone, speaking gently to Li Xin. Don't worry, my darling son. Your mother will make sure the one who did this to you pays a visit to hell. Meanwhile, Song Jihan was standing in front of a stone statue. Hiso, this is your first time seeing a goblin, right? He was stunned. This huge thing is a goblin? Hai Jin, standing nearby, said confidently. You can tell just by looking that it's the first stage's boss. Hiso flailed his arms in astonishment. The boss appeared right away? Then what about the other monsters? He explained. You know that every gate has a different strategy, right? For the Soon Forest, you have to clear a total of 3 consecutive stages. Song Jihan smiled. Instead of regular monsters, each stage has its own boss. I already know the strategy, so just follow my lead, and we'll be done in no time. Got it? He used a wooden stick to draw a diagram on the ground. When the goblin awakens, it will summon smaller goblins. Don't use mana and focus only on the brown goblins. The important thing is that all three of us attack together. He timidly raised his hand. Why can't we use our mana? Song Jihan held the branch. That's the condition for the first stage. His face was filled with anticipation. You can only use the strength of your weapon to fight. See, isn't this the perfect environment to test out your sword? Hiso slowly turned his head to look at the sword on his back. Chimato. He put his backpack down and unzipped it. Haijin walked over, intrigued. What kind of sword is that? It looks awesome. Hiso reached out to take the sword. Ah, Brother Jihan gave this to me. Hearing that, Haijin shouted in astonishment. For real? Let me see it. Wait, that's an S-rank item. Hiso warned him sternly. Don't touch it. Only Brother Jihan and I can control it. Right after that, Jin turned to Song Jihan. Song Jihan, give me a weapon too. I'll be your subordinate. He gently waved it off. Your thunder sword is at least A rank. What are you complaining about? For a moment, a comical punch mark appeared on Song Jihan's face in response to his demand. Your master gave you that sword, didn't he? I want an S-rank weapon too. He silently complained to himself. I must have owed Jin a huge debt in my past life. Nevertheless, Song Jihan still agreed to his request. Stop whining. If I find a good one, I'll give it to you, okay? Having gotten his way, Jin laughed heartily. That's my best friend for you. He closed his eyes and stuck one hand in his pocket. All right then. I'll get that good weapon from you next time. Jin said with fierce determination. Now, watch what I can do. Hearing that, he got a bad feeling. Hey, don't you. Before Song Jihan could stop him, he had already grabbed his sword and shot forward like an arrow. He tried to shout from behind. Hey, we're supposed to go together. Song Jihan shot to his feet, anxious. That reckless fool, Hiso. We have to catch up to him. Grab your weapon, let's go. He obediently complied. Yes, and so, the three of them ran at full speed toward the boss. Suddenly, the pupils of the giant stone statue lit up. In an instant, its entire body began to move. A system notification appeared. Stage 1, the Earth Goblin boss has awakened. The Earth Goblin activated a barrier. He looked around the barrier, bewildered. Song Jihan looked back, focusing. Hiso? He began his analysis. The special feature of this gate is that when you fight the boss monster, a barrier forms around it. Small-sized goblins began crawling up from the ground. The Earth Goblin summoned mini-goblins. Song Jihan shouted loudly, Jin, focus on the brown goblin. He swiftly rushed forward. Understood. The small goblins shattered as soon as Jin brushed past them. He continued to command. Hilo, when I give the signal, we will all attack the boss together. Got it? Song Jihan counted out each word. 1, 2, 3. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole group ran towards the boss. Song Jihan struck down decisively, shattering its head. He yelled, It's trying to recover. Jin, destroy it before it regenerates. He took his sword and slashed the goblin's body countless times. Roger. Jin's sweat-drenched face looked back. The huge goblin was now just a pile of rubble. Stage 1 monster boss. The Earth Goblin has been destroyed. You have defeated an easy-level boss. The system's congratulatory message rang out. You have received 250,000 P as a reward. You may proceed to the next stage. Song Jihan cheerfully put his arm around his shoulder. Well done! Jin dashed towards the mountain of gold piled on the ground. The rewards were stacked on top of each other. This gate is really generous. He excitedly picked up a blue stone. There's a super rare artifact here too. Is it that valuable? Jin called to the people standing behind. Come and get yours quickly. He suddenly froze as if he had seen something. Wait a minute. Song Jihan looked at an old scroll placed among the pile of gold. He walked over and picked it up. Unbelievable. Song Jihan smiled brightly. I'll take this. He didn't even look back. He clutched the paper in his hand, his mind full of questions. Why would the blood parasite technique appear in stage 1? The system analyzed the details of the A-rank blood parasite. It described a technique for implanting a parasitic worm into an opponent to control them. It continued, if the infected opponent resists, they will suffer extreme pain. If they submit, their blood vessels could rupture, causing instant death. Song Jihan's eyes showed clear caution. In short, it's a perfect technique to use when someone is disobedient. A concern popped into his head. I was hoping to get this from this gate, but getting it this early, if I offer it to the Intelligence Guild, I'll be able to get a lot of information. Jin asked. Are you only taking that one item? Song Jihan replied. Yeah, his face was full of anticipation. Awesome, we've hit the jackpot. Let's go to the next stage. He helplessly went along with it. All right. A few minutes passed, and the group was standing before another monster. Stage 2 boss, the shield goblin. Jin watched it in disbelief. It looks really sturdy. It's bigger too, and it's holding shields with both hands. He looked up. Not only is it sturdy, but it's also incredibly tough. After hearing that, he asked doubtfully, You say that as if you've seen it before? Or have you been here alone before and even know how to clear this place? Song Jihan was silent for a moment, then replied, I've told you before. Baron taught me everything. He thought to himself that he couldn't admit he had died and come back to life. Jin probed. But who exactly is your master? Even my grandfather doesn't know about these things. Hai Jin guessed with excitement. Maybe it's a transcendent being beyond our imagination. Hai Jin asked again. So is that person even greater than the demon heaven or the living Buddha? Baron suddenly appeared next to Song Jihan and scolded him. Disciple, what are you doing? Are you comparing your master to those fake monks and deceivers from your past life? He was confused. There are? He spoke up. So how do we take down this boss? Song Jihan explained. Just keep attacking until it raises its shield, Hilo asked cautiously. Can we use our internal energy this time? He affirmed with certainty. Yes, and Hai Jin, you'll strike first this time. Hearing that, he was a bit stunned. Yes! Hai Jin gripped his sword tightly and used his strength to leap high into the air. He grimaced, his eyes showing determination. Hai Jin drew his sword and charged straight at the boss. He used the divine technique of the mysterious void of heaven and earth to deliver a powerful slash. Standing to the side, Song Jihan wondered what kind of martial art that was as Hai Jin landed right in front of the goblin. It held up its shield and charged quickly towards him. The boss easily sent Hai Jin flying. Hai Jin's entire body fell right in the middle of the cracked ground. His hand gripped the sword tightly. His eyes widened in fear as he raised the sword to block. If I hadn't blocked that with the demon sword, I would have been a goner. The giant, iron-like monster slowly approached, a terrifying grin on its face. As soon as the iron club was swung, Hai Jin reflexively dodged to the side. He launched himself high into the air, almost clearing the monster's head. Hai Jin glanced at the monster behind him and swung a decisive slash, a small flame erupting around the monster's body. He thought to himself, he doesn't hesitate at all. At that moment, Song Jihan appeared with a confident smile, shouting, As a senior, I can't let my junior handle all the hard work alone. He unleashed several sword strikes in 3 seconds, creating a brilliant blue stream of lightning that enveloped the monster's entire body. The divine art of the Thunder King. Cracks began to appear on the monster's body. Its eyes lit up as it turned to look directly at Song Jihan. He held the spear firmly in his hand. Hyuk Jin leaped up from behind the monster, shouting to Song Jihan. Understanding his intent, Song Jihan raised the spear in front of him with a sharp gaze. I know. He swung it in an arc, creating a brilliant yellow stream of power that slashed through the monster. Its head suddenly detached from its body, surrounded by a red aura. Song Jihan shouted a panicked warning. A wide area attack is coming. Stick to the barrier as closely as possible. Hyuk Jin and Hiseo heard him and immediately jumped back. Less than 3 seconds later, the monster's body unleashed countless bright white beams from all directions. A beam of energy grazed Hiseo's face, drawing blood. His face was filled with fear, sweat pouring down. The monster's entire body emitted a red aura and was even covered in cracks. In the blink of an eye, its body exploded, the shockwave forcing Hiseo to flinch back. The system window announced, You have destroyed the Stage 2 boss monster, Shield Golem. You have received 250,000 points as a reward. The system window indicated that you may now proceed to the next stage. Song Jihan lightly wiped a few drops of sweat from his face. Hyuk Jin sighed wearily. This is a blue-level zone, so why is it so difficult? He smirked faintly, thinking to himself, Because this isn't an ordinary blue-level gate. This place hides a mana stone mine. Song Jihan looked at the beautiful, clear blue stones, a mine large enough to supply over 1/3 of South Korea's total energy. He spoke up, suggesting, let's just take all the rewards and move on to the next stage. But Hyuk Jin said, hey, we need to clear a few things up first. He suddenly called out to Hiseo. Hiseo answered cautiously, yes. Hyuk Jin curiously approached him and asked, you're using the martial arts of the Imperial clan? His eyebrows furrowed slightly in suspicion. To be precise, it's not the Imperial clan's technique. It's something even more advanced. But given how my grandfather mastered the Imperial sword style, there's no way you could have learned something like that on your own, Song Jihan explained. Song Jihan scratched his head and hesitantly explained, you're right. The martial art Hiseo is practicing is a 5th-tier technique, he said seriously. The Imperial sword connection is on the same tier as the Imperial sword style. Hearing this, Hyuk Jin couldn't help but be surprised. The Imperial sword connection? You mean the sword art that the Sword King has been desperately searching for? Hiseo's face went blank, and Song Jihan grunted in affirmation. Hyuk Jin still felt something was off. But isn't that technique only usable after mastering the Heaven and Earth Void Art? Song Jihan lowered his head slightly. A sly grin spread across his face. What if Hiseo has already mastered the Heaven and Earth Void Art? Hyuk Jin couldn't believe his ears and turned to look at Hiseo. What? Is that true? Hiseo scratched his head and answered shyly. Yes, it is. Brother Song Jihan gave me the Flower of Succession, which helped reset my martial arts foundation. He asked in shock. The Flower of Succession? That thing is worth millions. Hyuk Jin turned and asked, is all of this thanks to your master? Song Jihan replied while cleaning his ear. Something like that. He thought to himself. Even though I know the future, without my master's training, I wouldn't have been able to safely guide his martial arts. Song Jihan said coldly. If you're done with the questions, let's move on to the next stage. Hyuk Jin's face lit up. Song Jihan, your master. Can you introduce me to him? But Song Jihan dodged the question and changed the subject. Shall we go to the next stage? Hyuk Jin shouted angrily. Hey, don't play dumb. Seeing this, Hiseo smiled gently, looking at them affectionately. The scene changes. Night gradually fell. Around 9 p.m., in front of the Siyun Forest Gate, a group of people dressed in black and completely covered gathered together. Sunho turned and whispered to Minin, "The Imperial clan is here." She took off her mask, sighed, and asked in a stern voice, "How long were you going to make me wait?" One of them replied with a slight laugh, "My apologies, sister." Sunho said seriously, "We had to avoid the eyes of spies from other clans. Choi Sunho, Choi Minin's cousin and the leader of the Imperial clan." Minin's face showed clear indignation. "We have to enter the gate and kill Song Jihan before he clears it. Didn't you see what he did to our younger brother and Dongsu at the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament? He's no ordinary kid." Sunho gave a forced smile. He asked with a look of contempt, "Sister, do you really think a clan leader needs to go all out against a mere kid? I probably won't even need to use 30% of my internal energy." She replied, "Even so, I still have a bad feeling." He tried to reassure her, "Don't worry. Today, I will wipe away all your concerns." Sunho looked ahead with a confident expression, leading the Divine Power Clan's demon-slaying squad and 200 soldiers from the Emperor clan. He was the commander of an elite unit from one of the 5 great families and one of the top 5 martial artists. An image of Song Jihan flashed through his mind. "Honestly, to deal with a few brats, just a few of my clan members would have been enough. Minin is just overthinking things, bringing the entire Emperor clan just to kill one kid." Sunho thoughtfully stroked his chin. "I heard he's mastered the Heavenly King's divine arts, but he's still just a kid, probably a 3 or 4 star at best." Minin put her hat back on and called out. She waved her hand, giving the order, her eyes growing sharp. A car with its bright headlights on was parked near their gathering spot, and together they stepped into the blue gate. The car's rearview mirror reflected an image of Ju making a call to someone. "The matriarch of the Divine Power Clan and the Emperor Clan have made their move." She asked, "What should we do?" The person on the other end replied cryptically, "The fish has taken the bait, so let's get started." Ju replied in a cold voice, "Understood." She then dialed the number for reporter Kim Se-a. Se-a, sitting at her desk, quickly picked up the phone. "Hello?" The voice on the other end spoke. "This is Namju, secretary to Chairman Han Mi-sung of Musago. Is this reporter Kim Se-a?" Se-a couldn't help but wonder. Chairman Han's secretary? Ju's next words made her freeze. "I want to give you an exclusive scoop on Song Jihan." Her face instantly lit up. "What is it?" Kim Se-a was a reporter who specialized in stories related to Song Jihan. As soon as she finished speaking, Ju hung up. "Come to the Soon Forest Gate, and I'll tell you. We'll be waiting." Se-a hurriedly tried to stop her. "Huh? Hello, wait." She then secretly sent a long text message to Uni. "This is Nam Ju, secretary to Chairman Han Mi-sung. I want to offer an opportunity to Miss Uni, a fan of Song Jihan, to capture exclusive footage of him. To prove this isn't a fake message, I will leave verification details. If you have any questions, contact me at number 010 from inside the broadcasting station's waiting room." Upon receiving the message, Uni gasped. "Oh my gosh," her friend asked curiously. "What's wrong, Uni?" Her eyes widened as she quickly replied, "I'm coming." "Where is the location?" Ju's voice echoed in her ear. Uni stood up straight, her expression darkening. "Come to the Soon Forest Gate. Reporter Kim Se-a from Gate Info magazine will also be there." "Oh, and you can bring your team members with you," she typed a reply, feeling anxious. "Reporter Kim Se-a too. I understand. I'm on my way," Uni screamed with joy. "I get to see Song Jihan clear a gate in person," but another voice stopped her. "You need to come back right now." "Uni, what about the live stream?" Hook-jin asked in frustration. "Are you really not going to teach me?" Song Jihan bluntly retorted, annoyed. "Even if I taught you, you wouldn't understand," he yelled angrily. "At least tell me the name." "This name," Song Jihan thought helplessly. "He'll definitely go and investigate Master Mukra right away. Go ahead and search. You won't find a single speck of dust." He turned back and said, "I only know his alias, Mukra." Master called himself Mukra. "The image of 2 opposing twin women represents the 2 sides of my master. Actually, Master has 2 other aliases," he thought to himself, "Martial God and Blood God of Destruction." Even when other Awakeners could only use titles like King or Emperor, he dared to use God in his name. "I can't tell him about those names." Song Jihan looked at Hook-jin with a heavy gaze. "At least Mukra is the safest alias. If you break it down, it means someone who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts." He kept muttering the name, Mukra, Mukra. Hook-jin smiled and praised it profusely, making Song Jihan click his tongue. "Damn it, that sounds even cooler than my grandfather's alias, the Sword King." He took out his phone and gave a helpless, forced smile. If the Sword King heard that, he'd probably cry. A notification message appeared on his phone. "The Grand Commander of the Divine Power Clan and the elite squad of the Emperor Clan are on the move. Estimated number of troops is around 250. Song Jihan smirked contemptuously as he read. He remembered Minin's sharp, bloodthirsty eyes and thought about how eager they were to kill him. And now they're acting separately? Song Jihan's expression darkened, and he called out to everyone. Song Jihan confessed, "My family has brought the Emperor's soldiers to kill me." Hearing this, Jin immediately guessed, "The Emperor's soldiers are the Crown Prince's private unit, aren't they?" He continued, "I heard Yin's mother is personally leading the Divine Power Clan's soldiers. They're dying to kill me." Song Jihan spoke up, asking for a favor. Setting that aside for a moment, "I need your help with something," Hell boldly declared. "If it's for you, I'll do anything." Hyuk Jin's voice was calm as he said, "Go on." He wondered how they could say such things so casually. "What on earth have you been through?" Song Jihan calmly looked up, remaining silent. Hell clenched his fist and declared firmly, "Don't worry, I'll protect you from those bastards." Hyuk Jin turned and advised, "Hell, worry about yourself first. You were almost crushed by a golem just a moment ago." "Jihan, don't worry too much." Both Hyuk Jin and Hell smiled in agreement. "We'll help you." He held out his hand. "If you're having a hard time, just tell us. That's what friends are for." Song Jihan's expression didn't change. He just looked down and grunted in agreement. Hyuk Jin was enthusiastic. "All right, let's go deal with them now." Song Jihan immediately stopped him. "Wait, let's clear stage 3 first." The system panel announced the stage 3 boss, Stone Giant. The three of them walked up to a giant boulder. Hyuk Jin looked at it scornfully. "This is the boss? It's so simple," Jihan suggested. "If it's this simple, let's just take it down in one go." He smiled smugly. "This is way too easy for a final boss." The system panel announced, "The Stone Giant has detected intruders, summoning 3 golems." The three of them exclaimed in shock. "3 of them?" Song Jihan got into a ready stance and shouted, "We have to take down all 3 of them at the same time, one for each of us. Remember to report your damage status." Hell quickly replied, "Got it." He threw a straight punch at the Stone Giant while Hell was fighting with his sword. This gate relies on solid teamwork. Song Jihan thought to himself, "I'm glad I came with this team." He called out to Hyuk Jin. Hyuk Jin turned and replied, "Almost done." Song Jihan called out again. Hell replied with a serious expression, "I'm almost done too." He immediately praised them. "Good, lower their HP until we can kill them in one shot." Song Jihan raised his hand and said, "On my count. We'll smash them all at once." Hyuk Jin raised his sword, his expression grim. 1. Hell focused his glare upwards. 2. As soon as the final count rang out, the 3 of them attacked the Stone Giant together, creating a huge explosion. 3. They landed on the ground at the same time, and Hell wondered, "Is it over?" Song Jihan said in a low voice, "No, not yet. We need to take down the final boss." A stone hand appeared, and the system panel announced, "You have defeated the Golem." The Stone Giant opened its eyes. The 3 of them became incredibly small in front of the Stone Giant. Hyuk Jin stood with his hands on his hips, smirking. "It really is big. Can we finish it before they arrive?" Song Jihan added, "Of course, the 3 of us can do it." Scene changed to Minjin's group. The system panel announced, "Blue level gate, Stone Giant has been cleared." Minjin froze for a moment, then asked, "It's done?" Sunho dismissed it. "No way, the gate announcement must be wrong." Another guy argued that the information came from the Supreme Intelligence Agency, so it must be accurate. Sunho turned back, skeptical. "That doesn't mean their announcements are always right. Isn't the Supreme Intelligence Agency supporting Song Jihan?" He guessed that they might be spreading false information to lure us out. Minjin's eyebrows furrowed slightly. There's no way he could have cleared the gate alone in such a short time. Could it be that he already knew the strategy? Sunho's eyes narrowed, his deep voice ringing out. "No, how could that brat possibly know? He just got lucky. But the outcome won't change. Once the Emperor's army makes its move, Song Jihan's life is over." Minjin looked to the side, his brow furrowed with tension, and agreed. "Right," he commanded in a loud voice. "Speed up!" The others shouted in unison. "Yes, sir." As they were marching in formation through the quiet night, suddenly, one of them was dragged away in the blink of an eye, and it seemed no one noticed. They continued on, oblivious to the man lying behind a bush. It turned out to be Song Jihan. He was covering the man's mouth tightly, holding a knife to his throat. In an instant, he slashed the man's throat, causing blood to spurt out. The man's eyes widened in surprise. Song Jihan looked down coldly. A few drops of blood splattered on his face. He thought to himself, "That's 50 of them now. They've probably started to notice." He opened the system panel. Stage information. "The intruders have entered stage 2. Do you want to let them escape?" Song Jihan looked at the map of their footsteps. "Stage 2. This army's skill level is no match for me. They've underestimated me too much." 30 minutes ago, the system panel appeared again. "The master of the Stone Giant has disappeared. Do you want to become the new master of the gate? YN. You have become the new master of the Stone Giant." Hyuk Jin let out a long, satisfying yawn. He stretched and turned to Song Jihan. "Shouldn't we start preparing before they get here?" Song Jihan, he answered, startled. "Sorry, I was just checking something." He called out to Hyoso. Hyoso, who was about to drink some water, turned and replied, "Yes." Song Jihan was about to remind him, "If the Imperial clan discovers your martial arts, they won't let you live." Be careful, Hyoso just said softly. I'm ready for that. Hyuk-jin laughed reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll protect you. He didn't forget to turn and ask. Song Jihan, the sun is about to rise. What's the plan? Song Jihan paused for a moment, then asked, in your opinion, what's the best way to spread fear in the darkness? Hyuk-jin quickly answered, a surprise attack. Song Jihan's face revealed a calculating expression. Correct. We'll pick them off one by one, so their comrades won't notice their disappearance. Hyuk-jin frowned slightly, wondering, but isn't that method too slow? What if the gate closes? Song Jihan looked up, stating coldly that the door might close, but the gate wouldn't disappear. He hesitated for a moment, then smiled brightly and guessed. All right, your master must have taught you this, right? Hyuk-jin quickly declared, I'll follow your lead completely. Song Jihan immediately replied, thanks. Seeing the two of them getting along, Hyoso also felt happy for them. Suddenly, he froze. At his feet lay a still body, its hand stained with blood. However, Song Jihan felt a pang of strangeness. Shouldn't they have noticed by now? An urgent voice called out, Vice Commander, Vice Commander. Sun Ho turned with a frown and asked, what is it? The man reported that Mi Young-guk had disappeared, but he didn't seem to care. That brat probably snuck off to take a leak again. Immediately, the subordinate explained, that's not it, sir. He was walking right next to me just a moment ago. Another man also spoke up. Vice Commander, Jang Hoon is missing too. Sun Ho scowled and looked around, and one by one, they reported in. The commander of the 4th squad is missing too. All the squad commanders. At this point, Sun Ho hastily shouted an order. Do a head count immediately. One man stammered, Sir, it seems we're under a surprise attack. Hearing this, Sun Ho was startled and turned to yell, what the hell is going on? Another person reported through an earpiece, 50 members of the Imperial squad are missing. He couldn't believe his ears and rapidly asked again, did you check carefully? Vice Commander, Vice Commander? Suddenly, a figure zipped past where Sun Ho, Min Jin, and another man were standing. Sun Ho noticed it and reflexively turned to look, his face contorted with anger as he lowered his head and growled, his hand reaching for the sword on his back. Sun Ho leaped up and threw his sword forward, hiding somewhere around here, huh? Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise, staring straight at a squad member who had been impaled by his sword. It wasn't him. Again, the figure flashed past, right in front of Sun Ho, but as soon as he turned to look, everything vanished. I definitely felt something, but the surroundings were completely silent. Min Jin angrily shouted, damn it, stop hiding like a rat and come out here. The subordinate standing beside her softly asked for permission. My lady, please allow me to go. Hearing this, she ordered, capture him. The man held 2 small swords firmly in his hands. He and Sun Ho stood back to back, defending all sides. Looks like you're having trouble. Let me join you. Sun Ho clicked his tongue. Once again, Song Jihan's figure flashed by, disappearing into the crowd. The subordinate immediately leaped up to attack. He slashed, and blood splattered all over his clothes. He suddenly realized it wasn't his target. The man looked ahead and confirmed. He ran this way. Got it. Now, the figure disappeared behind the tree trunks. Sun Ho gripped his sword, cursing inwardly. That bastard, only my own people are getting hurt. If that's the case, I'll just end this quickly. He raised his sword, preparing to swing, and shouted a threat. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. If you keep scurrying around like rats, I'll destroy this entire place. Sun Ho's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing his tension. He unleashed a long sword strike, creating a wide area wave of brilliant blue energy. Dust and smoke completely enveloped the area in front of Sun Ho. His face was as taut as a bowstring as he waited relentlessly. Sweat poured down his face. I got him. With this move, he's definitely dead, right? Through the thick smoke, Song Jihan's figure became clearer and clearer, his hand gripping a spear tightly. Sun Ho faltered slightly. You! Seeing this, he retorted sarcastically. Why so surprised? You came here to kill me. Clearly, the only one swinging a weapon here will be me. Less than 3 seconds later, the two of them rushed at each other, their weapons sparking fiery red in a violent clash. Sun Ho knocked the weapon away and loudly questioned, You bastard. How the hell are you still alive after taking a direct hit from my sword aura? Song Jihan raised his spear, parried the next blow, and bluntly sneered. Your sword aura? You're much weaker than Du Kyung, so stop putting on a show. He forcefully shoved Sun Ho, sending him flying backward. If it were me before, that blow would have killed me instantly. He collapsed to his knees on the ground. The person before him was an SS rank. Sun Ho cursed under his breath. Damn it. He was ranked in the top 5 of the Emperor's squad. Before Sun Ho was Song Jihan's serious and powerful face. He raised his spear. Meanwhile, I'm only an A rank, and my abilities are still limited. However, I still held my ground. No. The longer I fought, the more at ease I felt. This is the power of ruination. The image of his master's advice swirled in Song Jihan's mind. Using the mixed essence technique on the ruination, of course, it's invincible. Sun Ho cursed bitterly. Damn it. A little stronger and you think you're the best? Seeing Song Jihan use the red spear, he sneered, It's that damn weapon again. Lowly, you're too predictable. What are you all still doing? Are you going to let a lowlife defeat you? Upon hearing Sun Ho's command, the men immediately gathered, surrounding Song Jihan with their swords pointed at him. Your mouth will be your downfall. The Emperor's squad entered the lightning formation, but he showed no fear, even looking down on them with utter contempt. Such troublesome tactics. Min Jin's voice rang out. Looks like you'll finally be killed here. Song Jihan's face was slightly lowered, his eyes looking up. The main character has appeared, with such heavy footsteps. Min Jin approached with a smirk. You dare to look me straight in the eye while talking? You've grown up a lot. That lowlife, he wondered. Did that idiot Li Xin beg you to get revenge for him? Hearing this, she couldn't help but be surprised. What? Song Jihan said. I just happened to overhear it while tailing you like a rat. Min Jin leaned down slightly with a sinister smile. Her eyes widened, bloodshot with rage. How dare you mention my son with that filthy mouth of yours? Min Jin swung her sword in a swift slash, lunging forward. Her expression was one of pure fury. Choi Min Jin, an SS rank known as the Imperial Witch. Min Jin's slash clashed with Song Jihan's spear, creating a sky full of lightning. Nowadays, she is only known as the Lady of the Divine Power Clan, and many have forgotten her. But in her prime, her title was infamous. Cruel and ferocious in battle, he silently acknowledged, she's really strong. If it weren't for the mixed essence technique helping me block, I'd be in real danger. Song Jihan spoke up, asking, There's one thing I've always wanted to ask. Why do you hate me so much? She answered, while slashing forward with all her might. You really don't know? A filthy creature aiming for my position and my bloodline. Would you just stand by and watch? Song Jihan's brows furrowed. So that's why you cruelly murdered my mother? Min Jin smirked. Oh my, you already know? Fine, I'll answer you, since you're going to die anyway. She revealed a crazed smile, admitting it. That's right, I ordered your mother's death. Min Jin didn't hesitate to insult him further. And even after knowing that, you still cling to this family? How utterly disgusting. Song Jihan's expression changed. Hearing it from your own mouth is strangely satisfying. His eyes widened as he gripped his spear and thrust it upward. He turned, emitting a red aura. Now it's certain. I can kill every single one of you without hesitation. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Song Jihan stood frozen. A close subordinate said to Min Jin, The situation doesn't look good. Let's temporarily retreat and observe. Song Jihan lowered his face, his eyes looking up with suspicion. He wondered, What is this energy? The subordinate's brows furrowed with extreme tension. It feels similar to the energy of the Pacheon divine arts that His Majesty is proficient in. This is unsettling. Sun Ho shouted an order. Don't just stand there. Attack him. All the men pointed their blades at Song Jihan. He got into a ready stance, a blue energy emanating from the hand holding the spear. With one powerful swing, Song Jihan took down the men who had just surrounded him. He stopped short, holding his spear firmly, his feet planted. Song Jihan's eyes glinted with a cold, serious light as he stared straight ahead. Sun Ho reassured his subordinates. Don't panic. Quickly fill the gap. If we keep attacking, he'll show an opening sooner or later. Following his orders, they leaped into battle, shouting die as they held their swords. One by one, he cut them down until they were nothing but mangled flesh and bone. Another man was slammed into the ground by Song Jihan. Then, 3 more men charged from behind. He glanced over, thinking, they just keep coming. This lightning formation is really annoying. Song Jihan held out his hand, creating a vortex from the black energy streams to break through. I need to shatter that formation. He slowly looked up, carefully aiming at his target, then forcefully pushed that dark power forward, straight at the 3 of them. In the blink of an eye, a tiny black dot transformed into a massive, overwhelming energy mass. The guy screamed in fear. Helpless! My body is burning! Somebody do something! Baron stood behind, observing with his arms crossed. This isn't Muji. It's similar to the pawn energy that the eldest one possesses. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Is this a transformation triggered by rage? Normally, Mujiogji would have been synchronized as well, but thanks to the primordial divine art, the boy's sanity wasn't consumed by the pawn. The whites of Song Jihan's eyes gradually turned red as patterns appeared on his skin. My disciple, his entire body emanated a fierce, blood-red aura. Let your rage flow freely. But remember, I will only turn a blind eye this one time. The marks became more and more distinct. Muji should never transform into pawn energy. Song Jihan suddenly realized he could hear his master's voice as he continued to fight several more men alone. It's only natural for him to be worried. This power is unlike any martial art I've ever used. As Song Jihan stomped his foot, the ground cracked. He swung his spear, and a powerful aura enveloped it. An urge to kill, nerves numbed by bloodshed, and a feeling of extreme, thrilling excitement. Song Jihan's eyes turned completely white, gritting his teeth so hard that veins bulged on his face. This is a feeling I've never had before when using the primordial divine art. He leaped high into the air in front of them. A strong determination certainly gleamed in his blazing red eyes. With this power, I can wipe out all life in this dungeon. Less than 3 seconds later, white beams of power relentlessly attacked the king's tribe. Minin couldn't believe her eyes and asked, "That guy, where did he get that kind of power?" Her trusted subordinate picked her up and said, "I'll get closer and investigate." With a single leap, he appeared right behind Song Jihan. The man stared intently at him, but he just stood there, still as a statue. He destroyed the lightning formation in an instant. This energy is just like His Majesty's pawn energy. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a red aura enveloped his face, making him freeze. "I must return and report to His Majesty immediately." The man looked up in surprise, seeing that Song Jihan was already close. When did he get this close? Damn it, is it because of the pawn energy? His face looked down with soulless yet majestic eyes. The man's entire body froze, his eyes wide with fear, thinking to himself that his body couldn't move. A fierce flame erupted, getting closer and closer to him. While he was still stunned, he was incinerated by that flame in an instant. Song Jihan stood silently, watching him burn away. You inherited His Majesty's ascension." Just like that, the man's entire body dissolved into the furious flames. Seeing this, Min Jin felt even more terrified. Staring with wide eyes, her eyebrows furrowed, she called out, "Sun Ho." Sun Ho had lost all will to fight and exclaimed, "Sister, that guy is no joke, let's just run." He was so scared that he was drenched in sweat. He wiped out the Emperor's squad with a single blow. "We have to gather the survivors and retreat immediately." Min Jin leaned in and said provocatively, "Don't you want revenge?" Right next to the piles of corpses, she relentlessly tried to persuade him. "In the blink of an eye, we lost half of the Emperor's squad and our divine power. Because of that bastard, don't you feel sorry for them?" Sun Ho glanced to the side and hesitated slightly, sweat streaming down his face, but it seemed he could hear voices coming from the pile of corpses. "Commander, please save us." The more Sun Ho looked, the more his face contorted with tension. "Please don't abandon us, Commander." Sweat streamed down his face as he stammered, "What should I do?" Min Jin smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry." She then laid out her plan. "That kid doesn't seem to be able to move." Minin's face couldn't hide her cunning expression, or he's just standing there. "You saw it too. The power he unleashed. If you used a martial art with that much force in one go, what would happen to you?" Sun Ho quickly replied, "Of course, I'd be in a stunned state." "Huh?" she continued. "Exactly. If my guess is correct, then right now, he's completely defenseless." Following Minin's words, Sun Ho recklessly leaped toward the motionless Song Jihan. "If I want to kill him, now is the chance." His brow furrowed so intensely that wrinkles appeared on his forehead. Shouting indignantly, "Die!" Just as Sun Ho's sword neared Song Jihan, Jin appeared, blocking the attack with his own blade. Sparks flew from the clash of the two swords. Sun Ho furiously cursed, "You bastard!" Song Jihan remained frozen, his eyes gazing lifelessly into the distance. Sun Ho staggered back. "You fool, that's the price for using such a powerful technique," Jin said with a confident smirk. "I'll take care of these guys for you," he added tauntingly. "So, the lady of the Divine Power clan is here?" Min Jin replied coldly. "This is not a matter you should interfere in." After a pause, she added, "This is an issue between our Divine Power clan and that brat," he calmly retorted. "And he also happens to be my friend," Min Jin asked in disbelief. "Are you really planning to oppose the Divine Power clan?" "Hi," Jin answered nonchalantly. "You could put it that way. My grandfather also mentioned his opposition to the Divine Power clan and the Emperor." Then, he added in a challenging tone, "So, shall we fight to see who comes out on top?" Min Jin slightly drew her sword as she replied, "What if we kill you right here and erase all traces of today?" Far from being intimidated, Jin retorted sarcastically that it would be too late for regrets. Min Jin's eyes filled with malice as she spoke. "I deeply regret letting Song Jihan escape last time." Sun Ho yelled, "What are you waiting for? Take the remaining forces and kill Song Jihan." He replied, "Understood, sis," and immediately sprang into action. While Jin was still wondering what she was up to, Min Jin had already closed the distance with a basic strike. She then taunted, "You shouldn't lose your focus like that, should you?" He cursed under his breath in frustration. "Damn it!" Meanwhile, Sun Ho lunged toward him, screaming, "This time, I'll kill you for sure." Less than a second later, he was stunned by the scene unfolding before his eyes. A young man suddenly appeared, blocking Sun Ho's attack. It was Seon Ho. As soon as he landed, he spoke apologetically. "Brother Jihan, I'm late." Seeing this, Jin immediately started picking on him. "Seon Ho, you think you can protect Song Jihan at that speed? Go train some more." Seon Ho immediately refuted it. "It's not that I'm slow. Those guys are just unnaturally fast." Across from them, Sun Ho took a fighting stance and boldly declared, "One more person won't change a thing. If you love your friend that much, then I'll send you both to hell together." With that, he brought his weapon down in a powerful strike. Luckily, Seon Ho managed to dodge it nimbly. He carefully helped Song Jihan to a safer spot and whispered, "Just wait here for a moment." Then, Seon Ho firmly declared, "We will protect you, no matter what." The scene then shifts to the entrance of the Sun Forest Gate, where a car is speeding down the road. After they arrived, a young woman asked doubtfully, Uni, are you sure coming here is a better way to get famous than going on a music show? Uni turned to her and replied confidently, I told you, just trust me this one time. The purple-haired girl hesitated, saying nothing. Just then, another voice called out, Hello, I'm Namju, Chairman Man Minion's assistant. Immediately after, Kim Si also introduced herself. I'm Kim Si, a reporter from Gate Info magazine. Hearing that, Uni thought to herself, she's the one who wrote all those articles about Song Jihan. Next, she replied politely, It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Uni from Red Girls. To her surprise, Kim Si completely ignored her and turned to Assistant Nam. Since everyone's here, let's get going. Yi Zhu then spoke up, Please enter through this gate. Uni watched this, wondering in bewilderment. Did she just blow me off? The deeper they went, the more amazed she became, even taking out her phone to snap pictures relentlessly. Yi Zhu guided them as they walked. They said we should head to the second stage. Let's go this way, Uni exclaimed in awe. It's so beautiful inside this gate. Should I take a picture before we leave? In stark contrast to her excitement, Kim Si replied coldly, We don't have time for that. Keep moving. This made Uni's face flush with anger. Her bandmate saw this and reassured her that she could take photos later. Yi Zhu then tried to smooth things over, saying, The tremors are getting stronger, which means we're very close. Uni just mumbled in response. The next thing you know, Uni and her two members were cheerfully on camera. Hello everyone, it's Uni. Today, I'm here with my fellow Red Girls members to cheer on Song Jihan. Then she continued excitedly, Thump, 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 thump. I'm so nervous. Please cheer for Uni. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, causing even Yi Zhu at the head of the group to freeze for a moment. It was because they had just witnessed the fiery sword fight between Haijin and Minjin. Sei was stunned and blurted out, The Demon Butcher, Choi Minin, and the Sword King's grandson, and even the leader of the Imperial Force. As she spoke, she glanced at the incredibly fierce battle unfolding between Zanho and Sunho. One of them wondered aloud, What's happening here? Don't tell me the Demon Butcher called people here to kill Song Jihan. Hearing this, Zhu replied, It looks that way. Right after, Uni cried out in alarm, Wait, Song Jihan is unconscious. She was extremely anxious. We have to go help him right now. Just then, someone unexpectedly called her name, Uni. It was Sei. She calmly suggested, As an Awakener, you can contribute, but we have a more powerful weapon. If you record a great video, I'll write an article about it. What do you think? Hearing this, Uni thought to herself, I can't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Then, Sei said, Let's bury those bastards with our media coverage. She hesitated for a moment, then quickly replied, Okay. Zanho's words suddenly echoed, Wait here. We'll protect you. So did Hook Jin's desperate shout, Jihan. Song Jihan thought to himself, I can't move. I have no strength left. As he wondered in confusion, for some reason, I can still hear strange voices. At the same time, a deep, hoarse voice suddenly echoed in Song Jihan's head, Kill them. Only by killing them can your friends survive. It urged him. They are the ones who have always looked down on you. Tear them apart so they can never look down on you again. Finally, the voice concluded. That is the privilege of the one who stands at the top. Meanwhile, Sun Ho was getting closer and closer to Song Jihan. At that moment, a dark voice crept into his mind. The enemy of your comrades. You can kill them right now. Hook Jin, while fighting the woman, was also closely watching Song Jihan's situation and noticed this. He panicked and shouted a warning, Jihan, right in front of you. Minin seized the opportunity and charged at Hook Jin. He looked in that direction and cursed helplessly under his breath. Damn it, I can't help him. I'm having trouble with this one. By now, the woman was very close to Hook Jin. Minin's eyes, filled with killing intent, stared at him. But Hook Jin was so focused on the situation over there that he only just noticed. It was too late. He was sent flying by a surprise attack from Minin. Then, she taunted him. My, you shouldn't get so distracted when you're facing me. Don't you value your life? Meanwhile, Sun Ho was in position, ready to end Song Jihan's life. Hook Jin, despite having just been beaten senseless, desperately screamed, Song Jihan, get out of there. Hearing this, he immediately snapped his eyes open, and a powerful aura erupted around his body. Thinking he wasn't fully conscious, Hook Jin shouted another warning, Song Jihan, wake up. A second later, Song Jihan suddenly shot up and landed a punch on Sun Ho's face. He then summoned his abundant power, preparing to continue his counterattack. Before Sun Ho could react, Song Jihan lunged forward and grabbed him tightly by the neck. Then he forcefully pushed him forward, tightening his grip and making it impossible for Sun Ho to resist. As he raised his weapon, that deep, hoarse voice echoed in his head again. Kill, you must kill. At that moment, Sun Ho finally understood the extreme fear his comrades had felt. As the words kill him echoed, Song Jihan's eyes turned blood red, filled with killing intent. Just as he was about to strike, Baron's voice rang out. You fool, can't you stop yourself? He scolded angrily. I told you to restrain your anger, not to let your killing intent consume you. Hearing this, Song Jihan gradually regained his senses and called out, Baron. Baron sighed helplessly. You were almost consumed by the primordial divine art. Hearing this, he was extremely confused. The primordial divine art? He thought. The Baron calmly explained. To be precise, it's the Paeon divine art contained within the primordial divine art. The Pak Cheon Chi from a high-level martial art is causing chaos in your inner energy. Hearing this, Song Jihan muttered in a daze. Did someone tell me to kill them? On the other end, Baron eagerly gave an example. Just like the will of the Pak Cheon Chi, something similar once gave me a severe headache. At this point, he thought dejectedly, what should I do? If I focus my inner energy again, it might speak to me again. After that thought, Song Jihan thought sorrowfully, Baron, I know this might be very selfish, he said, his voice filled with killing intent. But I don't want to spare the ones who went after my mother. Hearing this, Baron immediately refuted it. You've misunderstood me. Revenge is a matter of course, but what I mean is to feel the rage without being consumed by the blood demon. Only then did Song Jihan belatedly understand and obediently replied, Yes, master. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Yon Sejin and Sun Ho was still raging. After fighting Yon Sejin for a while, he asked in surprise, How the hell can you use the martial arts of the Imperial clan? Meanwhile, he thought to himself, the enemy is an A-rank Awakener. He's really strong, but if I lose, Song Jihan will be in danger. Just as Yon Sejin thought of him, his power surged to another level. He decisively launched an attack at his opponent, sending Sun Ho flying and cursing furiously. Damn it! He summoned his power and threatened, If you don't talk, I'll just have to force you to open your mouth. Seeing this, Yon Sejin thought his power was even greater than before. Sun Ho, seething with killing intent, took a stance, ready to show him his true power. Less than a second later, he launched an attack that Yon Sejin struggled to block. Sun Ho interrogated him as he fought. Answer me, how did you learn the techniques of the Imperial clan? He didn't answer, only thinking to himself, this is bad. I can't withstand this level of power. Yon Sejin was desperately trying to defend against his one-of-a-kind technique. After holding on for a while, he wondered in despair, is this really the end? Just then, Song Jihan's voice rang out, cutting through Yon Sejin's thoughts. He stood behind him in an attack stance and asked coldly, You dare touch my beloved little brother? Seeing that Song Jihan had woken up, Yon Sejin was overjoyed and called out his name. Meanwhile, Sun Ho was so panicked he started to stutter. You can still move? Song Jihan casually launched a ferocious attack and replied, Can't you see? In that moment, he was filled with extreme regret. Damn it, I should have killed him before he recovered. Sun Ho was almost defeated, but he couldn't stop thinking. Many from the Imperial clan have already been wiped out. He glanced into the distance and told himself, My sister is still fighting. He soberly concluded that in this state, there was no way he could fight both of them at once. That's when despair took over Sun Ho. There's no other way. Thinking this, he said, We surrender. But Song Jihan, far from being triumphant, was confused and asked, What the hell are you doing? Sun Ho replied, Can't you see? I'm surrounded. Then he muttered to himself, I was careless. That guy is really strong. He might even be stronger than my cousin. Sun Ho reasoned that behind him and his sister was the entire Imperial clan. If we die, he'll have to face the whole family. He wouldn't dare do something so reckless. As he was lost in thought, Song Jihan suddenly spoke. If that was your plan, then you've succeeded. He said resolutely, I'll convince my sister, but Song Jihan cut him off flatly. Then I can kill you without hesitation. Faced with his decisiveness, Sun Ho couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? Before he could react, Song Jihan turned to Yon Sejin and said, I'll take care of this guy. He carefully instructed, Go check if there are any stragglers left. Yon Sejin obediently replied, Yes. Song Jihan paused for a beat, then hesitantly praised him. You did well. After a long moment, he finally reacted in a daze. Yes. Meanwhile, Sun Ho exclaimed in alarm. Wait, I'm surrendering, he asked casually. So what? I don't accept your surrender. Let me tell you something. You think you came here by chance? Only then did Sun Ho belatedly realize, No way, you lured us here. Seeing that he'd guessed correctly, Song Jihan said, So your brain still works, huh? That's right, none of you are leaving here alive today. Hearing this, Sun Ho's expression changed and he cursed him viciously. You bastard, how dare you? Then he wondered in confusion. My mana is depleted. When did he seal my pressure points? Just then, Song Jihan spoke up again. You've come a long way, haven't you? If you were planning to kill me, you should have been prepared to die yourself, he added considerately. Any last words? I'll listen. Hearing these words, Sun Ho began to stammer in fear. Spare me. Song Jihan said gently, I'll spare you. I'm not heartless like you people. As soon as he finished speaking, he mercilessly gifted Sun Ho a gaping hole in the middle of his chest as a permanent souvenir. Lifetime warranty. For an awakened, the most important thing is their dantian, the center of their internal energy. Once the dantian is destroyed, recovery is nearly impossible. Therefore, an awakened whose dantian is destroyed will live the rest of their life as a cripple. It's no exaggeration to call it a living hell, where death might even be a kinder fate. Song Jihan had experienced that hell once before. After making his move, he said grimly, "Now you get to live the life of a weakling. It'll be fun." Sunho lay alone on the cold ground, pain slowly spreading throughout his body. His work done, Song Jihan turned to leave decisively, not even bothering to look back, but he was actually kind enough to drag Sunho's battered body along with him. Seeing Song Jihan approach, Jin cheerfully called out, "Song Jihan, you're late." Without a word, he simply threw Sunho in front of Min Jin. Fearing she might misunderstand, Song Jihan kindly reassured her, "Don't worry, I haven't killed him yet. So how does it feel to be defeated by trash?" Hearing this, Min Jin's rage boiled over. She furiously shouted, "You bastard!" He paid no mind to Min Jin's words and stated bluntly, "You've lost." Sunho, who had been so aggressive, was now unconscious after a single blow from Song Jihan. On the other side, Seong-ho was struggling to move the bodies of the Imperial team members to one spot. Song Jihan closed in and asked smugly, "Now that there's no one left to help you, are you planning to kill me?" Faced with being surrounded, Min Jin could only curse, "You bastards, don't come any closer. I said, get away." Then she used the most cowardly of the 36 stratagems, fleeing. Min Jin realized she had no chance of winning in this situation and had to retreat to regroup. Just then, she ran into Seong-ho, who was working tirelessly. Their eyes met for a moment, but he paid her no mind and just asked his companion, "All the high-ranking martial artists are either unconscious or dead." Song Jihan replied, "Good, now get some rest." With that, he turned to her, "Don't tell me you plan on getting out of here in one piece. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you here." Song Jihan paused, then continued in a low voice, "The crime of attempting to murder me, the crime of ordering my mother's death. You'll only be allowed to die after you've paid for everything." Hearing this, Min Jin furiously cursed, "How dare a cheap bastard like you talk to me like that?" Hearing her words, he fell silent and gave Min Jin a death glare. For a brief moment, she couldn't help but exclaim, "So similar, he has the exact same eyes as his mother." Min Jin thought dazedly, "His eyes are so dark and deep I can't tell what he's thinking." Immediately after, she collapsed to her knees, muttering, "No, she's looking at me. It's her fault for staring. Yes, it's all her fault. I didn't do anything." Suddenly, something happened that made Min Jin's eyes roll back in shock. The next moment, she had collapsed to the ground, apparently having passed out cold. Seeing this, Hyuk-jin asked in confusion, "Jihan, did you take her down with just a single glance?" He immediately denied it. "No way. I just touched on her weak spot with my words. I didn't lay a finger on her." Hearing Song Jihan say that, he asked worriedly, "Huh, so what are you going to do with her?" Next, he casually uttered a concise phrase, "Public execution." Uni, who was holding her phone and live streaming, was startled when she heard Song Jihan and called out, "Mr. Song Jihan." A little later, Hyuk-jin excitedly turned and asked, "You're Uni from Red Girls, right?" He cheered ecstatically for a moment before approaching to introduce himself. "Hello, I'm Dragon Spear Park Hyuk-jin." Hyuk-jin shyly asked, "Could I please get your autograph?" She immediately replied, "Of course, it would be our honor." Meanwhile, Song Jihan was pensively looking at the phone screen. After watching, he spoke lightly, "You filmed everything from start to finish?" Hearing this, Uni asked, "Can we send the footage as is? Or should we edit it?" Song Jihan replied, "Just send it as is." Seeing his decision, Hyuk-jin spoke up in dissatisfaction. "Hey, at least cut out the part where I got beaten up." But he coldly replied, "Forget it. Just send the whole thing." Uni stared at them blankly, thinking, they really defeated all the high-ranking soldiers. We knew Song Jihan and Park Hyuk-jin were stronger than other Awakened, but that was truly a surprise. She glanced toward Song-ho and thought to herself, there's no doubt anymore. He's using the techniques of the Imperial clan, even if they're still unrefined. With that, Uni firmly concluded, and he's just a boy, 17 years old. If the Sword King finds out, he won't let this go. While everyone was chatting happily, Song Jihan suddenly spoke up. "There's something I want to tell everyone," he guiltily admitted. "I've deceived all of you," while bowing a full 90 degrees to apologize. Song Jihan hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to say it. "The story about the conquest was a lie. From the beginning, I realized the Imperial clan and the Divine Power clan wanted to assassinate me. To expose this, I asked Secretary Nam to gather everyone here. Finally, he concluded with one sentence before everyone's astonished eyes, I'm sorry for lying." Immediately after, Uni also spoke up after Song Jihan. "I'm also sincerely sorry." While Uni was still busy processing his words, Se-A asked, "So, you basically used us to expose the fact that the Divine Power clan wants to kill you?" Song Jihan hesitantly admitted, "Yes." After hearing his answer, she said, "Honestly, I don't really mind." With that, Se-A added smugly, "That means I get to report this huge scoop exclusively, right?" Then, she casually said, "You can use me as much as you want." Immediately after, Uni shyly spoke up, "I don't mind being used either." Seeing her lose control, screaming, "Please use me more!" Purple Hair immediately interjected, No, actually, we're just happy to have met you. Hearing these words, Song Jihan let out a sigh of relief and replied, "Thank you for understanding." Say calmly asserted. Just the scene of the high-ranking soldiers attacking Song Jihan's group is enough for a major headline. He humbly replied, "I'm counting on you." Then, Song Jihan added, speaking to Park Hyuk-jin, "I want you to imprison her in your family's Jade Emperor's palace." Hyuk-jin immediately answered, "Only our iron-blooded clan can handle her. Besides, my father has been itching to overthrow the Imperial clan for a while now, so we'll just use this opportunity to start a war." After that long speech, he turned to ask, "By the way, Jihan, are you really okay with this?" Song Jihan thought to himself, Min Jin was once a part of the Imperial clan, but she's also a member of the Divine Power clan. Even though we're not related by blood, she's still technically family. If I deal with her here, the Confucian followers will definitely rise up against me. Then he silently added, "No sinner has ever returned from the Jade Emperor's palace of the Iron-Blooded clan, and the matriarch of the Divine Power clan is no exception." Then, he suddenly remembered the sight of Minin happily hugging her child and continued to think to himself. Besides, Song Jihan paused for a moment and then said, "For the rest of her life, she will never see her son again. For Choi Min-in, that will be more painful than death." Soon after, an article titled, "The Truth About the Emperor Guild, Is This Okay?" was published. The public all picked up their phones to read and discuss it. I saw it, it's top trending. Song Jihan cleared the Soon Forest Gate with Dragon Sword and Hubei. Meanwhile, the Emperor Guildmaster and his troops ambushed him, exposing the truth that the matriarch of the Divine Power clan holds a deep grudge against Jihan. The people were buzzing. Someone had allied with the 15 Family Alliance to launch an ambush inside a gate. Really? Isn't that something only a beast would do? Targeting a student is just despicable. The keyboard warriors were also at full throttle. COA scrolled through them one by one. Things like, "This is crazy, dragging high-level soldiers into a kid's fight." Or, "So what if he's a student? But what if that student is Song Jihan? Then you'd better just hit your own head first. Haha. Where are all the people who were cursing Song Jihan for destroying Li Xin's Dantian now?" Someone even casually said, "If it were me, I would have done the same thing." Another person asked, "Has anyone seen the video reporter Kim Seo-a posted? That's insane." "Haha," someone replied right after, "Huh, it's on Prophet's YouTube channel." They discussed enthusiastically, "That thumbnail is brutal, bro. What's going on? Wait, this isn't fake, is it? Is it for real?" The video showed everything that happened inside the Soon Forest Gate. Some said it was too violent, but most condemned the Emperor Guild for collectively attacking students. Of course, some criticized Song Jihan's cruelty, but even so, public opinion still leaned in favor of Song Jihan, a student who overwhelmed an entire unit of the Emperor Guild with his immense power. His mercy in sparing his enemy moved the public. Comments were constantly being posted, with someone lamenting, "He should have killed her, but he let her live. Maybe because she's his mother after all." Another person said, "If that's true, it's heartbreaking, Lord Jihan." But there were also those who encouraged him, saying, "We believe in you. So impressive for someone so young. Keep it up, Song Jihan." And all these reactions were exactly as Song Jihan had predicted. The scene then shifts to the forbidden grounds of the 4 great sacred sites, located in the middle of a vast desert. At that moment, Song Jihan was actively training 2 streams of power, one white and one red, enveloping his body. Song Jihan suddenly spoke, "The killing intent isn't subsiding easily." Baron immediately sent a telepathic message. "Once unleashed, controlling the Pacheon arts is not a simple task. You'd better master the infinite arts and then learn infinite ki soon." Hearing this, he mumbled and calculated, "The infinite arts cost 15 million P, and infinite ki could be many times more expensive." Then Song Jihan wondered, "Is there really no other way to control it besides learning infinite ki?" He gave a curt reply, and he immediately asked curiously, "What is it?" Baron calmly replied, "Reach the peak of the Realm of Fire." The Realm of Fire is equivalent to S-rank, the same level as the Sword King, the top warrior in South Korea. Then Song Jihan thought blankly, "That's just as difficult as learning infinite ki," but he said the Realm of Fire is the minimum requirement to use infinite ki. Baron kindly reminded him, "Don't be negligent in getting stronger, or else the Pacheon arts, especially the heavenly destruction, might take control of you." After hearing that, he replied, "I've thought of the same thing." With that, Song Jihan confirmed that the energy from that ki was too dangerous. Then he wondered again, "But the Pacheon arts originated from the Pacheon divine arts, right? So why did it manifest when I used the primordial divine arts?" Baron thought for a moment and then answered, "It seems your desire for revenge has activated the sealed part of the Pacheon technique within the primordial divine art, and your weakened physical state also contributed." He paused for a moment, then continued, "The Pacheon arts despises weak hosts. If its master is weak, it will sink its fangs into them without hesitation." Hearing this, Sukmung immediately spoke up, "I know about that. The master must still be angry about last time. I think he's still thinking of a way to punish us right now." The golden turtle reassured it, "Don't worry, Master Song Jihan is practicing chi circulation. He's just checking to see if there's anything wrong with his body, so don't be too concerned." Tentacle hesitantly asked. Really? It confirmed. Yes, so let's focus on thinking of ways to support Master Song Jihan. Tentacle reluctantly replied. Yes. At an airport, the first plane of the day had just taken off. Inside, Xiaomi held her phone in one hand while dragging a heavy suitcase with the other. She looked at the scene ahead and wondered, what's with this peaceful atmosphere? Then Xiaomi let out a chilling remark. It really makes me want to shatter it. Meanwhile, a silent war had already begun in China under Yizu's influence. Compared to that, everything here was far too peaceful. Then, she pulled out her phone and mumbled, where the hell are those damn monks? An automated voice suddenly came on. The number you have dialed is busy. Please leave a message after the tone. On the second try, Xiaomi hung up as soon as the automated voice started. She furiously slammed her phone on the ground and screamed, have they all gone insane? The more Xiaomi cursed, the angrier she became. Not answering was bad enough, but now you're completely ignoring my calls? So annoying. Die, die, die. Her erratic actions quickly drew the attention of the people nearby. Soon after, a ground staff member came over and said, excuse me, miss. You can't behave like that here. Panting, Xiaomi asked, are you talking to me? He immediately replied, yes, there are other passengers around. Please refrain from making a scene. She suddenly closed in on him and sized him up. You're pretty bold, and you're quite cute, too. The employee shyly dodged Xiaomi's hand and reminded her, your hand, could you please? A second later, her eyes flashed with bloodlust as she said, now, goodbye. Seeing him standing frozen in place, his colleague walked over and asked, hey, are you all right? But upon seeing the wound on his colleague's neck, he froze in shock for a few seconds. Snapping out of it, he yelled, someone's down! Block the airport exits! Don't let that woman get away! But then a security guard reported, she's gone. We can't find her, leaving him completely astonished. What did you say? Elsewhere, at the foot of Inwin Mountain, the entrance to the Nirvana Temple, Xiaomi quietly dragged her suitcase inside and scanned her surroundings. Finally, she reached a conclusion. Not a single trace was left. Useless, Xiaomi thought, as she continued to scan for clues. After noticing something at her feet, she hesitantly muttered to herself, bloodstains. Then Xiaomi calmly assessed the situation. Those bastards. I had a bad feeling ever since he stopped responding back in China. She paused for a moment before continuing, it looks like a major battle took place here. Meanwhile, Song Jihan was casually lying on his bed looking at his phone. The closed door was suddenly kicked wide open. Han Jigu stormed right in and shouted his name, Jihan. Song Jihan scrambled to sit up and then complained, you again? Would it kill you to knock just once? She replied nonchalantly, this is no time for knocking. I read the news. With that, Han Jigu rushed over to examine him, then asked urgently, you were attacked? Are you okay? He didn't answer directly, instead asking, you can see for yourself, can't you? Did you come because you were worried about me? Han Jigu's face immediately turned bright red, but she stubbornly denied it. No, I didn't. She tried to cover her tracks, saying, I was just in the neighborhood and stopped by since you didn't come to practice. But Song Jihan just chuckled and said, it doesn't seem that way. It looks like you came because you were worried about me. Still, Han Jigu stubbornly argued, I told you I wasn't. Anyway, as long as you're fine, that's all that matters. Here, eat this. After receiving the small gift, he already knew but still asked, whoa, are both of these for me? She didn't answer, but kindly instructed, eat, rest, and then come to practice. The others are waiting for you. Hearing her say that, Song Jihan gave a very gentle smile. Then he turned to look at the broken door and thought to himself, even if I fix the door, it'll just break again, so I might as well leave it. Not long after, Song Jihan's phone suddenly rang. He answered the phone. What's up? The person on the other end asked back. What do you mean? What's up? You dumped all the work on me. Song Jihan corrected him. Not you, to be precise. The Iron Blood Clan. Hearing that, he immediately scolded. I'm part of the Iron Blood Clan, aren't I? You bastard! Have you been ignoring me lately? After saying that, Hyuk Jin added, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Hearing that, he pouted and said, I feel offended. By the way, someone from your clan came because of that incident. He thought for a moment, and then wondered, who? Song Jihan replied, Sa Hui Jun, of the Heavenly King's team. Then he added, his wife is imprisoned in another clan's royal prison, and he only sent one subordinate. Hearing this, Hai Jin remarked, your father can be a real piece of work sometimes. But Song Jihan replied grimly, not really. Are you that surprised? But a moment later, he said, never mind, we don't have any secret deals, do we? A confused Hai Jin asked Song Jihan, we are the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan, and I hate to say this, but forgive me for asking, do you people carry enough weight to make a deal with us? He immediately replied, what about the Emperor Clan? He said dejectedly, don't even mention it. Then fell completely silent. Since the martial arts heavenly tournament, the Emperor Clan has gone completely quiet, no one has come out. Hearing this, Song Jihan muttered, looks like I'll have to go myself. Hi, Jin, casually asked, What are you planning to do this time? He replied bluntly. What do you think? Absolutely nothing. In the morning, sunlight streamed down onto the main house of the Divine Power Clan. In the main hall, Jian sat on a chair. How was the visit? Hyung-jun, kneeling on the floor, reported. Nothing but a refusal from the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan. His eyes showed a hint of disappointment. You couldn't even meet my wife? He replied respectfully. No, sir. Hearing that, Jian suddenly realized it seems the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan has already made its decision. Hyung-jun looked up and smiled. You look more relieved. He burst out laughing. Me? Ha ha. He maintained his kneeling posture. It seems they are very willing to go to war. Jian seemed to know everything already. Their target is the Emperor clan, isn't it? Surprise was evident on Hyung-jun's face. Yes, they also sent a warning to us. Then he relayed their warning. If we abandon the Madam, the Divine Power Clan will not be harmed. Jian expression tensed, and he held his hand out in front of him. If we do nothing, Du Huang's anger will also be directed straight at us, but if we get involved, it will do more harm than good. Hyung-jun, what do you think? He frowned, his eyes filled with worry. Forgive my impertinence, but what the madam did is something a martial artist should never do. If she must pay for her sins, I believe humbly accepting it is the proper way of a martial artist. He glanced away. Indeed. Then Jian began to reminisce. Cho Minin, my wife and also Du Huang's younger sister. He recalled that time, through her, the Emperor clan controlled and used us. There were no elite members of the Emperor clan's team, nor were there any unidentified forces helping my wife. Above all, the ones who seemed to be their leaders, Min's nanny. Jian suddenly realized, Simhua, she hasn't been seen recently either. His eyes widened, his brow slightly raised. Then this is our chance. The Divine Power Clan will withdraw from this matter. Hyung-jun asked worriedly. Are you serious? He sat on the chair, crossing his legs. Didn't you say that doing so would benefit the Divine Power Clan? His face showed a hint of confusion, and he quickly glanced away. I was talking about the way of a martial artist. I didn't mean it in that sense, but Jian cut him off. Tell that to everyone and announce that Song Jihan will be the heir. Upon hearing this, Hyung-jun's face was filled with shock, and he was speechless. Suddenly, he stood up, slowly walking down the steps. Jian walked over to him, his cold voice ringing out. The person you need to pay attention to now is Song Jihan. Hyung-jun looked up to receive the order. Understood. Hearing that, he smirked in satisfaction. Good. Then Jian walked out, and a worried-looking Hyung-jun immediately stood up. Where are you going? He chuckled faintly. To the training room. He couldn't help but wonder. Haven't you already finished your seclusion? Jian walked on, raising a hand to wave. There is no end to martial arts. For now, I will focus on my training. So don't look for me. Even if it's an emergency. Do not enter. In that moment, Hyung-jun stood there, stunned. The scene changes to the chairman's office, where Song Jihan had just walked in, and upon seeing him, Min Sung teased, So, what brings our superstar here? Song Jihan walked forward, holding a scroll in his hand, and said with an amused smile, As promised. The poison blood technique. Immediately, he shot up and snatched the scroll from his hand. Min Sung panted, looking back with a doubtful expression. Is this the real deal? Song Jihan retorted. If it's a fake, I'll take it back. Min Sung lowered his voice apologetically. Ahem, I was just a little surprised. Sorry if I startled you. He crossed his arms and sighed. It's fine. Who's going to learn the poison blood technique? He scratched his face in embarrassment. That's the problem. An image of Hanju standing with her hands on her hips appeared in Song Jihan's mind. It's not Hanju, is it? Min Jung explained that since Hanju will lead the Divine Fist clan in the future, he's been thinking about it. Song Jihan recalled her irritable nature, feeling awkward. But it'll be difficult for Hanju. The practitioner needs to raise both male and female poison creatures, and with her personality, that's impossible. Song Jihan wondered, what if the leader of the Divine Fist clan learns the blood poison art? Min Jung's gaze turned sharp. If he needed the blood poison art, he would have taken it from the start. Just like Hanju, he truly hates that kind of cunning martial art. At this, Song Jihan's gaze lowered in thought. That's right, how could that clan leader learn something like that? After that, Song Jihan dismissed his malicious thoughts about Jigong. He doesn't have a single cunning bone in his body. The nickname, Divine Fist Scholar, means someone who possesses a pure soul. It describes Hanju's personality perfectly. Because of that personality, the Divine Fist clan was almost destroyed in the past. Returning to the present, he stood there, his voice as cold as ice. Then the answer is obvious. You should learn it. Chairman Min Seung rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Ha, I'm too busy. Hearing that, Song Jihan immediately questioned him. Are you really not going to learn it because you're busy, or is it because you're afraid of insects? The chairman's face was drenched in sweat, and his whole body trembled. Are you saying I'm afraid of insects? I might look a bit frail, but I'm an A-rank awakened being. How could I possibly be afraid of some lowly insects? Looking at his condition, Song Jihan confirmed it internally. That's right, Chairman Min hates insects, absolutely detests them. He turned and waved goodbye. Anyway, I've kept my promise. Whether you learn it or not, the decision still rests with the Divine Fist clan. Min Seung was surprised. You're just leaving like that? Song Jihan closed his eyes, preparing to depart. Huh? Am I supposed to join the discussion on who should learn the blood poison art? Anyway, I'm leaving. Min Seung turned towards the high stack of documents. Wait, there's something I want you to look at. Hearing this, he turned his head back in surprise. Me? Outside, the sky was clear blue, with sunbeams shining onto the school grounds. Song Jihan picked up the paper, unable to believe his ears. You're telling me to teach someone my own age? Min Seung began to persuade him. A student like you is certainly qualified to be a teacher. If you agree, you could become the youngest teacher. There's no issue at all. Are you really going to refuse such a prestigious position? The document read as follows. Instead of letting Song Jihan graduate early to work as an active member, we should keep him at the school. After hearing this, Song Jihan angrily refused. No way. Besides, you know this is ridiculous, don't you? The chairman smiled and continued his persuasion. Why? What are you worried about? They'll only be going to safe gates for training, and if something were to happen, with your skill level, you can always be prepared for a monster outbreak. Forget it. Song Jihan looked at the profile in his hand, dejected. I have no intention of teaching anyone, he thought to himself. The only reason I came to school was for the martial god's guidance and to gather energy. Min Seung leaned on the desk confidently. Well, there's still plenty of time, so think it over carefully. If student Song Jihan agrees, a special class will be formed. Song Jihan was surprised. A special class? The chairman's expression turned serious as he explained, a class exclusively for you, student Song Jihan. The students for the class can be personally selected by you. How about it? Is that still not tempting enough? Then, Song Jihan turned to leave, waving. Not enough. See you later. Goodbye. Min Seung was taken aback. Song Jihan? Out on the school grounds, Baron flew after Song Jihan, a little curious about his decision. That was a good offer. Why did you refuse? Song Jihan replied as he walked. I hate troublesome things. I'm already busy teaching Hisel and Hanju. Baron stopped, annoyed. You really are a short-sighted disciple. Song Jihan looked up, confused. Huh? What do you mean? Baron raised a hand and asked, don't you want to earn contribution points? Song Jihan stated firmly, I can get them from gates. Hearing that, Baron scoffed. At your current level, normal gates only give a pittance of points. Haven't you realized that? Song Jihan's expression was startled, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. After clearing the Seun Forest Gate, the number of points I earned was less than 2 million, unless I focus on clearing red-level gates. Clearing low-level gates isn't very efficient, and Baron, it also takes more than a day to awaken traits. Baron looked at him with a gentle gaze. Then how about teaching the kids while you clear gates? The very next second, the system's quest notification rang out. Side quest. The youngest teacher without incident. Difficulty A. Song Jihan stood reading the quest, stunned. Your parents and guardian want you to attend school. They hope you will spend your school days getting along with kids your own age. Completion condition. Accept Chairman Han Min Sung's offer and recruit at least 7 students. After the quest was introduced, a reward appeared. The restoration of his diminished abilities. He read the quest window and smiled helplessly. They're offering a reward I can't refuse. Then Song Jihan pressed the button on the screen, accepting. In a situation where the heaven-annihilating art could appear at any moment, the best course of action was to restore his abilities as much as possible. A moment later, at the chairman's office, he walked in. Min Sung was focused on his work and asked, Student Song Jihan, did you forget something? Song Jihan calmly replied, I'll do it. Hearing this, the chairman's face lit up with joy. So that means, Jihan held up the resume in his hand. I accept the offer to become a teacher. However, Song Jihan presented a condition. Instead of changing the contract, please let me add a special clause. Min Sung agreed immediately without hesitation. Of course. Just tell me what you need. Song Jihan smiled and raised his hand, stating his terms. I want to personally select the students I will teach, and I want a teaching assistant assigned to me. The chairman held the paper and explained, Actually, when the summer break ends, the current teachers will be leaving, so we're planning to recruit new A-rank or higher instructors. Song Jihan was a bit surprised. Does that mean Miss Kang Jin will be leaving too? Min Sung's expression grew thoughtful. Kang Jin is very capable, but she's only a B rank, so it's likely. Hearing this, his eyes lit up with delight as he slammed his hands on the table. Then make Miss Kang Jin my assistant. The chairman looked at Song Jihan, completely bewildered. Miss Kang Jin? Well, that's not difficult. I'll arrange it. Min Sung's hand moved across the paper. A moment later, he held up the contract with a bright smile. Now then, turn to the next page and sign first. The contract was placed next to a pen. Min Sung was full of hope, counting on him. The youngest teacher with a clean record. I look forward to working with you. A while later, on a certain street, Song Jihan was walking while on his phone. So I'm officially a teacher now. Time to recruit some students. Hanju's name appeared on the screen. A voice was heard as she picked up the phone. What's up? His expression was excited. Oh, she picked up right away. Has the chairman told you anything yet? Hanju sounded a little surprised. No, what's going on? On her end, she was standing with a few friends listening to the call as his voice came through. The chairman offered me a teaching position at Musago. Hanju replied coolly. Oh, really? That's nice. Song Jihan noticed her attitude and smiled teasingly. Based on your reaction, you definitely already knew. How strange. Hanju was startled. What reaction? Song Jihan changed the subject. I was just talking to myself. Hanju couldn't hide her anxiety. More importantly, I heard you're going to be the teacher for the special class. Can I join the special class? Song Jihan quickly made the offer. I was just about to ask you. Want to join? She agreed without hesitation. Yes. Song Jihan looked up at the sky and smiled happily. Then go ahead and tell the others, and ask them if they want to join the special class. Hanju gave a faint smile. They've been listening this whole time anyway. One of them grinned widely. So Song Jihan is going to be the special class teacher. I never would have guessed. Soho couldn't hide his astonishment. Someone our age is already a teacher. He could hear them shouting excitedly through the phone. We want to join the special class too. On the other end, someone suggested, Song Jihan, let's have a celebration party. Come over to Hanju's place right now. He smiled and declined. I have to finish recruiting first. We can celebrate after everyone is gathered. You guys keep up your training. I'll call back later. After ending the call, Song Jihan was full of excitement. That's 4 people secured, 3 more to go. The next second, his face turned serious as he cast a spell. A portal appeared, and Song Jihan eagerly poked his head through. Heyo, you're joining the special class, right? I'll be the homeroom teacher. Before Heyo could even speak, he made the decision for him and waved goodbye as he left. I'll take that as a yes. Keep training. Heyo turned his head and stared blankly. Song Jihan returned to his original spot, 2 more to go. Then he took out his phone and called someone. The person on the other end answered quickly. Song Jihan, what's up? He glanced in another direction. Ah, Hyo Uk-jin, I wanted to say. The man was a bit surprised. What is it? Just then, Song Jihan's gaze fixed on something else, and he hung up. It's nothing. I'll call you back later. Song Jihan's slender legs stood on the ground. Immediately, Song Jihan started to accelerate, running at full speed as he glanced back over his shoulder. Thinking it was just as he'd planned, Song Jihan leaped onto a towering wall, but his eyes remained fixed on what was behind him. I'm being followed. It's his people. He stood on a rooftop, looking down at the group below. Hey, what business could the Heavenly King unit possibly have with me? Below, everyone respectfully greeted him in unison. Greetings, young master. Hyungjun stepped forward to explain. We had something important to discuss, which is why we were so rude as to follow you. He looked up as Song Jihan made a suggestion. All right, I know a secluded place. In Incheon, on the rooftop of a skyscraper, Song Jihan's voice rang out. So, what's this about? Hyungjun reported with a very serious expression. The clan head has designated you as the successor. Song Jihan turned his head and smiled. I figured it was something like this. Li Shin's dantian is completely shattered, settling for silver now that you've lost the gold. His gaze darkened in thought. If they're handing over the successor's seat, this could be an opportunity to easily devour the Divine Power Clan. Song Jihan put his hands in his pockets, his eyes filled with schemes. Either seize control of the Divine Power Clan and tear it to pieces, or eliminate Lion Mu's authority. He recalled the old man's image. That would be the ultimate revenge. After all, the thing Lion Mu cherished most was the clan itself. Then Song Jihan turned to Hyungjun to question him. So, you're here to serve me because I've been designated as the successor. Hyungjun quickly confirmed. Yes, the clan head has given us the order. Instantly, a knowing smile spread across his face. Then from now on, you'll only follow my orders, right? Fear flickered in Hyungjun's eyes. Yes, that's right. Hearing this, Song Jihan's voice turned cold. Let me ask you just one thing, Hyungjun replied respectfully. Please, go ahead. Song Jihan then posed his question. Are you here in your capacity as the vice leader of the Divine Power Clan, or as the commander of the Heavenly King unit? Without hesitation, Hyungjun answered truthfully. I am here not as the vice leader of the Divine Power Clan, but as the commander of the Heavenly King unit. Song Jihan's gaze turned ice cold. What if I told you to abandon your position as vice leader? If that is what you ask, he answered immediately, without a hint of hesitation. I will abandon it. Song Jihan's gaze seemed to see right through Hyungjun. And what if I demanded you place my orders above those of the clan head? Hyungjun looked at him, silently assessing him with eyes as deep as the ocean. I can't read him, but that's precisely why, he replied clearly. I owe you my life, not just my own, but the lives of everyone in the Heavenly King unit. He then knelt, thinking, this man. He is the one who can bring back the glory the Divine Power Clan once held. Even though its power has waned, I have been prepared to follow you from the very start. Hyungjun lowered his head and declared decisively, from this moment forward, I will prioritize your orders over those of the clan head. Song Jihan looked at him, completely satisfied. That is the answer I was looking for. I'll give you a reward worthy of that answer. Follow me. In Incheon Songdo, in front of the Emperor clan's main building, the two of them stood observing from a tree. Hyungjun asked curiously, "Young master, why have we come here?" Song Jihan pulled out his phone and gave a cryptic smile. "What do you mean? I'm here to use my own power to prove to you that I'm worthy of being your leader." He looked down with a worried expression. But this place, surrounded by these towering mountains, isn't this the Emperor clan's front yard? Deep in the forest, sweat and blood streamed down Taemin's face. He stood with a sword in his hand, surrounded by bodies scattered across the ground. A woman begged, trembling, "Please, spare me. I have a family and a child." Taemin raised his sword high as the woman continued to plead for her life. "Please!" But he acted as if he couldn't hear her and decisively plunged his sword down. Fresh blood splattered onto his sleeve. A satisfied smile appeared on Taemin's face. A moment later, he burst into a maniacal laugh of pure delight. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, a pair of blood-stained legs slowly approached from behind. Taemin instantly sensed it and glanced back cautiously. He spun around and, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful strike. The single swing was so immense that it carved a deep crater into the earth. Having witnessed the scene, Kang Gyu grinned in delight. "You've gotten stronger." Taemin's face twisted in anger. "What the hell?" The old man's gaze was piercingly cold, surprising him. "Oh, it's you, Dad." Kang Gyu approached and placed a hand on Taemin's shoulder. "How does the new power feel?" Gripping the blood-soaked sword in his hand, Taemin replied, "My body is overflowing with strength. It feels like I'll go insane if I don't get to use this power right away." Taemin stared at his hand, his eyes brimming with excitement. "With just this power, I feel like I can defeat absolutely anyone, even the strongest swordsman in all of Korea." He cupped a hand to his ear as if listening to a distant echo. "Kill them all." Taemin cautiously glanced over his shoulder. "But I always hear a voice, like the whisper of a demon. Every time I use my power, it constantly tells me to kill someone." Hearing this, the old man cautiously warned, "Don't fall for the temptation of that voice. You must remember this well." The young man obeyed. "Yes, father." Then Kang Gyu suggested, "Good. Shall we continue?" Taemin looked at the blood-soaked body, a look of excitement on his face. "Yes, I want to reach A-rank proficiency before we go down." The old man's face showed a hint of worry. "One thing an awakened being should never do is get stronger by killing people." He agreed. "All right, there's still plenty of time and prey, so get as strong as you want." Kang Gyu glanced back and summoned his subordinate, Kim Bi. He immediately appeared behind him. "You called for me, master," the old man said. "Taemin is looking for his next prey." Kim Bi's eyes were sharp as he waited. He looked at Kang Gyu and praised him. "His speed is increasing. At this rate, we'll soon see the birth of an A-rank awakened being." "Congratulations, master." The old man smiled with satisfaction. "It's thanks to you for selecting such high-quality prey. The next one might be the last, so I need you to go through a little more trouble." Witnessing Taemin lift the sword with both hands, Kim Bi smirked dangerously. "If it's the master's command, I'll do anything. I'll bring them right away." Meanwhile, Song Jihan and Hyungjun were observing from a tree trunk as he dialed someone on his phone. Song Jihan put the phone to his ear, his eyes still fixed on the house in front of them. Hyuk Jin's annoyed voice came through. "Song Jihan, what is it now?" "I'm busy. Let's talk about it later. I'm only going to say this one time. Listen carefully." Then he made an offer. "I've become the teacher of the special class. Do you want to join or not?" He seemed to not believe it and shouted into the phone, "Do you think I'd believe that? Someone my age becoming a teacher?" Hyuk Jin, practically jumping out of the phone screen, questioned, "And what special class? The world must be ending." Song Jihan moved the phone away from his ear. "So you're not joining?" Jun Jion walked up from behind him. "What? Our Song Jihan is teaching a special class?" She smiled and held out her hand, demanding, "Give me the phone." He immediately recognized it was Jun Jion. He listened as the two of them fought over it, with Hyuk Jin sounding a bit annoyed. "Hey, I'm talking to Song Jihan." Jun Gion scolded him. "You idiot, just give me the phone." She put her hands on her hips, looking triumphant after getting the phone. "Song Jihan, is what you just said true?" A lump formed on his head as he sat on the floor, muttering, "Violent woman." Seizing the opportunity, he suggested, "Yes, I was wondering if you'd like to join my special class." He rushed forward from behind with an excited look. "Song Jihan, I'll join." Hearing that, he broke into a bright smile. "I knew you would agree right away, Hyuk Jin. What about you?" Jun Jian was a bit hesitant. Do I have to decide right now?" Hearing Song Jihan express his wish, her face grew flustered, her cheeks turning red. "Yes, it's urgent. I really want you to join the special class." Then she made a request. "Give me a reason." He smiled flatteringly. "If you don't join, I'll be really down." Hearing that, she couldn't help but be surprised. "Really?" Song Jihan added. "Yes, Hanju and the others have already agreed to join." She smiled excitedly and accepted the invitation. "All right, if Hanju is joining, then I'll join too." Song Jihan confirmed again. "Really? You can't go back on your word." Hyungjun had a puzzled look on his face. A second moment later, the system's voice rang out. Side quest. You have completed the youngest teacher at Musago mission. He said gratefully, thank you. A blue circle on the ground shone up on Song Jihan's body. The system's voice rang out. Side quest. You have completed the mission, the youngest teacher at Musago. He looked at his body as it absorbed a different kind of energy, thinking to himself, I can feel a strange energy, like a sealed power has been unleashed. Suddenly, Song Jihan's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? He stood reading the quest window in astonishment. Side quest. The will of Song Jihan has been created. You have learned the master-level Divine Thunder Palm. You can now use the S-Rank Divine Thunder Palm. Then, Song Jihan used his spiritual sense to speak with the old immortal. Divine Thunder Palm? Master, what's going on? You said before that you couldn't pass on your martial arts due to the interference of the awakening system. He appeared with a smug look on his face. What's so surprising? Who do you think your master is? Even that mysterious awakening system can't escape my genius intellect and observation skills. He glanced down at the quest window. A series of quest details appeared before his eyes. Side quest. The will of Song Jihan. Difficulty. A. Shinmu believes that a true disciple must be willing to challenge large organizations. He wholeheartedly supports you, as you are his youngest disciple. Completion condition. Cripple the Imperial Clan. Reward. 50,000 reputation points. Mastery of the Root Martial Palm Technique. Song Jihan looked a bit stunned. The Root Martial Palm Technique. Song Jihan stared silently at the quest board. Master, this quest, do you think it's impossible? He turned back, his eyes filled with excitement. No, I must complete it at any cost. Hearing this, the master praised him. Good, that's the spirit my disciple should have. Song Jihan couldn't help but feel excited. It was a chance to learn a martial art without using his precious achievement points. Besides, I now have another reason to take down the Imperial Clan. In that case, today I'll definitely destroy the Imperial Clan so they can never recover. In the space, a series of his stats appeared, starting with basic information. Title: The Master's Youngest Disciple and 2 others. Name: Song Jihan. Age: 18. General Skills: Primordial Divine Art, Heavenly King Divine Art, Supreme Heavenly King Divine Art, Blood Demon Palm, Black Dragon Style, One Path Technique, Heaven's Annihilation, Divine Art of the Thunder King, and current unranked abilities. Special Skills: Chaotic Primordial Divine Art, SSS, Ultimate Step of the Root, Martial Arts, SSS. He looked thoughtfully at his special stats. The restricted stats have returned to normal. Special stats: Internal Energy 593 out of 1,000, Mental Strength 358 out of 500, Reputation 10,800, Famous. Current points: 580,000. The stat I should invest in is my internal energy. Then Song Jihan touched the notification screen. Internal Energy 593. Use 1 million to increase internal energy, yes or no? The system's voice rang out. Chaotic Primordial Divine Art has reached the 6-star level, an extraordinary progress that even other disciples could not achieve. The next second, a fierce surge of power erupted. Hyungjun quickly raised his arm to keep from being thrown back, shielding his body. Young Master, Song Jihan was releasing an immense power from his body, an overwhelming aura, something that not even the 5 kings could emit. Song Jihan stood in the middle of the powerful energy, completely unharmed. No, it was even more overwhelming than theirs. A destructive power far beyond what I saw at the Lake of 1,000 Peaks. The sight of him concentrating all his power was incredible. Is this the true form of young Master Song Jihan? Then he opened his eyes with a shocked expression. Whoa, a 6-star chaotic primordial divine art? It's much stronger than I thought. Song Jihan looked at his hands with delight. With this power, I can definitely stand on equal footing with the Imperial clan. Witnessing all this, Hyungjun looked on, full of questions. Young Master, what was that power just now? It didn't feel like the Supreme Heavenly King divine art. Song Jihan turned back and gave a faint smile. It seems the Imperial clan is tightening its defenses because of me. Shouldn't we go before they close the gates? Hyungjun's face turned to panic. What? Wait! Are you really planning to attack the Imperial clan here? With that, Song Jihan jumped down. Besides, what other reason would I have for coming here? He explained, looking up from the ground. They messed with me first. Now they have to face the consequences. Hyungjun couldn't help but worry. Young Master. A group of people appeared behind him, looking bewildered. Captain, what should we do? Hyungjun's face was beaded with sweat, showing his anxiety. He looked back and ordered, if the young master makes a move, we have to follow. The man hesitated slightly, but this is beyond our capabilities. This is the Imperial clan's front yard. If we're not careful, we could lose our lives at any moment. Hyungjun looked down at Song Jihan below and calmly reassured them, I don't think we need to worry. He added seriously, that energy from before. Not even the Fist King could possess that kind of presence. He is very strong. No matter what happens, he will protect us. Hyungjun's faith in him was intense. The men thought that perhaps risking their lives for someone like him wasn't so bad. Everyone was convinced. If you're that certain, Captain. The next second, Hyung Jun and his men landed with a respectful demeanor. Young Master, the Heavenly King squad will follow you as your subordinates. Seeing that they had submitted, Song Jihan smiled with satisfaction. He looked up at the fortress before him. Then I'll have to put on an impressive show for my new subordinates to trust me. Then Song Jihan looked towards a camera. I know you're watching from there. He smiled mockingly. You must be furious to see me. Immediately, Song Jihan unleashed his power and issued a provocation. So why don't you show me what you've got? A bolt of lightning appeared in his hand. Song Jihan glanced forward, a provocative smile on his face. Heavenly King's divine art, divine thunder palm. Immediately after, he launched a burst of power toward the gate. Sejin stood there, his eyes wide in surprise. The divine thunder palm, a martial art that not even the Fist King could possess. The wall shattered. Song Jihan turned back to look at them. What are you all still doing? Planning to stand there frozen forever? Come on, follow me. He looked at them with a happy expression. At that moment, everyone could only stand there silently, their mouths agape in astonishment. The next second, they scrambled over to where he stood sternly. Yes, sir. In another room, Haijin pulled out a chair, preparing to sit down. He looked outside, his hands resting on the table. Has there been an earthquake recently? Donggu reached out, a little worried. Brother, are you just going to sit there like that forever? Haijin angrily turned his head back and ordered, Hey, go check what's going on. Jigu sat on the table, his face showing no concern. Let's talk about it when the clan head gets back. His face was angry as he questioned, Aren't you angry at all? Your son is dead, and the culprit is the same person who defeated you. Haijin walked over, frowning reproachfully. Third brother, you're going a bit too far. Try to consider second brother's feelings. The man's face was furious, his fists clenched as he turned towards him. Before he was second brother's son, he was a nephew I loved dearly. Haijin retorted, Were you the only one who loved him? Then he comforted Donggu. All of us in the clan head loved him. The man gradually calmed down, sadly glancing away. I'm just so furious. I can't imagine how much pain second brother must be in. He looked at him worriedly. At this rate, I'm worried he'll fall ill. He reassured him. I understand how you feel. Let's just try to hold on a little longer. The clan head will be back soon. As Daegong was pouring water, the cup suddenly shook. Haijin turned to his subordinate and asked, Another tremor. Have you found anything yet? The subordinate stammered fearfully. Yes, there's an intruder. He lifted the cup, seemingly in disbelief. An intruder? Who would dare enter the heart of the Emperor's territory? The subordinate became frantic. It's true, sir. He's already passed through the main gate, and our members are trying to stop him in the courtyard. The subordinate continued to report. It's Song Jihan from the Divine Power Guild. He's with the Heavenly King's team. Hearing this, his eyes widened in shock. Then Daegong slammed the table and shot up, startling the other two. He walked over and grabbed the sword resting in the corner, making Haijin slightly worried. Daegong held the sword menacingly, causing him to panic, holding out a hand to calm him. Brother, calm down. His entire body was overflowing with killing intent. How can I be calm when that bastard has come here himself? Song Jihan, that scum, wasn't it enough to kill my son? Now he dares to invade the Emperor's clan? I'll make him regret setting foot here for the rest of his life. Outside, he was executing his techniques. Song Jihan looked up mockingly. It's gotten this lively and still no one's willing to come out? Immediately, he unleashed a wave of power towards the crowd in front of him. Seeing the lightning, the subordinate waved his hand and ordered, Deploy the Go Ningan formation. They created a shield that enveloped their bodies. The subordinate commanded, Good, hold out until the seniors arrive with reinforcements. Song Jihan's face was excited as he continued to execute his moves. They're tougher than I thought. He launched an even more powerful attack. Then try blocking this. Another subordinate turned to report. Reinforcements from the Iron Lion team have arrived. He reminded them, the right flank defense is ours. Black Lion, the left flank is the Iron Lion. The left flank defense has been broken. Song Jihan laughed with amusement as he looked at them. All right, at this point we really have to endure. His eyes focused, and he immediately unleashed another move. Now, Song Jihan held a giant sphere in his hand with a cold expression. Witnessing this, the subordinate couldn't help but feel afraid. That massive attack, can we withstand it? He hurriedly ordered, We won't know until we try. Go. After that, they struggled to block the attack from the sphere, a triumphant smile appearing on his face. What the? It's big, but its power is actually weaker than the last blast. Suddenly, from within the sphere, his hand reached out and grabbed the subordinate's collar. He was surprised to see Song Jihan appear inside the sphere. He created a small vortex in his palm. That giant attack was just a decoy. Then, Song Jihan released an immense power that enveloped the entire area. This is the main event. Sejin turned back to look at him worriedly. Young master. At this moment, his face was filled with terror as he gritted his teeth. Song Jihan stood looking at the deep crater that had just been created. Sejin's face was beaded with sweat, while Song Jihan's expression remained calm. He looked at them sprawled out in the crater. The Iron Lion and Black Lion divisions were both taken down, but luckily, they were still breathing. Hai Ung-jun seemed to be in disbelief. I can't believe he openly used martial arts in the middle of the Imperial clan's estate. This is truly a declaration of war. Song Jihan calmly looked down into the crater. Hey, team leader, you seem a little upset. Are you just going to stand there and watch? The man behind him rushed over. Yes. Song Jihan turned to look at the man and spoke sarcastically. Huh? Hey, you're too slow. How did someone like you become the captain of the Heavenly King unit? You idiot. His face was drenched in sweat. Damn it. He remembers everything. Now I'm on his blacklist. He once called Song Jihan an idiot and told him to get some help. Haha. Hi, Ung-jun looked at the group of injured men. Young master, what should we do with them? Song Jihan coldly ordered to stop the bleeding to keep them alive and then destroy all of their dantians. He bowed his head respectfully in obedience. Hai Ung-jun turned and ordered everyone, destroy their dantians. They immediately complied. Understood. He turned back with a faint, cold smile. Now, Song Jihan looked at the group that had just arrived. Still more people coming, huh? He casually walked towards them and questioned them. I've gone this far and Daegong still won't show his face? Don't tell me Daegong isn't here. Song Jihan smiled with excitement. Really? If he's not here, then this is the perfect opportunity. He looked thoughtfully at the group blocking his path. Daegong's absence is the perfect opportunity to wipe out the Emperor's stronghold. If I let them go at this point, they'll surely come for me later. Immediately, Song Jihan rushed at them while they stood stunned. I need to reduce their strength, right now! He jumped up to execute a move. Suddenly, a voice shouted, You dare! Song Jihan coldly looked at the group that had just arrived. Just then, Daegong, Taeho, and Tae-shin stepped forward. He angrily held a sword in his hand. Do you have any idea where you are? Song Jihan immediately slid back, dodging Daegong's sword strike. He put his hands up in a defensive posture. So the most powerful people have finally decided to show up? The subordinates' faces were filled with relief. The barons, we're saved! One of them coldly reported the damages. Daegong frowned, his face filled with rage as he listened to their report. The Iron Lion and Black Lion divisions have been wiped out. He watched as the kid casually brushed the dust off his clothes. That brat killed the Emperor's entire unit and even forced Minin to submit. This result was to be expected. His aura is several times stronger than when I faced him in the past. Taeho, holding a spear, said, Brother, let me take his head to comfort Sun Ho's soul. Daegong's expression was composed. Taeho, you can't handle him by yourself. All the barons must attack together, he frowned, and shot an angry glare. For you to say that. Is that kid really that powerful? Song Jihan smirked, looking directly at them. You could say his skills are on par with the Patriarch, but the Patriarch is. His eyes blazed with killing intent. Do you think I'm being hesitant because I was once defeated by that little punk? If you want to live, you'd better listen to me. Both Tae-shin and Tae-ho were already in their battle stances. He was being attacked from two sides. Daegong yelled, All of you, attack at once! Just then, Song Jihan's master also appeared to help. They're coming. He glanced at them as they charged, including those brothers, for a total of 10 barons. The first to attack was Daegong. He swung his sword at Song Jihan, who struggled to block it with his spear. The wind pressure was immense, and the other guy began to charge as well. Brother, fall back! He immediately took notice. Taeho's strength was overwhelming. He was sent flying into a wall, and Daegong was also knocked away. He did a flip in mid-air. Song Jihan immediately sprang up, regaining his footing. Taeho knelt and watched quietly, his face filled with contempt. Just as I thought, no matter how strong you are, you're still just a brat. You can't handle a combined attack from me and my brother, Daegong countered. No, he's not someone who's easily defeated. The moment he said that, he lunged forward. The man suddenly shouted, Brother! At that moment, he gripped his spear tightly, then Song Jihan raised it high to block Daegong's sword. Daegong's face was a mask of shocked disbelief. Impossible. I landed a clean hit with my energy blade, yet he doesn't have a single scratch. On the contrary, his face still wore a calm smile as he parried. Daegong's eyes were tense. Then, a fierce duel erupted between the two, with neither side giving any ground. He swung a sword strike right at Song Jihan's face, but he dodged it just in time. The situation was dire, so Taeho turned around and raised his hand to give a command. At this rate, my brother will be at a disadvantage. They all deployed the Emperor formation to support him. Standing in a circle, they raised their hands to create the Emperor formation. While the Gon formation is a defensive tactic, the Emperor formation completely forgoes defense. It's a purely offensive formation. 7 elders of the Emperor clan channel their internal energy into 3 attackers. The 3 attackers continue their assault until the target is dead. Seeing this, Sejin looked surprised. He couldn't believe they were using the Emperor formation against the young master. It was a double-edged sword. If they can't overwhelm their opponent, they'll be the ones who get overwhelmed. But so far, the Emperor clan has never failed to eliminate someone while using this formation. He watched from a distance as Song Jihan fought back against the powerful attacks. Even the Sword King would struggle against it. No matter how strong the young master is, this is still too dangerous. I have to help him. Despite the difficulty, Song Jihan calmly advised him, Jin, don't do anything reckless. Leave them to me. Go take care of the other Awakeners from the Emperor clan. His face was covered in sweat. But young master, the Emperor formation is something that even the Sword King. Song Jihan smirked. That's right. It's a bit difficult with just the Heavenly King divine arts, but my strength doesn't come from that technique alone. Both sides have paused for now, so just leave these guys to me and take down the others. Don't forget to destroy their Dantians. You can do it. Right? He felt a little more at ease. I understand. Another person spoke up. The Emperor formation has been deployed, sir. This is really dangerous. We have to help him if he gets caught by those old geezers. Sejin stepped forward and gave a serious order. Let the young master handle them. We will attack the remaining ones. One of them asked in disbelief, Are you serious? Even for the young master, this is still dangerous. Deep down, Sejin also understood. Yes, this was clearly a dangerous situation for him. But Sejin spoke clearly. Those are the young master's orders, so he put his trust in Song Jihan. It's strange, but I feel like I can trust him. The very next second, Sejin immediately pointed and shouted, Trust the young master and complete the mission he has given us. Move out! Everyone hurried away, shouting, We obey! His brow furrowed with tension. The Awakeners in the area would be handled by the Heavenly King squad. The real problem was the Emperor formation. Right now, Song Jihan was surrounded by the men standing in a circle. 7 elders were channeling their internal energy into 3 attackers. Each of the 3 attackers gripped their weapons tightly. The attackers were likely Choi Daegong, Tae Ho, and Jin. The elder carefully warned him, Disciple, be careful. He fixed his gaze on the man. The first to attack was Tae Ho. The man immediately lunged forward, swinging his sword, but Song Jihan reacted in time to dodge. Die! The 2 weapons clashed with immense force. Song Jihan thought to himself, his internal energy is terrifying. Even the demonic spear is trembling. He silently calculated his next move. I need to get my spear back and create some distance. Tae Ho doesn't play fair. It seems that spear possesses some strange magic. I can't let my guard down. Song Jihan glanced at his weapon. The demonic spear wouldn't budge. He's using his energy to pin it down. Damn it. If I try to force it back, my own internal energy will be damaged by his, he realized with frustration. Damn it. The elder's experience has given them the upper hand. Just then, Tae Ho began to charge, and he held him fast. A look of panic crossed Song Jihan's face. Tae Ho roared with fierce intensity. First, I'll take your leg as revenge for my nephew. With quick thinking, Song Jihan struck his elbow hard, causing both his body and weapon to lurch to the side. His expression turned to one of shock. This kid. He wrapped his leg in a protective aura in that split second. Daegong watched their clash from the sidelines. A protective aura. You're not an easy one to beat. His sword began to emit a blue energy. In that case, let's see if you can block this. The strain of his depleting energy was visible on Song Jihan's face. This Daegong is much stronger and more precise than the one I saw at Thousand Peaks Lake. The elder chimed in. There's an immense amount of power in that technique. Can you block it? Song Jihan stared back at him. I have a plan. Song Jihan began to recall a plan he devised the moment the Emperor formation started. When his primordial divine arts reached 6 stars, the system had displayed a message. Your primordial divine arts has reached 6 stars, an astonishing growth rate that other disciples cannot match. As a reward, the final technique of the illusionary infinite spear arts has been unlocked. His face was focused. The final step of the infinite spear arts. Daegong's body emitted a blue aura that blazed intensely like a fire. The enemies before me are worthy enough to test this technique on. The next second, he gripped his sword tightly and charged forward. I'll end this right here. The tip of Daegong's sword was aimed at the center of Song Jihan's forehead. He calmly uttered 2 words, illusion. In the illusion, Song Jihan saw the 3 of them attacking him with all their might. He dodged to the side just as the tip of his sword was about to reach him. This is an amazing illusion. It feels like time has stopped. Just as I thought, Song Jihan is being attacked from 2 sides. Baron carefully reminded him, Disciple, the time within the illusion is very short. He warned, if you just stand there, it won't show its true power. Song Jihan's face was tense. Yes, within the illusion, he immediately launched a fatal counterattack against them. Infinite Spear Technique, 5th form, Storm of Light. In the moment the illusion was activated, the spear energy from the heavenly destruction remained in place. When time resumes, the spear energy will attack them. Song Jihan stood still in the middle of the encirclement. Next, the elders deployed the Emperor's formation. Then he carefully calculated. Even taking a single step required a great deal of effort. Song Jihan fought with all his might. If I want to master everything in this short time, I need to practice the annihilation illusion a lot more. Until his whole body was exhausted, sweat pouring down. Baron watched and praised. Not bad for a first time. Back in reality, Daegong swung his powerful sword straight down at the ground. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes wide with horror. Song Jihan was no longer there. They were surprised. He's vanished. Daegong immediately ordered, What are you waiting for? Find him now. Another person's face was filled with panic. Brother, my body won't move. Tae Ho also spoke up. Mine neither. At that moment, he stood on the roof and snapped his fingers lightly. Instantly, countless rays of light appeared all around. Dagong looked up in confusion. Suddenly, a series of sharp sword beams appeared above, surrounding them. Song Jihan's gaze was tense amidst the shocked cries of the subordinates. The elders have been defeated. Where did he go? He stood on the roof, directing the streams of light down onto the courtyard below. Then Song Jihan jumped down to where the heavily injured people were scattered on the floor. Sejin stood at a distance and stammered, "Young master, what just happened? Does that kind of martial art even exist in this world?" His face was full of surprise at his power. "This is the first time I've ever seen a technique like that." Sweat poured down Song Jihan's face. "I can't believe he shattered the Emperor's formation just like that." Sejin was endlessly astonished. "I can't believe the Emperor's elders were turned to ash in the blink of an eye." "Young master, what kind of martial art did you use in the end?" Song Jihan's weary eyes glanced at them. "Don't just stand there gawking, take care of the rest." They all shouted in unison. "Yes, sir. What are you doing? Go now." He felt a slight ache in his body, but he had anticipated that the infinite spear technique would put a strain on him. Just then, the system window appeared. Infinite Spear Technique SS Plus has been acquired. "You can now use Infinite Spear Technique SS Plus." Song Jihan rejoiced inwardly. "Thank heavens, it's reached the SS rank. It won't put as much of a burden on me anymore." Song Jihan stood holding his spear, reading the notification. "Analyzing your reputation. The alias Spear King has been added. You have been registered on the global rankings under the name Spear King." He glanced over coldly. "I thought they were hiding some incredible treasure here, but there's nothing special at all." Just then, Sai Jin approached and whispered in his ear. Song Jihan, in front of you, directed his cold eyes forward. He saw two men standing silently, their expressions stern. The man in the back was Kung Hun, the head of power and my father's closest guard, and the two of them stared at each other intensely. "The first person I have to eliminate to make the divine power my own." The system displayed the rankings. Song Jihan, the Spear Emperor, rank 100. Song Jihan was surprised. Has this always been here? His eyes followed the board. "Ah, I'm only ranked 100? He felt a little annoyed. "I thought an S-rank Awakener would at least be in the top 20. Wait a minute, this list is wrong." He read through the confusing content. "The #1 Sword King of Korea is only ranked 90? Just then, Baron appeared behind him, stroking his beard curiously. What is this strange ranking?" Song Jihan looked up. "Huh? So I'm not the only one who thinks so." He realized there was only one possible conclusion about this kind of list. Baron speculated. "If monsters like Bloodfire are on the list, then this ranking is meaningless." Song Jihan thought to himself. "Chon Oi troll. We'd better check if there's anyone else besides Bloodfire." Sejin bowed respectfully and reported, "Young master, we have cleaned up everything." So Mi stood high above, observing with an annoyed expression. "That guy took down all the elders of the Emperor clan by himself, and the weapon in his hand is the Sword of Destruction. No wonder I haven't heard anything from Bloodfire. Has he already been taken out?" Then, she quickly left, deciding it was best to report this to Lord Yu. The next morning, at the main house of the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan, a hand was tapping on the system window. John Seo was panting, holding a phone in his hand. "Dad, you have a call." Chun Zik stopped what he was doing and turned his head. "Good. I've been waiting." The old man picked up the phone, and a voice came from the other end of the line. "Chun Zik, have you seen the rankings?" The old man replied curtly. "I have." The voice on the other end stammered. "Those question marks are Chun Oi Chun." Chun Shi calmly asked back. "Don't tell me they've started to make their move." The person on the other end warned. "Yes, and what's worse is that I haven't been able to find the Heavenly Demon or the Flame Buddha these past few days, so please be careful." A worried expression crossed the old man's face. "Understood." Chun Shik was worried. "Chun Oi Chun, huh? It seems this country is about to face a major crisis." Elsewhere, an editor was reporting breaking news. Early this morning, the estate of the Emperor clan was found in ruins. All the Awakeners inside had their dantians destroyed. The reporter handed a microphone to a witness. According to the witness's testimony, Song Jihan of the Divine Power Clan led the Heavenly King squad, and the public believes that this is truly a declaration of war against the Emperor clan. In the basement of the Red Bull Hand Club, a young man walked up and held out a phone. "Sir, have you seen the news?" The man stared at the phone. "I'm looking at it now." On the phone screen were two text messages from Song Jihan, stating that the Emperor clan's forces had been reduced, with only Duang and his son Ongman remaining. Injay praised. He succeeded. The man frowned and remained silent for the next few seconds. Elsewhere, John Mu said, "Ha, the Sine Gion clan is always welcome. We've been a bit distant lately, haven't we? From now on, let's be closer." Just then, Ki Hun approached, and he quickly ended the call. "Contact us again later." He wondered, was that the Sine Gion clan this time? John Mu calmly placed his hands behind his back. "Yes, they used to ignore us, only knowing how to suck up to the iron-blooded sword and Mandok. But now they're scrambling to get in line." He also realized that, which showed just how great of an impact young Master Song Jihan has. He turned angrily. "Forget about that. Have you found any trace of Dagon yet? Kyung-hoon reported. I'm sorry, not yet. A reporter is waiting to interview you. John Moo took the business card from Get Info magazine. Oh? He added, that's the publication that's been covering exclusive news about young master Song Jihan recently. All the good articles about him were written by this reporter. He carefully read the information on the business card and then agreed. All right. Put them through. The person on the other end of the line spoke first. Hello, I'm reporter Kim Soa from Get Info magazine, John Moo said. I've heard a lot about you. You're the one who writes good things about my son. The purple-haired reporter sat in front of her computer screen. No, I only write the truth, he chuckled lightly. Thank you, anyway. So, what did you want to talk to me about? She gently asked for permission. I just have a few questions. May I ask? He was also at ease. Go ahead and ask. I'll answer if I can. The reporter asked a question that made John Moo fall silent for a few seconds. Are Song Jihan's actions the will of the Divine Power Clan? Kyung-hoon watched intently from behind. Seeing the silence for a moment, she repeated, Let me ask again, are Song Jihan's actions your will, clan, head of the Divine Power Clan? He answered carefully. Yes, you could say that Song Jihan's actions reflect my will. Hasn't the Emperor clan been deceiving the public all this time? The reporter's face was stunned. On top of that, they even ambushed my son inside a gate. That made Song Jihan angry, and I also believe the Emperor clan has crossed the line. Hearing that, she probed further. So you mean to say that Song Jihan and the Fist King share the same view? John Moo affirmed. That's right. I want to be the shadow that supports my son. Beads of sweat dotted the young reporter's face. Thank you for your candid answers. Her mind was racing with thoughts. In other words, this is a confirmation that Song Jihan is the heir to the Divine Power Clan. Now I have so much to write about. Kyung-hoon bowed respectfully. That's unexpected. I thought you would draw a line between yourself and him. He calmly turned his head back. It may have been a violent method, but all the effort I've put into raising the clan's reputation, Song Jihan accomplished in a single stroke. How could I not cherish that? He immediately agreed. Yes, with young master Song Jihan at the forefront, we will achieve many things. Then, Kyung-hoon looked at his phone and reported, Sir, young master Song Jihan is waiting outside with the Heavenly King squad. I'll escort you. John Moo's expression. Outside the Divine Power Clan's building, reporters swarmed with a barrage of questions. Where is Song Jihan? The guards tried to calm the crowd. Everyone, please calm down. Gathering here won't make him arrive any faster. Someone else asked, what is the Divine Power Clan's stance on this matter? At that moment, someone looked back with a startled expression. Over there, the crowd turned in unison to see him and his team approaching the Heavenly King's squad and Song Jihan. A reporter rushed over to him. According to the surviving Awakened from the Empire, Song Jihan is the one who destroyed them. Can you confirm this? He remained silent amidst the barrage of questions. The Divine Power Clan and the Empire were once allies. Why did things turn out like this? Initially, Song Jihan wasn't aligned with the clan, but he revealed his power to overthrow his predecessors. He shoved his hands in his pockets. That's right, I'm not on their side. Kyung-hoon stepped forward to break it up. I suggest you leave before I'm forced to use violence. Song Jihan had been nonchalant, but that changed now. A loud voice called out, Hey, gatekeeper! The young man looked momentarily startled. Yes, Song Jihan said calmly. Tell my father his son, Song Jihan, is here and requests that he open the gate. Upon hearing this, the gate slowly began to open, and he confidently strode inside. However, in his past life, Song Jihan could only stand right at the line. In my past life, I wasn't even allowed to cross this threshold. He and his teammates radiated a powerful aura with every step, but now I can walk in without any hesitation. The reporters watched in utter astonishment. Is that Song Jihan? He just walked into the main house. Inside the main house, Kyung-hoon stood facing him. A flashback to his childhood began. Back then, Song Jihan was kneeling and pleading, Please tell me what I have to do to be allowed in the house? Kyung-hoon frowned with irritation. He looked down on the boy with cold indifference. Kyung-hoon spoke bluntly in a cold tone. Your mother was just one of the many women who slept with the master, and now this illegitimate child dares to demand a place in the Divine Power Clan. If you don't want to die, then don't even dream of getting close to this family. As soon as he finished, he slammed the door shut, leaving Song Jihan kneeling outside all alone. Snapping out of the memory, he looked at the man's fake expression and couldn't contain his anger. You two-faced bastard. The man who handles all the major affairs of the Divine Power Clan, second in command only to Song Jihan's father, the chief executive officer, Theon Kyung-hoon. Kyung-hoon smiled at Song Jihan. You've grown so much since the last time I saw you, young master Song Jihan. He's the first person I need to eliminate to take down the Divine Power Clan. He stared grimly at Kyung-hoon in silence. Song Jihan then regained his composure and glanced at John Moo. What brings the Fist King himself out here? He asked. John Moo replied, I heard you were coming back. Song Jihan asked in surprise. Me? John Moo continued. Yes. More importantly, seeing you with the Heavenly King's squad. Does this mean you've accepted your position as the heir? Song Jihan stared at him, a cold smirk playing on his lips, and asked disdainfully, "And what if I have? Are you going to hand over the Divine Power Clan to me?" John Moo's expression grew grim. He growled, "Do you even understand what being the heir means? You will inherit my position and lead the Divine Power Clan alongside me." Song Jihan looked up at John Moo and said, "I meant the entire Divine Power Clan." After a short pause, Song Jihan's face darkened, and he continued, "In my Divine Power Clan, there is no room for my father." Seeing this unusual side of him, Kyung-hun whispered worriedly, "Young master." After hearing what Song Jihan said, John Moo couldn't help but start laughing. Kyung-hun, standing next to him, began to sweat, looking at him strangely. But a moment later, John Moo threw his head back and laughed even louder. He declared grandly, "The people of the Divine Power Clan always take what they desire, especially the clan itself. You have the right to take it, even if it means you have to cut down your own parents." After a brief pause, John Moo smirked and added, "But it won't be easy. I'm sure you know you need to be acknowledged by every member of the Divine Power Clan, don't you?" He answered casually. "Of course." Seeing his confidence, John Moo said, "All right, go and earn everyone's approval. Then I will step down as the clan head and hand the entire family over to you. After that, I won't interfere with the clan's affairs, just as you wish." Song Jihan raised an eyebrow, looking at John Moo with amusement. "You're going to regret this." Hearing this, John Moo frowned. "Regret? I have never regretted a single thing in my life. Chief Executive, escort Song Jihan to the annex." Song Jihan turned back to look at Jian Moo with a dangerous smile. "I hope you can keep your word." He looked back at him and smirked. "I also hope you don't disappoint me." The scene shifts to the annex of the Divine Power Clan, where Kyung-hun addresses the two people before him. "This is the annex. You'll be staying here. It's a bit old and run down, but it's still comfortable enough to live in." Song Jihan looked around and let out a mocking smile. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" "This place hasn't changed a bit," Hyung-jun asked curiously. "Have you been here before?" He turned to look at him and replied, "This place is filled with memories of my mother. I never thought I'd come back here one day. Someone once said they would never let me set foot in here again." Kyung-hun put on a fake smile. "This must be a very nostalgic place for you. Back then you were just a little boy. Now you've grown up and returned. An old man like me is so moved." Seeing his act, he thought in annoyance, "What a venomous snake. Is this the play you're planning to perform?" Suddenly, Kyung-hun looked up at Hyung-jun. "Hyung-jun, come with me for a moment. It's about the matter of the Central Authority." Suddenly, Song Jihan cut in, objecting, "No, that won't be necessary. From now on, the fourth branch will completely withdraw from the affairs of the main authority." The man asked, bewildered, "Why so sudden?" "Hyung-jun, is that your decision?" He glanced at Kyung-hun and replied, "Yes, I am giving up my position as vice leader of the main authority agency. I want to focus entirely on the Heavenly King's squad." The man asked curiously, "Does the clan head know about this yet?" Hyung-jun answered honestly, "Not yet." After hearing this, Kyung-hun said, "Then you must ask for his permission first." He refused with a bright smile. "No, that's not necessary. The fourth branch is my concern now." Pausing for a moment, Song Jihan asked in a stern voice, "Kyung-hun, if there's nothing else to say, why haven't you left yet?" The man stared at him in annoyance but still had to force a smile. "Then I'll speak to the clan head on your behalf. You should get some rest." Watching Kyung-hun's back as he walked away, Hyung-jun spoke reproachfully. "Young master, treating the commander of the authority like that was not right." He continued, "It's true that the Awakeners of the Divine Power Clan follow the clan head, but they listen to the commander of the authority the most." Song Jihan calmly voiced Hyung-jun's thoughts. "You mean that with the commander of the authority on our side, it would be easier to gain the recognition of others, right?" He glanced at him and replied, "That's right." Song Jihan smiled, looking at the phone in his hand. "Is that all? All right, I have my own plan, and more importantly, I have something to tell you guys." He suddenly asked, "What if the Heavenly King's squad learns the Thunder God's palm, and you learn the Heavenly King's divine art?" Hyung-jun was bewildered, seemingly not having considered this issue, and stammered, "Me? The Heavenly King's divine art?" Song Jihan smiled and looked up at him. "Didn't you say you would only be loyal to me?" Hyung-jun immediately replied with a single word, "Yes." Hearing his answer, he immediately turned and walked away, casually saying, "Then go learn it. A weak subordinate reflects a poor master. Besides, there are plenty of legacies left to be passed down." Leaving Hyung-jun standing there dumbfounded, Song Jihan walked while staring intently at his phone, silently plotting how to kick his father out of the Divine Power Clan. "I need to solidify my power base. If I have to face John-un, I'll need to become many times stronger. Before the break ends, I will make the Divine Power Clan mine." Just as he finished his thought, his phone rang. He smiled in satisfaction. Perfect timing. Arriving at the meeting point, Song Jihan looked around and said, "I told them to come here." A person kneeling on one knee by the bushes spoke up, "Yes, you've come to the right place." Hearing that voice, he immediately turned to look at the person, who took off their mask, revealing the face of the nameless guest from the Shadow Association. Han B greets young master Song Jihan. Song Jihan's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing that face, he remembered, He never expected the receptionist to be the nameless guest. The nameless guest, one of the top assassins of the Shadow Association, even in his past life. This was the only assassin who wasn't caught by John Un. B smiled brightly and handed the information to Song Jihan. This is the information you requested from the Shadow Association about Kyung-hun. He took the file and smiled up at her. I feel sorry for the chairman. You couldn't take down the Sword King, but you were still willing to carry out this request. Bai bowed respectfully. He is truly grateful. You are our guild's lifelong benefactor. Please call on us anytime you need. Pausing for a moment, she continued. And just as I thought, he has embezzled a lot. Song Jihan stared intently at the information in the notebook. He calmly replied to B. Yes, therapeutic baths, training robes. He's committed countless acts of large-scale embezzlement, including building maintenance costs. Pausing for a moment to read the information in the notebook, Song Jihan asked again, Is there anything else besides this? Handing him a USB drive, she said, Of course, the things in there are just the tip of the iceberg. The most important thing is on this USB. I investigated why the divine powers awakened are so loyal to Kyung-hun. Song Jihan guessed curiously. This must be the vice commander's video, right? Eunbi asked in surprise. How did you know? He looked at the USB drive with satisfaction. There's always a way to find out. A scandal from his past life related to divine power, a USB drive holding the vice commander's secret. This was the event that revealed why the awakened had no choice but to obey Kyung-hun. She looked at Song Jihan seriously and spoke. If we report this to the King of Fists, will he eliminate Kyung-hun himself? He immediately replied, No. This USB doesn't start with Jeon Kyung-hun. It starts with my father, Song Jihan continued. My father only intended to hold their weaknesses over them, but Jeon Kyung-hun took it a step further and used it to maintain his own power. She exclaimed in surprise. What? He expressed his thanks. Anyway, thanks for the information. She put her mask back on and said, My grandfather ordered us to give you, Song Jihan, any information you want. Whenever you need help, find us. With that, she immediately leaped away. Song Jihan stood still, watching her figure recede into the distance, then thoughtfully picked up the old information booklet and spoke. Now then, pausing for a moment, Song Jihan wondered, should I start cutting off his support, one step at a time? The sun began to set, and the scene shifted to the Divine Powers supply warehouse. Jeon Tung was holding an iPad, intently writing something, while everyone else stood in line watching him. Song Jihan, holding the information booklet, sat up high and thought, found him. He sat on a wall, observing Jeon Tung from behind, Jeon Kyung-hun's younger brother, who was mentioned frequently in the Han Biter ledger. Song Jihan stared at him, thinking to himself, that man is Jeon Tung, Jeon Kyung-hun's younger brother, and he appears throughout most of the Han Biter ledger. He closed the ledger and muttered, I wonder why he's still trusted despite embezzling so much behind the scenes. Pausing, Song Jihan watched Jeon Tung smile and extend his hand to chat with a man who had just arrived. He continued, so he uses his brother as a shield. Suddenly, a hurried voice called out, Sorry, I'm late. He frowned, turning to look at the person dressed in tattered clothes, as if he'd just been in a fight. The man rushed over. I had a close call while clearing a gate. The person next to him whispered in Jeon Tung's ear, This is Team 1. They're D-rankers. Jeon Tung turned to the young man. You should have come earlier. We're done for today. Come back tomorrow. The man, panting, spoke up. Sir, we have to provide support at the Gwangju Gate tomorrow. We can't go without supplies. Jeon Tung asked irritably, Isn't Team 1 the one that handles odd jobs? You guys don't even do dangerous work. Do you really need supplies? The man retorted resentfully. Sending us to a gate without supplies is no different than telling us to go die, is it? Baron spoke to him in his consciousness. I can't just stand by and watch someone misuse resources like that. His disciple, Song Jihan, stared grimly down at Jeon Tung below. So that's how he gets rid of leftover supplies. Baron patted his shoulder. It seems it's time for my disciple to take action. Song Jihan smirked slightly. I think so too. Since we've witnessed it firsthand, we have to make the most of it. At that moment, Jeon Tung was furious. Well, distributing supplies is my decision to make, so I'm not giving you any. Hearing this, the young man asked, stunned, Then what are we supposed to do tomorrow? He turned his head away and said casually, Just use your salary to buy them. The man was utterly astonished. Jeon Tung looked down on the young man, his voice low and menacing. And why do you keep talking back? Do you take the warehouse manager for a joke? Just then, Song Jihan jumped down from the wall. Meanwhile, Jeon Tung was still berating the young man. You're just a low-rank awakened. Before he could finish his sentence, Song Jihan landed a kick on Jeon Tung's head, to the young man's astonishment. Immediately after, the surprise attack sent him flying. Jeon Tung collapsed on the ground, exclaiming in a daze, What the hell? Song Jihan slowly walked towards him. Seeing his face, Jeon Tung stammered in shock. Song Jihan, young master. One of his cheeks was swollen as Jeon Tung broke into a cold sweat and tried to explain. What are you doing? I'm just punishing someone who won't listen. Song Jihan held up the ledger, repeating his words, won't listen. With that said, Song Jihan took a deep breath, gathering his strength. Immediately after, he tilted his head back and shouted loudly, All Awakeners of the Divine Power Clan, listen up. From this moment on, we will begin punishing those who have embezzled the clan's funds and plotted rebellion. Hearing his voice, the surrounding people reflexively looked up toward the sound. Hearing that familiar voice, the young man asked in confusion. That voice? Hyung-jun immediately replied, it's the young master's voice transmission. In the room, Jian-mu sat on his chair, his deep voice echoing, what do you think you're doing, Song Jihan? Elsewhere, Tae-pung's face was swollen and his nose was bleeding profusely. He desperately defended himself. I plotted a rebellion? Young master, what are you talking about? Song Jihan held up the ledger, looking down at him in annoyance. You've seen this ledger and you still dare to say that? Tae-pung stammered. That's... Song Jihan said mockingly, you and your brother must have profited quite a bit, right? Am I wrong? He lowered his head, his face betraying his anxiety as he panicked internally. What exactly does he know? Just then, Hyung-jun ran over. Young master. Song Jihan turned to him. Ah, you're here? Hi. Hyung-jun's eyes widened as he asked. I heard the voice transmission and came immediately. What in the world is happening? Song Jihan glanced at the crowd and thought, enough people have gathered. Time to begin. He held the ledger up for everyone to see and said, it seems everyone is here. From this moment on, I will eradicate the corruption within the Divine Power clan. The people around them looked at each other, confused, asking, what does he mean? At that moment, Kung Hun stepped out from the crowd to intervene. Stop right there. He frowned, looking at Song Jihan with feigned concern. Young master, have you reported your current actions to the clan head? Song Jihan glanced at Kung Hun, thinking with contempt. Well, look who it is. The most rotten part of this clan has arrived. Song Jihan then spoke to the high-ranking commander. He continued, even for the young master, acting without the clan head's permission is going too far. For the sake of your own dignity as the heir, you should apologize to my younger brother and end this matter here. Song Jihan threw the ledger down at Kung Hun's feet and commanded, read it. The man picked up the ledger and started reading, and asked, where did you get this ledger? Song Jihan shot back. Is that important? After he finished reading, Kung Hun broke out in a cold sweat and looked up at Song Jihan with a strained smile. So, you expect me to believe this information from an unknown source? He inwardly cursed. How did a ledger detailing my own corruption end up in that brat's hands? Pushing the thought aside, Kung Hun said aloud, my brother embezzling supplies? If that were true, I would have been the first to know, wouldn't I? Song Jihan stared at him intently. So, you two brothers are equally shameless, I see. The moment he finished speaking, Song Jihan raised his slender fingers. Instantly, he channeled his power, and the surrounding rocks and debris began to levitate in the air from the force. Hyung-jun couldn't help but marvel at the sight, thinking to himself. Song Jihan took out a USB drive, flicking it smugly toward Kung Hun. Did you really think I'd stir up all this trouble based on just one ledger? He was stunned as the USB drive flew before his eyes. Kung Hun's eyes widened, becoming bloodshot. He couldn't believe it, thinking, a USB drive? What could be on it to make him act so boldly? But suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. You appear only to throw the clan into chaos. Surprised, Song Jihan turned his head to look at Jian-mu. This is a surprise. I didn't think you'd show up. The man calmly walked forward, taking in the scene. I could not just sit idly by. What do you think you're doing to one of my commanders? Song Jihan replied calmly. It's exactly what it looks like. Kung Hun broke out in a sweat, looking at Jian-mu in a panic. Clan head. Song Jihan then spoke, pretending to hesitate. Oh, the clan head is here as well. Perhaps I should play the contents of this USB drive for everyone in the clan right now? After hearing Song Jihan's words, Jian-mu's expression became inquisitive. A USB drive? Song Jihan pointed at Kung Hun and said, he knows what's on it, doesn't he, father? This statement made Kung Hun flinch in alarm. Pausing for a moment, Song Jihan continued, it contains the dirty secrets of this clan's leadership. Kung Hun furiously shouted, enough. The surrounding crowd immediately began to whisper, the secrets of the leadership are on that USB drive. Kung Hun, his face drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth and demanded, what do you want? Song Jihan stated flatly, what do I want? I've already said it. I want to cut the rot out of this clan. The only thing I want is for you and your brother to disappear from it forever. After hearing his request, the man got annoyed and said it was ridiculous. Do you have any idea how many years I've dedicated to this family? Meanwhile, Jian-mu picked up the notebook, opened it, and read it in silence. He suddenly spoke up. Acting commander, do as Song Jihan says. Ki Hun was shocked, as if he couldn't believe it. Family head, why? After a pause, Ki Hun spoke. Don't tell me you believe that notebook, something from an unknown source. Jian-mu looked up, his tone turning grim. The USB. What exactly is on that USB? Ki Hun broke out in a cold sweat and stammered. That is. Jian-mu cut him off. Enough. I don't want to hear another word. I'm disappointed in you, the man shouted in panic. Family head! Song Jihan turned his back and called for the unit commander. Hyung-jun immediately responded, yes. He held up the notebook and gave an order. This is a copy of the notebook. Monitor the executives listed in it. He looked at the notebook in surprise. Hi. Jun held the notebook in his hand and spoke. Young master, if the family's power weakens, the other factions will catch up to the Divine Power Clan. Please reconsider. Song Jihan turned to leave and replied, No. Tsk. He tilted his head to look at him, then smiled and said, Unit Commander, trust me. Song Jihan tilted his head to look at Hai Jun and continued, Trust me, Commander. His eyes widened in bewilderment as he looked at him and said, I trust you, young master. After a pause, Hai Jun added, Heavenly King, from now on, destroy the Dantians of those listed in the notebook. Song Jihan looked at Ki-hun's dazed face and said, After destroying the Dantians of these two brothers, imprison them in the underground prison. Jian Mu stood under a tree with his arms crossed, exceeding your authority the moment you set foot in the family. How ridiculous, he smirked, tilting his head to glance at him. I don't recall ever exceeding my authority, Jian Mu calmly asked. Then what is destroying the Dantians of all the commanders if not exceeding your authority? He replied, If I did it without reason, it would indeed be an abuse of power. The successor has the authority to execute anyone deemed a threat to the family without consent. I believe the family head is also aware of that. He silently frowned in annoyance and glanced over at Song Jihan. He continued, Someone obsessed with training who doesn't even realize the family's power is collapsing day by day. You are not worthy of being the family head. Scene changed to a forest. Eunbi hands a book to Song Jihan. Here is the supplementary list you requested. He gave a cunning smile, took it, and said, Thank you. The payment will be withdrawn from my shadow account. After a pause, Song Jihan asked curiously, The people on this list were demoted for disobeying the unit commander's orders, right? She raised her hand and replied, Yes. Some also left the family, disappointed with its conduct. After speaking, Eunbi asked curiously, But why add them? He smiled and answered, Because we have a power vacuum, and I intend to fill it. Like a vacuum in a political system, where no one is truly in charge, creating instability and potentially leading to many negative consequences. That night, Song Jihan destroyed the acting commander's Dantian and ordered his imprisonment. The officers listed in the notebook were also dismissed. The departments that lost their officers overnight fell into chaos. Scene changed to early morning at the Divine Power family's residence. Inside the room, Hai Jun bowed his head and reported, Everyone has gathered, Song Jihan said with satisfaction. Good. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The successor of the Divine Power clan, young master Song Jihan, is entering. Looking inside the room, Song Jihan scanned the familiar faces. The former leader of the Dong Ui region, the former leader of the Jin Kron region, the former leader of the Manpum region, and the former leader of the secret unit. Li, smoking a cigarette, looked at him and asked curiously, So, what's the reason you've called us retired old men here, young master? And that person was Li, the former leader of Dong Ui. Song Jihan sat down with a bright smile. I have some important matters to discuss. The man was surprised. Important matters? He spoke up. There is currently a vacuum within the family. All high-ranking Awakeners, including the acting commander, have been dismissed. Upon hearing this, Jin Kron couldn't help but be astonished. Even the acting commander? Who did that? Song Jihan replied with a bright smile. That would be me. Jin Kron's eyes widened in disbelief. Li closed his eyes, holding the cigarette in his hand. Lately, I've heard countless stories about young master Song Jihan. You've only just joined the clan and you've already overthrown the acting commander. That's quite something. He looked up at him and asked, So is this why you called us here? Hearing that question, Song Jihan was secretly delighted, getting straight to the point. Ah, he smiled brightly and replied, I was hoping you all would fill those empty spots. Li Tae, former leader of the Dong Ui region. You were once known as the left hand of the Divine Power, second only to the Supreme Commander. He was the only rival force against Kyunggun. The Awakeners gathered here had all followed Li's faction and were unjustly exiled by Zeon Konggun. Song Jihan calculated to himself, if Li Tae returns, it's highly likely the rest will follow. He looked up at them and said, No, I'm simply asking everyone to return. Song Jihan raised both hands to show his sincerity. Whatever you want from the family, whatever you desire, I will give you the best I possibly can, he thought to himself. Instead of putting new people in those positions, bringing back those who have worked with me before will help avoid unnecessary conflicts. Jin Cheon spoke up, sweating. We appreciate your offer, but we are already retired, Song Jihan calmly replied. For capable people like you to remain idle is a loss, not just for the family, but for the nation as well. Pausing for a moment, he continued. Like the commander of the Dong Ui region, for example. Li Tae silently smoked his cigarette, listening to Song Jihan speak. Isn't your skill level on par with the Supreme Commander who just retired? Suddenly, the man spoke up. Young Master Song Jihan, I appreciate your invitation, but I'm tired of the internal family struggles. It's better to find someone new instead of bringing an old man like me back. Suddenly, Song Jihan interrupted Li Tae. I heard your granddaughter is suffering from the 9-yin meridian blockage. The man asked in a shocked, harsh tone. How do you know about that? Song Jihan smiled and continued. I also heard you settled in Henan to find a cure for her. Song Jihan was inwardly pleased. Good. It seems the information from the underground network was worth the money. Li Tae spoke up. Since you already know, this saves time. I can't return because I still have to cure my granddaughter. I've learned that the Millennium Flower, a remedy for the 9-yin meridian blockage, will be available in 2 years. Song Jihan stared at him and made an offer. If I cure her, will you return to the family? Li Tae replied, that's not a condition that can be treated easily. Song Jihan's expression turned dangerous. What if I teach her the Heavenly King's divine art? That technique can definitely cure her condition. After hearing this, the man couldn't hide his surprise and hesitated. The Heavenly King's divine art for my granddaughter? That will surely cure her. But Song Jihan cut him off, reassuringly. Don't worry, I have enough inheritance flowers. The man spoke up worriedly. No, but first, we must get the approval of the family head. He immediately replied, that's not necessary. Song Jihan held out his hand and said seriously, I only pass down my techniques to the families of my own people. The family head has no right to stop me. Hearing these words, everyone was astonished. All the people there fell silent for a moment. Li Tae stepped forward, grabbed both of Song Jihan's hands, and bowed his head, pleading, I'll cast aside my pride and beg you, please, cure my granddaughter. The scene changes to Li Tae's granddaughter's room. The 9-yin meridian blockage, a fatal disease that blocks all meridians by the age of 20. On the plus side, it grants immense internal energy due to the powerful yin. Song Jihan asked Hung Jun, have you read the skill book? The man, engrossed in reading, replied, here it is. The skill book, an item used to transfer martial arts to another person. The higher the rank of the technique, the lower the success rate. Li Tae stood by and watched, worrying to himself. The Heavenly King's divine art is an S-rank skill. Is he really going to give it to her, just to bring me back? Song Jihan opened the skill book and placed it on the girl. A purple light immediately emerged from the book. He raised his hand and said to Hung Jun, the inheritance flower, it's been prepared, right? Give it to me. The man immediately replied, yes, young master. Song Jihan fed the freshly prepared bowl of medicine to Si Kyon. She immediately coughed violently a few times, causing some of the medicine to spill. Li Tae's face couldn't hide his worry. He looked at his granddaughter, his heart pounding with anxiety. But right after that, as Song Jihan helped her sit up, Si Kyon glanced at her grandfather and opened her mouth to speak. Si Kyung placed a hand on her chest and said, Grandfather, it's strange. I felt a constricting pain, but now I feel so relieved. Pausing for a moment, she smiled happily at Li Tae. It feels like I've been reborn. The man looked at his awakened granddaughter and was momentarily speechless. Song Jihan smiled faintly, watching the two of them. Si Kyung asked in confusion, Grandfather, are you crying? The sun was gradually setting, the faint afternoon light casting a glow on the eaves of the house. Song Jihan sat pensively on the steps. After a while, Li Tae finally came out. Thank you so much, young master Song Jihan. He smiled simply at the man, the commander of Dong Ui. Song Jihan pointed out, your eyes are completely swollen. Li Ye's eyes were now so puffy that his pupils were hidden. It's been a long time since I've seen my granddaughter this healthy. He bowed his head with his hands clasped respectfully. I, Li Ye, pledge my loyalty to young master Song Jihan. I would even sacrifice my own life. It didn't take long for Li Ye to persuade the retired awakeners of the Divine Power Clan, all of whom had once followed him. They feigned hesitation but quickly agreed when urged to return. Looking at the paper in his hand, Song Jihan asked, is this blank space for the commander of the command unit? Hyung Jun, standing formally across from him, immediately answered, yes. Since that position is the right hand of the clan head, we decided to leave it vacant for careful consideration. He immediately replied, I understand. Song Jihan looked up and said enthusiastically, in that case, let's just disband the command unit. He was astonished. What? Hyung Jun anxiously reminded him. The command unit is the public face of the Divine Power Clan. The clan head will definitely be furious. He smiled and said, you all work for me now, and I am the next clan head. After a short pause, Song Jihan continued, I will be removing my father from the clan head position very soon. The scene shifts to early morning at the main house of the Divine Power Clan, where Jihan Mu sat on the steps and spoke. What's happening today? Everyone is gathered at the main house, and I see so many familiar faces I haven't seen in a very long time. He then listed the familiar names one by one. Song Sun, Hyung, No Hun, Run Byung. After a pause, Jihan Mu spoke again. Even Li Ye stepped forward to greet him. It's been a long time, clan head. Jihan Mu thought, the retired commanders and leaders have all come back. He asked, Song Jihan, what do you think you're doing? Song Jihan stepped forward and declared loudly, I told you before, I'm going to take over this clan my way. With a triumphant look on his face and a scornful tone, he said, it's time for you to step down. Jihan Mu's fate was now being decided by young master Song Jihan. The Jinchon area is the same, and so is Manpo. Hearing this, he let out a cold laugh. The BX unit and the warrior unit. Jihan Mu slowly rose to his feet. In such a short amount of time, you've won over all the district commanders and even called back the retired ones to fill the empty spots. Pausing for a moment, he smirked, let out a sigh, and stared intently at Song Jihan. Out of all my children, you have the most potential. If only you had shown this talent of yours earlier. His eyes widened as he growled. You don't have the right to say that after casting aside your own flesh and blood. Enough talk. Now, fulfill the promise you made to me. He looked down at Song Jihan with a challenging gaze. No, not yet. First, let me see your skills right here and now. A sly grin appeared on his face as he asked, You want to duel me? Jihan Mu, weapon in hand and radiating a powerful aura, declared, That's right. Show me just how strong you really are. He yelled, Come at me, Song Jihan. Song Jihan also took up his weapon, ready and willing to accept the challenge. Song Jihan thought to himself, Jihan Mu. Jihan Mu raised his hand with a cunning smile. Bring it on. The thoughts continued to race through his mind, a man obsessed with martial arts, a cold-blooded patriarch who would cast aside his own family for the clan's benefit. As he thought, Song Jihan removed the golden ring from his finger, and the immortal elder instantly appeared. With the heaven-shattering technique, you can only remove the ring of origin for 5 minutes. Otherwise, you'll be overwhelmed by the primordial divine power inside you. Song Jihan replied, I understand. He launched himself high into the air, tightly gripping his spear as he charged toward Jihan Mu. Today, I'm knocking you off that throne. The scene shifts to the estate of the Iron-Blooded Sword Clan, where everything was currently quiet and peaceful. Suddenly, Chun-Sik seemed to sense something and raised his head to look. A voice called out, Father, your tea is here. Chun-Sik muttered to himself in contemplation. This energy. He immediately threw on a robe and said, I have to go. Yon Seop called out, bewildered. Father? Chun-Sik instantly shot off into the distance. Yon Seop yelled after him, confused. The sun is about to set. Where are you going? The old man's voice came back. A massive malevolent aura is approaching. It could be that intruders have appeared. Hearing this, Yon Seop repeated blankly, Intruders? The two of them then landed successfully on the ground. Yon Seop looked at the old man and spoke, But father. He paused, looking at the wicked aura within, then scratched his head and asked, Isn't this the territory of the Divine Power Clan? Chun-Sik stared at the streams of malevolent energy and said, But the aura is definitely radiating from here. Something terrible must be happening inside. Yon Seop asked, Are you planning to go in? The old man pushed open the gate and stepped inside. I have to. There aren't any guards posted. I need to see this with my own eyes. The two of them then proceeded to enter. The two had just stepped in and were immediately stunned by the spiritual power before them. They both watched the fierce battle between Song Jihan and Jian Mu, but it seemed that he was the one with the upper hand now. Jian Mu was struck directly by Song Jihan's spear, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Jian Mu lay pitifully on the ground, clutching his other arm as he spoke, I surrender. Jian Mu continued, You've gotten stronger. My energy ran out a long time ago. He smirked sinisterly, staring at Song Jihan. You've won. He turned away and said, I thought I would feel satisfied after defeating you, but right now, I just feel pathetic. Song Jihan looked at Jian Mu with contempt. To abandon us for such a pitiful kind of power. Didn't you abandon my mother and me? As he spoke, he recalled a childhood memory with his mother. Jian Mu raised his hand, his eyes widening as he hesitantly replied, But thanks to that, you were able to obtain that incredible power. Hearing his answer, veins popped on Song Jihan's forehead, and the last thread of reason in his mind snapped. Song Jihan glared, his voice sharp. That's right, I have the Heavenly King's divine art that you coveted. How does it feel to kneel before your own son? Now, step down from the position of clan leader, and watch closely to see the difference between the power you desired and my power. Jian Mu suddenly spoke up. The clan leader's seat isn't as easy to sit in as you think. Hearing that, Song Jihan fell silent for a moment. He bowed his head and said to Hung Jun, Captain, escort the former clan leader to Jin Chan. From behind, he hoisted Jian Mu up and replied, Yes, sir. Watching their retreating figures, Song Jihan thought to himself, I've waited for this moment for so long, but why do I feel so empty? Looking at everyone, they all bowed respectfully before him, welcoming the new clan leader, clan leader, clan leader. Then, Chun-Sik spoke up. This area of divine power is quite turbulent, isn't it? Song Jihan immediately looked over at him. He looked at Chun-Sik and asked in surprise, Sword King, why are you here? The old man smiled, waving his hand as he replied, I've been here for a while. I sensed an overwhelming demonic energy nearby. Looking at the streams of demonic energy around them, Chun-Sik thought to himself, that kid is the source of the demonic energy. The old man asked. So, are you the new leader of the divine power now? Song Jihan replied, You saw everything. There's nothing to hide. Yes. I'm the clan leader now, Chun-Sik said with a smile. Forgive me for dropping by unannounced. May I ask one more thing? Pausing for a moment, he asked again, Have you mastered demonic arts? Song Jihan gave a cold smile and asked back, Do I have to answer that? Chun-Sik crossed his arms, gave a bright smile, and said casually, Well, you're going to marry Jun Gian anyway. I need to know if you practice demonic arts or righteous arts so I can explain it to the elders. He was bewildered. Huh? John Seup, who was beside them, was alarmed. Dad, you didn't even consult me. Song Jihan broke into a sweat and stammered. Why would I marry Jun Gyeon? John Seup angrily pointed at him. What? Is there something wrong with my Jun Gyeon? The old man asked in surprise. You don't like her? She's perfect, just like me. Imagining his wedding with Jun Gyeon, Song Jihan's face turned red. I'm still in school. After saying that, he immediately turned to leave. That's enough. If there's nothing else, please leave. Chunjik laughed cheerfully, a bright smile on his face. Just kidding, just kidding. Teasing you kids is so much fun. The old man put his hands on his hips and said seriously, I came here because I detected an unusual demonic energy, and it's coming from you. That also answers my question. Immediately after, Chunjik asked Song Jihan, you're the world's 100th ranked spear king, aren't you? He turned back and said, it's a long story. Let's go inside and talk. Inside the room, sitting on a chair, Song Jihan replied, yes, I am the Spear King. Chunshik said excitedly, I knew it was you. The old man thought to himself, asterisk, to be ranked as an S rank, it means this body is S rank. Asterisk Chunshik continued. The world rankings have been quite chaotic lately. One person is you, Song Jihan, ranked 100th as the Spear King. The rest of this ranking list is filled with question marks. He looked intently at him and continued, I and the other top rankers believe that those question marks represent the outsiders. Do you know about the outsiders? Song Jihan replied and then asked, I know. Are they the ones who came through the gates? Chunshik immediately replied, exactly. Do you know why they came here? He answered, they're looking for an artifact related to the blood god. The old man asked in surprise, is that so? What else do you know? Song Jihan replied, I also know that the outsiders are hiding within the Emperor clan. Chun-sik jumped to his feet in shock. The Imperial clan, answer me honestly. Yes. Song Jihan pensively laced his fingers together. Their leader is allied with the outsiders. The old man bowed his head, gritting his teeth. So that's it. That's why you eliminated them. I sensed something was off, but I never imagined they were borrowing power from the outsiders. You go on ahead. I'll deal with their leader myself. Chun-sik agreed. And then the old man asked again. Let's do that. One last question. Are you connected to the outsiders? Pausing for a moment, Chun-sik stated that his martial arts didn't seem to originate from the alliance of the 15 clans, as if you've combined the techniques of the Heavenly Demon and the Flame Buddha. Song Jihan's expression darkened. My mother was killed by an outsider. I took my revenge, but they were the ones who orchestrated her death. We are mortal enemies. My plan is to wipe them all out. The old man stood up and looked at him, apologizing for bringing up painful memories. Then I have a request. Chun-sik extended his hand and stated his terms. Share your intelligence on the outsiders with my iron-blooded Mirror clan and Han Jung-gong of the Divine Craft clan. They are powerful, but our 3 clans together can devise a countermeasure. The 2 then shook hands, saying in unison, very well. Song Jihan bowed as he saw them off. I'll pay a proper visit next time. Chun-sik agreed, replying, all right, as a clan head, you've earned that respect. The father and son both clasped their hands. The old man offered his congratulations. Congratulations on becoming the head of the Divine Power clan. The 2 turned to leave, but Chun-sik didn't forget to flash a teasing smile and add, give Jun Jian some consideration, will you? John Seup, standing nearby, yelled in frustration. Hey! Song Jihan let out a sigh of relief, watching their retreating figures and thinking to himself, the Sword King used formal language with me. I guess I really am a clan head now. He tilted his head and called for the captain. Sejin knelt on one knee and responded, yes, clan head. Song Jihan gave his order, ensure that no information about the Divine Power Zone is leaked. From now on, my succession must remain a secret. He replied obediently. A week later, he gazed into the distance, lost in thought. The Sword King won't talk, and the outsiders' movements are still unknown. I'll lay low for now. And that was that. The scene shifts to early morning at the school, where a sudden emergency announcement is made. A clear voice boomed across the school grounds. Starting now, to welcome the new semester, we will be introducing our new teachers. First up, Song Jihan, the homeroom teacher for the special class. Song Jihan was stunned, groaning inwardly. The special class, I completely forgot about that. In the Musago Gymnasium, up on the podium, Minung gestured toward 4 individuals to introduce them. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Chairman Han Min-sung. Did everyone have a good summer break? His voice echoed through the hall. To kick off the new semester, I'd like to introduce a few new teachers. Down below, a group of students glanced at each other, whispering, hey, do you see that? They stared intently at Song Jihan, who was standing on the stage with 2 other people. Why is Song Jihan standing up there? Don't tell me he's been hired as a teacher. Being in this position, he couldn't help but think, oh man, I completely forgot all about this special class. Holding the microphone, Na Hae-won began her introduction to the students. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Na Hae-won, from the DJ group Moon. Next, the monk Trong-eun also stepped up to say a few words. I am Trong-eun, dispatched from the Song Temple. After those 2, Song Jihan walked straight up to the podium. Holding the mic, he took a deep breath and slowly introduced himself. I'm Song Jihan. Now appointed as the representative of the Divine Power Clan, I'm sure you all know who I am, right? I look forward to working with you. Hearing the title Song Jihan held, a few students below looked utterly bewildered. Is this for real? Senior Song Jihan is going to be a teacher? Isn't he on the same level as Oh Wang? Soon, the entire crowd was in an uproar, their faces filled with indescribable joy. We're going to learn martial arts from someone on par with Oh Wang. Their reaction strengthened Song Jihan's resolve to teach them well. That's right. If we're going to confront John Oshan, the strength of these kids will also be crucial. I'll train them properly. Noticing the auditorium was getting a bit loud, Min Sung, on stage, immediately took the mic to remind everyone, all right, settle down now. Not everyone can join teacher Song Jihan's class. His next sentence made Jun Gyeon and Hai Jin smirk to themselves. Only a select few chosen by him will be allowed to join the special class. Over on the side, a disinterested Han Ju was eating a chocolate bar. Bai gently reminded Ju, you're not supposed to be doing that here. Min Sung's announcement struck the other students like an arrow. I knew it. Commoners like us don't even stand a chance. To save time, Song Jihan began to go through the teaching list. All right, let me announce the students selected for the special class. Hearing her name called out by him, Hanju was incredibly calm, though her expression was joyful. Bak Junjeon, Hanju, Bak. The next name made Hyuk Jin rub his head in delight. Bak Hyuk Jin. And the last person, whom no one expected, was Heisel. And finally, we chose Heisel. Hearing his name chosen by Song Jihan, the crowd behind him showed clear disapproval. What? The others are all in the top 8 of the Celestial Martial Arts Tournament, so why is Heisel there too? Their next words made him lower his head in sadness. He's been hanging around senior Song Jihan lately, so it's obviously because of his connections. Heisel's attitude made Song Jihan, on the podium, immediately correct him. Lift your head, Heisel. He spread his arms wide towards him, emphasizing his point. You have the potential to be ranked among the best in the entire country. I will help that potential blossom, so let's work hard together. Praised by Song Jihan, Heisel's face flushed red. Yes, teacher. The next morning, he was at the stadium early, and all the students of the special class gathered on the field. Seeing the hat on Song Jihan's head, Hyuk Jin asked in confusion, Jihan, what's with the hat? This isn't the army, you know. But he was reminded by Song Jihan, who asserted his authority. Consider me a teacher. From a distance, a girl carrying a container of weights was introduced by Song Jihan. Now, I'd like to introduce the special class's assistant teacher, Miss Cha Gi. A container full of large weights was placed on the ground. He requested that before they began training, everyone put on the iron rings in front of them. Jun Gyeon looked at the iron ring in her hand. Each ring weighs about 100 kilograms, for a total of 400 kilograms. She chuckled and commented on their aesthetics. These rings aren't my style. Can't you make them a little cuter? Her words made Song Jihan give a helpless, forced smile and explain, this is training, you know. All right, has everyone put them on? Seeing that the group had finished putting on the iron rings, he announced the rule. All right then, from now on, we will seal everyone's internal energy. What? Hanju was stunned by the news and quickly turned to ask Song Jihan, what do you mean, seal our internal energy? He gently calmed her down. It's exactly as it sounds. From now on, the exercises will be performed without using internal energy. Seeing that everything was ready, Song Jihan looked at Cha-gi and requested, Miss Cha, please begin. Her whole body was now burning with determination. All right, now get in line. Heisel and Jun Jian, drenched in sweat, shot forward like arrows, running relentlessly. The special class's training, with their internal energy sealed, was very simple. Run 500 laps around the field while wearing 400 kilograms of iron rings. Hyuk Jin immediately raised his hand to block a training kick from Song Jihan. And occasionally, to check their progress, they would spar with Song Jihan after their internal energy was temporarily unsealed. If Song Jihan deemed them to have improved, the weight of the rings would be increased. Hanju, with her arm around his shoulder, was also taught a few special punching and kicking techniques. The weight continued to increase, now reaching 1,600 kilograms, like running while carrying a 1.5-ton truck on your back. During the grueling physical training of running, Jun Jian and Hanju didn't forget to compete with each other. This was possible because the special class students had awakened bodies with extraordinary physical abilities. Standing outside the field drinking water, he was a bit surprised. They're running like monsters. I'm a bit speechless at their actions. Are those two racing or something? It's supposed to be a break anyway. As he picked up a water bottle, Song Jihan's master appeared from behind. Hey, disciple! Hearing the master call, he immediately turned his head. Yes. Song Jihan's master looked towards Hanju, who was running non-stop, and reminded him, are you sure you've thought about the consequences for that girl? Especially that kid. It looks like she wants to kill you after this is over. Knowing his master was worried, he gave a small smile to reassure him. That reminds me, I haven't let Hanju eat any chocolate during the entire training period. I've been a teacher for 1 month now. Maybe it's time to quit. At that moment, a blue information panel appeared before Song Jihan. In any case, he looked at the information of the people he was teaching. After 1 month of basic training with the rings, everyone's stamina had increased significantly. Hyuk-jin has an aesthetic sense, but that's not useful in combat. Jun Jeon doesn't have any special traits. On the field, Jun Jeon handed a water bottle to Hanju, drink up, but he predicted that physical training alone wouldn't be enough to awaken their traits. Song Jihan fell into deep thought. He placed a hand on his chin. It's time to take these kids to raid a gate. Night was falling. Not far away, deep inside a forest cave, a man stood amidst bloody corpses strewn across the ground. Suddenly, a hurried voice reported from outside. "Brother, the Emperor clan has been attacked by Song Jihan." The old man didn't seem pleased at all, folks. Kim Bom ran in but stopped at the entrance. His voice trembled as he bowed his head in remorse. "I'm sorry. I just got back and heard the news." Unable to hide his emotions, Kanggu's crimson pupils flared with intensity. He glanced at Ha Jong, the bodies. "Where are our uncles buried?" Kim Bom's face broke into a light sweat, his expression turning anxious as he offered, "I'll take you there." A moment later, behind the Emperor clan's mountain, the three of them arrived at the graves. Fearing the old man wouldn't understand the situation, he quickly explained, "Because of prying eyes, we had no choice but to act quickly. We couldn't retrieve the bodies, so we could only bury the clothes they were wearing at the time." Kanggu suddenly demanded to go to the Emperor clan's main house, but Kim Bom disagreed with the idea, saying that reporters were currently surrounding the area. Ignoring the man's reasonable explanation, the old man stubbornly walked ahead. "I don't care." The three of them walked down the stairs. Below, a crowd of reporters was waiting. "Are they running away? Look, they're escaping." Hearing their shouts, Kanggu just glanced at them silently without saying a word. This was going to be breaking news. Before him now was a wall of reporters, leaving no escape route. Kanggu tried to remain calm, holding his head high as he made a powerful declaration to the media. "This is indeed the place where my clan once stood." He maintained the same posture as before. However, his voice was now completely different. "My Emperor clan has turned to a handful of ash and blown away." As soon as he finished speaking, Kanggu raised his hand and swiped it across the neck of a nearby reporter. The man's head flew off his shoulders. The remaining reporters witnessed the scene and panicked. "The Sword King is killing people." Placing his blood-soaked hand on his chest, the old man turned to look at Taeho. "My son, how is your power?" The young man opened his palm, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. "I'm about to go crazy. I want to use it right now." Hearing his son's words, Kanggu's eyes had already turned fiery red, his voice filled with excitement. "Good, I'll let you run wild. We're going to Hanam-dong, where the Divine Power Clan resides." Suddenly, from a distance, Yi Ju approached, clapping his hands to draw their attention. "I will kill that precious thing right in front of Song Jihan and tear it to pieces with my own hands." Staring at the two of them, he spoke with a delighted voice. "Excellent. It seems I've arrived just in time." The familiar face made Kanggu remember something. "You, could it be?" Looking at the person before him, the old man recognized him immediately. Yi Zu raised his arm and stated the purpose of their meeting. "I have a proposal concerning Song Jihan." Standing on the ground, Yi Zu glanced down at the headless corpses scattered below. "You've just made quite a flashy mess." He looked towards a reporter trying to sneak away in the distance and raised 2 fingers. Yi Zu flicked them, and in an instant, the man's head exploded, leaving nothing behind. Standing opposite him and witnessing his power, Kanggu tried to compose himself and offered a greeting. "I have heard a great deal about you, Yi Zu. It's an honor to meet you today." Hearing the old man's words, he quickly turned his head and replied with a slight smile. "I heard you were on your way to Hanam-dong." Hiding nothing, Kanggu stood opposite Yi Zu and told him the whole story. "Yes, that bastard Song Jihan destroyed the Emperor clan. I will get my revenge at any cost." But he simply asked the old man one question. "How?" Currently, the members of the Emperor clan are lying in hospital beds. The few survivors have had their cores destroyed and are hospitalized. All the executives in the clan are dead. Yi Ju furrowed his brow slightly, pointing out the most important issue to make it clear. On top of what just happened, the major clans in Korea will hear news of the Sword King indiscriminately slaughtering reporters. He confidently assured him, "You may have gotten stronger, but can you face all of those clans?" The old man immediately understood the implied meaning and questioned him back. "What are you trying to say?" Seeing that Kanggu understood the issue, he didn't beat around the bush. Yi Ju's eyes widened as he proposed an alliance. "I will lend you my power, but on one condition." Back at the academy, inside a private room, Song Jihan stood before 5 people and announced, "The special boss will appear at the Red Mountain Gate." Unable to sit still, Na Haeyeon shot up from her seat, slamming her hand on the table. "The Red Mountain Gate? Isn't that a red rank gate?" That was also an unexplored gate, and he recalled the time he went into the Red Mountain Gate alone to scout it. It takes at least 100 fully grown D-rank Awakeners to form a raid party to clear a red zone gate. The difficult question was how the special class could have enough people to raid it alone. Song Jihan, with a calm expression, spoke clearly and gave his assurance. That gate might be exactly the training ground the special class needs right now, but it seems she didn't agree with his point of view. On the other side, After some thought, Chairman Min Sung looked a little worried, but still agreed with the idea. I trust teacher Song Jihan. Let him do as he pleases. So what do the other teachers think? Hearing this, Na Yu immediately screamed, Chairman, are you really planning to send the students to their deaths? Jong Un, sitting in his chair, also made his decision. Everyone here knows teacher Song Jihan's abilities, and he's already made up his mind, so I have no objections. One by one, voices of approval rang out. I don't object either. Then let teacher Song Jihan do as he wishes. After observing for a moment, he seemed to understand her feelings. Song Jihan quickly spoke up, immediately reassuring Na Yu. Na Yu, I know you genuinely care about the students, but please trust me and my students. Seeing this, she didn't want to argue too much and sighed, accepting the situation. All right, I don't intend to object either, but shouldn't we get consent from the students' families? If something happens, all the blame will fall on Musago. Seeing that everyone was still hesitant, Min Sung, sitting in his chair, offered an idea. Actually, I have a suggestion for that. The next morning, Song Jihan's entire group of students entered the school. His mind was still filled with thoughts about the plan, and so the special class's raid on the Red Mountain Gate was decided. The Red Mountain Gate is a gate that requires a party of 100 people or more to raid, and Musago's special class would be the first to challenge it with just a few members. He glanced up at the camera drone flying overhead. Perhaps that's why this gate, he then recalled Min Sung's words and idea from yesterday. A proposal from Chairman Han Min Sung. Let's live stream the gate via drone to reassure the parents that their children are safe. But it was clear that this was just to promote the special class. Just thinking about it made Song Jihan's eyes grow dark circles. So much pressure, although a few people seemed excited. His expression caught the attention of Jun Gyeon from behind. A moment later, in front of the giant, blazing red mountains of lava surrounding the Red Mountain Gate, Song Jihan stood at the front and turned to remind the group behind him. All right, we're inside the gate now. Tread lightly and move to the center point. The whole group seemed to understand his instructions. Understood. Hai Ukjin and Hanju used the skills Song Jihan had taught them and ran ahead to scout the area. I feel like my body is lighter than before. Is this the result of our training? Suddenly, he widened his eyes, as if he had seen something up ahead. In front of them now was a luxurious and tidy house. There's a house inside the gate. It's so beautiful. Hai Ukjin couldn't hide his excitement. His jaw dropped as he looked around. It's very clean inside, too. Song Jihan followed behind and added, This is the center point. The whole house echoed with sounds of amazement. There's even a bathroom. This is awesome. Hearing everyone's praise, his face turned red. I built it for all of you. What do you think? Like it? Well, not just me. I had Taegu do all the work. Looking at the girls, Song Jihan announced their options. There are enough rooms for everyone, so please pick one. Jun Jion decided immediately. Oh, then I'll take the room next to Jun's. But Hanju was openly jealous. Seeing Hazel still silent, he urged him to pick a room quickly. Hazel, do you want this room? Go take a look. Once that was settled, Song Jihan made another announcement. We'll be staying inside this gate for the next 2 weeks, so be prepared. Understood. Hai Yujin and Eunbi turned to look back from a distance. A long while later, inside the luxurious and spacious house made for his group, the whole group of students was sitting on the floor, looking up at Song Jihan to hear the latest announcement. This training session in the Red Zone Gate will last for 2 weeks, and until then, we will not leave the gate. No matter what happens, endurance is the condition for clearing it. To avoid any questions, he looked towards Kong Jin. Then I'll have Miss Cha explain. She sat there and began to introduce it to the group. There's only one exercise for you all. It's called the teamwork exercise. Kyung Jin's voice echoed throughout the room, explaining that it was simply teamwork training. Hook Jin looked at Hanju, slightly surprised. Ah, teamwork. After she spoke, Song Jihan followed up, announcing that their opponent would be a shadow elf, the abyss of the night. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd below shot to their feet. What? Sion Ho's face was covered in sweat as he trembled and shook his head emphatically. No way, you need to be at least A rank to fight it. It's a very powerful type of monster, only people of that level can fight it. Seeing his attitude, Song Jihan frowned slightly and questioned him. This is the only way to improve your skills quickly. Didn't you come here ready to risk your life for training? Seeing the logic in his words, Sion Ho stammered that it was true. But to avoid wasting time, Song Jihan opened his palm. Beneath his feet, a magic circle glowed. Before fighting the abyss of the night, there's one thing everyone needs to learn, and that's the White Tiger Chain attack formation. If you master this formation, even at your current level, you can still defeat the abyss of the night. Hook Jin looked up at him intently, not taking his eyes off him, and quickly voiced his questions. The chain formation is the school's standard attack formation, right? So is the White Tiger an upgraded version? Kyung Jin, standing beside him, nodded and immediately explained, That's right. Master Song Jihan reviewed the original and created a new attack formation. First, I'll demonstrate. To begin the training, she called out the names of those who would step forward. Hell, B, Say, Y, and Nam Sion Ho, please step forward to your weapons. A training plan had been laid out by Kyung Jin, and we were to follow it. When I attack, the 3 people around Hell just need to block my attacks. After he finished the instructions, from high above, she dove down with her sword, beginning the assault. A straight slash aimed at Seon-ho, who was kneeling there in a daze. Not giving him any time to breathe, Kyung-jin swung her sword for the next slash. She also didn't forget to parry the daggers flying in from Se-wai behind her. While watching the match, from the sidelines, Song Jihan continuously instructed his students. The key to the White Tiger chain attack is to never stop attacking the enemy. Back in the fight, Kyung-jin gripped her sword tightly and lunged straight at B. The moment the attacks stop, the entire formation will collapse. Keep that in mind. Next, she shifted her gaze towards Hell, who was in a defensive stance. 3 people draw the enemy's attention, while the one in the middle seizes an opening and delivers a critical strike. She didn't forget to remind Hell, your position is the most important. Hell hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes. Kyung-jin launched herself high into the air. Surrounded by Se-wai and Seon-ho, something suddenly made her lower her guard. His eyes wide, seizing the opportunity, Hell leaped into the air with his sword, landing a few blows on Kyung-jin before touching down. After attacking, he lowered his head, his face darkening, thinking to himself, I did it. Hell looked towards her in the distance, certain that he had landed a hit. One hit. Kyung-jin's face had a slight scratch, and Song Jihan brought over some medicine. Here's a healing item, thank you. He didn't forget to praise the man kneeling on the ground. That was very good for a first try. Being praised, Hell's face flushed red. Thank you. Seeing that the whole group had mastered the skill, Song Jihan turned and suggested, all right, we'll continue training until dinner. When the sun sets, we'll have a real battle, so get ready. Everyone opposite him immediately agreed without hesitation. Understood. And so, the challenge for his group began that very evening. The first night at the Shichsan Gate had arrived. Night fell at the gloomy Shichsan Gate, interspersed with high mountain ranges and glowing red lava. Song Jihan, wearing a backpack, led the way. He turned his head to remind Hook-jin. Jun-gyeon followed behind. It's dark, so everyone be careful where you step. She couldn't wait any longer and asked, Jun, how much longer do we have to go? But Song Jihan raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Shh. He told her to look into the distance. Look over there. The abyss of night and its minions were floating in the air, and Hook-jin was momentarily captivated by its beauty. Is that the abyss of night? It doesn't look human, but it's so beautiful, isn't it? Seeing her expression, Jun-gyeon gently reminded her, hey now, that's a monster. The noise from the two of them forced Song Jihan to speak up. Be quiet. He reached out and gently opened his backpack. Lam Lam's head popped out from inside. We need to deal with those shadow elves first. Song Jihan quickly set it on the ground, placing all his trust in Lam Lam. I'm counting on you, kid. The minions of the Abyss of Night seemed to sense something, their faces breaking out in a sweat. Lam Lam's mission was to freeze them in place. Among monsters, different species also have a hierarchy. Lam Lam dashed forward quickly, opened its mouth wide, aiming straight at them. If a regular red-tier monster saw a red-tier boss monster like Lam Lam, its entire body would freeze, unable to move. At this moment, only Silent Abyss was left standing there, its eyes shut tight in fear. Taking advantage of that, we will attack Silent Abyss. Seizing the opportunity, his group surrounded it from all sides. Team 2, deploy the White Tiger chain attack formation, Roger. Hiso gripped the sharp sword in his hand, awaiting the command. The moment had come. He unleashed a powerful slash straight at Silent Abyss, but it was blocked. It was all thanks to Silent Abyss's tough arm. It used its hardened arm as a weapon. Seeing it under attack, the minions controlled by Lam Lam became anxious. Don't let them get near Silent Abyss! Damn it! I can't move! Watching from the sidelines, Song Jihan gave an order to everyone. When the enemy attacks, except for Hell, the rest of you defend together. SE acknowledged the order, right away. Just like that, the 4 of them surrounded Silent Abyss without backing down an inch, and then the special class students attacked Silent Abyss for 2 hours. Finally, Hell found its weak spot and delivered a critical blow. After 2 hours, Hell found an opening and attacked Silent Abyss with his demon sword. The special class succeeded in defeating Silent Abyss on their first try. The sword in his hand erupted with a blue light that was a sight to behold. Song Jihan's face showed clear surprise, his teeth clenched. The demon sword was finally shining. Beside him, his master also arrived. Besides Heaven's annihilation, it's also the best weapon on Earth, but its full potential has yet to be unleashed. Not far away, after completing the mission, he was breathing a sigh of relief. Song Jihan guessed as much, meaning the sword had acknowledged Hell. The immortal elder agreed. That's how I see it. To let the group rest, he slowly approached and suggested, Great job, class. Leave the rest to me and Miss Cha. Song Jihan added in a low voice. Do you all see the future ahead? There are 9 more trials waiting. Hook-jin asked in a daze. But we just defeated Silent Abyss. What do you mean, 9 more trials? Seeing the group's reaction, he continued in a low tone, turning his head to explain. There's no way a gate this big would only have 1 Silent Abyss. According to the report, there are 9 more. Complaints echoed endlessly. No, I'm going to die. Song Jihan immediately reminded them. Stop complaining and let's head back to base. A camera floating in the air had been recording the entire scene. Back in a room, sitting in a chair, Chairman Min Xiong was observing Hell through the camera, then looked at Ju across from him and asked, Secretary Nam, did those kids really kill a red-tier monster? She nodded and replied immediately. It seems so. Ju began to describe and briefly introduce the background of Hell, who was holding the sword on the screen. A B-rank awakened, defeating a red-tier monster. This has never happened before. And the student using that large sword is Hell, a first year. Min Xiong touched his chin, his expression a mix of surprise and worry. He's the one who's always with Song Jihan. He wasn't very prominent before, but that swordsmanship technique seems to be a technique from the Emperor clan. The image of Hell fighting with the sword lingered in his mind. Yes, but it was stronger than the forms the Sword King ever performed. That must be the Emperor's linked sword technique that the Tao King has been desperately searching for. Hearing this, Ju, who was standing beside him holding a device with documents, asked aloud with curiosity, if Hell has truly mastered that technique, what will happen? Min Xiong turned his head to explain to her, if the Tao King is still alive, I'm afraid Hell's life will be in danger. Suddenly, looking at the screen, Ju's eyes widened as she announced, the Tao King, Chairman. Look at this. The latest updated information made Min Xiong's jaw drop in horror. The Tao King has appeared in Incheon. What? Back in Incheon, a group of people lay dead, sprawled on the ground under Kanggu's blade. Looking around, the old man smirked, looking very pleased with himself. Observing from above, the entire city seemed to be plunged into chaos. I've gone this far, and the divine power still won't show itself? Then perhaps there really has been an internal change within the divine power recently. The monsters he controlled were attacking people all over the streets. I didn't even need to borrow troops from Liju. Everything was this easy. Not far away, on the screen of a building, a reporter was updating the latest news. Currently, the Tao King's group is indiscriminately attacking civilians. Awakened ones have been sent from the Divine Power and the 15 Family Alliance, but they have also suffered heavy losses. Looking towards her father, Tae-ho couldn't help but wonder about Yizu's actions. Why on earth would Yizu lend us his forces? He couldn't figure it out himself. Who knows what kind of scheme he's plotting? The old man looked into the distance with a serious face, reassuring the guy next to him. All you need to worry about now is getting to the Divine Power clan and crushing that punk Song Jihan and his family. Yizu has given us a precious opportunity. Let's go and crush the Divine Power clan. Just as he said that, a voice from afar cut in. Kanggu, who did you say you were going to crush? It was none other than Song Jihan's father, Jian Mu, speaking so boldly to the Blade King. But first, they'd probably have to get through him. Seeing him appear, Kanggu turned and looked, smirking mockingly. Well, look who it is. The head of the Divine Power clan himself came out to greet me. Perfect timing. I was just on my way to see you. As you know, your son owes our family a certain debt. Hearing that, Jian Mu apologized for his son. Please understand, that kid is just going through a rebellious phase. Behind him, a worried Hyungjun asked if they had managed to contact Song Jihan yet. The report came back right away, but he wasn't responding. His face was covered in sweat. He gritted his teeth and ordered, he's probably still inside the gate. Contact Musago right now. Hyungjun rushed to Jian Mu's side, placing a hand on his shoulder and proposing, please leave this place to us, the Heavenly King Squad. With a serious expression, he firmly told Jian Mu, we will stall for time until Song Jihan gets back. Please take care of yourself. Seeing that attitude, he had no choice but to entrust everything to Hyungjun. Over on the other side, a confident Tae-ho looked at Kanggu and asked, Father, can I strike first? This made the old man hesitate. Are you sure about that? The young man smirked, his face filled with arrogant confidence, as he replied boldly, of course, I want to see just how strong I've become. Seeing his son's determination, Kanggu decided to let him give it a shot to assess his power. All right, I'll allow it. But remember, you have to kill the divine authority. As soon as he finished speaking, Tae-ho gripped his sword and charged forward like the wind. I know, father. He raised his sword high, slashing down hard at Hyungjun, who stood in his way. Seeing him cleanly dodge the blow, Tae-ho quickly retracted his sword, his brow furrowed slightly as he grinned excitedly. Long time no see. Hyungjun, the divine authority, scowled at Tae-ho's attitude, his expression clearly showing his annoyance. I don't think this is the time for pleasantries. He lowered his stance slightly and glared at him with challenging eyes. Should we take this as the Emperor clan declaring war on the Divine Power clan? Tae-ho scoffed at that. You'd call this a war? Behind him, a monster was now devouring people with its massive jaws. See, the Divine Power clan already lost before this fight even started. The sight before him made Hyungjun anxious. He thought to himself, what are those monsters? They obviously came from inside the gate. Seizing that moment of distraction, Tae-ho gripped his sword tightly and lunged at him in a surprise attack. The Emperor clan got help from someone, didn't they? You already know that much. Hyungjun was taken aback by the sudden move. His mind raced. Now is the time to show the power that Song Jihan helped me build, piece by piece. Pulling himself together, he quickly dropped into a low stance, raising his hands to channel his inner energy. In this war started by the Emperor clan, as the shield of the Divine Power clan, I will give it my all. Watching from the sidelines, Kangoo looked puzzled by that source of power. That power. It's the Heavenly King divine art. Then, as if remembering something, the old man's eyes shot wide open, blood vessels filling them. No, could that be the supreme Heavenly King divine art? Kangoo quickly yelled a warning to his son facing Hyung-jun. Tae-ho! Be careful. Don't get careless. Don't worry, father. While fighting Tae-ho, he didn't forget to command his comrades, Heavenly King Squad. Wipe out everyone attacking the Divine Power Clan. A few yards away, Hyung-jun's team was battling the monsters. Back with him, a battle was about to break out between Hyung-jun and the arrogant Tae-ho. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Alliance of the 15 Families, the clan representatives were in a meeting. Ji-gu rested his chin on his hand, a worried look on his face as he asked the room, "So, what's the plan now?" Someone at the meeting table suggested an idea. "The Blade King is committing a massacre. Shouldn't we expel him from the Alliance?" Another person slammed the table, demanding, "What's the deal with those monsters?" On the screen before them, news reports about the monsters were flooding in. They're supposed to be inside the gate, so why are they out here? Fortunately, Singiga had already evacuated the civilians. If not for Singiga, the situation would be far worse. Jiga, the leader of the High World team, tried to hide his worry with a polite laugh. "You're overstating things." Suddenly, in the middle of the meeting, someone slammed their hand on the table, revealing their anger. Representing his clan, the man questioned Jigong, "So what now? Are you saying we're just going to sit here and watch?" Before North John Seo of the Iron Blood Sword Clan could speak, Jigong, sitting opposite him, interjected, "The four great clans are one thing, but if weaker clans like ours were to displease the Sword King." Hearing this, John Seo's face showed a look of complete helplessness. These cowards are also part of the alliance of 15 clans? Unbelievable. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is that all you can say? Truly pathetic." It didn't stop there. John Seo looked directly at the people at the meeting table and criticized them bluntly. Even now, as the damage continues to mount, who knows how long the Divine Power Clan can hold out? Trying to remain calm, Jigong explained the current situation. "It's not that we don't want to help the Divine Power Clan." His face clearly showed fear, his face covered in sweat as he spoke softly. "It's just that the Divine Power Clan has Song Jihan. They don't need us to interfere." Suddenly, from the doorway, a man stomped his way in. Everyone recognized him at a glance. Sword King Chun-sik frowned and said loudly, "You're all just wasting time in here." The old man raised his hand, pointing directly at those at the table and demanding, "Do you have any idea how many people are dying out there?" Chun-sik's words shamed the clan leaders, who pretended to be silent. "This is why the people despise the clans, because people like you only care about your own gains and losses." Their attitude made the old man unable to contain his anger, and he roared, "If you were truly warriors, wouldn't you know what to prioritize?" Chun-sik glanced at his son, John Seo, who quickly shot to his feet. "Yes, father." Without another word, the old man turned to leave and said to John Seo behind him, "What are you still doing here? Let's go out and protect the people." He hurried after him. "Yes." And so, the father and son, Chun-sik, left the meeting room with expressions of extreme disappointment. How shameful. Back on the rooftop, the intense battle between Hung-jun and Tae-ho-ho was raging. From the sidelines, Kang Gi-yu watched, constantly praising him with admiration. "He's keeping up with Tae-ho-ho? That's impressive." Suddenly, the old man's eyes darted as if he sensed something. John Moo rushed forward with a sharp sword in hand to confront Kangoo. "Oh my, your subordinates are fighting their hearts out for you, and yet you don't seem to value your own life?" The old man didn't forget to mock Hai Yu, who was fighting his own son. That brat seems to have learned some strange martial art, but he's still no match for Tae-ho-ho. But it seemed John Moo still had faith in him, just smiling calmly and replying, "Aren't you the one using a strange martial art?" Grabbing Kangoo's collar, he questioned the old man. "What is that dark energy swirling around your body? Is it some kind of demonic art from the criminals of Sumerian?" Hearing this, Kangoo adamantly denied it. "Demonic art? Do you think I'm some kind of fool to learn that stuff?" Without another word, John Moo swung his sword fiercely at the old man. "Are you denying it?" With a steadfast gaze fixed on Kangoo, he remained certain of his assumption. "Not only did you invade the Divine Power Clan's territory, but with those monsters too. You must have joined forces with outsiders." The old man furiously roared in rebuttal, veins popping on his neck. "If you think this is ordinary demonic power, then your knowledge is too limited." Just as the sword strike landed, Kangoo suddenly vanished completely from before John Moo's eyes. Then what is it? It was the old man's teleportation technique that left him stunned, looking down in confusion. "He's gone!" Suddenly, from above, Kangoo brought down two red glowing fists straight at John Moo. "You'll have to find the answer yourself." Back in the Red Mountain Gate area, Jun Gyeon and Hanju had finished their battle after a while. Blue panels appeared, awarding points. Ignoring the notification panels, Song Jihan stood still in one spot with a thoughtful expression. Not far from him, a beetle-like monster lay unconscious on the ground. "This is our umpteenth raid on the Silent Abyss. This is the last one in the gate. Looking at the group of students, Song Jihan asked loudly, "Has anyone still not awakened their trait yet?" Hook Jin, with a sad expression, raised his hand to report, "Me. Right here." Standing with his hands on his hips, Song Jihan looked at him with a puzzled expression. "How can you be so unlucky?" Hook Jin replied nonchalantly, "Maybe it's because the teacher isn't skilled enough." Doubted by his student about his abilities, he turned to leave and said with a calm smile, "Then it's best if you never awaken at all." Song Jihan's action took him by surprise. "Are you just going to abandon the students like that?" Hearing this, he quickly turned to explain the reason to Hook Jin. "Abandon them, just don't run away if the training gets too hard." He then ordered the mud-covered students to rest. "Let's head back to base. Rest and prepare for the next training session." Understood. Suddenly, from high above, the drone that had been filming their entire journey spoke up. "Instructor Song Jihan. Instructor Song Jihan. Please check your messages immediately." Seeing its capabilities, Jun Jian couldn't help but be surprised. "That drone can connect to calls too?" Song Jihan quickly brought the drone close to his face. He swiftly turned its camera to face forward. A news screen appeared. "The Sword King has appeared in Incheon, leading a horde of monsters. The current estimated death toll is..." Jun Jian immediately remembered that Incheon is where the divine power resided. Hiso looked at her brother, but Song Jihan remained silent. He looked up at the screen with a calm, smiling expression. "So this is how you want to play it." On the projected screen, an image of John Moo flashed before his eyes, along with a voice from the other end. "Instructor Song Jihan, are you there? Instructor Song Jihan. The more I thought about it, the more I felt I had to let you know, so I decided to contact you. The Divine Power Clan and the Awakeners from each family are currently..." "Instructor Song Jihan, if you can hear me, please answer." Seeing the image of his father, Song Jihan's eyes widened with worry. He quickly responded to the caller and then looked towards Keon Jin. "Chairman, I'm listening. Thank you for informing me." Miss Cha, understanding the situation, nodded and told him, "You should go." Holding Lam Lam, Song Jihan gave instructions to everyone before he left. "I have to step out for a bit. Keep the students here and have them train in the surrounding area. As long as Lam Lam is here, the monsters won't dare to approach." Seeing him about to leave alone, a very worried Jun Jian clenched her fists and offered, "Jihan, I'll go with you." Beside her, Hel also wanted to help Song Jihan. "I'm strong enough now, I won't be a burden. Please let me assist you." Moved by everyone's sincerity, he was touched but had to refuse. "Thank you everyone, but it's all right. The class isn't over yet. It will continue even in my absence." Just like that, Song Jihan left the Red Mountain Gate by himself, leaving his students behind. "And this battle is only meaningful if I go alone." Using a movement technique, he dashed across the buildings at incredible speed. Song Jihan could feel the immense power of the surrounding purple auras. Demonic energy was everywhere. This intense energy is S-rank. Immersing himself in these auras, he began to understand the situation. It seems that's it. This is why I haven't heard anything from him until now. Song Jihan moved non-stop, rushing deep into the city of Incheon. Two colossal auras were clashing constantly. One belonged to the Sword King, and the other is my father's. A moment later, he was standing on a rooftop, looking down below. The street was deserted, occupied only by the Sword King and John Moo, who was slumped on the ground. John Moo's face was covered in scratches as he thought to himself that it would be over soon. Standing opposite him, the villain gave a smug smile and began to taunt him. "Brother-in-law, all that hard training of yours has gone to waste." Clutching his chest, John Moo realized the problem. "My body, I can't move it." Blood trickled from his nose and mouth. He looked towards Kang Ju and demanded, "You, what have you done to my body?" Hearing this, the man raised a hand that was emitting billows of red smoke. He said innocently, "I didn't do a thing, brother-in-law. This is a special demonic art. There's a reason I abandoned the Emperor's arts for this." Kang Ju then brazenly declared to John Moo how he would die. "I'll make sure you die a very slow and painful death." Lightly pinching his bleeding nose, he remained calm in the face of the threat. "That sounds nice, but my son will kill you long before that happens." Kang Ju gritted his teeth, not noticing Song Jihan charging from behind with a spear. "His son?" Song Jihan raised his spear to strike. Kang Ju glanced back. "Stop right there." Hearing that, he froze. Seeing this, Kang Ju yelled at Song Jihan, "If you take one more step, your father won't leave this place alive." Ignoring his words, he raised his spear. "Yeah, in that case." A blast of energy shot towards Kang Ju, who couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying into a wall. Caught by surprise, he turned towards Song Jihan and roared, "Song! Song Jihan, you bastard! You dare to strike me!" Hyung Jun and another person ran towards Song Jihan. "Young master, captain." Seeing the two of them, Song Jihan gave a slight smile. "You both held on until I got here. Good job. Sorry I'm a little late. I'm leaving the rest of the monsters and the civilian evacuation to you two." "Right. I knew you'd come." Kang Han looked worriedly toward his injured son, softly calling out, "Tae Min." Kim B ran to support Tae Min. "Let me give him first aid." Looking at Tae Min's injuries, Kim B exclaimed, "Your arm!" Tae Min looked at his own blood-splattered arm. It must be broken from that last hit. That damn Song Jihan. Kang Han's eyes grew cold as he glared at Song Jihan, growling out each word. You brat! Can't you see your father lying beneath my feet? Song Jihan smirked defiantly. Then come and kill me. In an instant, his face filled with killing intent. But in return, I will kill every single member of the Emperor here, including you. He stomped hard on Jianmu's chest, causing him immense pain. Fine, let's see how much you can take. His foot pressed down with increasing force, until Jianmu could no longer bear it, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Kang Han's face was filled with glee. I've destroyed your father's dantian, so now you're going to. Kang Han couldn't finish his sentence, stunned by the look on Song Jihan's face. Are you smiling? Baron wondered as he watched Song Jihan's actions. You've taken off your ring. Song Jihan looked towards Kang Han and smirked. I'll play this game however you want. Baron warned Song Jihan. Be careful. Don't let that power consume you. Song Jihan replied as he reached his hand toward Taming. Yes, sir. Taming was terrified, unable to control his own body. He screamed in horror. My body! Song Jihan lifted his body into the air. Taming's eyes were filled with panic. He couldn't escape. Song Jihan looked at him coldly. If you want to blame someone, blame your idiotic father. Taming turned towards Kang Han and screamed, Dad, save me! Kang Han was stunned, his mouth wide open, utterly speechless. Taming now lay motionless on the ground. Song Jihan spoke up. Don't worry, I didn't kill him. I just wanted to make sure his arm was completely useless. They say a swordsman's life is in his hands, right? Heh. You destroyed my father's dantian, so I guess we're even now. Hearing this, Kang Han swung his sword at Song Jihan. You! He charged forward like a madman. I'm going to kill you. Kang Han raised the blade in his hand high. Everyone associated with you, I will slash them to pieces. With that, he unleashed his ultimate technique, striking fiercely at Song Jihan. Kang Han looked toward where Song Jihan was and yelled, He's gone! The powerful slash created a massive explosion. Hai-Ung frowned as he watched the battle from the side. That incredible power is almost impossible, unless he's an S-rank awakened young master. Two others looked on, stunned. He's not human. Is the clan leader all right? Amid the loud shouts, clan leader Song Jihan struggled to block the man's attack. He gritted his teeth. The Blade King. While he was in hiding, he attained a power beyond imagination. To fight him, I need more power from the Tian Diet. Baron called out worriedly to Song Jihan. Disciple, I know. Another slash came down, but Song Jihan dodged it swiftly. Baron warned him again. Be careful. Don't let the Tian Diet swallow you whole. I already said I know, Baron. After replying, Song Jihan looked at Kang Han and smirked. For all your big talk, is this all you've got? This enraged him, and he raised his sword at him again. You. A piece of trash like you dares to fight me? You arrogant fool. The sword's energy split into multiple blades, but Song Jihan's voice remained calm. You only get to say that when you're stronger than your opponent. A strange power began to emanate from Song Jihan. Sensing this aura, Kang Han broke out in a cold sweat. This energy, it's not a fragment of the Tian Diet. This is the real thing. A primordial divine art. The energy of a primordial divine art is dominating this place. He roared at Song Jihan. You pretend to be so noble, but you've learned demonic arts yourself. Song Jihan's voice rose. Demonic arts? He burst out laughing. If Baron heard that, he'd scold me for sure. Baron suddenly appeared beside him, demanding, What? Demonic arts? Disciple, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and beat that guy to a pulp. Song Jihan gathered a mist that enveloped Kang Han. Seems like Baron heard you after all. Kang Han's eyes widened. I have to dodge this? He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, I'm trapped in the mist, he released. I can't escape, Song Jihan roared. Infinite void art. Instantly, Kang Han was hit with a critical blow. Kang Han was sent flying, slamming hard into a wall. He coughed up a mouthful of blood in disbelief. Everyone stared in a daze. In an instant, the morale of everyone around them surged. The clan leader is fighting for us. Let's do our part, defeat these monsters, and protect the Divine Realm's territory. Song Jihan looked down on him from above. Get up. Did you charge all the way into the Divine Realm just to collapse here? Kang Han gripped his sword tightly, stammering. How is this possible? I'm an S-rank. How could I lose to a kid like you? The old man watched in horror as his hand approached his face. Want me to tell you something very interesting? Song Jihan said while gripping the old man's neck tightly. You're not the only one who knows how to drain a person's blood and internal energy. As soon as he finished speaking, only Kang Gyu's pain-filled screams remained. The system's voice rang out. You have absorbed a fragment of Pungi. The points required to unlock Pungi have been reduced to 250,000 points. Song Jihan coldly stared at the sharp aura on his hand. Just as I thought. Seeing this unexpected sight, Kang Gyu stammered, pointing at Song Jihan. That's the demonic art of absorbing internal energy. You, why would you attack the Emperor? You're on our side too. He raised an eyebrow as if hearing a joke. On the same side? Kang Gyu lost his composure and yelled, Wasn't that demonic art bestowed upon you by the Lord? Then you're a follower of the Lord, just like me. Song Jihan glanced at him with contempt. The Lord? Is that the one pulling your strings from behind? Kang Gyu seemed to break down. You dare insult me? Song Jihan, I'll kill you. Even if I have to sell my soul to the devil, I'll tear you to pieces. He simply questioned him. I'm sure that's how the people you killed felt. They were helpless, unable to do anything but suffer and beg. His eyes were filled with the flames of hatred. Did you spare them then? The old man trembled, speechless. Song Jihan waved his hand and summoned a black dragon. I'm just doing the same as you, protecting my family just like you. The cowardly Kang Gyu stammered. No, I don't want this. Song Jihan summoned the black dragon and commanded it to charge towards Kang Gyu. Everyone stared in amazement at this strange sight. The monsters are retreating. Kimbom was stunned. How is this possible? He looked at Song Jihan's figure in the distance, but he had vanished without a trace. His gaze accidentally met the red flames in the boy's eyes. Song Jihan, what the hell did you do? Now, Kimbom realized Song Jihan's eyes were on him. He looked at Taming, who was still unconscious. Brother, this is bad. Song Jihan, that monstrous bastard dared to touch him. We have to find a way to retreat quickly now. Before Kimbom could leave, Song Jihan charged straight at him with a spear. He took down Kimbom in a single blow. While Hyung-jun was still bewildered, the person next to him spoke up. The monsters are starting to retreat. In the strange atmosphere, Hyung-jun approached Song Jihan. Young master, he said cheerfully, placing a hand on his shoulder. Young master, ah no, clan head, it's all over now. To his shock, Song Jihan suddenly turned around and lifted Hyung-jun up with one hand. Clan head, the immortal elder observed from the side. This brat is about to be consumed by heavenly annihilation. The immortal elder immediately shouted in Song Jihan's ear. You fool! Don't embarrass me! Stop it right now! Looking at the unfamiliar scenery, Song Jihan was utterly bewildered. Master, where is this? I just heard Master's voice. Suddenly, an arm reached out, and someone unexpectedly called to him. We finally meet. Song Jihan turned around. The person before him was another Song Jihan. You know me? The other's deep voice replied. I know you very well, in fact. How do you know? Because I am you, and you are me. The nonsensical answer made Song Jihan wonder. What? The other Song Jihan replied with a smirk. I am the great desire hidden deep inside you, he said enticingly, extending a hand towards him. Your destiny is to always walk with me. Let's stain everything before us with blood together, Song Jihan replied in a cold voice. I know who you are. You're heavenly annihilation, right? I thought you'd be terrifying, but you're actually quite clumsy. He looked up contemptuously. Are you saying my greed for honor, power, or money is because of you? That would actually be a lot of trouble. Song Jihan tilted his head. My master would scold me for focusing on trivial matters. Hearing Song Jihan's words, the person in front of him lost his initial mysterious air. Trivial matters? You fool! I am destruction itself. The craving of a bloodthirsty demon. He roared. I know it's not easy to sway you. Now I will take over your consciousness and your body. Let's do it together. The other Song Jihan froze at Song Jihan's words. What's wrong? Didn't you hear me? I said let's do it together. As he spoke, he extended his hand towards him, leaving the other Song Jihan a bit stunned. Didn't you say it would be troublesome? The original Song Jihan scratched his head. Ah, I meant it would be troublesome if he found out. I don't want to disappoint my master. The atmosphere became more relaxed, and the two of them sat down on the ground. The other Song Jihan asked him, Are you talking about that old martial god? Why do you like that old man? From what I can see, he's always tormenting you. He chuckled softly. That's because he cares about me. You don't know how terrifying indifference can be, do you? The other Song Jihan turned his back to him, muttering, Who knows? I've always been the center of attention. Song Jihan looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Are you interested in my master? He frowned. That's why you think so poorly of him. If you had been ostracized for 10 long years, you wouldn't be saying that. Song Jihan seemed to drift into his memories. Master was the first person to ever notice me. I may not understand the indifference you speak of, but I know very well what loneliness is. Hearing Heavenly Demise's confession, he smirked. Is that so? I think we'd get along great. No, you are different from me, Song Jihan asked again. How are we different? The other him extended a hand in front of Song Jihan. If you're lonely now, I can be with you. The other Song Jihan was skeptical. You know full well that I'm a ruthless maniac who revels in slaughter, so why would you still choose to walk with me? Song Jihan stood up and replied, Because I want to follow my master's path, and that path requires overwhelming power. His expression was dead serious. Even in the final battle, without your power, how could I have defeated the Tao King? I believe that victory was possible because we fought together. The other Song Jihan wondered, So you are just like me. He finally agreed. Fine, let's see how you manage to control this body. I'm very confident that I can control you. Two hands drew closer to each other. Space dissolved, and Song Jihan's vision blurred before he regained consciousness. The first thing Song Jihan saw when he came to was that he was still holding Hung-jun up high. Clan leader, Hung-jun. He bowed his head. My apologies. I must have lost control. Hung-jun waved his hand, indicating he was fine. It's all right. I'll consider this my punishment for not handling the situation before the clan leader returned. The surrounding area was in ruins. After the clan leader defeated the Dao King, the monsters quickly vanished. But there were many casualties. What about the Dao King's side? Tamin is trying to hold on, but as for Kim Bi, following Hung Jun's gaze, Song Jihan saw Kim Bi lying motionless over there. Song Jihan fell silent. Attacked by Heavenly Demise, I don't remember killing him. Did it happen when Heavenly Demise took over my consciousness? He told himself. From now on, I have to wear the ring at all times. What are you standing there for? Hurry up, clear the area and save as many people as possible. Song Jihan commanded the surrounding area. Baron appeared and asked Song Jihan, are you back to your senses? Master, were you calling my name continuously just now? I think I heard your voice. He leaned in. Of course. When my disciple was about to be taken over by that thing, I had to drag that brat out. He smiled brightly and looked up. If you're talking about Heavenly Demise, we've already settled things peacefully. Baron tilted his head. Seeing that window pop up in front of you, I guess that must be true. Song Jihan stared in amazement at the system notification. You have subjugated Heavenly Demise. Reward: 10 million accumulated points. Heavenly Demise has altered the nature of the primordial divine art. Reward: Supreme Infinite Energy. Song Jihan pondered this reward. Supreme Infinite Energy. Baron, standing beside him, assessed Song Jihan. But to think you actually managed to subjugate that thing, your internal energy has stabilized and seems even stronger now that the primordial divine art has reached 8 stars, but the killing intent is still raging inside you, even though the Ring of Origin has suppressed it a great deal. Perhaps it's time for you to enter the Gate of Chaos. Song Jihan looked on blankly, not understanding what he was contemplating, as he observed the desolate scene below from above. A voice spoke up. So you were right. Li Ju glanced over. That Song Jihan guy really is the martial god's disciple, which makes him dangerous. Li Ju asked, what's the status of the heaven-defying formation? Thanks to the Dao King drawing all the attention, the heaven-defying formation, a powerful formation that opposes heaven's will itself, is used to resist or control fate or divine power. The voice was steady, despite the sight of countless bodies. The conditions have been met. Before, the two of them was a strange magic circle, and we can prepare just in time. Right now, it has absorbed some blood, so it's still quite small, but it will grow larger over time. They have set up a heaven-defying formation in Incheon to summon the divine, Jade, and the Lord of Heaven into this world. Li Ju gave a grotesque smile. Everything was going smoothly. Song Jihan seemed to sense something, looking up at a tall building before turning to ask Baron. You also know about the Ao Chal appearing in Shandong, China, don't you? Baron came closer to talk. You mean those things that look like blood demons? I heard someone named Li Ju is behind this incident. What on earth are those people plotting? Baron probably realized something as well. Could it be that they're already done preparing? It's nothing. I just sensed something very ominous. Song Jihan seriously suggested, we need to hold a major clan meeting. A few days after the Dao King's attack on Incheon, the clans were dispatched to Incheon to rescue civilians and establish shelters. The Sword King's actions caused countless people to be injured or killed. The people mourned for them, while also criticizing the Divine Power Clan for failing to protect them. Song Jihan brought the students of the special class back from the Red Mountain Gate. Husin ran into his sister's room holding his phone. Sis, read this article. The article stated that after the Fist King's Dantian was destroyed, Song Jihan had become the leading candidate for the next patriarch of the Divine Power Clan. The media was focusing on how the Divine Power Clan would take responsibility for the incident. In the Grand Hall, a servant bowed politely to welcome Song Jihan. A loud announcement echoed, drawing everyone's eyes to him. The patriarch of the Divine Power Clan, Sir Song Jihan, has arrived. An old man smiled and nodded towards Song Jihan. The one who spoke was the patriarch of the Poison Domain clan, Yang Suho. So the news is true. The Fist King's Dantian has been destroyed. No matter how talented he is, he's just a kid becoming the patriarch. Song Jihan spoke up, cutting off the conversations about him. After the Sword King's attack in Incheon, a group called Jokian has emerged. With just one sentence, surprise appeared on the faces of those present. Jokion. Seeing the doubt in many people's eyes, Song Jihan began to explain, think of them as beings who want to destroy this world. Recently, I faced one of their members. They are indeed not easy to deal with. He rested his hand on the table, his voice grim. The Sword King was just one of their puppets. I don't know what their true purpose is, but... Song Jihan's eyes were sharp. They certainly intend to cause us great harm. He clenched his fist, trying to persuade them. If all the Awakened, including the 5 great clans, don't join forces, we won't be able to fight Jocheon, someone asked. Is Jocheon that strong? Song Jihan nodded in confirmation. This time it was Incheon. Next time, all of South Korea could be the next victim. Everyone listened silently to Song Jihan. Today, I want to announce a few things. Just this once. Let's unite our strengths to fight Jocheon and find a way to protect this nation. Old Chunsik was the first to agree. The Iron Blood Sword Clan will stand with the Divine Power Clan. Min Sung also agreed. We will too. The person next to him added, If we can prevent great losses, we'll do anything. Gradually, everyone raised their hands in support. Song Jihan was very happy to see everyone so united. Then let's consider countermeasures together, and shelters throughout the city for people to evacuate to. When the shelters are ready, I will make an announcement. Min-sung was about to leave when he heard Song Jihan call out, Chairman, there's one more thing. I think I need to suspend the special class for now. Who would have thought you'd become patriarch so soon? The chairman could only sigh. Looking at Song Jihan, he asked, is it because you're busy with the patriarch position? Or is it because you feel guilty about what happened in Incheon? Song Jihan's eyes were filled with guilt. Yes, and I also need to keep an eye on Jocheon. As a teacher, I couldn't even protect a single city, he said softly. Just consider it as me wanting to take some time to reflect on everything. Could you please explain to the students for me? The chairman sighed helplessly. All right, if that's how you feel, I won't stop you. Min-sung laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. Well, since it's come to this, just think of it as a vacation. You can come back to that position whenever you want, don't worry. He waved cheerfully with a bright smile. You're already a teacher at our Musago. Song Jihan bowed as he watched Min-sung leave. Baron appeared, noticing something unusual about Song Jihan. Disciple, your killing intent is surging. Song Jihan lowered his head. I'm sorry. Whenever I can't control my emotions, I can't control my killing intent either. He frowned. Those symptoms are experienced by almost everyone who possesses heavenly annihilation. The ring also has its limits. It's only a matter of time before you enter the Gate of Chaos. He asked doubtfully. The Gate of Chaos? Baron replied, yes, a place created to develop the Chaos Divine Arts. As your level increases, the aura of heavenly annihilation also grows stronger. If you train the Chaos Divine Arts to the 9-star level inside the Gate of Chaos, you will gain complete control over heavenly annihilation. He stammered in astonishment. 9-star? He reconsidered the matter. That's right, if I have to face Jocheon, this level of power isn't enough. I need to become even stronger. Baron instructed Song Jihan to take out the Blood God's map. The system's voice echoed. Blood God's map has been unlocked. SSS-Rank, SSS difficulty. The map leads to the place where the Blood God hides with his disciples. The Blood God's map has been activated. Song Jihan touched a location on the map. The Gate of Chaos is here, in Seoraksan Gangwon. Song Jihan hovered in the air, observing the area below. He landed at a cave, and according to the map, the entrance had to be around here. From behind Song Jihan, the map flew forward. It flew into the empty space in front of him, and a bright light flashed, creating a path for him. Oh, so that's how it is, Baron remarked softly. Let's go inside. He reached out his hand. Yes. He squinted as a powerful light shone directly in his face. A system voice announced, you have entered the abnormal area, the Gate of Chaos. Song Jihan was overwhelmed by the beauty of this place. He exclaimed, this place is even more magnificent than the cracked temple from back then. He glanced at his master beside him, his lips twitching as he asked, Master, why is it so huge? Did you create this place just to live here all by yourself? Baron looked at his disciple as if he were an idiot, and spoke. This is a sect founded by the greatest people of the era, so of course it has to be big. Even those weaker than me have sects as large as mountains. The two of them talked as they walked. To me, this place is small. Are you that surprised? Master, your influence is greater than I thought. That's because your ambition is still too small. Song Jihan didn't know where to start. So, what should I do first? His voice was even. Listen before you explore. It's behind the largest hall. In here? He followed Baron's footsteps. Song Jihan entered the main hall. Whoa, it's bigger than I thought. Once again, he was astonished by the extravagance of the place. He looked around and couldn't help but blurt out, who is that handsome guy? Baron, standing beside him, coughed lightly. Ahem, you think he's handsome too, right? Song Jihan hesitated. Don't tell me that's you? He replied nonchalantly. Yep, that's your master. He pointed back and forth between the painting and his master, finally shouting, you threatened the artist, didn't you? Baron glared at him. This insolent brat. Can't you admit that your master is handsome? Song Jihan turned his head. No, I was just surprised. Who knew you were so good-looking when you were young? I'm not arguing with you anymore. The faces in the paintings next to it are all burned. Are those the people who turned their backs on you, master? Song Jihan froze, staring at the window that suddenly appeared. Main Quest 1, Chaotic Power, Difficulty SS. Chaos martial arts can become fire, sometimes water, and sometimes nature. Only by mastering all attributes can you be recognized as the true heir of chaos. Master all attributes to prove you are the heir of chaos. Completion condition. Pass through the first gate. Reward. Power for the second gate. Breath of death. Song Jihan didn't understand and turned to look at the person beside him. What do you mean by fire, water, and nature? He led him to a large door. Once you enter the gate, you'll understand. If you don't want to die, prepare yourself thoroughly. This is the first gate of the Gate of Chaos, the Hall of Death. Song Jihan was startled as he looked at the door that had suddenly appeared. Huh, I didn't see anything just now? Where did this gate come from? Baron, standing beside him, said, once you pass the trial, the second gate will appear. He silently held the spear in his hand. The Hall of Death? What does that have to do with nature? Song Jihan wondered in surprise. It's so dark I can't see anything. It reminds me of when I talked with Cheon Myeol. His vision blurred. When he opened his eyes, Song Jihan was in a different space. A monotonous, mechanical sound was heard. You have entered the first gate of the Hall of Death. Only SSS-Rank Chaos Divine Arts and SSS-Rank Heavenly Kings Divine Arts can be used. All effects of other attributes have been disabled. The effects of the 4 great treasures have been disabled. The blue tri-body has been sealed. The window displayed a series of notifications. Song Jihan stopped paying attention to the window. He started to walk around, marveling at how such a vast space could exist inside that small building. The atmosphere in here is completely different from the outside. Master? Song Jihan called out but couldn't see Baron anywhere. His face fell. He couldn't sense any energy, so he'd probably have to handle this on his own. Song Jihan put his hands on his hips in frustration. What am I supposed to do now? He was startled when he noticed something. The Infinite One has finally sent someone, so the oath of the Death God is being fulfilled. 3 strangers suddenly appeared in front of him. Thoughts lingered in the air. So, the oath of the Death God is being fulfilled. The blue dragon thought, who is this? A human? No, the feeling is different. Song Jihan also walked slowly, pondering, this kind of aura. The black tortoise spoke, we have waited for a very long time, and he has finally fulfilled his promise from long ago. He replied, we don't know that for sure yet, but I still want to place my hope in him. So he asked, what are you guys talking about? And who are you? The blue dragon said softly, you will find out soon enough. After saying that, he swung his sword and charged forward. Let's get started now. Song Jihan was confused but quickly took a stance. I don't get what's happening, but all I have to do is beat you guys, right? Juke replied, that's correct. Just defeat the 4 mythical guardians. You're the one chosen by Muguk, so you must be very confident. He was still confused, wondering, the 4 mythical guardians? Song Jihan thought to himself, could the 4 mythical guardians be the fire, water, and nature that were mentioned before? A system window popped up. Only primordial divine arts are allowed for use. All trait effects have been nullified. The triple azure body has been sealed. Song Jihan mused. So I really have to fight with just my basic abilities? No problem. The primordial divine arts will be enough. Baihu charged from behind, asking, ready? I'm going first. As soon as she finished speaking, she lunged forward like the wind. Baihu unleashed a devastating kick to Song Jihan's face. He thought in a flash, her power and speed are monstrous. My Mugi guard shattered even though I blocked. Based on her appearance and footwork, this must be Baihu. The girl was fired up. Here I come again, Song Jihan thought. That was heavy. So this is the power of the 4 mythical guardians? Baihu looked incredibly determined to win this match. He gave a confident smirk. Impressive. You blocked my Mugi-coated spear with your bare hands? The girl laughed gleefully in response. Your Mugi is like a kitten's scratch compared to Muguk. Hey, you're being too careless. Haven't you been over-relying on your abilities until now? Qinglong commented. Looks like Baihu alone is enough to take care of him. Xuanwu replied. It's not over yet. Song Jihan was covered in wounds from the beating, but his spirit was still unwavering, prompting one of them to exclaim, his fighting spirit is impressive. Song Jihan spoke in a weak voice. Muguch, it looks like you people know my master. Baihu replied, of course we do. That's why you're trapped here. You want to continue? I hope the next round brings something new. 2 days later, the battle seemed to be nearing its end. Both Baihu and Song Jihan were exhausted. The girl asked, have you had enough? We've fought 5,000 times already. When are you going to give up? Song Jihan remained silent and didn't answer. Instead, he swung a high kick that surprised Baihu. He flashed a challenging smile. I've still got plenty of fight in me, bring it on. Baihu responded, surprised. Your endurance is really something else. From above, Qinglong and Xuanwu observed and evaluated him. His form is much better than at the beginning. He's showing progress. If it's him, he might just master the 12th star of the primordial divine arts and fulfill our desire. Xuanwu spoke. I'm not expecting him to achieve the 12th star. I just hope he can attain the 1st star of the primordial divine arts and make heaven's destruction completely his own. Zhuke refuted. Heaven's destruction? It's pointless. That kid can't even win against Baihu. So what's there to hope for? The purpose of the Hall of the 4 Gods is to enable the successor who has learned the primordial divine arts to gain control over heaven's destruction. Perfect control over the primordial divine arts and heaven's destruction is precisely what Muguk and the 4 mythical guardians want. These thoughts lingered in the air. Only when he becomes the one can our desired plan be put into motion. Zhuka grew impatient, preparing to fight. I can't take it anymore. I'm joining in too. I can't let Baihu have all the fun by herself. Qinglong also joined in. I'm in too. It seems Baihu is reaching her limit. The fight was starting to get more intense. A 1 versus 3, huh? Song Jihan looked a little anxious, thinking to himself, they're taking turns joining the fight. My spear feels like it's been submerged in a sea of flames. Baihu tried to wave him off. What do you want, old man? I'm not finished yet. Go play somewhere else. Zhuke didn't yield. You get lost, you little brat. It's Zhuke's turn. He suddenly noticed an opening in the old man's defense. Qinglong also launched a fierce attack. Song Jihan said, extremely irritated. So you're waiting for me to get tired before you attack in turns? Song Jihan thought, I pushed past my physical limits a long time ago. My internal energy is drained, and there's no power left in my dantian. But if I just accept defeat like this without putting up a fight, my master will for sure give me an earful. Song Jihan was so exhausted he couldn't even move anymore. He motivated himself. He might even stop calling me his disciple. He instantly charged forward to attack, yelling, I refuse to be defeated so pathetically. Seizing an opening, Song Jihan's attack wounded Qinglong enough to make him spit blood, and he thought with a flash of joy, I finally landed a blow. After that, Xuanwu spoke in a haunting voice. Sorry, but the rules say I have to participate too. Instantly, tree branches extended and bound him tightly. The Azure Dragon said in surprise, I didn't expect you to join in, she replied. Rules are rules, he said. He stabbed me. The Black Tortoise spoke up. Impressive. Even though this is our playground, and we're the 4 mythical guardians, it's only natural that he would lose. The White Tiger said coquettishly, it was fun, but a little embarrassing. The Vermilion Bird added, I understand now why that person chose this kid. It would have been great if he were a little stronger. Branches wrapped tightly around Song Jihan, leaving him completely drained of strength as he finally relented. The Vermilion Bird then spoke up, now I understand why he chose this kid. If only he were a little stronger. Suddenly, the Black Tortoise's eyes widened in shock as Song Jihan gradually emerged from the distant, hazy mist. As he stepped out, he let out a breath and looked down. Then Song Jihan raised his head, shielding his eyes from the light above. He looked around and wondered, am I dead? Song Jihan thought for a moment and sighed. I didn't die at the hands of a monster or Chojan, but during training. Now I get why Master told me to always stay sharp. Suddenly a voice echoed. How pathetic. Someone strong enough to kill gods, yet you lose to the 4 mythical guardians. Hearing this voice, Song Jihan was startled, goosebumps covering his skin. He quickly looked around and asked, Master, are you here? But I tried my best. The voice continued to echo from the void. There's no time left. Awaken the power sleeping within your dantian. Song Jihan heard this, confused. No time left. What power in my dantian? The voice sighed. Listen carefully. Your life force is fading away. I don't have enough time to intervene. You cause me so much trouble, you foolish disciple. As Song Jihan walked, he asked, So I'm not dead yet? The voice scolded and reminded him, Who said you were dead? If you were dead, how could you be talking to me? Enough talk. Hurry and find the power sleeping in your dantian. Hearing this, he quickly replied, Yes. Song Jihan then stopped, closing his eyes to feel the dantian within his body. The voice continued to guide him step by step. Close your eyes and focus all your mind on your chest. Your heartbeat is also slowing down, the voice gently reminded him. Don't panic, focus. Unlike before, you now know how to channel the divine art of chaos. Song Jihan placed a hand on his chest and muttered, How to channel the divine art of chaos. I must focus the divine art of chaos and stimulate my heart. At this moment, he could feel his heart inside his chest. The voice gradually guided him. 1 rotation, 2 rotations, 5 rotations. The blood flowing through his heart began to beat again. Song Jihan's eyes shot open in amazement. The blood in his body was being replaced by the energy of the divine art of chaos. He was astonished, as if waves were crashing into Song Jihan's body. This strange sensation was as if the divine art of chaos was regenerating him once more. Then, Song Jihan's body gradually merged with the flowing streams and the dense white mist. What is this power? Is my inner energy returning? No, it's even more abundant than before. His eyes widened in amazement as he felt the unusual changes in his body. A moment later, the scene before Song Jihan transformed into different images. The system window appeared. Divine Art of Chaos, SSS, has reached 10 stars. All traits have been unsealed. The effects of the 4 great treasures have been unsealed. 3 Azure Body has been unsealed. Seeing this, his eyes immediately widened in shock. 10 stars? The voice spoke again. Now that's more like a disciple of Shinmu. Now, open your eyes. Strange, chaotic images flashed through Song Jihan's mind. He snapped his eyes open. Song Jihan realized he was floating in midair, constantly emitting brilliant golden streams of energy. The others below looked up, forced to shield their eyes from the radiant aura. That power, it's lightning energy. The Vermilion Bird questioned. Aren't you the master of lightning energy, Azure Dragon? What is this? He stammered in reply. I didn't know the divine art of chaos carried lightning energy either. She also looked up in alarm. It's not just lightning energy. This power is on a completely different level than before. Hesitantly, she speculated. Could it be that he raised the divine art of chaos to 10 stars by himself? Meanwhile, Song Jihan was staring at his own hands, stunned. Was that a dream? No. It was more vivid than any dream. He was inwardly amazed as his body overflowed with power. Song Jihan shouted, With this power, I can defeat you all. The girl on the other side stretched excitedly and said, "So we're fighting again, right?" He immediately jumped down to attack. "That's right, sorry to keep you waiting." Seeing this, the girl looked down and replied, "I'm going all out this time." The two then charged at each other, unleashing their attacks. Facing Song Jihan, the girl thought to herself, "He's observing my every single move. His speed is on a whole different level now." The girl couldn't help but feel flustered. "My eyes can barely keep up." Just then, Song Jihan's kicks came flying. Not only were they faster, but the power he was using was the same as theirs. The vermilion bird of the four mythical guardians shouted angrily from the side, "White Tiger! Behind you!" Just then, Song Jihan suddenly appeared behind the girl and said, "Too late." He instantly charged forward, shouting, "Destruction." As his hand reached out, a scepter materialized and struck White Tiger squarely in the back, giving her no chance to defend. White Tiger immediately fell flat on the ground, her eyes swirling. "My back." Across from her, Song Jihan made the scepter disappear. Seeing this, the black tortoise couldn't restrain herself and attacked. "White Tiger!" Instantly, vines shot out towards him. Song Jihan raised his hand, summoning a massive tree trunk to block the attack. The trunk instantly absorbed the black tortoise's power before shattering into countless pieces in the air. She watched in astonishment. "No way, he's absorbing our attributes." Then Song Jihan leaped up, bringing his scepter down for an attack. "That's right, I can only absorb a small amount for now." He swung the scepter down, "But it's more than enough to deal with you." And with that, the black tortoise lay unconscious on the ground. The vermilion bird was stunned. He took down the black tortoise in a single blow. He immediately grew cautious of Song Jihan. "Who are you? And what's with that power?" Just then, the azure dragon rushed over, saying, "Vermilion bird, you can't beat him alone. Let's work together." He replied, "Got it." The two of them immediately combined their powers. Feeling arrogant just because you got a little stronger? The vermilion bird gripped his weapon and charged towards Song Jihan. Song Jihan simply stood there calmly, watching. Seeing this, the old guardian laughed. "You fool, I just need to burn these vines." Song Jihan glanced down and saw his feet were frozen solid, immobilizing him. The vermilion bird then signaled to the azure dragon. The azure dragon raised his weapon and replied, "I'll hold him here. You go on ahead, vermilion bird." Song Jihan scoffed at this. "Ice?" And just like that, a massive wall of ice instantly appeared right in front of the vermilion bird. The old guardian was horrified by the sight. "Wait a minute," the vermilion bird stammered. "This thing isn't going to melt, is it?" No sooner had he spoken than the ice wall instantly melted, drenching him from head to toe. Being a fire elemental, the vermilion bird was extinguished by the water and lost all his fighting strength. Song Jihan turned to the last one standing. "All right, now there's only one of you left." The remaining guardian said, "Very impressive. Not only did you absorb our attributes in such a short time, but you also managed to take out all three of them." By now, the other three guardians had no energy left to fight. Song Jihan was puzzled by the expression. "Take out?" He glanced at the old guardian, wringing out his clothes. The azure dragon snapped his fingers and said, "If you lose the will to fight, it's as good as a loss. Anyway, in my current condition, I can't possibly face you, so I forfeit." Just then, the ice binding Song Jihan's feet shattered. Seeing this, he smiled. "That's a wise move. The outcome would have been the same even if we fought. Now, open the gate to the next stage." But the azure dragon held out his hand. "But first, I must give you your reward." "It's unbelievable. You're the only human in all of history to achieve 10 stars through your own strength." A system window then appeared. "The mark of water has been placed in your heart, followed by the mark of fire and nature. The SSS-Rank Chaos Divine Art has responded to the marks. The seal on the Tri-Azure body has been released." He looked at the notification, confused. "The mark of nature? What's that?" The azure dragon replied, "It is the power of the four mythical guardians that you absorbed and used earlier. From now on, you can use our powers freely." After he spoke, a gate opened, and he said, "If you understand, then please proceed to the next gate." Before leaving, Song Jihan asked, "I have one last question before I go. Why are you all here, and do you know my master?" The azure dragon replied, "A disciple asking us about his master." "Eh?" But he continued, "Very well, since there's nothing else to do, I'll answer you. It concerns a man called the Peerless One, and the story begins when he was known by the name Baron. Back then, that man was still a young man. He began his story. The previous name of the Infinite One was Baron. The first time he came to Liaoning, he was just over 30 years old. Looking like nothing more than a country bumpkin, he suddenly approached a local lord and challenged him to a duel, and in just 5 seconds, he was victorious. He used a strange martial art that no one had ever seen before. According to witnesses at the time, he was extremely thrilled when his martial arts proved to be effective. Next, he defeated the leader of the Northern Pang tribe, the most skilled swordsman in the region. After that, Baron traveled far and wide, honing his martial arts and defeating the rulers of the Central Plains one by one. Then one day, at the Yueyang Pavilion by Dongting Lake, he met a woman named Jukyung Ah who was being pursued. In the distance, a servant chased after her, shouting, Young miss, the elder will be furious if he finds out, she ran, yelling back. Don't follow me! Just then, an arm suddenly grabbed Jukyung-ah firmly. Immediately after, the man pulled her aside. Don't make a sound. Then, Baron asked if she was being chased. I'll help you. Just follow me. Hearing this, Jukyung-ah blushed. Then she whispered, thank you. At her words, Baron couldn't help but blush as well. The scene shifts to a night with a crescent moon and a starry sky. After listening for a while, he was astonished. What? You ran away from your family? He looked up and sighed. Maybe I shouldn't have saved you then. Hearing this, she cried out, huh? But the people chasing me were sent by my family. Then Baron asked again, why did you have to run away? Jukyung-ah answered awkwardly. It's not exactly running away. It's more like seeking freedom. Anyway, I have my own reasons. At this point, she looked sad and apologized. But I can't tell you. He didn't press the issue and instead asked if she had any plans on where to go. Jukyung-ah replied, not yet. So Baron tentatively asked, then, do you want to come with me? She was a little startled by this and then asked, are you hitting on me? Hearing this, he exclaimed in a fluster, not at all, you idiot. And so, the two of them traveled everywhere together, and love began to blossom. Although they didn't know much about each other, they were happy just being together. Until 1 year later, Jukyung-ah suddenly disappeared, leaving the room completely empty. When Baron returned home, Jukyung-ah suddenly disappeared, leaving the room completely empty. When Baron returned home, told him not to look for her. For 3 long months, Baron frantically searched for Jukyung-ah everywhere. He believed she would never leave like that without a word. Finally, Baron found her home. It was the Murim Alliance in Henan. At this point, the two of them are sitting and talking. The Azure Dragon replies, this is where the terrible misunderstanding began. The Infinite One made the biggest mistake of his life. Song Jihan asked, did he go crazy or something? He replied, it was the exact opposite. He behaved with the utmost propriety. Hearing that, he was confused. Then why was it the biggest mistake? Back then, the Alliance leader recognized Baron as the man who had defeated the leaders of the Orthodox clans one by one. Wouldn't it be perfect to have a man like him as a son-in-law? But wasn't the Alliance leader Jukyung-ah's father? Song Jihan was confused. But you said the Alliance was her family. Only the leader's children can live there, right? The Azure Dragon replied, Jukyung-ah wasn't the leader's daughter. She was the leader's wife. At that time, her face was always filled with sadness. A year prior, she had run away on her wedding day. At the time, Baron assumed the Alliance leader was Jukyung-ah's father because he was so much older than her, so he didn't refuse the leader's challenge. He even thought the leader was hiding Jukyung-ah. He curiously asked, what happened after that? The result was that Baron won. Everything ended in tragedy. He defeated the leader of the heavenly demon cult and returned, earning the title of martial god. But that was after Jukyung-ah took her own life upon hearing the news. He later found out that when she died, Baron's child was growing in Jukyung-ah's womb. Hearing this, he also felt sad. So, 2 lives were lost. Song Jihan also understood why he didn't tell his master anything, as the Orthodox faction and the demonic cult were irreconcilable entities. Even when he threw himself off a bottomless cliff, or when he detonated all the internal energy within his body, he even destroyed his own meridians. None of it could harm Baron's body. This was the price of becoming the ultimate martial arts master. He was cursed to never die until his natural lifespan was completely exhausted. As the Azure Dragon continued his story, Baron completely lost his mind, unprovokedly killing every member of any Orthodox sect. Hearing this, he remarked that based on his master's martial arts and personality, that was understandable. He continued, the tragedy repeated itself until the Infinite One locked himself away in solitude. Hearing this, Song Jihan asked, do you mean the brothers who betrayed him? At this point, the Blue Dragon said, that's why I was so surprised to see you. I didn't think the Infinite One would ever take another disciple. That's everything I can tell you about the Infinite One. Song Jihan smiled upon hearing that. His master rarely spoke of himself. Then he stood up, Master, so that's the past you've been through. It's all right. From now on, I will serve him well. Song Jihan looked at his own hands, thinking that if he treated this as the filial duty, he could never repay his parents. It would be enough. I don't know exactly how the feud with his brothers will end, but now I have another reason to confront them. Then he headed towards the second gate, the gate of the mind. Song Jihan was then transported to another dimension. He opened his eyes and looked around, just like the last time. In front of him, another version of himself was sitting there. We meet again. The trial began the moment Song Jihan entered the gate. The condition to pass the second gate was to control the heavenly annihilation. This was a murderous spirit that only knew slaughter. Normally, it wouldn't act like Song Jihan. Then, the space around them brightened. He looked around and said, it's gotten brighter now. This was something that not even the Infinite One, the creator of the gate, had ever anticipated. Song Jihan looked over at his other self. So, is the killing intent under control now? It still pops up from time to time, you know. He replied seriously. As long as nothing infuriates me, I can control it. But, when I'm fighting for my life, I want to slaughter everything in sight. Song Jihan watched him and asked, you mean like with the Dao incense incident before? The media's reaction wasn't good for our clan. His other self, sitting on the ground, replied, "Well, what can you do? There were too many casualties. You can't please everyone. Just ignore their insults." Song Jihan continued, "I can't do that. To have power and do nothing is the height of foolishness. If it were me, I would immediately drown the world in a sea of blood." His counterpart turned and asked, "But you won't choose that path, will you?" Then he continued, "Very well then. I've decided I'll just sit back and watch you." The two of them stared directly at each other. "Whatever choice you make, I will accept and follow it." Then, his counterpart pointed directly at the gate on the other side. "If you understand, then exit through that door." Song Jihan was startled by this. "When did that door appear?" His other self replied softly, "When this place brightened. It seems you met the gate's condition the moment you stepped inside." Song Jihan was astonished. "I've already completed it?" He couldn't help but ask, "So, what exactly was the condition?" But the other him had already vanished. Song Jihan exclaimed, "What the heck? You could at least give a heads up before leaving. So cold." The voice continued to echo, "I will continue to rest peacefully within you, so don't worry." At the same time, his hand reached for the doorway. "Seriously? So now only the final gate is left." Then, a sudden light burst forth, illuminating the dark gate. Before Song Jihan's eyes lay a completely different scene, with lush green plants and the crystal clear water of a pond. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "You've finally arrived." The moment he saw the person, Song Jihan was stunned. "Oh my god, you're..." The man now appeared as a young teenager. Song Jihan was astonished. "Master." Baron smiled and said, "This is the first time we've met in this form." Baron smiled and said, "I created this place." A moment later, the man's form shifted back to his elderly appearance. It could transform into any shape. Song Jihan asked in astonishment, "Master, why are you here?" Baron replied, "I have been waiting for you for a very long time." Song Jihan then asked directly, "So the final gate is a fight against you, Master, right?" He replied, "That's correct." Then he reached out his hand, and streams of energy began to appear. "But my disciple, it is not yet time." Hearing this, Song Jihan asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Baron replied, "To face me, you must at least master the Chaos Divine Art to the 12-star level, but you are only at the 10-star level." At that moment, the surrounding mist grew thicker and more obscure. Song Jihan thought, "The fog is getting thick. I can't see you, Master." So he asked again, "Then what about the third gate?" Baron replied, "You cannot participate in the trial." His face was completely serious. "When the Chaos Divine Art reaches 12 stars, come back. Once you enter the gate, you won't have time. Reaching 12 stars is something you must achieve with your own strength." Hearing this, he asked, "Until then, will you always be here, Baron?" He replied, "As I said, I cannot stay with you forever." Song Jihan was a bit saddened by this. "So that means you won't be by my side anymore. If I had known, I wouldn't have entered this gate." The image of his master grew fainter before his eyes. He said, "Haha, do you like your master that much?" Song Jihan wiped away a tear. "No, it's just that there's no one left for me to tease anymore." A hand was placed on his shoulder comfortingly. Baron smiled. "Don't feel lonely without your master. You have other good relationships too, right?" He still couldn't hold back his emotions. "But to me, master is still, that's enough. I'm leaving now." Then Song Jihan turned to leave. His voice echoed from behind, "My disciple, even without me by your side, you must always keep smiling." The gentle voice continued, "That's who you are. You must listen to me." Song Jihan let out a soft sigh, smiled, and turned back to say, "I understand. Don't worry about me. I'll be back as soon as I can." Hearing this, his master smiled in reassurance. "All right, I will wait here." Then he walked out of the door. A light flashed, and Song Jihan softly called out for his master. Afterward, his face was filled with a sense of loss as he turned back, watching the flower petals scatter. Song Jihan stood there, utterly alone. He was truly left behind. Upon his return, the 4 mythical guardians exclaimed, "Hey, that guy's back already?" Of course, he cleared the second gate incredibly fast. The blue dragon suddenly said, "It seems he failed at the third gate." Song Jihan looked at them and said softly, "What is it?" He then warned coldly, "I'm in a very bad mood right now. Don't bother me. If you have nothing to say, get out of my way." The blue dragon, unafraid, smiled and said, "Don't you want to quickly reach 12 stars?" Hearing this, he finally paid attention and asked, "Is there a fast way?" He replied, "Of course." Beside him, the black tortoise also said, "Absorb heaven's annihilation from someone born with a heaven-defying body." Hearing this term, Song Jihan was confused. "A heaven-defying body?" She replied, "Yes, there are people in this world born with it." The black tortoise then listed the names. Besides the Infinite One, only his disciples, Zhu Jin and Yi Zhu, possess it. Hearing these 3 names, Song Jihan was shocked. "Wait, you mean they're in this world?" The black tortoise replied, "You didn't know? Their power seems to be weakened right now, but we can still sense them. They were probably brought to this world through a heaven-defying formation." Hearing this term, he was confused. "A heaven-defying formation?" She explained, It's a magic formation that goes against fate or the natural order. In other words, it's a method to bring people from another world to this one. To bring such powerful figures here, they paid a very heavy price in blood. Hearing this, Song Jihan was shocked, his eyes turning bloodshot. They created that heaven-defying formation during the Tao King incident. No wonder that guy Ya was helping the Tao King. His face was filled with anger. Their scheme was to make Incheon, our divine territory, a sacrifice for the heaven-defying formation. The blue dragon suddenly approached and reminded him, "Hey," he was confused. "Didn't you already pass the second gate? What's with this killing intent?" Hearing that, Song Jihan quickly explained, normally it's fine, but when my emotions get heated, it sometimes leaks out. I thought passing both would calm it down." They noticed the ring on his hand and asked, "Is he suppressing heaven's annihilation with that ring?" Song Jihan replied, "Yes." He said he'll just observe from now on, but it's still just a precautionary measure. He clenched his fist, looking at the ring. To reach 12 stars, he would have to fight Ju. This time, without his master's help, perhaps entering the gate was a mistake after all. Meanwhile, the blue dragon said, "Don't worry, they can't act immediately." He reminded him, to complete the summoning of Ya and Ju to this world, one heaven-defying formation isn't enough. They will continue to build them in major cities to regain their full power. Hearing this, Song Jihan inquired, "You mean this will continue to happen all over this land?" The blue dragon replied, "Yes, but you're strong now. You'll be able to stop them." The white tiger appeared from behind, patting his head and saying, "Of course. We can confirm his strength." The girl laughed and said, "My back still hurts from that hit earlier." Beside me, Jutuk also sighed, while my whole body is still soaked. Seeing this, Song Jihan regained his composure. "That's right, being dejected won't change anything. We need to hurry back and make a plan." He gave them a bright smile. "Okay, I'll achieve 12 stars and return here again." And with that, Song Jihan quickly turned to leave. Before he left, he reminded them, "Please take care of my master until then." The scene shifts to Xinjiang. In the Tian Shan mountain range, there was a tall mountain pillar with strange characters written in red. Li Ju said respectfully, "Senior brother, senior sister, it is an honor to meet you." From inside the cave, a voice echoed, "It's been a long time." Another voice spoke from a blazing red flame. "What is this musty place? Did you go to all this trouble just to summon us to a place like this?" He smiled and replied, "Yes, the heaven-defying formation can be completed in Incheon, but there isn't enough space to erect the pillars." They looked at the people behind him and asked, "Are these all the followers from the gods and demons?" The other person replied, "Yes, about 2,000 in total." The voice from the flame scoffed, saying that number was still too small. He smiled confidently. "That is true, but we have a way to compensate for it." Hearing this, the other party asked, "You mean monsters?" He replied, "Yes. The creatures humans call monsters are weaker than us, but they're enough to create a major distraction." Li Ju turned to the person beside him and said, "Show them." Xiaomi bowed her head, and a portal immediately appeared. The gate opened, revealing countless monsters inside. Seeing this, the other person exclaimed, "Monsters from the supreme and transcendent realm. How interesting." Just then, a different female voice spoke up. "Oh my, you want us to fight alongside them? How disgusting." He replied, "Senior sister, they are the best option we have at the moment. They alone can cause a great deal of chaos." The flame replied, "Yes, that might be effective. How many heaven-defying formation sites are left?" He answered, "Only 4 locations remain. If everything goes according to plan, we'll soon be able to bring our people to this world, senior sister." The other person then said, "Get moving then. Even when the heaven-defying formation is complete and I set foot on that land, it seems someone is bound in the darkness. I will resurrect him right on this very soil." The person's eyes slowly opened, heralding an ominous event. Over on the side, his subordinate Seo Mi suddenly spoke up. "Sir Zhu and Sir Li Ju." Seo Mi looked troubled. "Please forgive my impertinence, but I must say something." The flame spoke. "Speak." She knelt on the ground and said, "You two should be wary of the one named Song Jihan. He's just an ordinary human, but he possesses heavenly annihilation and the chaotic divine art." Hearing this, Li Ju smiled. "I've heard Yi Zhu talk about him. I've been keeping an eye on him. He is indeed dangerous, but there's no need to worry too much, senior brother." His tone became cold. "Before the next heaven-defying formation is complete, I will personally take care of him." The scene shifts back to Song Jihan. After returning, Song Jihan declared a state of emergency during the clan's strategy meeting. Shelters were established in every city, district, and county, and he warned the clan leaders about Jungdwan-sek. A few days later, a national state of emergency was declared across South Korea. The cause was a red gate that appeared at Song Jihan's residence in Nonggak, home of the Divine Power Clan. The city descended into chaos as gates began to open all across the country. They were all red-level gates, unleashing high-level monsters. It was clearly a provocation from Jungdwan-sek aimed at Song Jihan. A hole had opened up in the ground, revealing a gloomy red light from within. the territory of the Nakseogak Divine Power Clan. Sejin immediately gave an order. Heavenly King's squad, protect and evacuate the civilians around the buildings. They immediately complied. Just then, a monster thrust a clawed hand out and growled. Seeing it, he said, Akaros, it's a high-level monster. They immediately prepared for battle. The monster spread its massive wings and took flight. Sejin instantly charged forward, white feathers scattering through the air. He immediately landed a punch straight in the monster's face. The monster roared with fury. A voice from the blazing flames said, It's useless. Your power isn't enough to extinguish this fire. Sejin clenched his fist and said, These are the flames of the vermilion bird. A mere monster like you can't extinguish them. Right after returning from the Chaos Gate, Song Jihan had taught the Heavenly King's squad the powers of the 4 great sacred relics. When they can't escape the flames, they'll retreat to the gate. Sejin clenched his fist tightly. He thought to himself, if not, this would be too easy. Right then, he decided to strike the gate directly, to destroy and seal it. On the other side, the onlookers were astonished. Is that guy trying to bring down the entire gate? Meanwhile, the Heavenly King team was still busy guiding the evacuation. All right, everyone stop staring and evacuate now. We'll lead you to safety. As he struck the gate, Sejin thought about what would happen if all the monsters inside swarmed out. Just then, the gate began to crumble, with pieces of rock falling down, and the monster retreated back inside. Immediately after, the gate was sealed off by large stones piling up into a high wall. Seeing this, they stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Did he just block the gate entrance with his bare hands? The evacuation guide laughed awkwardly. Everyone please, just hurry and evacuate. At that moment, someone approached and spoke. Impressive. Deciding to use the power of the 4 great sacred artifacts right after returning was the right call. The person who arrived was none other than Song Jihan. As soon as they saw him, they exclaimed, Clan leader! Song Jihan walked over and asked, Have you managed to destroy one of the gates? Sejin approached, bowed his head, and said, Yes, I apologize for my lack of ability. Song Jihan smiled and praised him. It's all right, you did well. Then he added, In any case, it's quite ridiculous that they dared to open a rift right in my home. Then Song Jihan asked, Where is the remaining gate? Sejin replied, There's another one at the east gate. Hearing this, he instructed, Go and take care of that one as well. Also, I have a few things to announce. So please gather the clan members. A while later, in an office, chairs were neatly arranged. Song Jihan pointed at a map and said, Currently, the estimated number of gates that have appeared nationwide is about this much. By now, all the members had gathered inside. He continued, Among them are several red-level gates, the highest gate level. We must close as many of them as possible and clear them out. Then he began to give orders. All unit leaders, including Mr. Donggu, will coordinate with the local clans to resolve the gate issue together. He replied with a serious expression, Understood. Then Song Jihan turned to look in another direction, and just then, all of his friends arrived. Thank you all for coming. They smiled in response. When our teacher calls, of course we'll come. Song Jihan chuckled lightly. It's been a while since we've all met. Ji-gu, what's with that face? She blushed, looking emotional. Don't you have anything you want to tell us? Han Ji-gu added, I saw the news about the incident in Incheon and heard from my father that you've temporarily stopped teaching. Hearing this, Song Jihan was stunned. She continued, Why do I have to hear everything secondhand? Why didn't you tell us yourself? Song Jihan replied apologetically, I'm sorry. I thought I could handle everything on my own. I didn't want to be a bother to you all. Hearing this, Han Ji-gu got angry. A bother? She muttered, Don't ever do that again. We'll face everything together. So, why did you call us here? Song Jihan finally answered. It's about the red-level gates that have appeared all over the country. I want you all to handle them. They were shocked to hear this. Red level? Are you sure we can do it? Suddenly, the young man beside them spoke up. Just leave it to us, he said with a smile. The skills that you know, that our teacher taught us will definitely be useful. Hearing this, Song Jihan smiled. Thank you. I'm counting on all of you. At this point, Haijin also gave in, saying, We can just consider this a continuation of our last lesson, right? He smiled. It would be great if you think of it that way. Then she asked again, You have something important you need to take care of, don't you? Hearing that, Song Jihan's expression turned slightly somber. Then just leave this part to us. That's what friends are for. Seeing them all smiling at him with trust, he said softly, Right. After that, Jihan waved goodbye to them. Then, he turned and said, All right, the Heavenly King team and I need to find the location where the heaven-defying formation will be set up. Jihan thought to himself, First, I need to track down Zhu Jin and Yi Zhu. As I recall from my past life, Chandu only ever appeared in one place in Korea, and that is right here, at the Seo District Gate. Soon after, he arrived at his destination. Below him was an old, traditional-style building. Jin approached and said, Clan leader, we've brought him. Song Jihan smiled and said, Excellent. The person who has arrived is Kang Han, the leader of the Dark Guild. The man spoke. Long time no see, Jihan? No, that's not right. I should call you clan leader now. Kang Han added with a smile. I regret that I couldn't meet you in person last time, so I came here myself today. He also politely said, long time no see. Then the man immediately took out an item. This is the item I mentioned. This thread is called the Abyss thread. When coated with the poison of the Abyss, it becomes invisible, Kang Han added. Not only that, it's also unbelievably sharp, hard, and durable. The man on the other side took the thread in amazement. It's perfect for a hidden weapon. Hearing that, he smiled and said, thank you, sir. This is exactly what I needed. Then Song Jihan turned to his subordinate. Place it along every street corner, he replied. Understood. He also instructed, after you're done, move to the forest. I have something else to do. Next, Song Jihan looked at the paper in his hand again. In his past life, the reason Chondu appeared at the Siocho gate was to collect an item. He recalled that back then, before leaving the gate, his master had given him a map. He said it was a reward for reaching the third gate, a gift from a master to his disciple. At that moment, a circle appeared on the paper, resembling a marking on the map. That map pointed directly to the Siocho gate. It was definitely related to Chondu. Following its direction, the map shot forward, and he immediately confirmed his suspicion. Suddenly, Song Jihan looked into a nearby gap. Who would have thought a gate was hidden right in the middle of the road? As soon as he peeked inside, his face filled with astonishment. For inside, there was a skeleton. It was a dragon. The scene changes to another location, at an airport in Sichuan, China. Yizhu walked over and asked, have you relayed the message to everyone else? The person replied, yes, sir. She said, everyone has decided to go to South Korea through the gate. The monsters are moving across the sea. Hearing this, he added a reminder. Remember, there must be no mistakes. Seomi said respectfully, understood. Yizhu's expression was grim. When we get to South Korea, we will immediately set up the anti-heaven formation everywhere. He looked behind him. I can feel it. Hearing this, the subordinate next to him was confused. Lord Yizhu said softly, someone has found the dragon heart, and that person is none other than Song Jihan. At that moment, a system window appeared. The ancient dragon tomb has been opened. The unlock condition is a map showing the location of the ancient dragon tomb. He was astonished to hear that. The reward is the dragon heart. At that moment, on the other side, the skeleton began to emit a blue light. The dragon heart? The light grew larger and larger. Song Jihan reached out his hand. I can feel a powerful source of energy. At that moment, an orb appeared inside the skeleton, and he quickly took it out. Perhaps Master wanted to pass this energy on to me. On the other side, as soon as he touched it, Yizhu chuckled softly. Someone has awakened the dragon heart and come here. Look who we have here. He smiled, appearing behind him. If it isn't the famous Song Jihan. Yizhu gave a friendly smile. I was planning to meet you anyway. He calmly walked forward, while he couldn't help but be shocked. This immense pressure? Yizhu spoke up. So, how did you find this place? Song Jihan was confused. Why do you want to know that? The man smiled and said, actually, that doesn't really matter. Give it to me. Song Jihan held the dragon heart in his hand, asking tensely, why should I do that? Yizhu demanded. What do you plan to do with that? It's meant for Zheng Duan Sek. To you, it's no different from a rock. Hearing this, Song Jihan immediately realized who this bastard was. He was one of Zheng Duan Sek's people. Then, the man suddenly leaped high and lunged down. If negotiations fail, then I'll have to take it by force. As he struck, Song Jihan also raised his hand to block the attack. He looked up, unable to hide his tension. With this strength, he's not an ordinary person, but one of Master's disciples. According to the 4 great sacred artifacts, Zhu and Jiju have not yet fully manifested in this world. Then the person in front of me must be Yi Zhu. Seeing this, the man smiled. So, you finally recognized me? But then, right before his eyes, Yi Zhu activated the heavenly annihilation technique. Song Jihan smiled, but you're not the only one who can use it. Hearing that, the man became annoyed. I was quite skeptical when I heard Somi's report, but immediately, the man attacked. You're just a cheap imitation! He didn't hesitate either, immediately summoning his chi armor. Hearing that, the man declared, that won't work. Right after, those attacks struck Song Jihan's body. The searing pain made him break out in a cold, tense sweat. The man then quickly rushed forward with an ice staff. Seeing this, Song Jihan also reached out to engage him. Immediately after, the man's weapon struck. He parried the attack. After observing for a moment, Song Jihan confirmed to himself, I've noticed this spear technique from the very beginning. Seeing their similar fighting styles, Song Jihan couldn't help but remark, you handle a spear pretty well, don't you? Looks like you're the kid they originally compared me to. Hearing that, he smiled and said, of course. Did you think I haven't stepped onto a battlefield for hundreds of years? My wealth of experience is on a completely different level from yours. Arcs of electricity gradually gathered on Li Ju's spear, which then began to emit a blinding light. Cry out my white dragon spear! He then flew into the air, raining down spearheads on Song Jihan. Watching the assault, he thought to himself, to create so many spears, his internal energy must be nearly infinite. Song Jihan also thrust his spear into the ground. Black Dragon Fortress, a golden dragon appeared and roared, and it began to counter Li Ju's attacks. The Black Dragon had absorbed a fragment of the World Ender, and the Divine Chaos Art had purified that fragment. Still, he couldn't completely avoid the attacks, and blood trickled down his face. He's on another level, the strongest martial artist I've ever met. While fighting, Song Jihan guessed that perhaps because they shared the same master, their movements were identical. Li Ju, however, grew annoyed. "Stop copying me!" Hearing that, he yelled back, "You're the one copying me." Internally, Song Jihan had to admit that his own experience in spearmanship, his martial arts experience, and his understanding of combat were all inferior to Li Ju's. He then raised his spear. "But in this, at least, I am stronger. Experience? To hell with that." Magic circles appeared behind Song Jihan. "I'll crush you with my own strength." Activate, world-ending wheel formation. All stats are doubled. Now, lethality has increased by 100%, he stated coldly. Primary attribute, light. The system continued. You have selected light as the primary attribute. The world-ending wheel formation's attribute is converted to light. The secondary attribute is dark. The system also announced, you have selected dark as the secondary attribute. The effect of the world-ending wheel formation has been activated. Now, light attribute attack plus 25%. Dark attribute resistance minus 100%. Dark attribute attack plus 100%. Light attribute resistance minus 50%, he said coldly. You might have more experience than me, but I have our master's martial arts and magic, and I have the world ender. Song Jihan immediately lunged forward, and if I use all of that, I can defeat you. The surprise attack caught the man completely off guard, causing blood to spurt out. His power was suddenly amplified. Did he activate some kind of ability? Li Ju observed Song Jihan, who didn't seem unstable enough for such a massive power surge. He thought to himself, I have to counter. My attack won't connect? What is this damn power coiling around my core? So Li Ju demanded, what did you do to my body? Song Jihan rushed in, shouting, who knows? This is no time to just stand there. Hearing this, he quietly surmised, it seems you've infused some kind of dark energy into my energy channels, but that's nothing to me. At that moment, Li Ju regained his composure, clenching his fist and saying, I'll grant your wish and kill you quickly.